Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
In Songnan City, the 9th Martial Arts Middle School, the classroom of Class 2, Grade 12, was not filled with the scent of books but with a nauseating stench of rust, the peculiar odor of substandard divine base fluid. Ugh! Eh! A piercing scream tore through the stifling air. Beside the podium, a male student was writhing frantically on the ground like a worm. The veins on his right arm bulged dark red subcutaneous tissue, moving like countless tiny snakes under the skin. Several freshly grown lizard scales burst open with a pop due to genetic rejection, revealing bloody flesh. Sedative. Quick. It's a severe rejection reaction. An instructor in black exoskeleton battle armor rushed over, expressionlessly ramming a thick blue syringe into the student's neck. Seconds later, the student convulsed and passed out. He was dragged out of the classroom by a medical robot like a dead dog. The entire class fell into dead silence, broken only by the suppressed sobs of a few girls. Do you see now? The instructor wiped the blood from his hand, his cold gaze sweeping across the 40 pale faces below him. That is the price of breaking the lock. Wang Chong's family sold 2 houses, scraped together $500,000, and bought a bronze-grade rock lizard serum. Result? Bloodline concentration stuck at 29. He couldn't break the first genetic lock. He's finished. The instructor's voice hammered into everyone's heart. In this messed-up world, you have to have either talent or money. Have neither? Then honestly go to the logistics department and move bricks. Don't delude yourself into thinking you can rise to the top in one step. In the corner of the classroom by the window, Lin Fan wore a pair of heavy industrial-grade noise-canceling headphones, huddled in his oversized school uniform. Even so, the instructor's roar still pierced his mind like an electric drill. Not just the instructor's voice. The rustling of pens from the next classroom, the thud of a basketball hitting the ground on the playground downstairs even. The sound of tea leaves unfurling in the security guard's thermos 500 meters away at the school gate. Too noisy. Lin Fan rubbed his temples in pain, his face pale as a sick person. In this era where everyone longed to awaken powerful beast genes, he had awakened the most useless trash sequence recognized by all. Sequence 998, Enhanced Hearing. No attack power, no defense power. Its only use was to become a living radar for the Night Watch unit or to eavesdrop on conversations. Lin Fan stopped sleeping. A hand slammed heavily onto his desk. Lin Fan took off his headphones, raising his half-lidded deadfish eyes. Standing before him was the class monitor Zhao Yu. He wore a brand-name tracksuit and the latest vital signs monitor on his wrist, looking down at Lin Fan with undisguised superiority. The instructor said, in this afternoon's safe zone edge trial, you follow behind me. Zhao Yu raised his chin, deliberately increasing his volume. After all, you're a fragile scout. If we run into any void beasts that slipped through, I, who have already opened the first genetic lock with my flame tiger bloodline, can conveniently save your life. A spatter of laughter arose around them. Boss Zhao is awesome. Already unlocked the first lock. Of course, the Zhao family is rich. The medicine he used must be first-grade purity, starting at 10 concentration. Lin Fan watched Zhao Ye's smug face. In his eyes, the world instantly shed its surface appearance, turning into countless flowing lines and data blocks. The omniscient vision. The red energy mass representing Flame Tiger in Zhao Ye's chest, though bright, was riddled with impurities like a poorly cooked porridge. The energy flow path was full of stagnant snarls. The medicine's purity is decent, but the absorption rate is less than 40. It's all accumulating in his liver. At this rate, hell definitely gets cirrhosis before 30. Lin Fan silently complained in his heart, but his face put on a practiced, grateful, and cowardly expression. Thanks, monitor. My little life is in your hands. First rule of playing the fool and eating the tiger: never steal the spotlight from a show-off unless you want trouble. At 3 p.m., on the outskirts of Songnan City, the 73rd Ruins defense line, the sky showed a sickly gray-purple. A massive force field wall enveloped the prosperous city, while beyond lay endless broken walls and drifting void dust. Everyone check your gear. Although this is a clean, safe zone, no one can guarantee a rat hasn't sneaked in. The leader was the Grade 12 director, a second-stage Candle Flame Realm powerhouse. A faint but steady flame burned on his fist, illuminating the dim ruins. Lin Fan, carrying a heavy tactical backpack, walked silently at the end of the line. His earphones blasted heavy metal rock at maximum volume, trying to suppress the chaotic sounds of the rules around him. Since awakening his bloodline, he had become abnormally sensitive to the sounds of rules. The frequency of wind, the creaking of space compression. These noises that ordinary people couldn't hear were as jarring to his ears as nails on a chalkboard. Suddenly, a shriek that even the heavy metal in his earphones couldn't drown pierced into Lin Fan's eardrum. This sound was not a physical wave, but a higher-dimensional spiritual contamination, filled with violence and madness. Lin Fan stopped abruptly, his pupils contracting, 2 lines of nosebleed trickling down from his nostril past his lips. High-level reaction. At least 3rd stage. How is it in the safe zone? The next second the ground in front of the team exploded. In the dust a black monster as large as a truck burst out from underground. It looked like a giant skinned lizard, but on its back were disgustingly stitched 7 or 8 human arms, each waving wildly and making eerie sounds like an infant's cry. Zone Corpse Lizard Mutant Energy Level 3rd Stage Lighthouse Realm Peak. Enemy attack. A 3rd stage blasphemy. The grade director's shrill scream instantly changed pitch. He burst into a layer of red flame's 2nd stage ability, trying to block the monster's charge. But the gap in rank was hopeless. The corpse lizard casually swiped its claw, and the flames that seemed powerful to ordinary people were extinguished like a candle flame. The director was swatted away like a rag doll, crashing heavily into a ruined wall, his chest caved in life unknown. The students who had been chatting and laughing moments before instantly broke down. Crying, screaming, trampling in panic. The scene was utter chaos. Zhao Yu, who had just boasted about protecting Lin Fan, was now so scared his legs gave way, a dark wet patch spreading on his pants as he scrambled backward on hands and knees, no trace of the flame tiger's majesty. The corpse lizard clearly enjoyed this fear. Its wide mouth split to its ears, opened, the vocal cords deep in its throat began to vibrate violently, a visible mass of purple-black waves gathering in its mouth. Innate skill Soul Howl. This was the signature move of a 3rd stage blasphemy. Once released within 100 meters, the brains of anyone below 2nd stage would be turned to mush. It's over. That thought filled everyone's mind. Lin Fan, hiding behind a ruined stone pillar, pressed his hands tightly over his ears, his face contorted. Too noisy. Really too noisy. The sound of the monster building up energy was like 10,000 rusty drills churning inside his brain. If I don't interrupt it, it'll die from the noise first. Lin Fan looked at the monster charging its skill. The level gap enormous. He hadn't even opened the first genetic lock. He was a pure mortal. The enemy was 3rd stage peak with life density hundreds of times greater than his. Rushing in Hedon is certain death. But I can see your soundtrack. In Lin Fan's crimson omniscient vision, the terrifying energy mass at the monster's throat was not without weakness. There was an extremely subtle high-frequency vibrating node, the resonance core of its vocal cords. All he had to do was make that point stop. Lin Fan took a deep breath, enduring the tearing pain in his brain, forcibly awakening a sliver of the cold, dormant bloodline within him. That was a drop of water from sequence 000. He poked half his head out from behind the stone pillar, his eyes locked onto the monster's throat. There was no earth-shattering special effect, no complicated incantation. Simply because he was too irritated at the arrogant monster, he lightly snapped his fingers. Shoo! Be quiet. Hum. A wave of invisible tyrannical rule fluctuations instantly swept across the monster's throat. The soul howl that was about to erupt was suddenly choked by an unseen giant hand. The high-frequency vibrating vocal cords were forcibly muted in that instant. High-frequency energy abruptly stopped, but physical inertia continued. Bang! A dull detonation. A violent energy explosion occurred inside the monster's throat. Its neck immediately burst open in a large hole, part of its vocal cords flying out with torn flesh. Ow, KK. The once invincible 3rd stage blasphemy now thrashed on the ground in agony like a chicken with its neck wrung, unable to make a sound. Eft! Lin Fan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body slumping weakly behind the stone pillar, darkness closing in on his vision, intense pain coursing through his organs, as if they were shifting out of place. Crossing 3 full major realms to forcibly interrupt a skill. The backlash is deadly. He wiped the blood from his lips with a bitter smile. If the enemy had been 1 stage higher, it wouldn't have been the monster's throat that exploded just now, but Lin Fan's head. While everyone was still screaming in terror, no one noticed what happened in the corner. Lin Fan quickly regulated his breathing, put his headphones back on, and pretended to have been knocked out by the shockwave, lying down. Reinforcements are here. The Night Watch is here. The roar of helicopter rotors tearing through the air sounded in the distance. Lin Fan closed his eyes, a faint self-deprecating smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This damn world finally quiet for a moment. 3 pitch-black armed helicopters hovered over the ruins, their fierce rotor wash, whipping up clouds of dust. On the fuselage, a crimson eye emblem stood out vividly under the searchlights, the badge of the Daxia Night Watchman. Several silhouettes descended via fast rope from dozens of meters high, hitting the ground with ghostly silence, their tactical movements textbook perfect. Clear the area. Medics save the wounded. The leader was a tall man wearing a half-face mask. The long blade in his hand still dripped blood. Moments ago, he had beheaded the dying stitched corpse lizard with a single stroke. This was the Night Watchman, the sharpest blade of Daxia corpse collectors, specialized in handling supernatural incidents. In the corner, Lin Fan slowly came to, rubbing his still throbbing temples and squinting as he studied the group. Tiska, team leader at the peak of 3rd-tier lighthouse realm. That blade must be an alchemy weapon infused with mithril, so rich. In Lin Fan's omniscient vision, the team leader's physical stats were like a tyrannosaurus. The energy circuits inside his body were precise and violent, far surpassing the instantly killed grade director by more than a level. "Captain, the body has been examined." A night watcher holding an instrument reported. The fatal wound was the later slash, but before we arrived its vocal cords had already been completely destroyed. Zhao Gang, the team leader, removed his faceplate, revealing a rugged face stubbled with beard. Frowning, he walked to the giant lizard head, put on gloves, and pried open the bloodied throat. Reverse burst of the vocal cords. Energy backflow. Zhao Gang's eyes grew somber. This beast was in the precast phase of releasing a soul scream, but was forcibly interrupted by some extremely high-priority power. Interrupted. The subordinate was taken aback. But the strongest among these students is only at second tier. How could they interrupt an instant skill of a third-tier divine abomination? Zhao Gang was silent for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping over the cowering students. Wherever his eyes fell, the students trembled. Zhao Yu buried his head between his knees, not daring to lift it. Maybe it was luck. This mutant's genes were unstable anyway. Perhaps it stuttered on its own. Zhao Gang shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. After all, who would believe that among these terrified rookies lurked someone capable of silencing a deity? Process the corpse. Cut away the useful materials and take them, burn the rest. An opportunity had arrived. Lin Fan, who had been playing invisible, had a faint glimmer in his eyes. To ordinary people, this was just a disgusting corpse. But in Lin Fan's eyes, the corpse was emitting an enticing faint glow. The yet dissipated divine factors. In this world, divine abomination corpses were crucial strategic resources. After refinement, it could be made into gene potions that allow awakening. However, industrial refining had a very high loss rate and could not completely eliminate the savage will within. That was why ordinary people who inject potions easily mutate. Third-tier mutant blood. A bit dirty, but after purification, it should be serviceable. Lin Fan glanced at the busy medics, pretended to be exhausted, swayed as he stood up against the wall, and just happened to move next to the giant lizard head. "Students, stay back. There's radiation," a night watcher coldly warned. "Ugh." Lin Fan covered his mouth, feigning nausea from the blood, and weakly waved his hand. "Sorry. My legs are weak. I'll leave now." As he spoke, his left hand, hidden in his sleeve, pressed extremely covertly against the lizard's slimy scales. Omniscient vision activated. Buzz. Lin Fan's vision turned black and white instantly. The previously murky lizard blood decomposed into countless data streams in his eyes. 90 were black waste and red impurities representing madness. Only deep in the core hid a faint golden spark. That was the source of life. Though its base lizard genes, at least its third-tier energy, Lin Fan muttered inwardly. Devour. The hidden annihilation bloodline within his body, like a greedy black hole, generated a terrifying suction through Lin Fan's palm. There was no earth-shattering commotion. The golden spark was instantly sucked away, drilling into Lin Fan's body along his arm. As for the massive lizard corpse, on a microscopic level, it instantly lost its luster, turning into a pile of worthless rotten flesh, like a hollow shell drained of its soul. Warning: detected invasion of savage will. Annihilation sequence initiated. Elimination complete. Purification 100. A warm current instantly flowed through his body. The internal organs that had been displaced by the backlash were quickly repaired under the nourishment of this pure energy. Lin Fan's pale face visibly flushed. Awesome. He almost moaned in pleasure. This gulp of milk not only healed his internal injuries, but he even felt that the first gene lock that had plagued him for 18 years had loosened a bit. This was his cheat. Others spend millions on potions and still risk their lives. He only needed to grope corpses to obtain perfect divine blood with no side effects. "Hey, you student, what are you doing?" A sharp shout interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Captain Zhao Gang strode over, eyeing Lin Fan's hand suspiciously. "Didn't I tell you to stay away from the corpse? You'll be contaminated by divine pollution. Nobody will reimburse your medical bills back home." Lin Fan yanked his hand back as if shocked, immediately putting on a harmless weakling expression. "Sir, I just wanted to see if the monster was completely dead. I'm a bit scared." Zhao Gang glanced at the nameplate on Lin Fan's chest. Sequence 998, hearing enhancement. Seeing the boy's pale, depleted look, the suspicion in Zhao Gang's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by a hint of disdain and sympathy. Hearing enhancement. Someone with such a sequence dares to come to the battlefield. Zhao Gang patted Lin Fan's shoulder with force that almost knocked him over. "Be smarter in the future. Some spectacles can get you killed. Fall in." Yes, thank you for your instruction, sir." Lin Fan nodded, timidly turned and ran back to the student group. The moment he turned around, his previously humble eyes instantly became clear and cold. He touched his pocket. While purifying the energy, he had also casually pried off a fingernail-sized crystal core fragment from the lizard's neck wound. This was the most essential part of a third-tier divine abomination. Energy absorbed, injuries healed. Next, Lin Fan felt the hardness of the core through the cloth. Tonight I should taste what it feels like to unlock the first gene lock. In the distance, the night watchers were moving the body. Strange, why is this corpse so light? Maybe the blood drained out. Stop yapping, load it up quick. Lin Fan adjusted his headphones, the corner of his mouth curling into an imperceptible smirk. In this noisy world, getting rich quietly was the sweetest sound. In the deep night, the old district of Sangnan City. Here there are no neon lights or holographic projections like in the city center, only dim streetlights, buildings covered with climbing ivy, and the stale smell of sewage wafting through the air. Lin Fan skillfully navigated around the piles of garbage in the corridor and opened a peeling iron door. The room was small, only 20 square meters. Apart from a hardboard bed and a table cluttered with electronic components, there was only a black and white photo hanging on the wall. In the photo, a young couple smiled brightly, holding a 3-year-old child. "Dad, Mom, I'm back," Lin Fan said softly to the photo, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible fatigue. 10 years ago, a void leak incident broke out in Sangnan City. His parents, as ordinary police officers among the first responders, were turned to ashes without even a scream, directly assimilated by the void. Only 10-year-old Lin Fan was left along with this old dilapidated house that still had an outstanding mortgage. In order to survive and to preserve this only home, he learned to repair appliances, deliver takeout, and even identified ores for people in the black market. Poverty was his constant state, and to survive was his only creed. Lin Fan pulled the curtains, confirmed that the doors and windows were locked, and then sat at the table, carefully taking out the blood-stained crystal core fragment. He did not rush to consume it, but stared at the purple crystal, his gaze somewhat dazed. In fact, even the school teachers were unaware that Lin Fan's omniscient vision had awakened 3 years ago. That day, suffering from a high fever and trying to save money, he didn't go to the hospital but drank a box of expired milk. Just as he was staring blankly at the milk carton, the world changed. He saw countless black spots, bacteria densely packed in the milk, and several green lines, toxins. At that moment, driven by hunger, he had only one thought in his mind: get out. Then a miracle happened. He witnessed those black spots being erased by an invisible force. That box of expired, foul-smelling milk turned into sweet, pure milk. From then on, Lin Fan felt as if he had discovered a new world. He began experimenting with stray dogs on the street, shouting "shut up" at barking wild dogs, which instantly fell silent. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw a line of golden code pulsing on his retina, sequence 000, annihilation and origin. Although he didn't know what it represented, he knew one thing: he was a bug in this world. As long as he wished, he could eliminate any harmful impurities from any substance and make any sound disappear. The crystal core of a third-tier divine aberration. Lin Fan came back to his senses, looking at the crystal in his hand. "I've only tried refining expired cold medicine before. I hope this one can withstand it." He took a deep breath, found a glass, filled it with tap water, and tossed the crystal inside. Omniscient vision activate, buzz. A faint layer of white light instantly covered Lin Fan's eyes. In the microscopic view, the crystal appeared like a purple sun, erupting, releasing countless sinister black tentacles, brutal, while attempting to contaminate the surrounding water. Indeed, very dirty. Lin Fan smirked, extending his index finger and gently tapping the water's surface. This time he was not as careless as he had been in school, but was fully focused. The cold bloodline within him was activated to its peak. Peel away. At the moment his fingertip touched the water's surface, that tyrannical force of rules precisely cut in like a scalpel. The water in the cup began to boil violently, the black tentacles representing divine contamination, as if encountering a natural enemy, desperately tried to escape, emitting silent shrieks. But under the absolute suppression of sequence 000, they could only dissolve and vanish like snow under the scorching sun. 3 minutes later, the originally murky liquid transformed into a nearly transparent golden solution. It shimmered with a dreamy luster under the dim light, with not a trace of bloodiness, instead exuding a faint fragrance. 100 purity, third-tier divine base liquid. This cup of liquid, if it were to hit the market, would be enough to make the top financial magnates of Daxia fight over it. Because even the national-level experts of the Institute of Heavenly Engineering, using centrifuges costing billions, could only achieve a purity of 95. Yet here with Lin Fan, all it took was a glass of tap water and a fingertip. Cheers to the damned poverty. Lin Fan raised the cup and drank it in one go, as if he were sipping plain water. There was no excruciating pain. The golden liquid slid down his throat, instantly transforming into countless warm currents, surging through his veins to every limb and organ. The cells, previously dried out from years of malnutrition, greedily consumed this massive energy like a thirsty land meeting rain. Energy replenishment complete. First genetic lock. Locating. Lin Fan closed his eyes. In the inner world, he saw the black shackles locking the limits of mortals deep within his heart. Open. Click. A crisp shattering sound. The genetic lock shattered in response. Boom! An unprecedented sense of power surged from his heart. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and everything in the room became incredibly clear to him. The patterns of spider webs in the corner, the dust floating in the air, and even the frequency of the uncle next door snoring. First stage Glimmer Realm. Achieved. Lin Fan clenched his fist and the joints made cracking sounds like popping beans. He casually picked up a steel wrench from the table and squeezed it lightly with 2 fingers. The hard steel was easily imprinted like clay. My strength has increased by about 5 times. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and... Finally it's quiet. The next day in the morning. 9th Martial Arts High School Training Hall. Today was the monthly routine physical test. Class monitor Zhao Yu punching power 850 kilograms. A level just below first tier. The instructor shouted the data beside the testing machine. Wow. As expected of the class monitor. Zhao Yu proudly shook his hand. The embarrassing performance from yesterday had left him furious, but today he finally regained his honor. Next Lin Fan. Hearing this name, laughter erupted from the crowd. That hearing enhanced waste. I heard he fainted directly on the battlefield yesterday. Lin Fan yawned, slowly walking out. He lethargically approached the massive punching power testing machine. Hurry up and hit it, stop dawdling. Zhao Yu said mockingly. Lin Fan glanced at him and activated omniscient vision. Instantly the heavy testing machine transformed into a transparent structural diagram in his eyes. Transmission shaft sensors, load-bearing springs. Just broke through. My strength is a bit uncontrollable. If I hit with full force, would this machine explode? Since everyone thinks I'm a waste, then I might as well continue being one. After all, repairing machines is quite expensive. Lin Fan's gaze locked onto a rusty screw behind the sensor. That was the only structural weakness of this machine. Ha! Lin Fan whimsically threw a punch, looking as if he were swatting away a mosquito. This punch lightly landed on the target. Ha ha ha! This is so funny, are you scratching the machine? Zhao Yu burst into laughter. However, the next second. Zzz. Zzz. The display screen of the testing machine suddenly flickered with static, followed by a puff of black smoke. No numbers popped up. The instructor opened the back cover and widened his eyes. Damn, the sensor screw came loose. This machine is years overdue for maintenance. He waved his hand. This punch doesn't count. The machine broke down. Lin Fan, you're lucky, go down. The entire class erupted in boos. TCH, lucky bastard. Lin Fan shrugged innocently, returning to the corner amidst the crowd's laughter. No one knew that he had just used a technique akin to striking a cow across a mountain, precisely killing this machine. Lin Fan looked at his right hand and smirked. 850 kilograms. Sorry, if that punch had landed you might be dead. So this is the taste of poverty. Lin Fan sat in a roadside convenience store, a half-eaten bowl of braised beef noodles before him. He glanced at his phone screen. The bank account balance read 250. 50 yuan. The rent is due in 3 days, and I still haven't secured next month's nutrient fluid. If I don't scrounge up some cash soon, even a powerhouse at the first-rank Genlock will starve to death on the streets. Lin Fan sighed, slurped a mouthful of noodles, and swiped his finger deftly across the phone screen, tapping an app with a blood-red eye icon. Dark Web Hunter Zone. This was a bounty platform officially released by the Night Watchers, specifically targeting idle awakened individuals in society. Those high-risk cases involving void invasions would be handled by formal Night Watcher squads. As for the trivial, less dangerous, supernatural incidents, they were posted here for freelance hunters to take on. Lin Fan logged into his account with practiced ease. ID Administrator. Avatar Pitch Black. He filtered out the brank tasks that required teaming up and focused his gaze on the inconspicuous E-rank bounty zone. Bounty find the lost mutated Scottish fold cat, reward 500 yuan. Lin Fan shook his head. Too little. Bounty clean up sludge monster in sewer, reward 2,000 yuan. Lin Fan frowned. Too dirty. His finger continued scrolling until an unremarkable bounty caught his eye. E-rank urgent order noise disturbance incident at Xingfuli Compound, description building 14, Xingfuli Compound, Old District. Every midnight eerie sounds of bouncing marbles and infant cries echo, causing residents severe neurasthenia. Energy level detected as extremely low, suspected to be a wandering remnant soul. Requirement: investigate the truth or expel the source. Reward 5,000 yuan. Noise. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. This is practically tailor-made for me. He accepted the bounty. Late at night, 11 o'clock, Xingfuli Compound. This was a typical old rundown community. Streetlights flickering, paint peeling off walls, and the air thick with the smell of rotting leaves. Lin Fan wore a black hoodie, a mask, and a cap nearly melting into the night. To avoid drawing attention, he hung his signature industrial noise-canceling headphones around his neck. Building 14. As soon as he stepped into the entrance, a chill wind crept up his pant legs. The stairwell was eerily silent, with only the echo of his own footsteps. Lin Fan didn't activate his omniscient vision. Instead, he first employed his surface ability, enhanced hearing. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching slightly. First floor, the static of a television. Third floor, the sobbing after a couple's quarrel. Fifth floor, the gnawing of rats on wood. Everything seemed normal until his hearing extended to the seventh floor. Thud! A crisp sound of a bouncing marble rang out abruptly in the otherwise empty corridor. Then came a faint, sharp, scraping sound like fingernails on a blackboard. It didn't seem human. A frequency that set teeth on edge, slowly gnawing at the nerves of the entire building's residents. Found it! Lin Fan opened his eyes, a glint of gold flashing deep in his pupils. He lightened his steps and climbed the stairs to the seventh floor. The source of the sound was right outside the door of apartment 704. It was a long vacant unfinished unit, its security door ajar, revealing a pitch-black interior like a gaping maw. Lin Fan pushed the door open. The room was devoid of furniture, covered only in dust. At the center of the living room floated a blurry mass of gray-white mist. Within the mist, a twisted human face was faintly visible, its mouth wide open in a silent scream aimed at the ceiling. This was a wraith. First rank, initial stage, glimmering realm. It seemed to sense the presence of a living being, its twisted face, snapping around to lock its gaze on Lin Fan. Woo! Oi! The previously faint cry suddenly amplified 100-fold. Visible ripples spread through the air. This sonic attack, though not lethal, was enough to rupture eardrums and shatter one's mental state. If this were the old Lin Fan, he might have had to cover his ears and dodge. But now, Lin Fan stood still, unmoving, calmly, watching the frenzied mass of mist. In his vision, the wraith was no longer a terrifying monster but a data packet composed of soundwave frequencies. Its core frequency vibrated at 3,000 times per second. It's late and the neighbors need their sleep. Lin Fan kept his hands in his pockets, speaking flatly. You're incredibly inconsiderate. The wraith, clearly unable to understand human speech, grew more furious. Its body swelled to twice its size, preparing to unleash its most powerful scream. Lin Fan frowned impatiently. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly in the air. Mute! Hum! The impending terrifying wave of sound was as if by an invisible pair of scissors snipped cleanly in two with a snap. The wraith opened its mouth wide, struggling desperately to make a sound, but only a faint hiss of airflow escaped its throat. It realized in terror that the surrounding air seemed to have solidified, the sonic laws it depended on had completely failed. Without sound, it was like a fish out of water. Since you can't speak, then never speak again. Lin Fan walked up to it, and under the mist's terrified gaze, he extended his palm. Devour! A faint light flickered in his palm. The wraith didn't even have a chance to struggle. It instantly disintegrated into countless gray motes of light. Most of the gray impurities dissipated into the air, leaving only a rice grain-sized white orb of light floating silently in Lin Fan's hand. First rank pure soul pearl, though it couldn't compare to the core of that third rank aberration head encountered before, it was still a rare mental nourishment. Lin Fan swallowed it in one gulp. A cool stream of energy surged into his mind, instantly clearing the drowsiness from staying up late. His perception range seemed to expand by a few more meters. Done. Wrapping up. Lin Fan pulled out his phone, took a picture of the empty room, uploaded it to the app backend, and clicked complete task. Ding dong. Task review approved. Reward of 5,000 yuan credited. Platform fee of 10 deducted. Actual amount received 4,500 yuan. Shady middleman charging a 10 fee. Lin Fan pouted ruefully, but the 4,500 yuan was already a fortune to him. Enough to cover the rent and buy a few vials of nutrient fluid. He turned and walked out of the room, pulling the security door shut behind him. The eerie chill in the corridor had dissipated. The residents who had been sleeping fitfully gradually relaxed their brows and sank into deep slumber. Lin Fan stepped out of the building, pulled down his hood, and took a deep breath of the cool midnight air. Some people pay for excitement, others pay for peace and quiet. He adjusted his headphones and vanished into the shadow of a street lamp. This business, it's worth it. Meanwhile, across the street in a black car, two men in plain clothes were staring at the screen of an instrument in their hands. Captain, the energy reaction in room 704 has disappeared. One of them said in surprise, in less than 3 minutes. Did the hunter who took the bounty administrator resolve it? The man in the passenger seat lowered his binoculars, frowning slightly. An E-rank task might be simple, but that was a wraith, immune to physical attacks. An ordinary hunter would take at least half an hour using talismans to exorcise it. 3 minutes. Is this guy a psychic type awakened? Should we make contact? The bureau's short-handed lately. No. The man shook his head and started the car. These wild hunters are usually eccentric. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, leave him be. Focus on that thing first. I heard the ghost squad from Sakura Nation recently smuggled in a batch of contraband, and it's somewhere in this old district. The black car slowly drove away. Lin Fan stood in the shadow of an alley, watching the car's license plate with a calm gaze. Song A00099, that was the dedicated plate of a night watcher squad. Looks like it'll need to work even more swiftly from now on. Lin Fan turned and slipped deeper into the alley. With money in hand, the first thing to do was to fill his stomach. Lin Fan spent a hefty sum of 2,000 yuan at a roadside pharmacy, purchasing a set of basic nutritional solution. This substance tasted like watered-down toothpaste with an unpleasant texture, but its pure energy made it capable of sustaining a day's worth of cultivation consumption with just one vial. For Lin Fan at this moment, this was already a luxury. Still have 2005 left, save it for rent. Lin Fan carried a plastic bag with a vial of nutritional solution in his mouth, swaying as he walked into a dimly lit alley. This was a shortcut to his rented room, usually only traversed by stray cats and dogs. But today the air in the alley felt somewhat different. A strong stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of rotting fish wafted into Lin Fan's nose. He halted in his tracks, almost dropping the vial in his mouth. That smell. Is it the group of perverts from the Ghost God organization? In this world, the Ghost God organization of Sakura Country was notorious for forcibly stitching the limbs of divine aberrations onto themselves in their pursuit of power. This living fusion could grant immense combat strength, but the side effect was that the body would emit an everlasting stench of decay that could never be washed away. Someone's ahead. Lin Fan didn't turn to run. In the labyrinthine terrain of the old city, turning to flee would only expose the gaps behind him. He lowered his breath and activated the omniscient vision. His field of view instantly shifted to black and white. Behind a trash can deep in the alley, a mass of dark red energy was gasping violently. The energy was extremely unstable, like a pressure cooker about to explode. Who? A hoarse growl echoed from the shadows. Immediately a glint of cold light tore through the darkness, aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. It was a black shuriken coated with green poison. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. In his vision, the trajectory of the shuriken flew as clearly as a line drawn on paper. He tilted his head and crouched down. The shuriken grazed his scalp, embedding itself into the brick wall behind him with a crisp sound as black smoke immediately billowed from the corroded stone. Quick reflexes, little mouse from Sheena. A hunchbacked figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a loose black trench coat, with a half-broken mask of a bodhisattva covering his face. The most terrifying aspect was his right arm. This was not a human arm, but a demon hand covered in black fur and bulging muscles with nails 3 inches long resembling sharp bone saws. Sakura Country Infiltrator Level First Stage Dim Light Realm. Severely injured Lin Fan gazed at the deep bone-exposing wound on the intruder's abdomen, inflicted by the alchemist's long blade of the Night Watchman. Evidently this was a fish that slipped through the net. Looks like I'm not very lucky today. Lin Fan sighed, gently placing the plastic bag on the ground. I'm just a passing student, can I pretend I didn't see anything? Once you see my face you must die. The infiltrator grinned maliciously, the ferocity in his eyes fully exposed. His demon hand on the right swelled suddenly with black veins writhing like worms. Instead of lunging directly at him, he opened his mouth and began to chant rapidly in a strange cadence. Ghost God descends. 100 demons roam the night. As he chanted, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. The black fur on the demon hand seemed to come alive, growing wildly as a chilling mental pressure locked onto Lin Fan. This was the signature skill of the Ghost God organization, word spirit intimidation. By invoking the divine aberration genes within through incantations, it would trap the opponent in a state of fear and paralysis before delivering a fatal blow. For an ordinary first-stage student, hearing this incantation would instantly weaken their legs. But Lin Fan simply helplessly dug at his ears. If we're gonna fight, just fight. What's with the chanting? Sounds awful. Lin Fan observed the pulsating energy node in the intruder's throat. Due to his severe injuries, the flow of energy in the intruder was not smooth, and that node flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguishable with a mere blow. Lin Fan raised his right hand and snapped his fingers sharply in the air. Shut up, Buzz. The incantation the infiltrator was chanting came to an abrupt halt, as if a steel bar had been jammed into a high-speed running engine. Cough, cough, cough. The infiltrator's eyes widened, producing a series of wheezing cries from his throat. The forcibly interrupted power of the word spirit surged chaotically within him, and his already injured body collapsed instantaneously, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. That feeling was akin to having a breath trapped in the chest, unable to exhale, a discomfort so profound it felt like dying. What? What did you do? The infiltrator looked at this seemingly harmless student in terror. Such a method of instantaneously severing the connection to the rules was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Sending you on your way. Lin Fan wasted no more words. Taking advantage of the moment when the intruder's skill backfired and his body stiffened, Lin Fan shot forward like a cheetah. There were no flashy moves, just fast, precise, and ruthless. The physical prowess of a first-stage dim light realm exploded fully. The specially made alloy dagger in Lin Fan's hand, used for self-defense previously for repairing electrical appliances, carved a cold arc through the air. Thud! The dagger accurately pierced the infiltrator's left temple. It was the only unprotected vital point marked by omniscient vision. The infiltrator's body convulsed violently, disbelief filling his eyes. He never expected that he, a battle-hardened assassin, would die at the hands of a student in a school uniform wielding a tool meant for repairing appliances. The corpse fell to the ground with a muffled thud. Lin Fan panted heavily, pulling out the dagger and wiping the blood on the intruder's clothes. It was his first kill. Yet he was surprised to find that he felt neither the disgust nor fear he had imagined. Instead, his heart was as calm as a still pond. Perhaps it was the influence of the extinction bloodline. To him, the passing of life was merely the resetting of a set of data. Let's see if there's anything good. Lin Fan squatted down and began to proficiently search the corpse. For a broke person, wasting loot was shameful. He first suppressed his disgust and pressed his hand against the intruder's mutated demon hand. Devour and purify. A stream of dark red energy was extracted. This time there were many impurities, and after purification he obtained only a small lump of life essence. Lin Fan absorbed it directly, feeling that the breakthrough he had just made had stabilized considerably. Then he rummaged through the infiltrator's belongings and pulled out a palm-sized black metal box. The box had a password lock and bore the emblem of Heavenly Ghost Pharmaceuticals from Sakura Country. Is this the contraband the Night Watchmen are pursuing? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. Omniscient vision scanned the password lock. The complex mechanical structure became transparent in his eyes. Left 3 turns, right 2 turns, then back to the starting position. Click. The box opened. Inside lay a vial of dark red serum quietly resting. Even through the glass, Lin Fan could sense the heart-pounding violent energy within. It seemed alive, slowly banging against the walls of the vial. Item: Ghost God No. 2 experimental type description: a highly concentrated berserk agent extracted from the heart of a void seed by Sakura Country. After injection, one could temporarily gain power surpassing their own first stage, but the mortality rate after use was as high as 99. Commonly known as revitalizing needle. What a good item. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Although it's a poison meant for suicide, as long as I can purify the death toxin inside. This would be a vial of berserk agent that can instantly empower a person without side effects. If I use it at a critical moment, even a second-stage powerhouse would have to kneel. Lin Fan quickly closed the box, stuffed it into the bottom of his backpack, then picked up the nutritional solution on the ground and vanished into the night without looking back. 3 minutes later, 2 night watchmen appeared in the alley. Damn, we're too late. The target has been killed. 1 strike to the death. The technique was extremely professional. The contraband is gone. Who could have done this? When did the old district hide such a master? Back in his rented room, Lin Fan carefully hid the vial of Ghost God Agent in a secret compartment under his bed. Today was a great haul. Not only did I level up, but I made money and picked up a trump card for free. Lin Fan lay on his bed staring at the ceiling, a slight smile on his lips. In this world filled with deities and monsters, he, a useless scout, seemed to be adapting more and more to this life of dancing on the edge of a blade. As long as I don't say anything, no one will know the boss was taken by me. Outside the window, police sirens blared in succession, while Lin Fan donned his headphones and peacefully drifted off to sleep. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains into the rented room. Lin Fan sat on the edge of the bed, holding the dark red potion he had seized last night. After a night of settling, this originally wild and restless Ghost God No. 2 had now completely transformed. After Lin Fan removed all the impurities representing death and corrosion, the liquid in the glass vial presented a clear ice blue hue. This was the product he had purified using his Nirvana bloodline. Item: Perfect Grade Berserker Potion. Effect: forcibly overdraws potential, doubling all physical attributes for 3 minutes. Side effect: after the effect ends, the body will enter a 2-hour weakness period, just a matter of sleeping a bit longer with no risk of death. A life-saving trump card is ready. Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, tucked the potion into his inner secret pocket, shouldered his backpack, and pushed the door open. 9th Martial Arts Middle School No. 3 Training Ground. Today's class was what all students most anticipated and feared: practical combat class. The instructor in charge was named Lei Meng, true to his name, a muscular man 2 meters tall, awakened with the iron-skinned barbarian bull bloodline. What are you all doing? Haven't eaten? Lei Meng's roar made the entire training ground buzz. On the battlefield, void spawn won't reason with you. They'll only tear your throats out. Everyone move, pair up, free fighting. The training ground instantly fell into chaos, the dull thuds of fists and feet rising and falling. Lin Fan stood in a corner, about to find an excuse to slip off to the restroom and slack off, when a tall figure blocked his path. Lin Fan, don't rush off. Class monitor Zhao Yu, flexing his wrists, looked at Lin Fan with a half smile. Yesterday during the physical test, I saw you were quite lucky breaking the machine with 1 punch. Perfect. Today the instructor asked me to guide the lagging students. How about we spar? The surrounding classmates immediately stopped what they were doing and gathered around, faces eager for a show. Anyone could see Zhao Yu was picking a fight. Yesterday he had wet his pants in fear on the battlefield, while this useless Lin Fan returned unscathed and even made a scene during the physical test. This irked the narrow-minded Zhao Yu to no end. Monitor, forget it. Lin Fan sighed, looking earnest. I'm just a theory-based scout, not good at fighting. If you break me, I don't have money for the infirmary. Zhao Yu snorted. Don't worry, I know my limits. And as monitor, it's my duty to improve classmates' combat skills. Come on, stop dawdling like a girl. Without giving Lin Fan a chance to refuse, Zhao Yu stomped his foot and lunged forward like a hunting tiger. First rank combat skill, fierce tiger scales the mountain. Though Zhao Yu's character was poor, the foundation his family had bought with money was solid. This punch whistled through the air, aimed straight at Lin Fan's face, clearly intending to embarrass him and draw blood. Sigh. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. In his eyes the world slowed again. Zhao Yu's seemingly ferocious move was riddled with flaws under the omniscient vision. Center of gravity too high, excessive force, leaving the right ribs exposed, old injury on the left ankle causing unstable support. His whole body was full of openings. Lin Fan stood still until Zhao Yu's fist was just 3 centimeters from his nose. Then he slightly tilted his head. Whoosh! The punch grazed past Lin Fan's ear. Zhao Yu missed his body, involuntarily leaning forward due to momentum. In the moment they passed each other, Lin Fan, still keeping his hand in his pocket, casually extended his left foot and lightly hooked Zhao Yu's injured left ankle. This hook precisely severed Zhao Yu's center of gravity support. What? Zhao Yu's face changed dramatically, feeling his foot give way, instantly losing balance. But it wasn't over. In the passing moment, Lin Fan's shoulder seemingly unintentionally bumped Zhao Yu's armpit. The spot with the densest nerves, the funny bone area. Zhao Yu felt half his body go numb instantly, like an electric shock, losing all strength. Under the dual forces of immense inertia and shifted center of gravity, he flew like a huge sandbag, tracing an elegant arc in the air. Bang! A loud crash. Zhao Yu landed face first in a clumsy dog-eating mud pose, sliding 2 meters before stopping. The entire arena fell dead silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What happened? The monitor charged in fiercely and then fell on his own. Oh dear. Lin Fan turned around with a panicked expression, quickly helping up Zhao Yu, whose face was covered in blood. Monitor, are you okay? I said I didn't want to practice, but how did you slip and fall? You? Zhao Yu, clutching his bleeding nose, struggled to his feet, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Fan. You cheated. You kicked me just now. Wrongfully accused. Lin Fan spread his hands innocently. Everyone saw it, my hands never left my pockets. Monitor, were you still shaken from yesterday, your legs not fully recovered? Pfft. Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back a laugh. Then a wave of laughter erupted. Enough. Instructor Lei Meng strode over, his sharp gaze sweeping over both of them, finally resting on Lin Fan with a hint of scrutiny. Outsiders watched the fun, insiders watched the skill. Others thought Zhao Yu fell on his own, but Lei Meng saw clearly. In that split second, Lin Fan's timing was exquisite to the extreme. Tilting his head to dodge, hooking the foot to break the center of gravity, bumping the funny bone. 3 moves flowed seamlessly without a single unnecessary action. Could this really be done by a useless waste? Lin Fan, Lei Meng asked in a deep voice. Were those moves just now also luck? Lin Fan adjusted his non-existent glasses and explained with a nerdy air, reporting, instructor. I've read the book Human Biomechanical Structure. It says that when the human body's forward speed exceeds 5 milliseconds, if the center of gravity deviation angle is greater than 15 degrees, and the supporting leg's force point encounters lateral resistance, it leads to an inevitable fall. I just subconsciously followed the laws of physics. Lei Meng's mouth twitched. Damn laws of physics. But he couldn't find a reason to refute it, since Lin Fan indeed didn't use any energy fluctuations, just pure clever force. Alright Zhao Yu, if you're not skilled enough, don't embarrass yourself further. Go to the infirmary. Lei Meng waved his hand and shot Lin Fan a deep look. As for you, your theoretical knowledge is good. Return to formation. Yes, instructor. Lin Fan obediently responded and returned to the team. After this incident, the looks from his classmates changed. Although they still saw him as useless, this useless guy seemed a bit uncanny. This was exactly the effect Lin Fan wanted. Not showing off his strength, yet making others hesitate to bully this soft persimmon. Ding dong. Just then the phone in Lin Fan's pocket vibrated. He sneaked a glance while no one was watching. It was a push notification from the dark web hunter zone. System alert, the old district section you follow has a new high-risk warning. Sea-level emergency mission search for the out-of-control berserker. Description: last night a spy from the Sakura Kingdom was killed in the old district and the high-risk potion they carried went missing. The Ghost God Group has dispatched elite cleaners to conduct indiscriminate searches in the area. Hunters nearby, please be cautious. Lin Fan stared at the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. Elite cleaners. Indiscriminate searches. These mad dogs for that potion, were they planning to go on a killing spree in the old district? Lin Fan's home was in the old district. His neighbors, though poor, had treated him decently. Uncle Wang, who sold buns downstairs, the widowed Mrs. Lu next door with her child. Lin Fan stuffed the phone back into his pocket, the originally lazy look in his eyes flashing with a cold, murderous intent. Since you're asking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. My turf, no one messes around. As night fell, a light drizzle began to fall over Zhangnan City. The dim streetlights in the old district cast long halos through the rain, and the puddles reflected the mottled walls on either side. Typically the nights here are quiet, interrupted only by the occasional barking of dogs and the sound of raindrops striking the metal rooftops. But tonight peace was nowhere to be found. A loud crash shattered the tranquility. The roller shutter of Wang's bun shop was violently kicked open, and several figures clad in black raincoats barged in. "Old man, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." The leader of the black-clad men kicked over a steamer, sending hot buns rolling everywhere, mingling with the mud. Elder Wang, with his head full of white hair, was shoved into a corner, clutching a metal box for collecting money, trembling all over. What do you want?" "The money is here, please don't smash the shop, don't smash the shop." "Who cares about your pitiful money?" The black-clad man sneered as the detector in his hand beeped. "The signal we've been tracking disappeared around here. Did you see an injured monster pass by here last night?" Elder Wang's face turned pale with fear as he shook his head desperately. "No. I went to bed early, I didn't see anything." "Not telling the truth." A glint of violence flashed in the black-clad man's eyes as his right hand suddenly shot out. His arm swelled instantaneously, revealing a layer of black rocky skin, characteristic of a first-tier rock monster bloodline. That rock-like hand grabbed Elder Wang by the throat, lifting him up like a chick. "My patience is limited. I'll ask you once more, did you see anything?" The black-clad man's fingers tightened gradually, and Elder Wang's face turned purple as his legs flailed helplessly in the air. The other raincoat-clad figures looked on indifferently, as if watching an ant being crushed. In their eyes, these ordinary people living in the slums were worth less than grass. Just as Elder Wang was about to lose consciousness, a raindrop fell from the eaves. But before it hit the ground, a foot clad in black sneakers silently crushed the reflection in the puddle. "Let him go." The voice was not loud, even somewhat lazy, yet amidst the noise of the rain, it clearly penetrated the ears of every black-clad man. "Who?" The leader of the black-clad men turned sharply. In the shadow at the entrance of the bun shop stood a thin figure, appearing there without anyone noticing. He wore a cheap black hoodie with the hood up, hands stuffed in his pockets. On his face was a plastic mask that could be bought for 5 yuan at a night market. An absurdly grinning fox mask. Playing tricks, the black-clad man snorted coldly, casually tossing Elder Wang aside and turning to glare at this uninvited guest. "The Ghost God team is on business and outsiders should stay away." The boy with the fox mask tilted his head, seemingly sizing them up. Beneath the mask, his eyes held no hint of amusement, only a cold stream of data flickering. "Omniscient vision scan complete. Target Ghost God team cleansing squad. Number of members 3. Power level intermediate, first tier rock monster, early first tier wind wolf, early first tier poison scorpion. Weakness already marked. This is the old district." The boy's voice came through the mask, carrying a muffled echo. "I don't like loud noises here, and I especially dislike wasted food." He pointed at the buns mixed with mud on the floor. "That's my breakfast for tomorrow." "You're asking for death." The black-clad man on the left, imbued with the wind wolf genes, was the first to lose his composure. He growled, muscles bulging as he transformed into a streak of black lightning, thrusting his dagger toward the boy's heart. The speed was astonishing. To an ordinary person it was nearly instantaneous. But to the boy the movement was as slow as a slideshow. The trajectory of the muscle contraction, the angle of the shift in balance, the point of impact of the dagger. All were flaws. The boy stood still, not even taking his hands out of his pockets. Just as the dagger was about to pierce his chest, he merely leaned slightly to the side and took a small step to the left. Swish! The dagger grazed his hoodie, missing entirely. The wind wolf black-clad man's pupils dilated. Before he could react, the boy's right shoulder slammed into him like a battering ram. This was not brute force. It struck precisely at his energy node, where old strength had depleted and new strength had yet to be born. Bang! A muffled sound. The wind wolf black-clad man felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. 3 ribs in his chest snapped instantly, and he was flung backward, crashing against the opposite wall and sliding down like a heap of mud. Instant kill. The rain continued to fall. Inside the bun shop there was a deathly silence. The remaining 2 black-clad men looked on in terror at this scene. What just happened? That fox-masked figure didn't even move a hand yet. He incapacitated a first-tier agile awakener. This is no ordinary encounter. Charge together. The leader, the rock monster black-clad man, roared, his body enveloped in rocky armor as he charged like a heavy tank. The other poison scorpion black-clad man threw out a hooked chain, sealing off the boy's escape route. They coordinated seamlessly, one in front and the other behind. In a heated confrontation, even a second-tier powerhouse would avoid their sharp edges. But the boy merely sighed. Too noisy. He finally took his hand out of his pocket. Raising his right hand, he snapped his fingers sharply amidst the heavy rain. Silence. Buzz. An invisible wave instantly swept across the area. The rock monster black-clad man was horrified to find that the divine blood energy boiling within him was suddenly doused like cold water, extinguishing instantly. The rocky armor covering his body lost its energy support and began to peel off in pieces, revealing the fragile flesh beneath. The poison scorpion black-clad man who had thrown the chain was even worse off. He had originally relied on sound frequency to control the chain's direction, but now in the sudden silence the chain lost control, flopping to the ground and tripping him up. This was a dimensional strike on a rules level. The boy walked up slowly, his steps light, as if he were strolling in the rain. He approached the terrified rock monster black-clad man. Remember this in your next life. Some places cannot be trifled with. Bang! The boy delivered a simple chop, precisely striking the carotid artery. The rock monster black-clad man rolled his eyes, unable to even scream, and fainted immediately. After dealing with the two, the boy turned to look at the last remaining poison scorpion black-clad man, who was paralyzed in fear on the ground. Don't kill me. The man trembled as he crawled backward from the ghost god team. If you dare to touch me, the leader won't let you go. The boy squatted down in front of him, the absurd smile of the fox mask appearing particularly eerie in the lightning's flash. Go back and tell your leader. The boy reached out and patted the man's face, his voice icy. The old district is under my protection. If you dare to stretch your claws in here, I'll chop off your hands one by one. With that, the boy knocked him out with a kick. After finishing all this, the boy stood up and looked at Elder Wong, who was still in shock in the corner. He paused for a moment, bent down to pick up a bun that was barely recognizable on the ground, and wiped it clean of mud on his clothes. Elder Wong, consider this bun as my purchase. He tossed a crumpled 5 yuan bill on the table. Then the figure with the fox mask turned and walked into the rain, disappearing like a ghost into the depths of the alley. Only Elder Wong remained clutching the metal box, dazed in the wind and rain. After a long while, he shakily picked up the 5 yuan, tears streaming down his face. Is it Xiao Fan? No, it can't be. That's a deity. It's the guardian of our old district. Deep in the alley, Lin Fan removed the mask, gasping for breath as he leaned against the wall and wiped away the cold sweat. That series of moves may have looked cool, but it was incredibly draining. Especially that group silence, it almost drained his recently restored mental energy. 3 first-tier members, and this is just the vanguard. Lin Fan looked at the dirty bun he bought for 5 yuan and took a hard bite. The taste of meat mixed with rainwater was somewhat salty and a bit bitter. These mad dogs won't let it go easily. Lin Fan chewed on the bun, the chill in his eyes colder than the rainy night. His phone vibrated. Hunter app notification: anomalous energy response detected in your area. Would you like to report? Lin Fan chose no. Then he anonymously posted a new message in the task hall title: a batch of expired trash needs to be cleared from the old district. Content: 3 members of the Ghost God team have lost their ability to act. Coordinates XXX. It is recommended that the night watchmen come quickly to collect the bodies. No need to thank me, Administrator. After posting, Lin Fan adjusted his headphones and disappeared into the darkness. Tonight's hunt had just begun. In the early morning after the rain, the sky cleared. The cordon in the old city had been removed, but a hint of tension still lingered in the air. Outside Wang's steamed bun shop, that familiar black sedan Song A00099 was parked. Captain Zhao Gang of the Night Watchers squatted on the ground, holding a precision spectrometer, repeatedly scanning a dent in the wall. It was the mark left by Wind Wolf after being struck by Lin Fan last night. Captain, the results are out. A technician rushed over with a report, an odd expression on his face. At the scene, no traces of any high-level divine blood energy residues were detected. None. Zhao Gang frowned. Then how did those 3 assassins from the Ghost God group fall? One had a shattered rib, another was knocked unconscious from a carotid sinus hit, and the last one suffered a mental breakdown. This can't be explained. The technician pulled up the recordings from nearby surveillance cameras. During that time last night, all the footage within a 500-meter radius is intact, but all the sound is gone. It's not a device failure, but rather the audio tracks were forcibly erased by a domineering rule force. It's as if someone pressed the mute button on this world. Zhao Gang looked at the silent footage on the screen. In the rainy night, the figure wearing a comical fox mask strolled leisurely amidst the assault of 3 first-tier assassins. He didn't use any flashy elemental skills. He merely waved his hand, sidestepped, and collided. That composure was akin to a higher dimensional being playing with kindergarten children. This is definitely not an ordinary first-tier awakener. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. To erase sound rules, this involves at least a high-level ability related to authority. Could it be that some reclusive demigod is hiding in the old city? Captain, how should we deal with these 3 captives? Take them back to headquarters and interrogate them severely. Daring to act outside the law within the Great Xia territory, the Ghost God group has crossed the line this time. Zhao Gang stood up, gazing into the complex shadows deep in the alley, and spoke in a low voice. Also classify the file on this fox mask as S-Class Confidential. Codename temporarily set as Phantom. Until we ascertain whether he is friend or foe, no one is allowed to disturb the residents of the old city. At 9th Martial Arts High School Class 3-2, the S-Class Phantom Senior, the center of the incident, was currently lying on a desk catching up on sleep. Although the battle last night was brief, the consumption of spiritual energy was substantial. Hey, have you heard? Something big happened in the old city last night. I've heard. They say assassins from the Ghost God group infiltrated, but they were wiped out by a mysterious big shot. My second uncle lives next to that steamed bun shop. He said the big shot wore a fox mask, was 8 feet tall, and summoned thunder with a wave of his hand. He was incredibly cool. In the classroom, the students were animatedly discussing last night's urban legend. The rumors passed through several mouths, had escalated to the level of the fox immortal descending to earth. Lin Fan buried his face in his arms, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. 8 feet tall. Summoning thunder. Are you guys writing a novel? What mysterious big shot? I think it's just a secret task force of the Night Watchers. Class monitor Zhao, you couldn't help but jump in. He had a band-aid on his nose from a fall yesterday, and was spinning a limited edition mechanical watch in his hand, looking quite knowledgeable. My dad knows Captain Zhao of the Night Watchers. According to inside information, that's the Night Watchers Special Commissioner. What do you commoners know? Wow, the class monitor really is well informed. The sycophants around him immediately showered him with flattery. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered with this noise. His current focus was entirely on his own retina. Current status level: 1st tier Glimmer Realm, progress 15, spiritual energy, restoring 80, assets 9,500 yuan, including 5,000 yuan bounty from last night's anonymous report, almost 10,000. Lin Fan calculated in his mind, I've paid the rent and I can still save some money to buy rare metals, trying to see if I can enhance that broken dagger of mine. Last night when I stabbed that rock monster, the blade rolled, and it was indeed too difficult to break through with ordinary alloys. Just then the sound of high heels clacking came from the classroom door. The homeroom teacher, known as the executioner, walked in with a stack of documents, her face serious. Everyone quiet. The whole class fell silent instantly. There are 2 announcements. The homeroom teacher adjusted her glasses, her gaze sweeping across the class. First, due to the violent incident in the old city last night, the school has decided to move up the dismissal time by 1 hour. All day students must return home before dark. Students heading towards the old city are advised to go in groups. After saying this, she intentionally glanced at Lin Fan in the corner. Lin Fan, your home is near the steamed bun shop, right? Be careful and don't run around. Lin Fan obediently looked up, a puzzled expression on his face. What's wrong with the steamed bun shop? I was wearing headphones last night and slept too deeply to hear anything. The homeroom teacher shook her head helplessly. This child used all his hearing enhancement to sleep. The second matter, and the most important. The homeroom teacher's tone suddenly became passionate. We've received notice from higher authorities that this year's Great Xia Genius Training Camp selection has started early. Boom! The classroom erupted into chaos. The Genius Training Camp? That's the express route to the 3 prestigious schools. As long as you can enter the training camp, even if you are not ultimately admitted, you can receive a free 2nd-tier Purity Gene Potion. But the slots are very limited, right? Silence. The homeroom teacher slapped the desk. That's right, our 9th high school only has 3 recommendation slots. The criteria are simple: there will be a school-wide competition next Monday, and the top 3 students in practical rankings will represent the school. At this point, the homeroom teacher's gaze landed on Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, you are already a near 1st tier. This is a great opportunity, make sure to seize it. Zhao Yu straightened his back, a glint of ambition in his eyes. Don't worry, teacher. This slot is mine. After saying that, he deliberately turned around and provocatively looked at Lin Fan. That look seemed to say the practical competition is real combat. Let's see how you can use theoretical knowledge to muddle through. Lin Fan, however, didn't even glance at him. His eyes were fixated on the document in the homeroom teacher's hand. Specifically, the training camp reward list within the attachment. Under the ultra-long distance focus of omniscient vision, he clearly saw the 1st place reward item, Deep Sea Secret Silver, 100G item, 2nd tier Psychic System, Divine Core complete. Lin Fan's breath momentarily hitched. Deep Sea Secret Silver is an essential material for forging high-tier alchemical weapons, something that money cannot buy. And that Psychic Core is the perfect fuel for him to enhance the concentration of the Annihilation bloodline and break through the 2nd genetic lock. This reward is quite tempting. Lin Fan lowered his head, fiddling with the ballpoint pen in his hand. Originally he intended to continue lurking. But if the reward is these things, exposing a little bit of strength should be manageable, right? Lin Fan murmured. As long as he doesn't use silence and just relies on his peak first-tier physical condition combined with a tiny bit of fighting skills, getting a top 3 spot should be quite reasonable, right? After all, I am a theoretical genius. Monday, clear skies. The central sports field of the 9th Martial Arts Middle School was buzzing with noise. A massive holographic projection screen hovered in midair, scrolling through the profiles and odds of each contestant. Almost every senior student had gone mad vying for the 3 slots in the elite training camp. Look, it's Zhang Wei from Class 1. I heard he injected the Storm Wolf serum yesterday and has already reached the early first rank. That's Lu Shui from Class 3. She awakened the Frost element. Heiress from a wealthy family, her equipment alone is worth millions. In the stand, students pointed and chatted excitedly. Yet, in the waiting area, the atmosphere was rather peculiar. The surrounding contestants either wore gleaming alloy battle armor or held alchemical weapons engraved with runes, each exuding an aura of menace. Only Lin Fan in the corner wore a faded blue school uniform, stepped in a pair of sneakers priced at $29.90 with free shipping, and leisurely sipped a cup of soy milk. Oh, isn't this our theory Emperor Lin Fan? A grating voice rang out. Squad leader Zhao Yu approached with a few followers. Today he was clad in a suit of red soft armor, with a long saber hanging at his waist, looking quite imposing. Zhao Yu cast a contemptuous glance at Lin Fan's shabby appearance. What you signed up to? This is actual combat, not taking exams. Fists and feet have no eyes. If you end up crying from being hit, don't say your classmates didn't warn you. Lin Fan drained the last of his soy milk and tossed the paper cup precisely into a trash can 10 meters away. For the sake of that piece of mithril, for the honor of the school, I have to give it a try. Lin Fan pushed up his non-existent glasses with a serious expression. Ha, for honor. More like for a beating. Zhao Yu sneered, lowering his voice. Pray you don't meet me in the first round, or I'll show you what true power really means. Just then, the announcement echoed attention. The selection tournament of the 9th Martial Arts Middle School, the first round of eliminations, officially begins. First match, Lin Fan from Class 2, Grade 12, versus Li Hu from Class 5, Grade 12. The entire venue fell silent for a second, then erupted in laughter. What luck! A blockbuster right from the start. Li Hu, the one who awakened Rock Skin Tank. They say if he stands still and lets someone hit him, an ordinary person would break their own hand. That fragile scout Lin Fan is doomed to hell, probably be sent to the ICU with one punch. Amid the chatter, a giant nearly 2 meters tall with muscles like granite stepped onto the arena. With every step he took, the platform trembled. Li Hu looked at the frail Lin Fan before him, grinned, revealing yellow teeth. Lin Fan, just get off yourself. I don't hit losers. Lin Fan stood opposite him, hands in pockets, his deadfish eyes narrowing slightly. Omniscient vision activate. Instantly, Li Hu's seemingly indestructible rock skin transformed into a translucent structural web in Lin Fan's view. The muscle density was immense, and the defense was indeed astonishing. But the left patella once suffered a comminuted fracture, not fully healed. The right shoulder joint ligaments are calcified, limiting range of motion. Center of gravity leans left lower stance unstable. Data streams scrolled across Lin Fan's retina. Before absolute structural science, Li Hu was like a porcelain doll full of cracks. Begin, the referee commanded. Roar. Li Hu bellowed, charging forward like an out-of-control tank. He needed no technique. All he had to do was crash into Lin Fan, and the latter would fall apart. Close. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Some girls in the stands even covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight of Lin Fan being sent flying. Yet just as Li Hu reached him, Lin Fan moved. He didn't retreat. Instead, he took a half step forward. That half step was exquisitely timed, perfectly slipping into Li Hu's blind spot. Then Lin Fan extended 2 fingers, forming a sword gesture. He didn't use any spiritual energy, nor was there any earth-shattering momentum. He simply, as if ringing a doorbell, gently tapped a depression 3 inches below and to the side of Li Hu's left knee. That was a nerve reflex point in the human body commonly known as the funny bone. Strike, Lin Fan murmured softly. The once ferocious Li Hu suddenly felt his entire left leg go numb, as if struck by lightning, instantly losing sensation. Mid-sprint, his left leg suddenly gave out and the massive inertia of his body turned into a death sentence. Hey! 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 Li Hu screamed in terror, losing his balance and collapsing like a crumbling hill, crashing to his knees before Lin Fan. Due to the fierce momentum, his face even slid a meter across the arena, coming to a stop right at Lin Fan's feet. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The scene froze. The slender youth stood with hands in pockets, expression calm, and the invincible tank Li Hu was kneeling at the boy's feet in a prostrate posture, as if paying some grand homage. Wah! What's going on? Fixed match. Definitely a fixed match. Li Hu, why are you kneeling? Get up and fight him. Li Hu's face flushed red as he struggled to stand, but his left leg was still twitching violently, unable to muster any strength. Lin Fan looked down at him and explained earnestly, "Classmate, this is a classic patellar reflex nerve disorder. The textbook says that if you don't warm up properly before intense exercise, it can easily lead to nerve spasms. Trust in science." The referee twitched his mouth as he approached, glanced at the still twitching Li Hu, and raised Lin Fan's hand. "Winner Lin Fan." The stands erupted in uproar. Zhao Ye's face darkened as if it might drip water. Luck? Luck again. What kind of dumb luck does this guy have? The following matches became Lin Fan's personal physics teaching session. In the second round, his opponent was a whirlwind kick expert. Lin Fan, according to the lever principle, when you raise your leg above 120 degrees, the center of gravity on your supporting leg is most unstable. Result: Lin Fan merely tripped him lightly with his toe, and the opponent spun himself off the arena. In the third round, his opponent was a chameleon skilled in stealth. Lin Fan, the refractive index of light is affected by temperature. You hide in the shadows, but your body heat causes thermal convection in the air. Result: Lin Fan closed his eyes and smacked a brick, a special teaching aid, onto the invisible opponent's forehead. He won streak after streak. There were no flashy spells or explosive clashes of energy. Lin Fan was like a meticulous engineer dismantling a batch of substandard parts. No matter the opponent, he always found the most effortless and unbelievable way to defeat them in one move. Soon he advanced to the semifinals. By then, no one in the stands mocked him as a loser anymore. Instead, they looked at him as if he were a monster. "This kid is a bit eerie." The dean in charge of selection frowned from the podium. Although there's no obvious energy fluctuation, his eyesight and judgment are like those of a veteran who has been through thousands of battles. "He's a talent." A man in a night watchman uniform who had been silent all along suddenly spoke. He was the special observer for this training camp. The man stared at the drowsy-looking youth below, a glint flashing in his eyes. Those who know how to fight with their minds are more terrifying than brutes who only use force. Check this student's file. Below the arena, Lin Fan sipped his second cup of soy milk, gazing at the match schedule on the big screen. Semifinals. Lin Fan versus Zhao Yu. Finally meeting Lin Fan thought, watching Zhao Yu glaring at him from afar, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Squad leader, since you're so eager to teach me a lesson, I'll give you some private tutoring for this physics class." His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on Zhao Ye's expensive red soft armor. That armor looked impenetrable, but under omniscient vision, the few threads at the joints were as fragile as strands of hair. "I hope your clothes are sturdy enough," Lin Fan murmured to himself. "Otherwise you might feel a bit chilly later." On the semi-final arena, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Zhao Yu stood at the center, his crimson alchemical soft armor gleaming with a molten glow under the sunlight. This was the blazing Flame 3 armor imported from Sakura country, boasting not only astonishing defensive capabilities, but also enhancing the wearer's flame damage by 20%. "Lin Fan, your luck has run out." Zhao Yu drew his alloy long sword, its blade erupting in searing flames. "This set cost me no less than 3 million. Your pathetic trick of targeting pressure points can't even scratch my defense." The students below couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for Lin Fan. It's over. He's a Peidoan warrior. That armor can even stop bullets. How can Lin Fan fight this? Physics won't save him this time, will it? Lin Fan stood across from him, still wearing that listless expression. He scrutinized Zhao Yu as if examining a beautifully packaged delivery box. 3 million. Lin Fan clicked his tongue, a flicker of pity in his eyes. That's quite expensive. Too bad the one wearing it is a fool. You're asking for death. Zhao Yu roared, stomping the ground and transforming into a crimson blur as he charged. Blazing flame blade art, sweeping 1,000 armies. The flaming long sword whistled through the air, slashing horizontally toward Lin Fan's waist. The strike was heavy and fierce, amplified by the armor, leaving a scorched smell in the air. Lin Fan didn't meet it heed. Just as the blade was about to strike, he twisted his waist backward with uncanny agility, sliding past the edge like a sheet of paper. Dodge. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Zhao Yu flicked his wrist, the blade shifting into a flurry of shadows that enveloped Lin Fan. Yet something bizarre occurred. No matter how fast Zhao Yu's blade moved, Lin Fan always found the one narrow gap in the chaos. He was like a ghost dancing on the blade's edge, each dodge perfectly timed, not even a singe on his clothes. How is this possible? The night watcher observer in the stands shot upright. This kid's predictive ability. It's like he has a god's eye view. On the arena, Zhao Yu grew more panicked and frustrated with each passing moment. Fight me, Hedon, if you dare. As you wish. Lin Fan suddenly halted. At that moment, Zhao Yu's swing missed, leaving his chest exposed. But he wasn't worried. Instead, he grinned maliciously. Fooled you. My armor has a rebound feature. Hit me and your hand will break. Zhao Yu puffed out his chest, awaiting Lin Fan's attack. Lin Fan did strike. But instead of forming a fist, he extended his right hand index and middle fingers together and tapped Zhao Yes's armor 3 times with lightning speed. The taps were utterly gentle, like playful teasing between lovers, striking the left shoulder, right rib, and an inconspicuous buckle on the abdomen. "Is this your attack? Tickling me?" Zhao Yu let out a booming laugh, ready to swing his blade. Suddenly, crack. A faint, crisp sound emanated from his body. Zhao Yu froze. Then crack, crack, crack. A relentless series of snapping noises followed. Under the gaze of thousands, the blazing Flame 3 armor, worth 3 million and hailed as indestructible, fell apart like a collapsing stack of blocks. The left shoulder guard dropped. The chest plate slid off. The belt snapped. In just a second, the once majestic crimson battle suit lay scattered as parts at Zhao Yes's feet. Zhao Yu, once armed to the teeth, now stood in only a thin sportswear top, sword in hand, frozen like a plucked rooster in the wind. Dead silence fell over the crowd. Even the referee's jaw dropped, his whistle clattering to the ground. What? What kind of sorcery is this? Zhao Yu stared at his bare body, then at the scrap metal below his, mind a blank. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, blew on his fingers, as if dusting them off, and explained earnestly, "Class monitor physics tells us that any complex mechanical structure has its resonant frequency. Your armor may have good materials, but its assembly craftsmanship is terrible. I simply found its 3 stress nodes and injected a bit of vibration." He spread his hands with an innocent smile. "Like dismantling blocks. Pull out the key piece and the rest collapses." You're full of crap." Zhao Yu, humiliated beyond measure, his face purple with rage, roared, "I'll kill you." Without armor, he still had his sword. Zhao Yu charged wildly, swinging his blade. But stripped of his armor and reason, he was nothing more than a moving target in Lin Fan's eyes. This time Lin Fan didn't dodge. He sidestepped the blade, stepped into Zhao Yes's space, and drove his shoulder forward. Mountain-crushing lean. Bang! The impact slammed solidly into Zhao Yes's chest. Zhao Yu felt as though he'd been struck by a wild bull. His sword flew from his hand, and he hurtled backward like a broken kite, crashing onto the grass beyond the arena, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. "Winner Lin Fan." The referee's voice trembled. Thunderous cheers erupted from the stands. If the previous victory was luck, this was pure technical domination. To dismantle a pedo in armor with bare hands. Was this even human? Brilliant! On the main platform, the Night Watcher observer applauded slowly, his eyes full of admiration. Keen perception and control down to the micrometer. "I want this Lin Fan." Beside him, the academic dean wiped his sweat. "But Zhao Yu is from the Zhao family." "The Zhao family?" The observer sneered. "In the face of true genius, capital means nothing. Put Lin Fan on the training camp roster, and as a candidate for team leader." On the arena, Lin Fan didn't bask in the cheers. He crouched, eyeing the armor fragments, and while the referee wasn't looking, he secretly pocketed a piece containing mithril. 3 million worth of materials. Can't waste it. Lin Fan beamed inwardly. This match not only secured his spot, but also scored him some supplies. A good deal. The final match never happened. The other group's winner, the Ice Attribute girl, named Lu Shui, forfeited after watching Lin Fan dismantle the armor. Her reason: "My ice silk battle suit is expensive. I'm afraid hell stripped me bare." And so the biggest dark horse of the year emerged from the 9th Martial Arts Middle School. The theoretical failure Lin Fan claimed the school's top spot. On the podium, he received the heavy metal box. Opening it, he found a piece of deep-sea mithril radiating silver light and a deep blue second-tier psychic crystal core. Lin Fan's fingers trembled slightly. With these 2 items, his combat power was about to leap to a new level. "Congratulations, Lin Fan." The Night Watcher observer personally presented the award, lowering his voice. "I'm the deputy captain of the Zhangnan City Night Watcher Squad, codename Falcon. See you at the training camp. I look forward to your performance." Lin Fan's heart tightened, but he kept a simple smile. "Thank you, sir. I'll keep studying physics." Falcon gave him a penetrating look, smiling meaningfully. "I hope then you can use physics to explain how you dismantle a monster's bones in a second." Watching Falcon leave, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. "Seems I'm suspected, but that's fine. As long as I don't admit it, I'm just a physics enthusiast." Lin Fan gripped the crystal core tightly. Next, before the training camp began, he would break through to the second genetic lock. In the old district Blacksmith Alley. This was a forgotten corner of Zhangnan City where even the air reeked of coal dust and machine oil. Inside a shabby shop bearing the sign, "Lease Metal Repairs," the forge blazed a fierce red. Clang, clang, clang. A one-eyed old man in a greasy vest swung a hammer, venting his fury on a red-hot piece of iron. "I asked for high-carbon steel. What did you bring me? Scrap metal?" The old man roared at the apprentice before him, tossing the iron sheet to the ground. Just then a figure in a school uniform stepped into the shop. "Uncle Lee, don't let your temper flare so much. It's bad for your liver." Lin Fan nimbly sidestepped the scrap metal on the floor and placed 2 bottles of ergotu he was carrying on the oil-stained table. The one-eyed old blacksmith glanced at him and snorted dismissively. "Oh, it's you, kid. What's wrong? Did your pressure cooker break again? Or is the toilet clogged?" Having lived in the old district for years, everyone knew this kid fixed appliances, and occasionally came here to borrow tools. Not fixing a pot this time. Lin Fan smiled, pulling a heavy metal case from his backpack. He opened it and pushed it in front of Lee the blacksmith. "I want to forge a blade." Lee the blacksmith cast a casual glance. The next second his single eye bulged wide as if he'd seen a ghost. With trembling, calloused hands, he gently stroked the silver glowing metal inside the case. The icy touch sent goosebumps rippling across his entire body. "Deep sea mithril?" Lee the blacksmith jerked his head up, staring hard at Lin Fan. "Kid, did you rob the night watchman's vault? This piece is worth at least 5 million. You couldn't pay for it even if you sold yourself. It's a school prize." Lin Fan remained unfazed. "Uncle Lee, can you take this job? If not, it'll go to the Heavenly Workshop." "Bullshit. Those computer-obsessed geeks at the Heavenly Workshop don't know a damn thing about forging." Lee the blacksmith bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "I'll take the job, but this material is too hard. With just my furnace it'll take at least 3 days and nights." "No need for that." Lin Fan rolled up his sleeves and walked over to the bellows. "I'll work the bellows. You just swing the hammer. And I have OCD. The placement of each strike has to be as I say." Lee the blacksmith was about to curse but held his tongue for the sake of the ergotu and the mithril. "Fine, you're the boss. But don't blame me if it gets ruined." The furnace roared, its temperature instantly soaring to 2,000 degrees. Lin Fan didn't use brute force on the bellows. Instead, he utilized his omniscient vision to observe the flow of the flames, timing each pump to coincide with the peak of combustion efficiency. The originally orange-red flames gradually turned a pure cyan. "Good one, kid. You've got some skill." Lee the blacksmith's eyes lit up as he raised his heavy hammer high. "Shift left by 3 mm 7/10 strength." Lin Fan suddenly spoke. Lee the blacksmith froze for a moment, but his body obeyed instinctively. Clang! The hammer fell, sending sparks flying. Impurities within the mithril were perfectly squeezed out, the grain flowing with unbelievable smoothness. "Lower right corner, full force now. Flip it over, strike at a 45-degree angle." For the next 2 hours, an utterly bizarre scene unfolded in that shabby shop. A high school student who fixed appliances was directing an old blacksmith with decades of experience like a precision instrument. Every strike's landing point, force, and angle were accurate to the micron. The more Lee the blacksmith worked, the more astonished and in sync he felt. He felt he wasn't forging metal but playing a stirring symphony. The stubborn deep-sea mithril became as docile as dough under their combined efforts. Finally, with the last hiss of the quenching water, a jet-black long blade was born. It was about 3 feet long with a straight edge, no guard. The blade's surface was covered in a matte black texture, making it look like an ordinary industrial ruler. But upon closer inspection, a chilling blue gleam shimmered at the edge. Lin Fan picked up the blade and gave it a gentle swing. Silent and soundless. The air parted like tofu, not even stirring a breeze. A fine blade. Lee the blacksmith lit a cigarette, his gaze complex as he looked at the creation. With the mithril, its hardness and conductivity are 10 times that of ordinary alloys. And this matte coating is practically born for killing. Kid got a name for it. Lin Fan ran his finger over the cold blade. "Since I'm a reasonable person and this blade is meant to teach people a lesson." He thought for a moment, then said earnestly, "Let's call it the pointer." "Eft." Lee the blacksmith spat out the mouthful of ergotu head just taken. "What the hell kind of name is the pointer? Are you a demon?" With the newly forged the pointer, Lin Fan returned to his rented room. It was already late at night. He locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Before him lay the second-order psychic crystal core he had obtained as a reward from the training camp. This crystal core was harvested from a divine abomination called the Nightmare Jellyfish, containing vast psychic energy. The perfect fuel to break through the second genetic lock. Everything is ready. Lin Fan took a deep breath, dropped the crystal core into water, and activated Oblivion to purify it. The familiar process, the familiar golden liquid. He drank it in one gulp. Boom! The commotion this time was far greater than before. The energy was no longer a warm current, but a cool storm crashing directly into Lin Fan's brain. Pain. It felt as if his head was being split open. Lin Fan clenched his jaw, sinking his consciousness inward. Deep within his heart, behind the first genetic lock that had already been breached, stood a second lock. More massive and intricate. It resembled a bronze gate firmly sealing the second stage of human potential. Second-order candle flame realm. Ignite the flame of life. Awaken a unique trait. Open. For me. Lin Fan mobilized the blood energy throughout his body, combining it with that psychic storm to form an invisible giant hammer, smashing violently against the bronze gate. Boom, 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 once, twice, thrice. Just as Lin Fan felt his blood vessels were about to burst. Crack. A fissure appeared on the bronze gate. Then the crack spread rapidly, and with a final roar it collapsed completely. Whoosh. An invisible wave radiated outward from Lin Fan, spreading in all directions. The air in the room instantly solidified. The ticking alarm clock fell silent. The chirping of insects and the wind outside the window. All vanished. Second-order candle flame realm. Achieved. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, the golden light had grown more profound. He could sense that the energy within him was no longer a scattered gas, but had coalesced into a faint yet stable flame. Moreover, with the unlocking of the second lock, his Oblivion bloodline had awakened a new passive trait. Trait Absolute Silence. Domain description: within a 3-meter radius around your body, you are the sole arbiter of rules. Any unauthorized sound chantage energy fluctuation entering this range is forcibly nullified. So that's it. Lin Fan watched a mosquito fly into the room. It entered the 3-meter zone around him, its wings still fluttering, but the annoying buzz had mysteriously vanished. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Lin Fan collapsed onto the bed in satisfaction. He now possessed a first-order physique, a second-order spiritual state, the divine weapon, the pointer in hand, and a rage potion tucked away. The training camp. Lin Fan stared at the ceiling, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. I hope those so-called prodigies can take a hit. After all, my physics lessons are quite strict. The assembly point for the prodigy boot camp was not at the school, but at a military airport on the outskirts of Seongnan City. A colossal transport plane resembling a steel beast lay on the runway, its engine roar deafening. 30 top-tier prodigies from various middle schools in Seongnan City were now queuing up to board. Did you hear? This boot camp isn't just for us Seongnan students. There are also prodigies from neighboring Linan City and Gwangyuan City. Oh my god, that's like a clash of titans. What's there to fear? We have the big shot Lin Fan. He can even use physics to fight. Who can outplay him? Lin Fan, carrying his faded, worn-out backpack, walked at the back of the line with a look of having just woken up. All he wanted now was to get on the plane quickly and find a corner to catch up on sleep. Last night he was overly excited after breaking through to the second stage and didn't sleep a wink. Now he was so tired his eyelids were heavy. However, Murphy's Law dictates when you want to sleep you usually can't. As soon as he boarded the plane, Lin Fan found the farthest corner to sit down, put on his eye mask, and prepared to cut himself off from the world. Just then a fragrant breeze wafted over. Following that was an excessively crisp voice. Hey, is this seat taken? If not, I'll sit here. Wow, are your headphones an old Sennheiser model? I love the vintage style too. Which school are you from? My name is Xia for summer, Ya for elegance. You can call me Yaya or Shasha. Lin Fan pulled down his eye mask in agony, revealing a dead fish eye. Sitting next to him was a girl with twin tails wearing a Lolita-style dress. She was very pretty with big sparkling eyes like a delicate doll. But her mouth was just too chatty. In the less than 10 seconds since she sat down, she had already output at least 200 words. Lin Fan tried to interrupt. Oh, don't be shy. I know you boys get nervous when you see a pretty girl. Actually, I'm troubled too. Ever since I was little, everyone has praised me as cute, which puts a lot of pressure on me. By the way, what sequence did you awaken? In sequence 076 Siren's song? It's a sonic type. Pretty impressive, right? As she spoke, Xia pulled out a pile of snacks from her bag. Want some chips? Or jelly? I brought a lot. If the instructor searches, he'll say it's emergency rations. Lin Fan watched her little mouth open and close, and the string of reason in his mind was about to snap. Too noisy. She was practically a human lark. And since she was a sonic-type awakener, her voice had natural penetrating power that even Lin Fan's noise-canceling headphones couldn't block. Shut up. Lin Fan finally couldn't help but say 2 words. Xia was stunned for a moment, then her eyes grew even wider. Wow. You're so cool. You actually dared to tell me to shut up. Other guys would be dying to hear me talk more. Are you trying to get my attention this way? I have to say you succeeded. Mister, you've piqued my interest. Lin Fan took a deep breath. If it weren't for the public setting, he really wanted to give her a mute package. All right, rookies, buckle up. A gruff roar came over the intercom. We're taking off. If you don't want to throw up, shut your mouths. Boom. The transport plane accelerated sharply and soared into the sky. 2 hours later, the transport plane landed on a lone island, surrounded by the sea on all sides. This was the legendary Dasha Night Watchman No. 09 Special Training Base. Everyone assemble. As soon as they got off the plane, a salty sea breeze hit them. Before the 30 students could get a clear view of their surroundings, their ears were ringing from a thunderous roar. On the square stood a one-eyed instructor wearing a black vest with a scar on his face. He held a black teaching rod, a real one, in his hand, his gaze scanning the crowd like a hawk. "Welcome to hell." The one-eyed instructor sneered. "I am your head instructor, Thunderfiend. On this island, there are no students, only recruits. If you don't want to die, get back on the plane and go home to your mommy for milk." This oppressive opening speech turned many students pale with fear. "Good, no one quit." Thunderfiend nodded in satisfaction. "Since you're here, you'll follow my rules. First lesson of camp: test your stress tolerance." Before he finished speaking, boom, a terrifyingly powerful aura erupted from Thunderfiend. It was the pressure of a third-stage peak lighthouse realm perfection. Moreover, this wasn't ordinary pressure. It was mixed with the bloodthirsty aura Thunderfiend had honed on the battlefield. The air seemed to instantly turn thick. The students on the square felt their chests tighten, as if crushed by a boulder struggling to breathe. Thud! A few weak-willed students at the early first stage immediately fell to their knees, gasping for air and sweating profusely. "This is what you call prodigies?" Thunderfiend snorted disdainfully. "Can't even withstand 30% of my pressure. Useless." He increased the pressure output. 50%. Now even Zhao Yu, who was at the first stage, couldn't hold on. His face flushed red as he bent over, struggling to endure. Fewer than 5 people in the entire square could still stand straight. The most relaxed among them was surprisingly that chatterbox girl Xiaya. Although she had stopped talking, her big eyes were darting around, seemingly using some sonic frequency to counteract the pressure. And the other. Thunderfiend's gaze passed through the crowd and landed on a corner. There stood a youth. He had his hands in his pockets and was still yawning. The terrifying pressure around him upon reaching a 3-meter radius vanished without a trace, like a stone dropped into the sea. Lin Fan looked around blankly at his kneeling classmates, then at the instructor exerting force on the stage. "Is it starting already? Did something just pass by?" His absolute silence domain was a passive skill. The pressure the instructor released was also a form of energy wave. When it entered Lin Fan's 3-meter range, it was directly judged by the rules as noise and erased on the spot. So in Lin Fan's perception, it was just a gentle breeze passing by, quite refreshing. Thunderfiend's one eye narrowed. "That kid is interesting. Facing my killing intent, he didn't even have an accelerated heartbeat." He refused to believe it, locking his gaze on Lin Fan and condensing the pressure into a single line, stabbing straight at him. 70%. Lin Fan felt it. It was like someone pointing a hairdryer at him. It slightly messed up his hairstyle. Lin Fan frowned and reached up to smooth down his tousled bangs. Then he looked up at the instructor with clear, innocent eyes, as if asking, "Instructor, are you having an eye spasm?" Thunderfiend. He felt like he had punched cotton. Was this kid born from a rock crevice? His mental fortitude was that tough. "All right, fall out." Thunderfiend awkwardly retracted his aura, coughing to cover his lapse. "Looks like there are a few decent saplings among this batch of newbies." The pressure vanished. The students collapsed on the ground, gasping for fresh air, looking at the instructor with eyes full of fear. Xiaya, however, dusted off her skirt, and like discovering a new continent, sidled up to Lin Fan, whispering incessantly, Hey, you were so cool just now. Everyone was about to kneel, and you were just standing there unfazed. Do you have some kind of cheat device? Or are you also a mental type awakener? Let's add each other on WeChat. Even though there's no signal on the island, we can pass notes via Bluetooth." Lin Fan closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the instructor's pressure just now was actually quite comforting. At least the instructor didn't use his mouth to talk. "Classmate Xiaya." Lin Fan turned around and looked at her seriously. "According to acoustic principles, people consume oxygen when they speak. The air on the island is thin. If you keep talking, you might pass out from hypoxia." Xiaya blinked. "Really? But I don't feel." "Really? For the sake of your life, please remain quiet." Watching the girl finally shut her mouth, even if it only lasted 3 seconds, Lin Fan sighed, shouldered his backpack, and headed towards the dormitory. Life at the boot camp was destined to be anything but peaceful. The sea breeze howled, whipping up piles of snow. In the square of Training Base No. 09, the atmosphere was tense. 30 talented youths from various cities were intently staring at the black suitcase, held by the chief instructor Lei Gue. With a click, the suitcase opened, revealing not a single weapon, but a pile of silver electronic wristbands. "This is your life on the island." Lei Gue casually grabbed a wristband and tossed it into the crowd. "Put it on. It contains your initial points, 10 points. On this island, there is no cafeteria, no supermarket. Want to eat? Want to drink water? Exchange points. 1 point for a steamed bun, 5 points for a bottle of water. Every night at midnight, 2 survival points will be deducted. Those with 0 points will be immediately eliminated." A stir arose among the crowd. "Only 10 points at the start. That means just enough to last 5 days. How can we train like this? We'll starve to death." Lei Gue grinned, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. Want points? Simple. First, hunt divine creatures in the forest at the center of the island. One first-tier divine creature is worth 10 points. Second, he pointed at the classmates beside him, his tone playful. Steal from others. On this island, the only rule is that killing is prohibited. Everything else has no rules. Boom. This statement detonated the atmosphere like a deep-sea bomb. The students who had been chatting together immediately pulled away, their eyes filled with vigilance and greed. Good luck, rookies. Lei Gue waved his hand, turned, and got into a jeep driving away. As the instructor left, the atmosphere in the square instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone was watching. No one dared to be the first to step out, until a cold snicker broke the silence. Since the instructor said it's a survival of the fittest, I won't hold back. The speaker was a tall boy dressed in a white training outfit. He was quite handsome with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, but there was an arrogance in his gaze that regarded others as ants. Chu Tianque. Sequence 018, a gravity throne level 2nd tier candlelight realm peak. He was recognized as the top genius in Lin City and the strongest in this training camp on paper. Chu Tianque took a step forward. Boom! An invisible gravitational field erupted, instantly centered around him. The air within a 20-meter radius felt as heavy as lead, making it hard to breathe. Several weaker first-tier students directly collapsed to their knees. I don't like trouble. Chu Tianque scanned the surroundings, his tone indifferent. From now on, I am the boss here. Each person must hand over half their points as a protection fee, and I guarantee you won't be eliminated. Otherwise, he pressed his finger down lightly. Crack. A nearby stone bench was instantly shattered into powder. The entire place fell silent. Sequence 018, high-risk sequence. This ability to control gravity was practically a cheat for clearing the area. Why? Why should I? A chubby boy with a round face squeezed out from the crowd. He was dressed in branded clothes with a big gold chain around his neck, clutching his wristband tightly. Wang Pang Pang sequence 066. Absolute rebound level 1st tier glimmering realm. This is my points. My family is rich. I can give you money however much you want, but I won't give away my points. Wang Pang Pang shouted, trembling but mustering his courage. Chu Tianque glanced at him, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. New money. Your money is just waste paper. Kneel. Chu Tianque shouted coldly. The gravitational field instantly focused, pressing down on Wang Pang Pang like a mountain. Oh no. Wang Pang Pang screamed, his entire body pressed to the ground like a ball, his face contorted as he cried out, help. It's like slaughtering a pig. Hey, you're going too far. The nearby Xia Ye couldn't stand it anymore. Although she usually talked a lot, she had a warm heart. We're all classmates, why are you bullying him? Xia Ye took a deep breath, ready to release Song of the Siren. Shut up. Chu Tianque didn't even glance at her, casually waving his hand. A lateral gravitational wave struck Xia Ye. Sound needs a medium to propagate, but in the extremely distorted gravitational field, the air density changed and Xia Ye's sound wave was distorted and dissipated before it could be transmitted. Xia Ye grunted, pushed back several steps by the gravitational force, nearly falling. Is there anyone else who has objections? Chu Tianque stood with his hands behind his back, resembling an emperor surveying his territory. 3 seconds, hand over your points. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you lie here for 3 months. Under this terrifying pressure, many students wavered. After all, it's better to hand over half the points than to be eliminated. Just as Wang Pang Pang was despairingly preparing to hand over his wristband, a crisp crack echoed in the silent square. Chu Tianque frowned and turned to look. He saw a boy sitting on the steps at the edge of the square wearing headphones. He held a pack of just unsealed compressed biscuits, but due to the sudden eruption of the gravitational field, the pack was crushed into crumbs, scattering everywhere. Lin Fan looked at the biscuit crumbs on the ground and sighed. He looked up, removed his headphones, and his usually listless eyes now held a hint of impatience. This classmate. Lin Fan brushed off the crumbs on his hands and slowly stood up. I don't mind your showboating, but you smashed my lunch. How do you intend to settle this? Chu Tianque was taken aback for a moment, then immediately laughed in anger. You're Lin Fan from Songnan City. What do you want to be the first to stick your neck out to? I don't want to be a hero, I just want to eat, Lin Fan said as he walked toward Chu Tianque. Looking for death. Chu Tianque's eyes flashed with cold light. Since you want to die, fulfill your wish. Gravity multiplied. Tenfold. Boom. A terrifying gravitational wave surged toward Lin Fan. In this range, even steel would bend under the pressure. Wang Pang Pang beside him was so scared that he closed his eyes. However, the expected scene of Lin Fan kneeling and begging for mercy did not occur. The boy strolled calmly into the center of the gravitational field. The gravity that could even distort air automatically dissipated within 3 meters of him, as if it had encountered some kind of forbidden zone. Absolute silence field. You are the gravity rule. Sorry, my rule is nullify. This? How is this possible? Chu Tianque's pupils contracted violently. He could clearly feel that his gravitational field had failed before Lin Fan. It was like a cow sinking into the sea, completely losing contact. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Fan walked to stand before Chu Tianque, their noses almost touching. Your gravitational field is quite unstable. Lin Fan activated omniscient vision and observed the chaotic gravitational lines around Chu Tianque, commenting lightly, the left side is strong, the right side is weak. Do you have one leg longer than the other? Shut up. Chu Tianque, embarrassed and furious, raised his hand to strike. Clap. Lin Fan's hand was quicker than his. Disperse. Buzz. The terrifying gravity that had enveloped the entire area vanished in an instant, as if a vacuum cleaner had been unplugged. The students who had knelt on the ground felt a sudden lightness and looked around in confusion as they stood up. Chu Tianque, at the center of the storm, felt his energy surge back as the gravity he had exerted suddenly vanished, turning his face red, as he staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. What? What kind of sorcery did you use? Chu Tianque looked at Lin Fan in horror. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy, no elemental explosions. Just a snap of the fingers and his sequence ability was dismantled. Lin Fan did not answer. He extended his hand palm open towards Chu Tianque. Compressed biscuits, strawberry flavor, sold for 5 yuan at the supermarket. Lin Fan said seriously, plus mental distress compensation, pay me 5 points. Is that too much to ask? Chu Tianque gritted his teeth, staring intently at Lin Fan. Rationality told him that this guy was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. That bottomless calm made this genius feel fear for the first time. Give it to him. Chu Tianque squeezed out 2 words between clenched teeth. A trembling lackey hesitantly transferred 5 points to Lin Fan. Thanks. Lin Fan glanced at the wristband, seeing the number change to 15, and nodded in satisfaction. He turned and passed by Wang Pongpong, who was still on the ground, and pulled him up. Can you still walk? Wang Pangpang stared at Lin Fan, his eyes as if looking at his biological father. He suddenly lunged and hugged Lin Fan's thigh, snot and tears streaming down his face. Brother Fan. Foster father. From now on you are my real brother. I have 100 points, I'll give them all to you. Please take me with you. On the other side, Xia also ran over, rubbing her shoulders, her eyes sparkling. Wow. Lin Fan, you were so cool just now. That word disperse was simply amazing. How did you do that? Was it the sound wave resonance that cancelled out the gravity wave? I knew our sound wave system was the strongest. Lin Fan looked at the pudgy boy hanging onto his leg, and then glanced at the noise-making machine Xia beside him. Suddenly he felt that the price paid for that pack of biscuits seemed a bit high. Let go, be quiet and follow me. Lin Fan sighed, dragging Wang Pongpong, walking toward the depths of the forest under the awed gazes of everyone. Let's find a place to spend the night first. Also, if anyone makes noise again, I'll throw them to Chu Tianque. Watching the 3 leave, Chu Tianque clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. Lin Fan. I remember this debt. Thus the most bizarre and terrifying garbage-picking trio officially debuted in Training Camp No. 09. Deep within the primeval forest of Training Base No. 09. The night was as dark as ink, with tree shadows swaying gently. The occasional roars of monstrous beasts lent the woods a chilling, murderous atmosphere. Fan. Fan, go, do we really have to go deeper? Wang Pangpang shrank his neck, clutching tightly onto Lin Fan's clothes. His branded sportswear was already tattered from the branches. It's so dark here. Why don't we just find a tree hollow on the outskirts and lie low? I have money. Once we get out, I'll treat you to a full banquet. Shut up. Lin Fan walked at the front, wielding the pitch-black long blade, the pointer, to brush aside the thorns in their path. The low-level aberrations on the outskirts were already snatched up by that pack of starving wolves. If you want points, if you want meat, you have to go deep. But Wang Pangpang was on the verge of tears. There are second-rank aberrations in the deep. I'm only first rank. Relax. With me here you won't die. Xia followed behind, waving a tree branch like a baton. My sonic radar is already active. Within 500 meters I can even tell the gender of a mosquito. It had to be said, although Xia talked a lot, the reconnaissance ability of her siren song was indeed top tier. In this fog-shrouded forest, she was a humanoid self-propelled radar. Suddenly Xia stopped in her tracks, her ears twitching. Halt! She lowered her voice, her tone turning serious. 3 o'clock direction, 50 meters away. A big one is approaching. Its heartbeat is heavy like thunder. It's a second-rank aberration. The moment Wang Pangpang heard second rank, his legs went weak and he turned to run. A hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. What are you running from? Lin Fan turned back to look at him, activating his omniscient vision. Through layers of trees, he clearly saw a wild boar covered in black iron armor rooting around a tree root. Iron-armored bristle boar, rank second rank, candle flame realm, early stage weaknesses, white spot on belly, eyes, anus traits, thick-skinned, immense impact force but dim-witted. That's a walking 20 points and 50 kilograms of premium pork belly. Lin Fan licked his lips, his stomach growling right on cue. Fatty wants some barbecue. Wang Pang swallowed his saliva but shook his head frantically. I want to, but that's a second rank. One charge from it and it'll be flattened. No you want. Lin Fan looked Wang Pang up and down as if appraising a rare treasure. Sequence 066 Absolute Reflection. That's a rule-based defensive divine skill. As long as you don't chicken out, not even a second-rank boar, but even a third-rank one would lose a few teeth. Really? Wang Pang was skeptical. Trust in science. Lin Fan patted his shoulder, pointing towards the boar. Now listen to my orders. Fatty, stand in front of that big tree. Strike a cool pose, then flip that pig off. Huh? Hurry, or I'll throw you over there right now. Under Lin Fan's tyranny, Wang Pang trudged to the designated spot with a mournful face. He tremblingly extended his middle finger towards the boar still rooting in the dirt and called out with a teary voice, Hey, brother pig, do you see me as your dinner? Roar. The iron-armored boar jerked its head up. Although it couldn't understand human speech, the aura of weak and easy prey emanating from that round human instantly stirred its appetite. Rumble. The iron-armored boar charged. Its hooves pounded the ground like an out-of-control heavy tank, rushing at Wang Pang with earth-shattering momentum. Where it passed, small trees as thick as a bowl were snapped in half. Mommy! Fan Gu, save me! Seeing the colossal beast drawing nearer, Wang Pang squeezed his eyes shut in terror, his screams echoing through the forest. Don't move! Now! Lin Fan's voice was terrifyingly calm. Fatty, activate your sequence. Focus all your energy on your belly. Imagine you're a spring. At the critical moment of life and death, Wang Pang instinctively obeyed the command. He let out a roar, a faint golden light enveloping his body, and his chubby belly puffed out suddenly. Sequence 066 Damage Reflection. The next second, bang! A heavy dull impact. The iron-armored boar's rock-hard head slammed solidly into Wang Pang's belly. The anticipated scene of Wang Pang being sent flying did not occur. Instead, the ferocious wild boar seemed to have crashed into a wall of lamentation. A terrifying force of repulsion doubled, surged back through Wang Pang's belly into the boar. Ow wow! The iron-armored boar let out a miserable shriek. Its skull emitted a crisp cracking sound, and its massive body was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Its hooves twitched and it foamed at the mouth. Wang Pang only staggered back 2 steps, rubbing his belly. Hey, it doesn't hurt. He opened his eyes in surprise. Holy crap. This awesome. Don't get cocky. It's not dead yet. Lin Fan's figure emerged from behind a tree like a phantom. Taking advantage of the boar's daze and concussion-induced stun from the rebound Lin Fan's, the pointer blade was drawn. This was why he needed teammates. As the owner of Annihilation, although he could one-shot enemies, it was costly and easily exposed. But with Wang Pang as the perfect bait to create a stun, he only needed to perform the simplest harvest. Physics tells us that reaction forces are mutual. Lin Fan said softly. The black blade traced a perfect arc in the moonlight. With a squelch, the long blade precisely pierced the softest part of the boar's lower jaw, driving straight into its brain. There was no resistance. The mithril blade instantly severed its central nervous system. The iron-armored boar twitched once and then lay completely still. Done. Lin Fan withdrew the blade, flicking off the blood droplets. Xiaya, make a fire. Ha! That's it. Xiaya, who was about to unleash a big move, was dumbfounded. I didn't even get to do anything. Your job is to cheer and... Lin Fan pointed at the boar carcass. Use your sonic vibrations to disperse the blood clots in the meat. That way the roast will be more tender. Xiaya, I am a noble sonic mage, not a high-frequency massage device. Half an hour later, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the forest. So delicious. Fan guess cooking is amazing. Wang Pang held a roasted trotter in one hand and swiped the newly credited 20 points on his point bracelet, with the other eating with greasy satisfaction. Fan Gu, I get it now. Not useless, the ultimate tank. Exactly. Lin Fan turned the skewered meat in his hands, speaking calmly. Your sequence has great potential. As long as you overcome your fear, even a third-rank aberration charging at you would lose half its life. From now on, you go first when we encounter monsters. Ha! Still gotta go. Wang Pang's face fell again. Don't want to. Lin Fan glanced at him. Will you cover tomorrow's points then? No. I'll go. For Fan Gu, I'm willing to be cannon fodder. Wang Pang immediately pledged his loyalty. Xiaya sat to the side, eating meat in small bites, her gaze shifting between Lin Fan and Wang Pang. She realized this hastily assembled team wasn't as fragile as it seemed. Lin Fan was the absolute brain and sharp blade. Wang Pang was the indestructible shield, and she was the eyes and ears. Hey Lin Fan. Xiaya suddenly spoke. Should we give our team a name? No. Lin Fan refused. How about Invincible Squad? Or the Beauty and her 2 bodyguards? Shut up and eat your meat. At the other end of the forest, many trainees who were still fighting over a piece of compressed biscuit smelled the roasting meat wafting through the air, and their stomachs growled in protest. Who's that? Releasing such a tempting smell in the middle of the night. So inconsiderate. Are we here for training or for a picnic? Lin Fan bit into a piece of crispy-skinned wild boar looking up at the moon. Day 1 survival issue resolved. Team integration preliminarily completed. Next up. Time to go reap the real grand prize hidden in this forest. The barbecue party deep in the forest continued. The fire crackled and droplets of fat sizzled on the embers, releasing an enticing aroma. In this forest brimming with danger and hunger, the scent was like a lighthouse in the dark night. Impossible to go unnoticed. Brother Fan im full. Wang Pang Pang let out a burp, patting his belly with a satisfied grin. This life is better than being at home. Who said the training camp was hell? It's a farmhouse vacation. Full. Lin Fan wiped his mouth leisurely and tossed the twig into the fire, sending up a few sparks. If you're full, get ready to work. Time for some digestive exercise. Ha! Work? Wang Pang Pang blinked in confusion. Nearby Xia Ya's ears twitched, her face turning pale. Someone's coming. 5. No, 6 people. Light footsteps encircling us. 20 meters away. As her words faded, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking air rang out. 6 figures darted out from the surrounding bushes, instantly blocking the trio's escape routes. Leading them was a crew-cut boy in a cyan battle armor, his eyes sharp, wielding 2 reverse curve blades. Zhang Wei, Sequence 033, Storm Wolf, rank First Order, Glimmer Realm perfection. He was a hot contender in the previous tournament. Though he didn't make the top 3, he ranked among the top 10 in this training camp. Oh, living it up, huh? Zhang Wei eyed the remains of the roasted boar on the ground, his throat involuntarily bobbing. His squad had wandered through the forest for ages without finding a bite, starving and worn out. Lin Fan, you may be the tournament champion, but this is the wild. Zhang Wei sneered, twirling his blades. I won't bully you. Hand over the remaining meat and your point wristbands and I'll let you go. And if I don't? Lin Fan remained seated on the rock, not even lifting his eyelids. Don't? The 5 members behind Zhang Wei stepped forward, cracking their knuckles, clearly treating the odd trio as easy prey. Lin Fan, that physics trick of yours might work on the arena. In a real fight with a fat guy and a girl who only screams, what can you do against us? Lin Fan sighed. He stood up, dusted off his pants. Fatty. Lin Fan called out. Here. Wang Pang Pang snapped to attention reflexively. These classmates want to spar with us. As our team's strongest tank, go teach them a lesson. Lin Fan pointed at Zhang Wei. That guy with the blades is yours. Remember, don't use your fists. Use your belly. Ha! Me again. Wang Pang Pang stared at the gleaming blades in Zhang Wei's hands, his legs trembling. Brother Fan, those are knives. I could die. You won't die. Your fat layer and sequence rebound. He can't even break your skin. Lin Fan's voice carried an unyielding magic. Go on for that pig trotter you just ate. I'm all in. Wang Pang Pang gritted his teeth, let out a roar to bolster his courage, and charged at Zhang Wei with his eyes shut. Meatball tank. You're asking for it. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes. A peak First Order expert being provoked by a fat guy. Storm slash. His twin blades whipped up cyan wind blades, slashing fiercely at Wang Pang Pang's round belly. A strike that could split rocks. Yet the moment the blades touched Wang Pang Pang's stomach, a golden light film shimmered over his body. Sequence 066, absolute rebound crack. A grating metallic screech. Zhang Wei felt as if his blades had struck a high-strength rubber tire. A massive recoil force shot through the hilts, splitting his tiger's mouth open. The blades flew from his hands and embedded into a nearby tree trunk. What? Zhang Wei's face drained of color. Before he could react, Wang Pang Pang's massive body slammed into him with momentum. Bang! Zhang Wei flew back like a bowling pin, rolling 7 or 8 times before stopping, clutching his chest, unable to get up. Whoa! I won! Wang Pang Pang opened his eyes, staring at the downed Zhang Wei in disbelief. Am I invincible? The remaining 5 members panicked, seeing their leader taken out. All together. Take down the fat guy first. Fireballs, ice spikes, and vines rained down on Wang Pang Pang. Xia, Lin Fan said calmly. Time for your song. Got it. Xia, who had been itching for action, hopped onto a rock and cleared her throat. Instead of a melodious tune, she took a deep breath and let out an ear-piercing shrill scream at the group. Ah! Sequence 076 sirens shrieked. The sound was like nails scraping a chalkboard or foam rubber rubbing together. The 5 students midcast for their skills felt their eardrums about to burst, their brains stabbing with pain. Stop! No more singing. I'm gonna puke. My ears. They crouched in agony, clutching their heads, their skills, disrupted eyes rolling back as they lost combat ability. This? Zhang Wei, lying on the ground, watched in despair. What kind of demon team was this? An immovable tank and a mental polluting sound mage. And then, he looked up in terror at Lin Fan, who had yet to make a move. The youth was strolling toward him slowly, holding a black long sword. What are you doing? Zhang Wei stammered, backing away. School rules forbid killing. There are drone monitors. Who said I'd kill you? Lin Fan crouched in front of him, flashing his signature benevolent smile. Classmate physics tells us energy is conserved. Lin Fan pointed at the leftover meat scraps, then at Zhang Wei's wristband. You interrupted our meal, wasted our calories, and scared my teammates. We need to settle the score. 10 minutes later, Zhang Wei's 6-man squad stood shivering in the cold wind, stripped to their underwear. Their point wristbands had been zeroed out. Their backpacks containing water and compressed biscuits had also changed hands. Thanks, bro. Lin Fan weighed the heavy loot in his hand and waved at Zhang Wei. Feel free to deliver again. Oh, and 500 meters east there's a cave. It's sheltered. Good for you to cry in. With that, Lin Fan led a content Wang Pangpang and Xiaya swaggering off into the forest depths. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Wei felt like crying. These weren't losers. They were the camp's bandit leaders. Somewhere in the forest at a camp were rich brother Fan. Wang Pangpang stared at the soaring points on his wristband, 210 points. This is way faster than hunting monsters. All of Zhang Wei's points are ours. This is just the beginning. Lin Fan was sorting through supplies. Indeed, looting was the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Zhang Wei's squad might not have been strong, but they were good at gathering supplies. Their backpack even held 2 precious antidote serums. Lin Fan, where to next? Xiaya asked, still buzzing. I haven't sung enough. Lin Fan sheathed his blade, his gaze fixed on the forest's heart. In his omniscient vision, a towering red light pillar stood there. It wasn't an ordinary divine abomination, but a divine energy node. The Night Watchman's training camp couldn't just be about collecting points. That place held the true reward of this camp. To the central zone. Lin Fan rose, a glint flashing in his eyes. Chu Tianque and his crew are likely heading there too. If we're playing big, let's go all out. Let's collect all the deliveries in this forest. At the heart of the forest lay an open crater zone. No trees grew here and the ground was scorched black. At the center of the crater, a massive red glowing metal chest lay silently. The airdrop supply crate, the ultimate reward for the first day of the training camp. It was said to contain not only 1000 points, but also a second-tier gene enhancement potion. Yet at this moment no one dared approach the crate. For within a 50-meter radius of the crate, the ground had sunk half a meter deep. The air shimmered and dust clung to the earth. Any creature that stepped into this range would have its bones crushed instantly by the terrifying gravity. At the center of this gravity field sat Chu Tianque on a folding chair, carried in by his underlings, a glass of red wine in hand, also brought in elegantly swirling it. Around him lay 7 or 8 students who had tried to charge in. They were now sprawled on the ground, faces pressed into the dirt, unable to move, even a finger only letting out pained groans. Anyone else want to try? Chu Tianque took a sip of wine, his gaze sweeping over the indignant yet silent students at the periphery. I told you this place is mine. Want the supply crate? Fine, crawl over on your knees and beg me. Maybe I'll toss you some scraps. His condescending demeanor made everyone gnash their teeth in frustration, yet they were powerless. After all, a second-tier peak gravity throne was an unsolvable area effect nightmare at this stage. Amid this deathly oppression, a crisp crunching sound emerged abruptly from the woods. Everyone turned to look. 3 figures sauntered out slowly. The fattest one in front held half a roasted pig trotter. The twin-tailed girl on the left sipped coconut water through a straw. The boy in the middle, hands in pockets, yawned before even reaching them. Smells good. Wang Pangpang sniffed, eyeing Chu Tianque's wine. Fan Gu, I want some of that. No way, Lin Fan shook his head. Minors shouldn't drink. But that crate looks valuable. We could sell it as scrap. Chu Tianque froze. He stared at the trio, treating the intense training camp like a spring outing, his eyelid twitching violently. Him again. The one who humiliated him publicly in the square. Lin Fan. Chu Tianque set down his glass and rose slowly, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. There is a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. The gates of hell are open, yet you barge in. You got lucky with a sneak attack in the square, but you think you'll be so fortunate again. Sneak attack. Lin Fan looked astonished. In physics, that's called rule resonance. But since you put it that way. He patted Wang Pangpang's shoulder. Fatty, go fetch that crate. Ha! Me! Wang Pangpang glanced at the sunken ground and swallowed. Fan Gu, that's a gravity field. I can reflect damage, but I'm afraid it'll be squashed flat. Don't worry, just walk over. Lin Fan's voice was so calm it left no room for doubt. Wang Pangpang gritted his teeth. Since Fan Gu said so, he'd give it his all. He closed his eyes and trudged heavily toward the edge of the gravity field. Seeking death. Chu Tianque sneered, his right hand pressing down in the air. Kneel. Tenfold gravity. Boom. The air exploded with a deafening crack. The terrifying pressure descended upon Wang Pangpang's head instantly. The surrounding students even heard the air being compressed. They shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the fatty's bones breaking. Yet 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Ha! Wang Pangpang opened his eyes in confusion. He lifted his leg, then hopped twice. Hey! It's not heavy. Is this gravity fake? The crowd erupted in uproar. Ow! That first-tier wind mage had been crushed and spat blood, but this fatty was completely fine. Chu Tianquo's pupils contracted. Impossible! He amplified his output, veins bulging on his forehead, divine energy surging wildly. 20-fold gravity. Die! Rumble. The ground sank another 10 centimeters. But Wang Pangpang remained utterly unfazed, even doing chest-expanding exercises as if performing calisthenics. Is that all? Wang Pangpang grew cocky, wiggling his hips toward the crate. Master Chu, did you skip dinner last night? Feeling weak. Bastard. Chu Tianquo's composure shattered. He couldn't understand why his invincible gravity was completely ineffective on this fatty. Of course he didn't know. From an unseen angle, Lin Fan stood at the edge of the gravity field, hands seemingly in his pockets, but his right hand maintained the gesture of a snap. Absolute silence, domain directional extension. Lin Fan's extinction bloodline could erase all noise. In his view, Chu Tianquo's gravity waves were nothing but clamorous interference. Since it was noise, he would silence it. Using his second-tier spiritual power, Lin Fan constructed a vacuum tunnel around Wang Pangpang, nullifying Chu Tianquo's gravity rules within it. Simply put, Chu Tianque was casting furiously, while Lin Fan had pulled his network cable. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Watching Wang Pangpang's cocky retreat, Chu Tianque finally lost his mind. He abandoned his domain and charged like a cannonball straight at Wang Pangpang. Since gravity can't crush you, I'll tear you apart with my own hands. Fatty, back off. Lin Fan's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Wang Pangpang, waiting for that cue, rolled aside with surprising agility. Behind him, Lin Fan materialized like a phantom. His long blade slid from its sheath. The black pointer traced an icy arc through the twilight. Physics Lesson 2: Inertia. Instead of meeting Chu Tianque, Lin Fan sidestepped and precisely jabbed the scabbard into Chu Tianquo's kidney. Ugh! Pain exploded in Chu Tianquo's waist, numbing half his body. Off balance from his sprint, he stumbled forward. Directly ahead stood a charred, massive, dead tree. Bang! A loud crash. Linen City's top prodigy Chu Tianque embedded himself face-first into the trunk. Dead silence fell. Lin Fan sheathed his blade, walked behind Chu Tianque still stuck in the tree, and patted his shoulder. Classmate, watch where you're going. And that supply crate, I'll take it. As a trade-off, I want loot your points. Fair enough, right? With that, Lin Fan turned and waved to the stunned Xiaya and Wang Pangpang. Pack up, let's go. Wang Pangpang cheerfully hoisted the massive crate, and the trio strolled out of the central zone under dozens of awestruck gazes. Only after they had gone did the dead tree emit a crack. Chu Tianque slid down from the trunk, his face covered in blood. He stared at the retreating figures, his arrogance shattered, replaced by a deep-seated fear and confusion. Why? Why was my gravity useless against him? In the distance, Lin Fan heard the system notification in his mind and smirked. Because in my BGM, no one can cast skills. On the outskirts of the forest, inside a concealed limestone cave, a campfire crackled, casting flickering light upon three faces brimming with anticipation. Wang Pangpang rubbed his hands together, practically drooling, looking more eager than if he were about to devour a roast suckling pig. Xiaya held up her phone, though there was no signal angling it to capture this sacred unboxing moment. Between them lay the red metal supply crate resting silently. Fan Gu, shall we open it? Wang Pangpang asked. Open it. Lin Fan nodded, gently prying the lid with his teaching rod. Click. The metal latch sprang open and the lid slowly rose. A dazzling blue light burst forth from the crate, illuminating the dim cave brilliantly. Whoa! A legendary gold drop! Xiaya exclaimed dramatically. Lin Fan peered inside. The crate wasn't packed, but every item within was a treasure. First, the most conspicuous item, a silver magnetic card. Points card, 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Wang Pangpang's eyes went wide. That's enough for 3 months of hot pot on this island. This card will be the team's public fund. Lin Fan unceremoniously pocketed the card. From now on, meals, drinks, and equipment repairs come out of this. Any objections? No. I trust Fan Gu with the accounts. Wang Pangpang shook his head like a rattledrum. Lin Fan continued to search. In the second layer of the crate lay a mud-yellow syringe, its contents seeming to swirl with quicksand. Tier 2 Heart of the Earth Potion. Description: extracted from the essence of a Tier 3 aberration, the Rending Bear. Injection greatly enhances physical defense and grants the Earth Affinity trait. A top-tier defensive potion. Lin Fan glanced at Wang Pangpang and casually tossed the syringe to him. For me. Wang Pangpang fumbled to catch it, utterly bewildered. Fan Go, this is a Tier 2 potion. It's worth millions on the market. Don't you need it yourself? I don't need it, Lin Fan said flatly. You're the team's shield. The thicker your hide, the safer I am. Drink it now. Digest it tonight. I don't want to see you get sent flying by a wild boar tomorrow. Fan Go. Wang Pangpang was moved to tears. You're too good to me. I swear anyone who wants to hurt you will have to step over my dead body. Save the sentiment. Just drink it. After distributing the potion, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the very bottom of the crate. There lay a small box wrapped in black silk. The box was covered in yellow talismans, exuding an unsettling icy aura. What's this? Xiaya leaned in curiously, reaching out to poke it. Looks like some kind of sealed, cursed artifact. Don't touch it. Lin Fan's expression changed. He swiftly slapped Xiaya's hand away. He activated omniscient vision. Within the small box, he saw a chaotic, cacophonous mass of black lines. It wasn't an inanimate object. It was alive. Lin Fan carefully pried off the talismans and opened the box. Whoosh! Inside the box lay a single eyeball. An eyeball pitch black and slowly rotating. The moment the box opened, the eyeball spun, violently fixing its gaze on Lin Fan. Immediately, a piercing mental shriek exploded directly in the minds of the three. Look at me! Look at me! Look at me! This wasn't sound but a whisper that struck the soul. An ordinary person hearing it would likely go mad on the spot, clawing out their own eyes as a sacrifice. My head! Xiaya and Wang Pangpang clutched their heads in agony, blood streaming from their noses. How did this cursed thing get into a supply crate? Is this a trap? Wang Pangpang screamed. Lin Fan, however, remained expressionless. He looked at the still screaming eyeball with a hint of disdain in his eyes. One little eyeball and you sure talk a lot. He reached out, not using any tool but directly pinched the slippery eyeball with his slender fingers. Forbidden object S109, Eye of Blasphemy damaged. Trait: mental contamination induces self-harm. In my domain, loud noises are prohibited. Lin Fan said coldly. He snapped his fingers. Silence. The ear-splitting shriek that threatened to shatter their souls ceased instantly. The eyeball clutched in his hand trembled violently a few times like a chick facing its natural predator. Its once arrogant black light rapidly dimmed, finally shrinking into a quiet black crystal. Purification complete. Item obtained: Eye of Truth, one-time use. Effect upon crushing grants a temporary God's Eye view, detecting all high-energy reactions and invisible units within a 10-kilometer radius. Duration 10 minutes. A fine item. A slight smile touched Lin Fan's lips. This thing was an enhanced radar. In this perilous forest, possessing a God's Eye view meant seizing the initiative. It's over, Lin Fan said, pocketing the purified eyeball. Just an ill-mannered little thing. I gave it a lesson. Wang Pangpang and Xiaya collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, looking at Lin Fan as if he were a deity. That was a forbidden object with mental contamination. And he just pinched it and it submitted. Fan Gu, what sequence did you awaken to? Wang Pangpang asked while wiping his nosebleed. I feel like it's even more absurd than Chu Tiankyo's gravity powers. Physical type, Lin Fan said with a perfectly straight face. That was just the principle of sonic wave interference. Alright, time to sleep. Fatty, take the first watch. Me again. Meanwhile, base monitoring room. Instructor Thunder Demon stared at the large screen, his brow furrowed. The screen displayed the vital signs and locations of all trainees. Reporting, instructor. A technician announced. The airdrop crate has been opened. The recipient is Lin Fan's team. That kid got it as expected. Thunder Demon wasn't surprised, but he pointed at a line of red text on the screen. But the test subject mixed into that crate. The Eye of Blasphemy. Why has its signal vanished? Vanished. The technician was stunned. That's impossible. It's a crate forbidden object. A Tier 2 trainee would go mad just touching it unless they had a specialized containment vessel. Thunder Demon stared at the green, representing Lin Fan on the screen, his gaze profound. No madness, no distress signal, and it even blocked the signal. This Lin Fan has far more secrets than I imagined. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the pitch-black night. Since he's so capable, let's spice things up for them. Thunder Demon pressed a red button. Island-wide broadcast. Phase 1 Battle Royale is over. Phase 2 Night Parade of 100 Demons begins now. Woo! A piercing air raid siren wailed across the entire isolated island. The once quiet forest suddenly erupted. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes ignited in the darkness. These were not just beasts but also the true monsters imprisoned beneath the island's earth. Inside the cave, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. He could feel it. The rules in the air had changed. They had become more chaotic, more bloodthirsty. Looks like the good times are over. Lin Fan tightened his grip on his blade, staring at the restless darkness outside the cave entrance. Fatty, stop sleeping. The real training starts now. After the alarm ceased, the entire isolated island fell into a deathly silence. This stillness was even more bone-chilling than the previous uproar. It was as if an invisible giant hand had seized the forest by the throat. Inside the limestone cave, Lin Fan pushed the massive several hundred stone to block the entrance, sealing it tightly, leaving only a crack for ventilation. Fanji, what exactly is this night parade of 100 ghosts? Wang Pangpang huddled in the corner, tightly clutching the bottle of Heart of the Earth potion. He had just consumed, his body still trembling slightly. Though his defense had been bolstered, courage was not something a potion could enhance. Probably the instructors think we've been having too easy a time and let some filthy things out for a stroll. Lin Fan leaned against the cave wall, resting with his eyes closed. Keep quiet and put out the fire. The cave was plunged into darkness with only the faint green glow of Xia Ya's luminous watch. Time ticked by. Occasionally a few miserable screams drifted in from outside. Other unfortunate trainees falling prey to attacks. Suddenly, thud. A dull, heavy impact sounded abruptly at the cave entrance, as if someone were lightly tapping the massive stone blocking the door with their knuckles. Wang Pangpang's entire body of fat jolted violently as he clamped his hand over his mouth. Xia Ya's face instantly turned pale. She frantically gestured to Lin Fan, pointing at her ear and waving her hand. The meaning was clear. The radar showed no response. There was no living being outside. Thud, thud. The knocking came again, this time more urgently. Then a hoarse, icy voice, as if filled with gravel, seeped through the cracks in the stone. Is anyone there? I've lost my way. So cold. Could you let me come in and warm up? The voice carried a strange allure, stirring an involuntary sympathy from the depths of one's soul, making the body instinctively want to move the stone. Wang Pangpang's eyes grew dazed and his hand uncontrollably reached toward the cave entrance. Slap. An ice-cold palm smacked against his forehead. Lin Fan stared at him coldly. Do you want to die? Wang Pangpang shuddered violently, instantly snapping back to reality. Seeing his outstretched hand, he was so terrified he nearly wet himself. Holy crap. Fanji, what just happened to me? I didn't mean to open the door. It's a rule-based divine aberration. Lin Fan's gaze pierced through the rock as he activated omniscient vision. Outside the cave entrance, there was no lost person. Only a twisted, pitch-black shadow as viscous as asphalt. It had no physical form, just a pale hand mechanically tapping the stone. Containment object C044, or knocking ghost energy level, second order peak spirit body rule, must receive a response, or have the door opened within 3 knocks. Otherwise it will forcefully invade, ignoring physical barriers, and harvest fear. Thud, thud, thud. The third round of knocking erupted. The sound grew violent and the several hundred boulder began to tremble fiercely, as if it might explode at any moment. Don't come in. Xia screamed, instinctively preparing to unleash a sonic attack. Shut up, ignore it. Lin Fan held her back. It's waiting for a response. The more you engage, the more excited it gets. But it's about to break in. Wang Pangpang cried, pointing at the entrance with a quavering voice. The massive stone began to melt as a pale arm pierced directly through it, reaching inside and clawing wildly in the air. Let me in. I'm so cold. Lend me your skin to wear. The temperature inside the cave plummeted to freezing point. Though Wang Pangpang was invincible in defense, this thing was a spirit body. Physical defense was utterly useless. Damn, physical attacks are ineffective. Lin Fan frowned. Since physical reasoning failed, he would try reasoning with logic. He stood up and strode straight to the cave entrance. Fanji, don't go. That's a ghost. Wang Pangpang tried to pull him back. Lin Fan waved his hand, walked calmly up to the ghostly hand. And instead of attacking, straightened his collar, cleared his throat, and spoke in a voice colder than the ghost's. Ahem. Hey, you there. Hold on. The wildly clawing ghostly hand froze. Even the shadow outside seemed taken aback that someone inside not only showed no fear but dared to initiate a conversation. Will you let me in? The ghostly shadow let out a sinister laugh. I'm so cold. You can come in. Lin Fan pulled out the electronic wristband that recorded points from his pocket and waved it before the ghostly hand. This is private property. According to the training camp's dormitory management regulations, Chapter 3A, Article 5, lodging outsiders overnight requires payment of accommodation fees. Lin Fan wore a strictly businesslike expression. You don't seem to have any points. How about this? Leave 3 gene of urine energy as a deposit, or that hand of yours looks pretty pale. Chopping it off to settle the debt would work too. The ghostly shadow outside fell silent. Clearly its intelligence or rule-based logic couldn't process such a request. It was a ghost. It had come to kill. This man was asking it for accommodation fees. Roar. The shadow felt insulted. It dropped all pretense, letting out a piercing howl as its entire form transformed into a cloud of black mist attempting to force its way into the cave. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Lin Fan sighed. Since you have no money, why did you dare knock? He raised his right hand and facing the surging black mist snapped his fingers lightly. Sequence 000 rule deprivation. Still. An invisible wave swept through. The sound rule and fear field that the knocking ghost relied on to survive instantly failed. Its previously piercing howl abruptly ceased, replaced by a comical hissing leak. More terrifyingly, under the suppression of annihilation, its originally ethereal fluid body was forcibly materialized. It turned into a lump of black jelly-like bouncy substance and splattered onto the ground. Turned solid. Wang Pangpang and Xia Ye stared in disbelief. How had the fierce ghost that could pass through walls suddenly become a blob of jelly? All right, now physical attacks work. Lin Fan turned to Wang Pangpang. Fatty, didn't it just scare you? Yeah, it wanted to wear my skin. Wang Pangpang ground his teeth in anger. Then what are you waiting for? Lin Fan pointed at the black jelly on the ground. Go stomp on it. Stomp hard. You got it. Wang Pangpang perked up instantly. Since it was solid, there was nothing to fear. He charged forward like a sumo wrestler and unleashed a war stomp on the black mass. Knocking on the door. Calling out how cold you are. Scaring your fatty master. Bang, bang, bang. The poor second-order knocking ghost, stripped of its rule protection, had to endure the bouncing stomps of Wang Pangpang's several hundred in weight. Within minutes, it let out a mournful pft and completely dissipated, leaving behind only a single icy gray bead. Another soul bead. Lin Fan picked up the bead, casually tossed it into his mouth, and crunched it like a candy. Spirit power too. All right, wrap it up. Lin Fan resealed the stone and dusted off his hands. Back to sleep. Next time some broke thing tries to freeload, just beat it out. Xia Ye, curled up in her sleeping bag, watched Lin Fan's back with a complicated expression. Lin Fan. What? The way you just collected protection money from that ghost. You really look like one of those heartless landlords. Lin Fan rolled over. That's called property management fees. Go to sleep. That night was a living hell for the other trainees in the forest. Countless people were chased all over the mountain by ghosts, had their points deducted, and cried out for their parents as they pressed the emergency beacon to withdraw. But for Lin Fan's team, aside from a clueless ghost knocking at their door in the middle of the night to deliver a candy-like bead, everything was quite peaceful. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the forest, the surviving trainees crawled out of trees and pits, exhausted, each sporting dark circles under their eyes. At the center of the forest, Lin Fan stretched lazily, pushed aside the stone at the cave entrance, and took a deep breath of the morning air. After a night of cultivation plus the soul bead, he had devoured his realm, had fully stabilized at the early second order. Morning, everyone. Lin Fan glanced back at his bleary-eyed teammates. Pack up. Today's goal is to see if there's anything more formidable left on this island. Because in his omniscient vision deep within the island, a crimson-purple energy reaction was stirring. That wasn't a divine aberration. It seemed to be a person. Day 3 of the training camp, noon. The deeper they ventured toward the island's center, the more the air grew humid and viscous, and the surrounding trees twisted into grotesque shapes like ghostly figures brandishing claws. Fan, go, something feels off, Wang Pangpang said, shrinking his neck as the compass in his hand had been spinning erratically for half an hour. The magnetic field here is completely chaotic. And it's too quiet. Indeed, it was too quiet. The periphery still echoed with birdsong and insect chirps, but this area was dead silent like a tomb. Of course it's quiet. Lin Fan halted, his gaze piercing through the thick fog, to land on a rusty barbed wire fence 100 meters ahead. On the fence hung a skull warning sign with crimson letters: S Sector, Extreme Danger, Live Experiment Sample, Release Zone, No Entry. Because all the creatures here are already dead. Lin Fan said calmly. In his omniscient vision, countless bones lay buried beneath this area. Above that pile of bones, a violent fluctuation of energy, red to the point of purple, was surging intensely. That was energy at the third-tier lighthouse realm. Moreover, beside that terrifying red energy, a faint yet needle-sharp black energy was frantically entwining with it. Someone's fighting in there. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Let's go check out the excitement. They climbed over the barbed wire into an abandoned industrial ruin. Massive chimneys lay toppled on the ground. Amidst the broken walls, a brutal battle raged. With a thunderous crash, a concrete wall was shattered. A giant 3 meters tall, its body stitched with iron plates and rotting flesh, charged like a mad bull. A broken chain hung around its neck bearing the number 009. Runaway Tyrant Bioexperiment Subject Level Tier 3 Lighthouse Realm Rage Mode. And facing the tyrant engaging it in a dance was a petite short-haired girl. She wore a tight black outfit and a half-face mask revealing only a pair of eyes as cold and sharp as blades. Facing the terrifying brute strength of a third-tier monster, she didn't confront it heathen. Instead, she flitted through the shadows of the ruins like a black feather. Whenever the tyrant's heavy fist descended, she would merge into the shadows at the last moment, reappearing in the monster's blind spot, her dagger sinking viciously into its joints. In mere seconds, the tyrant bore over a dozen wounds. So fast. Xiaya, hiding in the distance, couldn't help but exclaim, "That's sequence 044 shadow kill." She's Yi Zi, the madwoman who clawed her way up from the underground black fights. Wang Pang swallowed hard. This girl is insane, right? A first-tier peak taking on a third-tier tyrant. Is she courting death? She's almost done for, Lin Fan analyzed calmly. Though Yi's movements were swift, shadow kill was extremely draining. And the tyrant, a bio-enhanced construct, felt no pain and knew no fatigue. While Yi's dagger was sharp, it could only inflict superficial wounds, unable to reach the tyrant's core. As expected, the tyrant, enraged by the prolonged assault, let out an inhuman roar. The stitches across its body burst open and biochemical poison gas spewed forth. A roar shook the air. Purple toxic fog instantly blanketed a 50-meter radius. The shadows were dispelled by the poison, forcing Yi's stealth to break. Coughing, the girl materialized in a corner, clutching her mouth as she coughed violently, her body staggering. Die! The tyrant seized the opportunity, its massive iron fist descending like thunder and lightning toward that corner. If that punch landed, Yi would be crushed into pulp. A glimmer of despair flashed in Yi's eyes. She had no strength left to dodge. Is this the end? Just in the nick of time, a lazy voice rang out abruptly from above the ruins. Hey, big guy. Hitting a woman isn't a good habit. The tyrant paused, looking up. On a broken beam above its head crouched a youth in a school uniform. The youth held a pebble, tossing it lightly. The tyrant roared in anger, dismissing this insignificant insect, and prepared to crush the woman below. But the youth didn't give it the chance. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly at the tyrant's hideous face. Kneel. This command wasn't a simple silence. It was a new application of nirvana that Lin Fan had comprehended after reaching the second-tier rule pressure. If you can use poison to dispel shadows, then it'll use rules to suppress your neural center. An invisible weight instantly descended upon the tyrant's brainstem. It was as if someone had directly severed the signal from its brain to its legs. The tyrant's colossal body stiffened suddenly. Then, driven by inertia, the punch aimed at Yi went astray, grazing her hair and slamming into the ground beside her. The ground cratered from the impact. Meanwhile, its legs gave way, and with a thud it knelt stiffly before Yi. As if kowtowing in apology. Yi, having narrowly escaped death, was stunned. She looked up at the youth above. Silhouetted against the light, his figure was somewhat blurred, but his indifferent eyes were exceptionally clear. What are you waiting for? Lin Fan said to the dazed Yi, pointing at the tyrant's unprotected nape. Its core is in the third cervical vertebra at the back of its neck. Stab it. That's its weak spot. Yi shuddered. The instinct of a top-tier assassin awakened instantly. Without a word, without even asking why. Her dagger traced a black afterimage through the air. With a wet thud, the blade precisely pierced the spot Lin Fan had indicated. That was the tyrant's only biochip implantation point. Gurgling, the kneeling tyrant convulsed violently, the red light in its eyes dimming rapidly before its massive body collapsed with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. The battle was over. Yi pulled out her dagger, stumbled back a few steps, and leaned against a wall, gasping for air. She eyed Lin Fan warily as he jumped down from the broken beam, her dagger still clenched like a wounded lone wolf. Relax. Lin Fan raised his hands, signaling he meant no harm. We're just good Samaritans passing by. Just then Wang Pang and Xiaya also ran over. Fangu. That was insane. You made a third-tier monster kneel with just one word. Wang Pang exclaimed in admiration. Yi coldly regarded the group. Why save me? The points are yours. Don't mess with me. Points. Lin Fan glanced at the point bracelet materializing on the tyrant's corpse. Kill. Reward 100 points, and chuckled. You killed this monster, so the points are yours by right. I'm a reasonable person. He walked up to Yi and pulled a blue potion from his bag. A nutrient fluid he had refined earlier. Though not a second-tier potion, it was remarkably effective for restoring stamina. Drink it, Lin Fan offered. Yi didn't take it, her gaze remained icy. Why? Because your stealth skills are impressive. Lin Fan met her eyes. My team needs a sharp blade. This tyrant was just an appetizer. There are bigger things deeper in. Alone you'll eventually die. Join us. Room and board included, and he'll teach you everything I know. Lin Fan gestured to the fatty and Xiaya behind him. And I promise no one will disturb your sleep. Yi looked at these three strange individuals, one round as a ball, one noisy as a bird, and one an unfathomable monster. She had been a loner for 3 days at the training camp, accustomed to betrayal and plunder. This was the first time someone in a position to take chose instead to offer her a potion. Yi was silent for a long time. She took the potion and drank it down. A hint of color finally returned to her pale face. Yi. She sheathed her dagger, her voice still cool, but the wariness in her eyes somewhat eased. If you guys hold me back, I'll sell you out without a second thought. Deal. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Welcome to the trash-picking squad. Thus the team was complete: tank Wang Pongpong, Mage Xia, Commander Lin Fan, and assassin Yi. The strongest quartet of training camp No. 09, the pieces of the puzzle assembled. Deep within the ruins of Area S, the air was thick with a nauseating stench of formaldehyde mixed with rotting flesh. This smell is overpowering. Xia pinched her nose, her voice muffled. Is this really a training camp? Why does it feel like we've stepped into a set of a biohazard film? Shoo! Yi, who was at the front, suddenly halted, pressing her body against the wall, nearly blending into the shadows. There's a draft ahead. It's from an underground exhaust fan. The four arrived at the center of a collapsed factory. Beneath a pile of rubble, a heavy alloy door was partially exposed. The door bore a blurred emblem. It was neither the Night Watchman's badge nor the ghostly mask of the Demon God Squad, but rather a mechanical eye formed from countless geometric lines. Tiangong Institute No. 73 Ruins Laboratory abandoned. Tiangong Institute. Lin Fan gazed at the emblem, his eyes flickering. The Tiangong Institute was the highest scientific institution in the Great Xia, dedicated to the research of the fusion of divine blood and technology. But this place looked nothing like a legitimate research facility. The door is locked tight. Wang Pangpang pushed against the several-ton heavy door. Brother Fan, should I just ram it open with my belly? Don't bother. Lin Fan stepped forward, his fingers brushing over the electronic lock. In the all-knowing vision, the intricate circuitry was clearly visible. Physical breach. Lin Fan's fingers exerted force as he thrust them into the lock cylinder, yanking out 3 red wires inside and shorting 2 of them. ZZZZT. Sparks flew. The heavy alloy door emitted a groan and slowly slid open to both sides. A dark, deep passageway was revealed, leading down into the depths. Emergency lights on either side of the passageway activated upon sensing their presence, illuminating with a ghastly white glow. Let's go. Lin Fan brandished his knife and stepped inside first. On the 3rd underground level. The moment the elevator doors opened, even Wang Pongpong, who had a thick skin, couldn't help but retch. It was a vast circular hall. Surrounding the hall stood hundreds of massive cylindrical glass incubation tanks. Within the green nutrient solution floated not divine monstrosities, but rather humans. Or rather beings that were once referred to as humans. Some had scales growing all over their bodies, others had steel wings stitched onto their backs, while some were two-headed, multi-armed with limbs contorted at grotesque angles. Most of them were already dead, their eyes rolled back, suspended like specimens. Is this human experimentation? Xia covered her mouth, her eyes reddening instantly. How could they dare to create a god? Yi coldly looked at a label on one of the incubation tanks and read aloud, Experimental Subject No. 103, Failed Fusion of Second-Tier Skyrending Bird Genes. The rejection reaction caused the entire skeletal structure to liquefy. Destroyed. Madman Yi clenched her dagger, her knuckles turning white. Just then, a faint knocking sound suddenly echoed from the center of the hall's largest incubation tank. Thud. The 4 turned sharply. Inside the largest tank, a 3-meter-tall giant was submerged. Half of his body was entirely mechanical, while the other half was rotting flesh. Countless tubes were inserted into his head. He was still alive. That murky eye slowly opened, gazing through the thick glass at Lin Fan and the others. There was no malice, no madness. Only endless pain and pleading. Kill me. A weak mental wave penetrated through the glass. Wang Pongpong, frightened, hid behind Lin Fan. Brother Fan, is this a monster or a human? Lin Fan remained silent. He approached the incubation tank, staring at the half-human, half-demon creature inside. Under the all-knowing vision, he saw a chip implanted in the creature's brain. The chip bore his name: Zhao Tieju, retired veteran of the Great Xia Night Watch, ID No. 0997. He's a veteran. Lin Fan's voice was somewhat hoarse. He was injured for the country, but after retirement he was captured and turned into a guinea pig here. Save him. Lin Fan, let's save him. Xia cried, her voice choking. Lin Fan shook his head. His genetic chain has completely collapsed and he is only sustained by those tubes. To be alive is nothing but prolonged torture for him. The giant in the tank seemed to understand Lin Fan's words. He struggled to twitch the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was more painful than tears. It was a hope for liberation. Do it. Yi turned her head away, unable to bear to look any longer. Give him a merciful end. Lin Fan closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He raised his right hand, pressing it against the giant's forehead through the glass. Veteran, rest well. In the next life, may you never return to this damned world. Silent soul, rest. A snap of fingers. Silence. Buzz. A gentle wave of rules penetrated through the glass and nutrient solution. The nerve-wracking pain that had tormented the giant's mind and the frenzied roars of divine noise vanished in that instant. The world fell silent. The giant's gaze instantly lost its luster. It was the end of life and the conclusion of suffering. He slowly closed his eyes, resembling a person who had finally finished a lifetime of toil. Splash. Lin Fan withdrew his hand. For some reason his heart felt heavy. Is this the era of divine blood? Behind the glamorous awakeners are their countless sacrifices wailing in the dark corners. Alarm! Alarm! Core experimental subject's life signs detected to be missing. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown 10 minutes. The shrill alarm suddenly echoed through the hall. Red warning lights flashed frantically. Damn it! It's going to blow up! Wang Pangpang shouted, run. No hurry. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, the compassion in them replaced by a chilling intent. He looked towards the control room door at the end of the hall. If it's going to blow, let it blow thoroughly. The master of this place shouldn't have gone far right. Lin Fan drew out his long knife, the blade glinting coldly. Yi Zi, seal the door. Fatty, tear down the wall. Xiaya, shatter all the surveillance cameras down here. Lin Fan strode towards the control room, exuding a deadly aura. I want to see which beast is doing such heinous acts here. Whether it be the Tiangong Institute or the Demon God Squad today, they all shall die. Boom! The sturdy control room door crashed down under Wang Pangpang's rebound strike. As the dust settled, the scene within was revealed. This was not a blood-soaked laboratory, but rather an elegant study. The carpet was spotless and a gramophone played soothing classical music. A middle-aged man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses stood calmly before the main console, unplugging a hard drive and placing it into his breast pocket. Seeing the four intruders, he showed no panic. Instead, he adjusted his glasses and offered a gentle smile. Students these days have no manners at all. The man spoke softly. The paradise I painstakingly built has been ruined by you. Who are you? Yi Zi tightened her grip on her dagger, her body tense. She had seen this man at the training camp. He was Dr. Qin, responsible for medical logistics. He always smiled when dispensing medicine to students, yet behind the scenes, he was the master of this den of horrors. Who I am is unimportant. Dr. Qin spread his hands. What matters is that you've seen things you shouldn't have. I intended for you to die in the night of 100 demons, but you managed to find your way here. Since you're here, stay and become my new experimental subjects. Perfect timing. That one called Lin Fan. I'm very interested in your physical data. Dr. Qin pressed a button. With a click, the walls split open and two pitch-black automated defense turrets emerged, their muzzles gleaming with a dangerous blue light. Laser beams capable of piercing second-tier defenses in an instant. Watch out! Xiaya screamed. Die! Dr. Qin still smiled, his finger poised to press the launch button. However, no laser fired. There wasn't even the sound of the barrels warming up. Dr. Qin froze, then frantically pressed the button. What's wrong? A malfunction. Stop pressing. Lin Fan walked toward Dr. Qin, blade in hand. Within a 3-meter radius around him, the air seemed to solidify. Absolute silent domain. You rely on high technology. Sorry, but my rule is energy interruption. The energy circuits powering your lasers are just a bunch of wires I can cut off. Physics teaches us that short circuits can fry brains. Lin Fan said calmly. The next second, the two expensive laser cannons emitted a puff of black smoke and exploded into scrap metal with a bang. Dr. Qin's smile finally vanished. He watched Lin Fan approach, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Good. Very good. Truly the perfect vessel I've been seeking. Since the machines won't work, I'll do it myself. He abruptly pulled a pitch-black syringe from his pocket and plunged it into his neck without hesitation. Ghost God no. 3 Tyrant Serum. This was a superior perfect agent compared to the tyrant outside. Roar. Dr. Qin's body began to swell violently. His white coat tore apart, black keratins sprouted across his skin, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 3-meter half-human, half-beast monster. A terrifying aura of peak third-tier power swept through the area. Power. This is the power of a god. Dr. Qin laughed maniacally, his voice morphing into a beastly roar. Lin Fan. I'll tear you apart and dig out your brain for a specimen. Faced with this horrifying transformation, Wang Pangpang's legs went weak and Xia Ya's face turned pale. Peak third tier. This was far beyond what they could contend with, but Lin Fan remained expressionless. He looked up at the monster, reveling in its newfound power as if watching a clown. Transformation. Lin Fan sneered. Did I permit it? He raised his right hand. Not a snap. This time he spread his fingers wide, then clenched his fist fiercely at the massive form of Dr. Qin. Extinction, genetic collapse. Get back. Hum. A domineering rule force directly targeted the divine genes rapidly replicating within Dr. Qin's body. Extinction is the nemesis of gods, the end of divinity. You borrowed divine blood to transform, then ill erase the divinity within you. No, no. Dr. Qin's maniacal laughter turned into terrified screams. He felt the immense power within him begin to recede, the newly grown scales and muscles withering like snow melting under sunlight. The debilitating weakness of falling from the clouds into the abyss drove him nearly insane. This is impossible. This is a divine blessing. What have you done? Divine blessing. Lin Fan walked up to him, slowly raising the ruler in his hand. That was the blood of old soldiers. That was trash built from hundreds of lives. By now Dr. Qin's transformation had been half-interrupted, leaving him in an extremely awkward state of weakness. Neither fully human nor a complete monster. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Don't kill me. Dr. Qin looked at the pitch-black blade, finally feeling fear. I'm a senior researcher at the Heavenly Works Institute. I know many secrets. I can give you money, the strongest serums. Don't kill me. Lin Fan ignored his pleas. He turned to look at the large screen behind him. Self-destruct countdown 0059. No time for your nonsense. Lin Fan swung his blade. Thud. A sinful head rolled to the ground. Even in death, Dr. Qin's eyes were wide open, filled with incomprehension at the failure of his rules. Go! Lin Fan sheathed his blade, grabbed the hard drive from the table, likely containing evidence, and shouted at the stunned trio. We have 1 minute. Run! Alert! Self-destruct sequence entering final 10 seconds. 10, 9. Four figures sprinted madly through the dark corridor. Wang Pangpang had never run so fast in his life. He felt his lungs were about to burst. Xiaya was carried on Yi's back, who used the acceleration trait of Shadow Kill to scale walls and ceilings. The exit is ahead, blocked by rocks. Yi yelled. Fatty, raise the shield. Lin Fan roared. Xiaya, blast it open. Aya, open up. Xiaya unleashed the sharpest scream of her life. A sonic cannon blast struck the rubble, blocking the path, blowing open a gap. Meet tank charge. Wang Pangpang curled himself into a ball, his body glowing with golden light, and rammed into the opening like a cannonball. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere. The long-lost moonlight streamed down. The four shot out of the underground like projectiles. The moment they collapsed into the grass. Rumble! The ground shook violently. A massive fireball erupted from the ruins behind them, soaring into the sky. A powerful shockwave mixed with debris, and dust flattened all trees within 100 meters. After a long while the dust settled. Lin Fan crawled out of the dirt, spitting out a mouthful of grass roots. Though covered in grime and his clothes torn, at least everyone was alive. He turned to look at the ruins, now engulfed in flames. The blazing fire consumed the evil laboratory, burying it along with the hundreds of deformed corpses underground. It's over. Yi sat on the ground, staring at the fire with a dazed expression. No! Lin Fan touched the hard drive in his chest pocket. This is just the beginning. He pulled out a cigarette taken from Dr. Qin's body and lit it. But instead of smoking, he placed it upright on a mound of earth before him. Facing the fire, Lin Fan bowed deeply. Senior Zhao Taizhu, this is your funeral. As for the world that did this to you, I'll dismantle it piece by piece and fix it. Amid the swirling smoke, Lin Fan's gaze was colder than the blade in his hand. From that moment on, he was no longer just a boy struggling to survive. He was the enforcer of God's forbidden. Let's go. Lin Fan turned the blaze behind him, casting a fiery glow. The instructors should be arriving soon. Next we need to figure out what story to tell. The roar of the propeller tore through the night sky. 3 heavy armed helicopters hovered above the ruins, their piercing searchlights slicing through the darkness like blades of light, illuminating the ground as bright as day. Everyone, get down on your knees and put your hands on your heads. The furious roar of Instructor Thunderbolt blared from the loudspeaker. Before the helicopter had even touched down, a burly figure leaped down from a height of several dozen meters. Boom! A massive crater was blasted into the ground. Thunderbolt, his body wreathed in terrifying arcs of lightning, strode toward the soot-covered quartet like an enraged lion. He stared at the still-burning ruins before him, his eye twitching uncontrollably. This was a secret base of the Heavenly Works Institute. Though abandoned, the equipment inside was worth a fortune. And now, everything was blown to bits. Not a trace remained. Can someone tell me? Thunderbolt gritted his teeth, a dangerous glint flashing in his lone eye. What the hell happened here? Where is Dr. Qin? The atmosphere froze solid. Wang Pangpang's legs were trembling with fear, and Xia dared not speak a word. Yizi tightened her grip on her dagger, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, cough. Instructor, you're finally here. A tearful cry broke the silence. Lin Fan suddenly clutched his chest, his figure swaying unsteadily. His usually cold face was now etched with terror and the relief of surviving a catastrophe. He staggered toward Thunderbolt, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of non-existent blood as he walked. It was horrible. Truly horrible. Lin Fan's voice trembled. Dr. Qin. He's gone mad. He's a monster. Thunderbolt paused, the lightning around him subsiding slightly. What do you mean? Lin Fan took a deep breath and launched into an Oscar-worthy performance. We got lost in the forest and stumbled upon this place by accident. Then we found Dr. Qin using students for experiments. When we caught him, he injected himself with divine blood and turned into a 3-meter monster. He wanted to silence us. We ran for our lives. Yizi almost got killed saving us, and Pangpang's shield was shattered. Lin Fan pointed at the ruins behind him, his face full of innocence. Just when he was about to kill us all, either the wiring in the lab was old, or he smashed some equipment when he transformed. Suddenly the alarm went off and then, boom! We were thrown out by the blast wave. We almost didn't make it, instructor. With that, Lin Fan's body went limp and he began to collapse to the ground. Wang Pongpong, quick on the uptake as a loyal friend, would be caught Lin Fan and wailed in perfect sync. Yeah, instructor. It was brutal. Brother Fan got chased and beaten by that monster while covering for us. Boo-hoo. Xia and Yizi. Those two's acting skills were wasted not being in movies. Thunderbolt furrowed his brow, his gaze cutting across Lin Fan like a knife. Did he believe it? Not a single word of it. A few first and second-tier students surviving an attack by a third-tier mutant monster, and then accidentally causing an explosion that killed it. It was too convenient. But Thunderbolt looked at the ruins now reduced to white ash. Dead men tell no tales. The higher-ups had long suspected Dr. Qin was a mole for the Ghost God organization, but they had no proof. Now the man was dead, the lab destroyed. It had actually removed a threat for the Night Watch. More importantly, the excuse Lin Fan had given, though absurd, was logically airtight. After all, who would believe a high school student could single-handedly kill a peak third-tier biochemical madman? All right, cut the act. Thunderbolt snorted, waving his hand. Medical team. Take them down for a checkup. Then lowering his voice to a whisper only Lin Fan could hear, he said, Kid, whatever you did down there, whatever you're hiding, as long as you're on humanity's side, I'll pretend I saw nothing. But if I ever find out you've betrayed Great Xia, Thunderbolt pointed at his own eye, I'll crush your bones with my own hands. Lin Fan instantly dropped the weak act. He stood up straight, met Thunderbolt's gaze, and calmly returned a standard military salute. Rest assured, instructor. My blade will always be aimed at gods and beasts. Thunderbolt gave him a long, hard look, then turned and walked away. Fall out. The training camp is over. The next morning, at the dock of Training Base No. 09, a massive warship was moored. The 24 surviving trainees, 6 unlucky ones, had dropped out early, were lining up to board. Compared to their high spirits upon arrival, they were now grimy and weary, their eyes losing a bit of arrogance and gaining a newfound awe for this world. The final camp rankings are announced. The broadcast blared. Third place, Yizi Linen City, 450 points. Second place, Chu Tianqua Linen City, 680 points. Hearing his name, Chu Tianqua showed no joy, bandaged his face still bruised from hitting a tree. He stood sullenly in a corner. He had lost. Thoroughly. First place. The broadcast paused as if even the announcer was stunned by the number. First place, Lin Fan's team, Sangnan City, total points. 3200. The crowd erupted. 3200 points. Had they slaughtered every divine abomination on the entire island, or robbed the instructor's secret stash? Amid the stunned, envious, and awestruck gazes, Lin Fan, carrying his faded backpack, led his junk-collecting quartet swaggering onto the warship. Wang Pangpang puffed out his chest, his thick gold chain glinting. Xia was still chattering away to Yizi, trying to sell her new Lolita dress. And Lin Fan, headphones on, was holding a copy of Fundamentals of Quantum Mechanics, as if all the noise around him had nothing to do with him. Brother Fan, we're going home. Wang Pangpang leaned on the railing, watching the receding island, a little emotional. This training camp felt like a dream. Yeah. Lin Fan patted the cold hard drive in his pocket. It wasn't a dream. It was a brutal reality. The secrets of this island were just a glimpse of this crumbling world, and the evidence in his hands might stir up a bloody storm in Sangnan City. There's a lot to do when we get back, Lin Fan murmured. The sea breeze lifted his bangs, revealing his deep, abyss-like eyes. The training camp was over. The once obscure, worthless scout had in this moment officially stepped onto the stage of the strong. The coastline of Tsangnan City gradually sharpened into focus the briny sea breeze, dispersing the lingering scent of gunpowder from his clothes. On the deck of the military transport ship Lin Fan leaned against the railing, the golden badge, symbolizing the newcomer king, pinched between his fingers, yet his gaze seemed distant and unfocused. His mind drifted to the hard drive, hidden in the inner pocket of his clothing. The encrypted hard drive from the heavenly workshop. It was a hot potato far more dangerous than any badge. Brother Fan, what are you thinking about? You've got that look of worrying about the country and the people. A rotund figure squeezed in beside him, the sound of potato chips crunching under his munching. Wang Pangpang was now more robust than before the training camp. If he was once just flabby, he was now a mobile fortress of flesh. Wang Pangpang pulled his sunglasses down a notch, pointing at the harbor, drawing nearer, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. See that? That's my family's yacht. My dad said to celebrate us coming back alive. He specially booked an entire floor for a welcome feast. Brother Fan, you can't run off this time. You've got to come see what unpretentious luxury really means. Lin Fan shot him a glance. Are you sure it's to celebrate us surviving, and not that your millions in pocket money weren't wasted? That's where your vision is lacking, isn't it? Wang Pangpang chuckled, lowering his voice. Brother Fan, on the island, we were brothers in life and death, so I should let you in on some secrets. Do you know who, besides the night watchman and the heavenly workshop, is the richest within Great Xia? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Your family. To be precise, it's a branch of the Wang clan of the capital. Wang Pangpang's tone turned unusually serious for a moment, pointing northward. My grandfather is the head of the capital chamber of commerce, controlling 30% of Great Xia's magical potion, raw material transport lines. Even though I'm just an unfavored branch disciple sent to a border town like Tsangnan for tempering, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. If you ever need money, Brother Fan, or any rare materials, just say the word. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Magical potion transport lines. That was a truly strategic resource. It seemed this fatty, who always talked about clinging to his coattails, was himself a golden thigh. TCH, the nouveau riche mentality. A cool voice cut in. Xiaya, dressed in a sharp outdoor jacket, her long hair tousled by the sea breeze, yet it couldn't hide the innate nobility radiating from her bones. She walked over to the two, her gaze fixed on the distant city skyline. Wang Pangpang, your family might be wealthy, but in this chaotic world, money alone can't save your life. Xiaya turned to Lin Fan, a hint of meaning in her eyes. Lin Fan, do you know what the Xia clan of Linen signifies? Lin Fan played along, shaking his head. I'd be glad to hear. Xiaya brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. The Grand Commander of the Eastern Coastal Defense Line, one of Great Xia's 5 major defense sectors, is my uncle. My father is in business, but he holds shares in coastal defense heavy industries. Simply put, half the ships sailing the seas or the standard issue firearms used by the night watchmen have my family's technical stake. Good heavens! Lin Fan exclaimed inwardly. One controlled the flow of magical potions, the other controlled military manufacturing. So in this squad, besides himself, an orphan from the slums, and Yi Zi, the silent girl beside him, the other two were top-tier scions of the powerful. This wasn't a team of underdogs fighting back. It was clearly a princeling field trip to experience the common life. Yi Zi, who had been wiping her dagger in the shadows, looked up and added coldly, wealth and power. You'll still rot the same when you die. The atmosphere froze instantly. Wang Pangpang coughed awkwardly. Sis Yi Zi, can you not be such a buzzkill? Yi Zi sheathed her blade, her gaze calmly fixed on Lin Fan. I have no family, no background. I'm a refugee who escaped from the third fallen zone. My life was saved by Brother Fan. Wherever Brother Fan goes, I go. The third fallen zone. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. That was a scar on Great Xia's map, a dead land contaminated by divine power a decade ago, where it was said people ate rats and dirt just to survive. To have walked out of that hell alive and awakened a high-risk sequence. Yi's past was likely even more bloody than he imagined. All right, Lin Fan patted the railing. Whether you're a capital playboy, an industrial heiress, or a refugee from the fallen zone in my team, there's only one identity. The three looked at him simultaneously. A benevolently lethal smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. That is my creditor. Wang Pangpang, remember to settle the compensation for mental anguish and training fees once we dock. Bank transfer only, no checks accepted. The group was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. The subtle rift caused by differences in background vanished in an instant. The ship docked. The pier was a sea of people, countless reporters and families holding banners. The night watchman's vice captain Falcon personally led the welcoming party, a red carpet stretching all the way to the gangplank. Approaching now is the legend of this training camp, the champion squad from Tsangnan City's 9th high school. Amid the announcer's fervent introduction, countless camera flashes went off. Lin Fan pulled his baseball cap low, obscuring most of his face. Amidst the clamorous cheers, his disguise as a socially awkward loser slipped back into place. He tilted his head, slightly, speaking in a low voice to his teammates behind him. Remember our story. Dr. Chin died from a failed experiment exploding. We were just lucky to dodge fast enough. If anyone lets it slip. Lin Fan's fingers snapped softly, making no sound, but the familiar oppressive feeling of silence made the three of them jump. Got it, brother Fan. Wang Pang gave an okay sign. We saw nothing, we just went on a picnic. In the crowd, Lin Fan spotted a few familiar faces. There were classmates who once mocked him now looking at him with awe. The school principal, his face crinkled into a beaming smile. And in a corner, a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses staring intently at Lin Fan's chest through the crowd. Or rather at the spot where the hard drive was hidden. That gaze was cold, sticky like a viper. Lin Fan's omniscient vision triggered instantly. Warning detected, high-level energy reaction. Target level peak tier 3 suppressed. Identity speculation, heavenly workshop cleaner. Here already, a faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at Lin Fan's lips. It seemed the road home wouldn't be peaceful either. Let's go. Lin Fan shoved his hands in his pockets, striding down the gangplank into the flash of cameras and the murderous intent lurking in the shadows. In this era where the gods were forbidden to walk, wanting to live quietly as an ordinary person was indeed a luxury. Since that was the case, he might as well stir the waters even murkier. The night in Songnan City is even deeper than the forest of the training camp. The vibrant neon lights can only illuminate the main roads, while in the intricate old alleys darkness reigns supreme. When Lin Fan returned to his 30 square meter rental apartment, it was already 2 in the morning. He casually tossed the golden medal representing honor into the drawer, mixing it with a pile of expired supermarket discount coupons. Can honor fill one's belly? Clearly not. Lin Fan sighed, retrieving a forged identity card from a hidden compartment under the bed, along with a fox mask adorned with a strange, smiling face. Although Wang Pang and Xiaya are both wealthy and influential, Lin Fan dared not let this hard drive from the Artisan Institute pass through their hands. The web of relationships between the financial magnates and the military is too complex. Who knows where the spies from the Artisan Institute might be hiding? Such dirty work must be handled according to the underground rules. Come out, don't hold your breath. Lin Fan said to the darkness outside the window while putting on the mask. Your heartbeat is louder in my ears than the renovation next door. The window slid open silently. A slender figure slipped in like a ghost, landing without a sound. Yi was dressed in a tight black combat suit, her face devoid of expression, quietly standing in the shadow of the wall. When did you notice me? Yi asked. From the moment I disembarked. Lin Fan adjusted his collar, his tone flat. You followed me all the way, helping me eliminate 3 tails trying to track me. Your skills are decent, but the killing intent is too strong, easily startling stray cats. Yi lowered her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She had thought her stealth was perfect, yet in front of Lin Fan, it felt like she was exposed. Where you go, I go. Yi repeated the promise made on the ship like a stubborn parrot. Lin Fan looked at her through the eye holes of the mask, fell silent for 2 seconds, then tossed her a black hooded sweatshirt. Put this on. Your outfit is too conspicuous for where we are going. Remember, there is no Rookie King tonight, only hunters. The underground parking lot of the unfinished building in the western district of Songnan City. On the surface, it appears to be an abandoned garbage dump, the air thick with the smells of mold and rust. But in the eyes of true connoisseurs, this is the largest entrance to the underground black market in Songnan City, Ghost Market. Lin Fan skillfully avoided several concealed surveillance cameras and arrived in front of an abandoned van. He reached out and rhythmically tapped 3 long and 2 short knocks on the dusty window. Click. The back of the van slowly popped open, revealing a dark staircase leading underground. Welcome to the land of the forbidden. Lin Fan lowered his voice and stepped down first. The underground space opened up and the cacophony of sounds surged towards him. This place resembled a massive air raid shelter transformed into a cyberpunk-style marketplace. Some were selling mysterious mutated organs, others were auctioning prohibited hallucinogenic drugs. And there were those engaged in bloody, unrestricted combat in iron cages. What circulated here was not renminbi but high-purity energy crystals and anonymous black cards. Yi vigilantly guarded behind Lin Fan, her fingers always poised on the dagger hidden in her sleeve. Don't be nervous. Lin Fan had his hands in his pockets, walking leisurely as if strolling through a morning market. Here, as long as you don't show fear, no one will dare to touch you. The more arrogant you are, the longer you live. He strode through the crowd, arriving at a corner shop with a dilapidated sign reading, Old Wang's Electrical Repair. The shop was cluttered with various electronic waste, CRT televisions, broken mechanical prosthetics, and even a still-beating electronic heart. An old man with disheveled hair and a dirty tank top was lounging with one leg crossed, picking his toes while reading a beauty magazine. Queue for repairs, turn left for information, and those looking for trouble just scram. The old man said without looking up. Lin Fan said nothing, casually picking up a screwdriver from the counter and lightly rubbing his fingers. Buzz. An invisible wave passed through. The steel-made screwdriver, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, seemed to have its hardness attribute erased by some unseen rule, instantly turning soft like noodles. The old man's hand, flipping through the magazine, paused. He slowly lifted his head, his murky old eyes sparkling with energy, fixating on Lin Fan, who wore the fox mask. Rule system. The old man set his feet down and pulled out a pair of heavy glasses from under the counter, changing his tone. It's been a long time since I've seen such pure techniques. Speak up, what's the big job? Lin Fan took out the hard drive from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. The encrypted disk from the Artisan Institute. I want the contents intact without leaving a trace. The old man glanced at the red seal on the hard drive, his pupils constricting, as if he had been burned, hastily retracting his hand. That's the S-Class top secret seal. Are you crazy? This thing comes with a tracking and self-destruct program. As soon as it gets powered, half of Seongnan City's night watchmen will know its location. The old man roared in a low voice. Take this hot potato and scram. I still want to live another 2 years. 5 million. Lin Fan calmly replied. Scram. Add one more third-tier perfect grade divine blood potion. The old man's roar suddenly stopped. His Adam's apple bobbed. For an old guy stuck at the second-tier bottleneck for decades, a perfect grade potion means rebirth. This isn't about money. The old man gritted his teeth, still struggling. The firewall on this thing is dynamic. It would take at least 3 hours to breach. During those 3 hours, this place would be a signal beacon. I'll handle the signal jamming. Lin Fan interrupted him, his voice conveying an undeniable confidence. You just focus on the decryption. In this room, I don't want any sounds leaking out. Even the divine beings wouldn't hear it. At this moment, Yi Zi, who had been silent, stepped forward and twisted the previously softened screwdriver into a spiral, coldly adding, or we can twist you this way and do it ourselves. The old man glanced at the limp screwdriver, then at the fearsome duo, and finally let out a long sigh, pulling out a tangle of messy connection wires from the drawer. What a sin. Just to be clear, if the night watchmen come knocking, I'll say I was taken hostage. Lin Fan smirked. Deal. In this bizarre underground world, sometimes violence and interest speak a more universal language than justice. In the greasy, oil-stained little shop, the air seemed to congeal. On the holographic screen atop the table, a red progress bar crawled forward at an agonizingly sluggish pace. Decryption progress 34. Warning, external signal sniffing detected. Constructing virtual decoy. Old Wong was drenched in sweat, his 10 fingers blurring across the keyboard. Behind his thick glasses, his eyes were bloodshot. Damn it! Those madmen from the Heavenly Works Institute actually hid a logic trap inside the firewall. Just now, the signal band jumped. I'm afraid we've been exposed. Before his words faded. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the rolling shutter door bulged inward from a violent kick from outside. Immediately after, the clamor of footsteps and the roar of motorcycle engines came from outside, along with the crisp sound of a heavy machine gun being loaded. Friends inside, don't bother hiding. A gruff voice came through a loudspeaker carrying undisguised greed. The signal towers for 3 blocks around have all detected fluctuations of an S-Class energy source. A treasure like this your little crew can't handle alone. How about bringing it out for your brothers to have a look? Old Wong's hand trembled, nearly hitting the wrong key. His face turned ashen. We're done for. It's the Black Serpent Gang. Those guys are the craziest dogs in the West District. The boss is a second-stage intermediate strength type awakener, and he's got dozens of guns under him. He turned to look at Lin Fan, only to find the young man wearing a fox mask still sitting on the worn-out sofa, even crossing his legs, idly playing with the lighter head brought from the Heavenly Works Institute. Continue. Lin Fan's voice came through the mask, eerily calm. No one will disturb you until the progress bar finishes. But, Yi Zi, Lin Fan called softly. Here. From a dark corner, a shadow slowly writhed. Yi Zi wasted no words. She silently pulled up her hood, obscuring her pale, delicate face. Reversing the grip on her dagger, she crouched low, poised like a hunting leopard ready to strike. Kill the lights. Lin Fan commanded. Click. Before Old Wong could react, he saw the girl named Yi Zi raise her hand and throw a flying dagger which precisely severed the shop's main power line. The entire underground repair shop was instantly plunged into a dead, silent darkness. Only the faint blue glow from the screen on the desk illuminated Lin Fan's eerily smiling fox mask. The next second, the rolling shutter door was torn open. Refuse a toast only to be forced to drink. Brothers charge in. Kill the man, and that S-Class treasure belongs to whoever gets it first. Amidst the frenzied roars, over a dozen thugs wielding modified firearms and steel pipes surged in like a flood. However, what awaited them was not begging for mercy, but a silent harvest in the darkness. Instant kill mode activated. Yi Zi's figure seemed to vanish completely in the darkness. The 2 thugs at the very front didn't even see a silhouette before a line of blood sprayed from their throats, and they collapsed, silently clutching their necks. Immediately after, the dull thud of blades cutting through flesh and the crisp snap of dislocating bones echoed in the dark. He's on the left. Open fire. Open fire now. Someone shouted in terror, their submachine gun spitting out tongues of flame. But in the instant they pulled the trigger, the fox-masked man sitting on the sofa gently raised his index finger to his lips. Shoo! Absolute silent domain firearm control, a bizarre rule instantly enveloped the entire shop. The thug was horrified to discover that although his gun spat fire, it made no sound. Even more terrifying, the bullets that left the barrel seemed to have lost their kinetic energy. They flew barely half a meter from the muzzle, as if stripped of the rule of propulsion, and clattered to the floor. All the firearms had become useless scrap in that instant. What kind of ability is this? Stripped of their ranged weapons, the thugs instantly became lambs for the slaughter. And in the darkness, Yi Zi was the most efficient butcher. Each of her strikes targeted vital points, yet she was extremely precise in avoiding fatal wounds, except for the first two, only incapacitating them. In barely a minute, the dozen or so men who had stormed in so ferociously were now all lying on the ground moaning in pain. The sounds of broken limbs and dislocated joints came one after another, but suppressed by the silent domain. Even their screams were muted into muffled sobs. At the entrance, the leader of the Black Serpent gang could no longer sit still. He was a bald, burly man, his muscles bulging, his skin gleaming with a metallic black sheen. A second-stage intermediate black iron body. Useless trash. The Black Serpent leader bellowed, his muscles hardening all over, as he smashed through the wall like a humanoid tank charging inside. Ignoring Yi Zi in the darkness, he threw a punch carrying the force of 10,000 June, aiming straight for the masked figure on the sofa. Playing tricks. They'll smash your brains out and see if you can still pretend. The punch was heavy and forceful, compressing the air and causing an explosive crack. Old Wong was so scared he scrambled away, covering his head. We're dead, we're dead, we're dead. This is the black iron body, its hardness rivals that of an alloy. Facing this sure kill strike, Lin Fan finally moved. He didn't dodge. He didn't even stand up. He just slowly raised his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air towards the charging brute. Sequence 000 Annihilation Concept Deprivation Hardness Soft. Lin Fan uttered a single word softly. The next second, the iron fist, powerful enough to shatter a wall upon touching Lin Fan's palm, went limp and mushy like over-fermented dough. The ferocity on the Black Serpent leader's face instantly twisted into terror. He felt his proud, steel-like body seem to turn to liquid. The feeling of indestructible power vanished, replaced by an extreme weakness and nausea. You! What did you do? Lin Fan backhanded the leader across the face. He used a clever force. Although the man's body had softened, his pain nerves were still intact. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the silent shop. The second-stage intermediate gang leader spun around 3 times on the spot like a top, then plopped down on the ground, staring blankly, his cheeks swollen like a steamed bun. Too noisy. Lin Fan wiped his hand disdainfully and sat back down on the sofa, pointing at the still-moving progress bar. I'm waiting for the result. Get your people out of here before I count to 3. Otherwise, the next thing to go soft will be your hearts. The Black Serpent leader, clutching his face, stared in terror at the fox mask. It was a suppression from a higher level of existence. Instinct told him that if the other party had wanted to, he would already be a pile of mush. Go! Get out of here! The Black Serpent leader scrambled out, not even bothering with the gold chain that fell to the floor. His underlings wished they could sprout extra legs, dragging their broken bodies as they swarmed out. In less than 10 seconds, the shop was peaceful again. At the same time, ding! A pleasant notification sound rang out. Old Wong collapsed into his chair, looking like he had just been pulled out of the water. Trembling, he pressed the enter key. Decrypted. 100. On the screen, countless streams of complex data scattered instantly, finally converging into a blood-red folder icon. The folder had only a single word for its name: God. In the dim light of the repair shop, the air seemed to solidify. Old Wong's trembling fingers hovered over the enter key, his forehead drenched in sweat. The aged mainframe emitted a strained hum, its cooling fan spinning wildly like a beast in its death throes. Be big shot, it's cracked. Old Wong swallowed hard, his voice raspy. But this thing has a reverse tracking lock. If we open it and don't match the code within 5 minutes, the headquarters firewall will lock onto this location. Lin Fan, standing in the shadows, gave a slight nod. The fox mask on his face seemed eerily grotesque under the blue glow of the screen. Open it. Just 2 words. Old Wong dared not hesitate and slammed the enter key. The folder named God sprang open on the screen. There was no dense array of experimental data, no complex formulas. Only a single video file. The file name was Simple Observation Log Culture Dish 001. The video started. The image jolted violently as if shot on a handheld camera. The background was a sterile laboratory, white to the point of suffocation. In the center stood a massive cylindrical glass tank filled with pale golden liquid. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. That liquid was all concentrated divine blood. Even through the screen, his nirvana bloodline stirred with a hint of repulsive agitation. The camera zoomed in. In the golden solution there was no monstrous creature of divine wrath, but a floating infant. It was a fetus not yet full-term curled in the liquid, its umbilical cord connected to countless black tubes of varying thickness. With each heartbeat, the tubes writhed like living things injecting some black substance into the infant. Log entry. A cold male voice came from off-screen tinged with a fanatical tremor. Divine blood concentration at 45, rejection response 0. Void substance injection proceeding smoothly. This is the perfect vessel. Let him grow and we will have the first man-made god. The image cut off abruptly. The video lasted only a few seconds, yet it plunged the entire repair shop into a deathly silence. Old Wong had collapsed into his chair in terror. He was just a tech geek looking to make some shady cash. How could he have stumbled upon a secret that could shake the heavens? A man-made god. If this got out, the entire Xia nation would tremble. I saw nothing. I'm blind. Really? Old Wong immediately crouched with his head down, his survival instincts maxed out. Lin Fan remained silent. He stared at the now dark screen, his gaze behind the mask chillingly cold. The energy delivered by those black tubes on the infant was familiar to him. It was the aura of the void, bearing a fundamental resemblance to the void leak accident that had claimed his parents years ago. The heavenly workshop. What in the world were these madmen up to? Warning. Warning. Signal source locked. The computer suddenly blared with a piercing red alert. We're doomed. It's the night watchman's cyber surveillance. They'll be here in 3 minutes. Old Wong wailed in despair, watching the rapidly approaching red on the screen. This is it. Breaking ins glass secret. Ill rot in prison. Stop panicking. A hand pressed down on Old Wong's shoulder. Lin Fan's voice was as steady as a deep pool, instantly quelling his fear. I've got what I need. As for the rest. Lin Fan pulled out an anonymous black card from his pocket and placed it gently on the table. Hey, race 5 million. The code is 6 6s. Take the money and fix up the shop. Old Wong stared at the card, his hands trembling. Be big shot, I dare not take this. Take it. Lin Fan said flatly. From now on you're my eyes underground. Since you've seen what you shouldn't have, if you want to live you'll have to make yourself more valuable. This was Lin Fan's art of control. Fear alone could only subdue someone temporarily. Only the binding of interests could truly make this greedy rat serve him. Old Wong gritted his teeth and snatched the card. Understood. From now on for Lord Fox it'll go through fire and water. Yi Zi. Lin Fan turned his head. Yi Zi, who had been guarding the door in the shadows, moved instantly. Without a word she twirled her dagger in a graceful arc and glided through the room like a phantom. When she stopped, every residual fingerprint footprint, and even the warmth from the chair Lin Fan had sat on, was meticulously erased with a special spray. Even the lingering scent of divine blood in the air was neutralized by a scentless incense she lit. Professional. Let's go. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Absolute silence domain activated. Their figures vanished through the back door of the repair shop as if they had never been there. Every footstep, door creak, and rustle of clothing was swallowed whole. 3 minutes later, bang, the repair shop's front door was violently smashed open. A fully armed night watchman squad stormed in, led by Lin Fan's old acquaintance, Zhao Gang, captain of the 6th squad stationed in Songnan City. Freeze. Hands on your heads. Zhao Gang raised his alchemy pistol, his eyes scanning the room sharply. Yet all that greeted him was the acrid smell of burnt electronics and Old Wong sobbing on the floor. Officer, you're finally here. Old Wong rushed over with a flood of tears and snot, his acting flawless. A bunch of thugs came. They forced me to fix their computer with knives. If I refused, they trashed the place. My graphics card, my motherboard, all destroyed. Zhao Gang frowned at the mess left by the Black Snake Gang thugs, and then at the hard drive that had been physically destroyed, smashed to bits. Did you see 2 masked people? Zhao Gang asked in a low voice. Yes, yes. Old Wong pointed to the back door. One with a fox mask, one woman. Fierce. They bolted that way, heading west. That was the exact opposite direction. Zhao Gang sighed and holstered his gun. Captain, the tech team's done checking. A squad member approached, looking at his device. Only the shop owner's biometrics are on site. The other party was highly professional. Not a single hair left behind. And what? And that cracking signal earlier seemed like a deliberate lure. By the time we traced it, the source file had already been destroyed. Zhao Gang gazed into the pitch-black night and lit a cigarette. Fox. That ghost, codenamed Phantom again. He exhaled a smoke ring, his eyes complex. Friend or foe, this guy's making bigger and bigger waves in Songnan. Report this as a class secret and inform headquarters in the capital. Meanwhile, on a rooftop in the old district a few kilometers away, Lin Fan took off his mask, revealing a clean, harmless face. The night wind tousled his hair. He gazed at the distant black market where police lights flashed, and carefully placed the microchip containing the backup video into his inner pocket. Forbidden by the gods. He murmured these 4 words softly. If so-called gods were man-made monsters, then he, the sequence 000 dedicated to slaying gods, might have been born to judge this absurdity. Let's go home. Lin Fan turned to Yi Zi behind him, his lips curling into his usual lazy smile. I've got school tomorrow. If I go back this late, I'll have to climb the wall, or the dorm matron will chew me out. Yi Zi looked at the youth who had just dominated the black market and was now worrying about the dorm matron. A trace of helplessness flickered in her eyes, but more than that, an indescribable sense of reassurance. This was her captain, a youth who walked between light and shadow, both ordinary and perilous. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass windows of the 9th Martial Arts High School, casting a golden glow on the drifting chalk dust in the air. At the podium, the bald theoretical instructor Oldly was lecturing with flying spittle on the resonance formula between divine power conduction and muscle fibers. Below, most students were frantically taking notes. Though the awakened college entrance exam emphasized combat, failing theoretical courses meant no graduation certificate. Only in the last row by the window on the so-called throne, Lin Fan was lying on his desk, sleeping peacefully. A thick copy of Introduction to Quantum Mechanics rested on his head, rising and falling with his steady breaths. The thrilling black market infiltration from the night before felt like nothing more than a dream. At this moment, he wasn't the fox who struck fear into the underworld, but merely an ordinary high school senior. Slap! A piece of chalk flew with precision toward Lin Fan's forehead. Yet just as it was about to hit Lin Fan's head, seemed to tilt unconsciously half an inch. The chalk grazed the book's spine and struck the back of the head of the chubby student in front, who wore an ill-fitting uniform. Ouch! Wang Pang jumped up, clutching his head, his face full of grievance. Teacher Lee, I wasn't sleeping this time. Besides, I'm a transfer student. Do you even get that? I'm not taking the college exam. The whole class burst into laughter. Ever since the training camp ended, this fat slob had shamelessly used his family connections to transfer from the neighboring elite private high school to 9th High, even moving to the seat in front of Lin Fan. He claimed it was for tactical coordination, but in truth it was just to copy homework and mooch meals. Wang Banbai, since you've transferred to 9th High, you must follow its rules. Oldly rapped the blackboard in frustration. Don't think you can get cocky just because your team took first in the training camp. That was combat, this is theory. Lin Fan, not understanding is one thing, but you won't learn either. Lin Fan slowly removed the book from his face, rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. Teacher, force is mutual. Chalk has too little kinetic energy to wake someone who's pretending to sleep. Oldly was left speechless, rolling his eyes, but seeing Lin Fan's seemingly innocent face, he said nothing more. The whole school knew these two were the current treasures of the school. Though one had awakened the trash sequence hearing enhancement, and the other was just a defensive tank, they had used their cunning tactics to lead the team to victory in the training camp championship. The principal now treated Lin Fan like a treasure. As long as he didn't dismantle the school, sleeping in class was fine. Finally, the bell rang. The once lifeless classroom erupted into chaos. Brother Fan, big news. Wang Pang stuffed a bag of half-confiscated chips into his mouth, turned around, and leaned close to Lin Fan's ear, whispering mysteriously, heard about it. Someone from the capital is here. Lin Fan stretched lazily, checking the water meter. Pfft, what water meter? It's from the admissions office. Wang Pang lowered his voice, his face trembling with fat. It's the top institution of Daxia, the Kunlun Academy's special recruitment team. They skip the college entrance exam and pick seedlings early. Lin Fan tapped his fingers twice on the desk. Kunlun Academy, the first line of defense in Daxia, the capital. That was the heart of the entire Daxia nation, the headquarters of the Night Watch, and the stronghold of the Celestial Works Institute. He touched the cool chip in his breast pocket. To uncover the truth behind the artificial god, the capital was indeed where he had to go. And Brother Fan. Wang Pang suddenly dropped his playful demeanor, a rare seriousness in his eyes. My old man sent a letter. He said I should have my fill of fun in Songnan and then get back to the capital. The main branch of the Wang family is there. Lin Fan glanced at Wang Pang. Though this fatty usually seemed unreliable after sharing life and death in the training camp, Lin Fan knew he carried a heavy burden. As a branch member of a capital noble family, Wang Pang had always yearned to prove himself. That's why he insisted on sticking with Lin Fan and even transferring schools. He had bet right, following Lin Fan truly led to victory. Then let's go, Lin Fan said calmly. I'd like to see the scenery of the capital anyway. I'm coming too. A crisp voice cut in. Outside the window, Xiaya was sitting on the corridor railing, holding 2 cups of milk tea. She wasn't a student at 9th High, but in the past few days, she had treated the school like her own backyard while discussing dividing the spoils with Lin Fan. Today she had tied her hair into a high ponytail, her school uniform skirt revealing 2 straight long legs radiating youthful energy that made the boys in the corridor unable to look away. My family's on the East Coast, but my dad said rather than going back to inherit the shipyard it's better to see the world in the capital. Xiaya flipped into the classroom, ignoring the dean who was about to lose his temper, and placed a cup of milk tea on Lin Fan's desk. Wherever the captain goes I go. Our demolition squad trio will never disband. Lin Fan took the milk tea, inserted the straw, and took a sip. Kunlun Academy isn't easy to get into, he said. I hear the admission rate is only 1 in 10,000, and they place great emphasis on bloodline and background. That's for others. Suddenly a commotion arose at the classroom door. The once noisy corridor fell silent instantly, as if someone had choked it. A middle-aged man in a crisp suit and gold-rimmed glasses stood at the door. On his chest was a badge engraved with towering mountains, shimmering with a daunting spiritual energy fluctuation under the sunlight. It was the emblem of Kunlun Academy. The man's gaze swept across the class, finally landing precisely on the youth drinking milk tea in the last row. Excuse me, which one of you is Lin Fan? The class fell dead silent. Everyone's eyes converged on Lin Fan. Admiration, jealousy, shock. All emotions intertwined. The legendary Kunlun Special Recruitment Team had come in person to find someone, and it was that oddball who slept in class. Lin Fan put down the milk tea, slowly stood up with that trademark harmless smile on his face. I am. The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses, a glint of sharp light flashing behind the lenses. I am the director of admissions at Kunlun Academy, surname Zhang. The principal is very interested in your performance at the training camp, especially that unique theory of yours about physical defense breaking. Would you be interested in bringing your 2 borrowed teammates to the office for a chat? In the principal's office, the atmosphere wasn't as tense as Lin Fan had imagined. The old principal was cheerfully pouring tea for Director Zhang, who held a top-secret file. The file recorded all of Lin Fan's data from the training camp: strength peak tier 2, tactical rating S, personality profile extremely calm, adept at exploiting rules, suspected of having mental purity, i.e. dislikes hearing nonsense. Let's cut to the chase. Director Zhang closed the file, looking at Lin Fan sitting on the sofa. This year Kunlun Academy has 1 super seed slot. No need to take the college exam, no tuition fees, and you can even bring 2 attendants to enroll. What's the catch? Lin Fan asked. The catch is that you have to survive the journey to the capital. Director Zhang's tone suddenly shifted, carrying a chilling hint of bloodshed. Things are special this year. The divine abominations in the wilderness have been restless lately, even engaging in organized ambushes. The steel road from Tsangnan to the capital has been classified as a high-risk zone. We want provide transport. If you can stand at the gates of Kunlun Academy with your team unscathed before the opening ceremony on September 1st. Director Zhang stood up and extended his hand to Lin Fan. Then you will be this year's freshman valedictorian. Lin Fan looked at the hand but didn't take it immediately. He was thinking, this wasn't just an entrance test. It was more like bait. A lure for all the shadowy forces like the Ghost God Group or the radicals of the Celestial Works Institute that wanted to assassinate geniuses to make their move. Kunlun Academy was both cultivating and showing off. Only geniuses tempered through blood and fire were worthy of stepping into that last bastion of humanity. Interesting. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth as he grasped the hand. I'll take the job. Also, Lin Fan pointed at the chubby figure eavesdropping by the door. For those 2 slots, I want Wang Pang Pang and Xiaya. Director Zhang smiled as if expecting this. As you wish. Even if you bring 2 dogs, as long as they walk through the school gates alive, I'll give them diplomas. Walking out of the office, the sky outside the corridor was overcast as if brewing a storm. Lin Fan touched the coin in his pocket. The dungeon of Tsangnan City had been cleared. The road ahead was the true hell. Let's go. Lin Fan waved at the anxious fatty and Xiaya waiting by the door. Did it work? Where to? Celebrating. Wang Pang Pang's eyes lit up. To pack your bags. Lin Fan looked northward, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick clouds to the city standing atop the wind, snow, and the pinnacle of divine authority. It's time we hit the road. The dawn in Tsangnan City always carried a damp mist, but in the old district this mist was usually mingled with the scent of coal smoke and soybean milk. Lin Fan stood at the doorway of his cramped rental room, taking one last look at the place he had called home for 3 years. In the corner, the paint was peeling, the security door was plastered with small ads, and the wooden bed frame was slightly warped from moisture. There was nothing of value here worth remembering. His only possessions, a few worn-out physics books and a change of clothes, had already been stuffed into his small black backpack. With a loud clatter, the rolling door was pulled down, the sound jarringly sharp in the early morning. Lin Fan walked to the steamed bun stall at the alley's entrance. Old Wang was busy lifting the lid off the first batch of steaming buns, the white vapor instantly blurring his vision. Old Wang, 3 meat buns and 2 veggie ones. Lin Fan skillfully scanned the QR code to pay, then fished a slightly tarnished brass key from his pocket and gently placed it on the greasy table. Hey, race the key. I've paid the rent until the end of the month. Consider the remaining days as my treat for your drinks. Old Wang's hand paused mid-motion, peering through the white mist at the slender youth before him. He had run his stall here for decades and had seen countless people come and go, but this kid was different. When the boy first moved in 3 years ago, his eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Now that he was leaving, that pool seemed to conceal a blade. Where you headed? Coming back. Old Wang wiped his hands on the towel draped around his neck, trying to sound casual. Going to school. The capital. Lin Fan took the hot buns, bit into one, and the meat juice burst out. Whether I'll be back depends on fate. Old Wang paused for a moment, then flashed a wide grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed gap-toothed teeth. The capital, huh? A big city. Go on, don't bring shame to our old district. If things don't work out, this stall could use a dishwasher. Lin Fan smiled but said nothing. He simply shouldered his backpack, turned, and waved his hand, his figure gradually disappearing into the morning mist. Songnan City North Station. It looked less like a train station and more like a fortress forged from steel and war. 30-meter-high blast walls encircled the station, their tops mounted with automatic cannons of formidable caliber, their dark maws aimed directly at the wilderness beyond. Searchlights crisscrossed the gray sky like sharp blades, while piercing alarms and the roar of machinery intertwined, grating against the eardrums. At the center of the platform lay a slumbering steel behemoth, the armored train Behemoth. Over 500 meters in length, it was forged entirely from black special alloy. Each carriage was covered in thick reactive armor. The windows were tiny and embedded with bulletproof grills. On the roof, instead of pantographs, stood rows of menacing heavy machine gun turrets and divine power jamming antennas. This was no mere vehicle. It was a mobile fortress navigating the wilderness, teeming with divine abominations. Damn! This thing is even more badass than my family's armored car. Wang Pangpang dragged 2 oversized Louis Vuitton suitcases, craning his neck to look up at the train, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter, and couldn't help but swallow. Behind him, Xiaya, wearing a sun hat, curiously observed the fully armed patrol soldiers around them. Yizi, dressed in an inconspicuous black tracksuit, carried a long guitar case containing her sniper rifle and short blade, standing like a shadow in Lin Fan's silhouette. Stop gawking. Where are the tickets? Lin Fan asked, chewing his last bite of bun. All arranged. Wang Pangpang patted his chest and pulled out 4 gilded magnetic cards from his pocket. VIP first-class cabin. Each ticket costs 50,000 plus round-the-clock buffet and massage service. These are hot commodities that money alone can't buy. I had to pull some family strings to get them. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. 50,000 for a single ticket. That was enough to sustain an average family in the old district for 5 years. Indeed, no matter how the world changed, some things remained universal. Like money, like privilege, the 4 of them headed toward the VIP passage. Unlike the entrance to the regular carriages, which was packed like a sardine, the VIP passage was carpeted in red, and uniformed attendants bowed in greeting. Please present your tickets. The attendant wore a professional smile, but when her eyes fell on Lin Fan's cheap street market clothes, a flicker of barely concealed disdain passed through her gaze before she quickly masked it. Wang Pangpang handed over the 4 tickets. Beep, Honorable Mr. Wang, welcome aboard the Behemoth. Your cabin is A03, located in the safest midsection of the train. The attendant's demeanor instantly shifted to one of humble enthusiasm, bowing almost at a 90-degree angle. Lin Fan paid no heed to this farce of fawning and disdain. His gaze passed over the attendant and fixed on the entrance to the regular carriages. A commotion was brewing there. Please, let me on. I have a ticket. It's really a standing ticket. A ragged, middle-aged woman was kneeling on the ground, desperately clutching the ticket inspector's pant leg, waving a crumpled paper ticket. My daughter is sick in the capital. I have to see her. Get lost. Can't you see we're overloaded? The inspector kicked the woman away, his expression cold. The next train is in 3 days. Wait for that one. 3 days. In 3 days she'll be dead. The woman wailed in despair, but the crowd around her watched numbly, no one stepping forward. In this age of forbidden gods, human life was the cheapest commodity. Lin Fan averted his gaze, his eyes calm and devoid of any ripple. He was no saint. He couldn't save every suffering soul in the world. But he had noted the leg the inspector used to kick. His right leg, poor stance, center of gravity too high. To cripple that leg, all it would take was a kick to the side of the knee with about 50 kilograms of force. Let's go. Lin Fan said, flatly stepping onto the red carpet first. Cabin A03 was excessively luxurious. Leather sofas, Persian carpets, and even a small bar. Through the thick bulletproof glass window, one could clearly see the bustling crowd outside and the gray sky in the distance. So this is the joy of the rich. Lin Fan threw himself onto the soft sofa, letting out a sigh. The leap from a hardboard bed in the old district to a leather sofa here was indeed disorienting. Fan waddle you have. There's 82 cola here. Wang Pang expertly opened the mini-fridge and tossed a can of cola to Lin Fan. Yi meanwhile began inspecting every corner of the room the moment she entered. The vents under the bed behind the mirror. Only after confirming there were no listening devices or bombs did she silently sit by the door clutching her guitar case. No need to be so tense, right? Xiaya pressed against the window, watching the scenery slowly move outside. This is a military train. Who would dare make a move on this? Never entrust your life to someone else's care. Lin Fan pulled the tab on his cola. The sound of fizzing bubbles was exceptionally clear in the quiet cabin. Just then the train let out a deep rumbling roar. Woo, I. The whistle was like the bellow of a giant beast shaking the heavens. The floor beneath them began to vibrate slightly, and the scenery outside the window started to recede slowly. The towering blast walls were gradually left behind, and at that moment everyone's hearts tightened. Because beyond those walls lay true hell. As the train left the safety barrier of Changnan City, the already gray sky grew even more oppressive, and a faint rancid stench seemed to permeate the air. Ruins overgrown with weeds, gigantic monster skeletons, dark shadows wandering in the distance. This was the wilderness. Lin Fan stared out the window as his passive ability, the omniscient view, quietly activated. In his vision, the wilderness was no longer a landscape, but a tangled mass of energy blobs. Most were gray death chi, occasionally interspersed with a few glaring patches of scarlet. The lurking divine abominations. But that wasn't the most dangerous thing. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the cabin wall to the adjacent cabin A04. There sat 3 people with no signs of life. No, to be precise, they were 3 manipulated puppets. And the strings controlling them extended toward the train's roof. Looks like this trip won't be boring. Lin Fan took a sip of cola, a cold arc curling at the corner of his mouth. At that moment the train's broadcast chimed with a sweet female voice. Attention passengers. The behemoth has left the safe zone and is about to enter the 4th uninhabited area. The estimated journey is 48 hours. For your safety, please do not leave your cabins at night. We wish you a pleasant journey. A pleasant journey. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The hunt had begun. As night fell, the darkness on the wilderness was as thick as ink, devouring the massive searchlight beams of the giant beast. Inside the carriage, the luxurious lights remained bright, but the atmosphere had turned somewhat eerie. Wang Pongpong, who had been enthusiastically studying the Australian lobster at the buffet, put down his fork and pricked up his ears. Do you hear that? Wang Pang lowered his voice. The wind outside doesn't sound right. It's not the wind. Yi, still holding the black guitar case, sat by the door, her eyes fixed on some point in the void, her voice cold as ice. It's the sound of claws scraping against metal. There are a lot of them. Before the words faded. Boom! A loud crash slammed onto the roof above, as if some heavy object had violently struck the armor plate. Immediately after, a dense scratching sound erupted like a rainstorm, the teeth-grinding screech penetrating the thick soundproofing and drilling into everyone's ears. Warning! Level 3 beast tide detected. Level 3 beast tide detected. The sweet female voice on the broadcast instantly turned into a frantic mechanical alarm. All passengers, please remain in your compartments. The automatic defense system has been activated. The next second, the blast-proof grills outside the windows slammed shut with a dull metallic clash. Then the heavy machine gun turret on the roof began to roar. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Tongues of flame spat out, instantly illuminating the pitch-black wilderness. Taking advantage of that fleeting flash of fire, Xia, you pressed against the window, let out a cry of surprise. Heavens! What is that? On the cliffs on both sides of the train, countless pitch-black giant lizards with human faces were leaping madly. Defying gravity, they nimbly weaved through the hail of bullets. Some even braved the machine gun fire, clinging stubbornly to the train's outer shell, trying to tear open the armor with their sharp claws. Shadow lizards. Lin Fan sat on the sofa, still holding the can of cola, without even lifting an eyelid. A type of second-order divine abomination that prefers to live in groups. Their skin secretes a special oil that deflects most physical attacks. Their weakness is the excretory pore 3 inches below the belly. Wang Pang's mouth twitched. Fan, this is no time for a biology lesson on weak points. It's disgusting. The key isn't them. Lin Fan put down the cola, his gaze shifting slightly to the left, penetrating the compartment wall. At the very moment the defense system was in full swing, and the entire train was shuddering violently, the 3 people in the next compartment, A04, moved. They, or rather the puppeteer behind them, were clever. This wave of shadow lizards wasn't for hunting. It was a diversion. In Lin Fan's omniscient vision, an obscure surge of energy suddenly erupted within the 3 puppets. Instead of rushing into the corridor, they marched in unison towards the compartment's ventilation shaft, which led directly to the train's power core. Trying to blow up the train. Lin Fan shook his head. Can't have that. I'm still in a hurry to report. At that moment the train entered a massive curved bend. The centrifugal force at 300 kilometers per hour tilted everyone involuntarily to one side. Lin Fan stood up, brushing the wrinkles off his clothes. "I'm going to the restroom." "Fan, don't wander off at a time like this." Wang Pangpang shouted in panic. "Relax, I know what I'm doing." Lin Fan walked to the door and glanced at Yi Zi. "Hold the fort here." Yi Zi nodded silently, her fingers already on the zipper of the guitar case. Outside compartment A04. The lights in the corridor flickered due to unstable voltage. Leaning against the wall, Lin Fan looked like an ordinary student who had stepped out for some fresh air due to motion sickness. But the index finger of his right hand gently pressed against the metal wall, separating a 04 from the corridor. Sequence 000 annihilation activated. This time he didn't deprive them of sound nor of life. What he deprived them of was friction. Concept: erasure surface friction coefficient. Area of effect: the floor of compartment A04. Meanwhile, the train was speeding through the curve at high velocity, the immense centrifugal force flinging everything inside the carriage outward. Originally, the three puppets, relying on suction devices on their feet, stood steadily beneath the ventilation shaft, preparing to unscrew the bolts. Then suddenly, in that instant, the floor beneath their feet became 10,000 times slipperier than an oiled ice rink. The physical concept of friction vanished completely within that square meter. Squeak! With no point of purchase, Newton's first law, inertia and centrifugal force, took over the game in that moment. The three elite puppets, each possessing second-order strength, were like three bowling balls struck with immense force, instantly losing their balance and flying sideways at astonishing speed. Boom! They crashed heavily into the bulletproof glass on the outer side of the compartment. The tremendous kinetic energy combined with their heavy metal frames actually managed to crack the special glass, which was already under assault from the shadow lizards. On the roof, the mysterious figure, lurking like a spider, controlling the puppets through threads, suddenly felt the strings in his hand jerk taut. It was the immense pull from all three puppets losing control simultaneously and flying out. What the hell? Before the mysterious figure could react, he was yanked off balance by the sudden bizarre force, stumbled, and nearly rolled off the speeding train. In that split second of imbalance, Lin Fan through the wall snapped his fingers. Snap! Absolute silence, mental severance. The taut threads instantly snapped. Losing their control signals, the three puppets that had crashed into the glass turned into scrap metal, collapsing limply. On the roof, the mysterious figure discovered in terror that his sole link with the puppets was severed. Severed completely, as if some higher dimensional entity had taken scissors and cut the causal thread. "There's an expert?" The mysterious figure was scared out of his wits. A method capable of silently severing a mental link indicated at least a high-level psychic powerhouse. Could there be some big shot from the night watchers on this train? Retreat! The mysterious figure dared not linger. Using the swarm of shadow lizards as cover, he vanished into the boundless night in a few bounds. A few minutes later, the train exited the curve and the shadow lizards were dispersed by the machine gun turrets. The door to compartment A04 was frantically opened by the head conductor. "What happened? We detected a massive impact here." The head conductor rushed in with 2 security guards, only to find the place in disarray and 3 passengers lying motionless by the window. The head conductor stepped forward to check, and his face changed drastically. "These 3 aren't breathing, and their bodies are so hard." He tore open one of their sleeves, revealing the cold mechanical prosthetic beneath. "Mechanical puppets? Infiltrated assassins." A lazy voice came from the doorway. Lin Fan leaned against the doorframe, still holding the can of cola, looking utterly innocent as he pointed at the slightly tilted floor. "I'm no engineer, but when I passed by I felt this carriage was shaking particularly hard. Could it be the floor was waxed a bit too much? With the centrifugal force, these 3 brothers might have lost their footing and knocked themselves out." The head conductor looked at the floor, so polished it was mirror-like, and so slippery. He nearly fell himself, then at the 3 puppets whose internal components had short-circuited from the sheer force of the impact. Knocked out. Although this explanation was absurd, looking at the floor that seemed coated in oil, it did seem to follow the laws of physics. Ahem. The head conductor wiped his cold sweat. "Student, thank you for your eyewitness testimony. This place is dangerous. Please return to your compartment." Lin Fan shrugged and turned away, vanishing without a trace of glory. Back in compartment A03, Wang Pangpang was huddled in a corner of the sofa, trembling. Seeing Lin Fan return, he nearly cried, "Fan, what took you so long in the bathroom?" It sounded like the next compartment exploded. "It's nothing." Lin Fan sat back on the sofa, opened a bag of chips, and looked out the window at the gradually calming snowstorm. "I just burned some incense for old Sir Newton, asking him to discipline some unruly kids." In the corner, Yi Zi looked up, casting a deep glance at Lin Fan, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Only she knew that in those seemingly casual minutes, a crisis that could have paralyzed the train had been resolved by this youth in the most absurd way. The morning sunlight streamed through the bulletproof glass into the dining car, casting an especially languid glow upon the coffee aroma that filled the air. After a night of fierce battle, though for most passengers it was merely a night's sleep, the behemoth now cruised steadily across the endless Gobi Desert. The thrilling beast tide and rooftop assassination of last night seemed left behind in the darkness. Inside the dining car, a melodious violin piece flowed softly. Wang Pangpang sat before a mountain of plates, fork in left hand and knife in right, wrestling with a medium-rare steak. Xiaoya meanwhile elegantly sipped her black tea, occasionally snapping photos of the wild desert scenery outside the window with her phone. Only Lin Fan leaned by the window, twirling the coin he'd brought from the black market. His gaze appeared casual, but in truth he was observing every person in the dining car. The puppet master from yesterday had escaped, but there must still be accomplices on board. A long sigh from the next table broke Lin Fan's train of thought. It was a boy wearing a faded denim jacket and thick-rimmed glasses. He was staring gloomily at a half-spilled glass of milk and a buttered bread slice that had fallen to the floor. Murphy's Law never lies, the bespectacled boy muttered bitterly. When bread falls, the buttered side always hits the ground. This is the 18th time this month I've had an accident at breakfast. As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the bread, only to smack his head against the table corner with a loud thud. Ouch! The boy clutched his forehead, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh, then quickly covered her mouth, realizing she was being rude. Wang Pongpong, ever outgoing, found the unlucky lad strangely endearing. He waved at a waiter. Get this brother a fresh breakfast. On me. And add a tiramisu to calm his nerves. The bespectacled boy blinked, pushing his slipping glasses back up his nose, and looked at Wang Pangpang. Thanks, rich bro. But I'd advise you to keep your distance. Cursed by fate. Cursed by fate. Wang Pangpang chuckled. Bro, I'm born with good fortune. Perfect to counteract yours. Care to join our table? The boy hesitated, then carried his plate over. Let me introduce myself. Chun Xiaoyu. He sighed and extended his hand. Serial 088, a victim of the aura of misfortune. Chun Xiaoyu. Lin Fan's eyebrow arched slightly. He recalled hearing that name before in some wanted notice, or rather a famous disaster news report. Rumor had it that Chun Xiaoyu was the most troublesome student in Kunlun Academy's history. Wherever he went, buildings collapsed. He was known as the walking causality weapon. I'm Lin Fan. Lin Fan shook his hand and instantly felt a faint, chaotic magnetic field emanating from the other boy. Indeed, this kid's energy fluctuations were bizarre, like a tangled mess of knots. Are you all freshmen heading to Kunlun Academy too? Chun Xiaoyu asked cautiously while cutting his steak. Careful not to let the knife fly off. Take my advice, once you enter the capital, don't stand out too much. Why's that? Wang Pangpang leaned in. Chun Xiaoyu glanced around and whispered mysteriously, the situation is different this year. I have a cousin who's a student council officer. He said things have already blown up in the capital. Because of that, Fox. Lin Fan interjected casually. The Fox? That's just a sideshow. Chun Xiaoyu waved dismissively. The real big news is that among this year's freshmen, there are some true monsters. He raised 3 fingers. First, the prodigy from the Ji family of the capital, Ji Chongkong. Rumor has it he's already been appointed student council president. He's an extreme order faction guy vowing to clean up the academy and expel all those who got in through connections or lack real skill. Wang Pangpang shrank back. Feels like that one's aimed at me. Second, Chun Xiaoyu's expression turned fearful, a madman who fought his way out of the third fallen zone. No name, just the codename Shura. I heard he chopped up an examiner during the entrance test. Beside Lin Fan, Yizi's eyelids twitched slightly. And the third? Chun Xiaoyu paused, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Word is there's a supersede. From some small town whose file is classified as top secret. All I know is he did something huge that made the old professors at Kunlun Academy argue endlessly. Lin Fan took a sip of water, his expression unchanged. So Chun Xiaoyu said earnestly, for ordinary folks like us it's best to just keep a low profile and coast through. Especially don't cross those student council members with armbands. They have terrifying authority now, even the teachers have to show them respect. Interesting. Lin Fan set down his cup. It seemed the waters in the capital were deeper than he'd imagined. The student council, the aristocratic families, the madman, and that shadowy Heavenly Works Institute. The stage was already set before he even set foot on campus. And you? Xiaoya asked curiously. You know so much. Are you a freshman too? Chun Xiaoyu's face instantly fell. I'm a repeat student. He bit into his bread bitterly. Last year I came first in the written exam. But during the practical assessment I accidentally stepped on a banana peel slid and pulled off the examiner's pants. So I was disqualified for misconduct. Wang Pangpang burst out laughing, spitting out his cola and slapping the table. A genius. An absolute genius. Bro, I've got to be your friend. Lin Fan looked at the hapless Chun Xiaoyu and couldn't help but smile. To survive pulling off an examiner's pants and still return for a repeat year, that itself was a kind of skill. Moreover, someone with such an aura of misfortune, if used wisely, could be an unpredictable tactical nuke. Chun Xiaoyu. Lin Fan suddenly spoke. If you have nowhere to go at school, you can come to us, Lin Fan said calmly. Our squad just so happens to need a mascot. Mascot? Chun Xiaoyu pointed at himself, incredulous. Bro, I'm a jinx. Are you sure? 2 negatives make a positive. Lin Fan stood up and patted Chun Xiaoyu's shoulder. Just then the train's announcement rang out again. Attention passengers. We are about to arrive at the terminal, the first garrison of the capital. Please take your belongings and prepare to alight. Outside the window, the desolate Gobi had vanished. In its place stood a towering wall 100 meters high, stretching across the land like a giant dragon. Beyond the wall, countless skyscrapers pierced the clouds. Massive holographic projections flickered above the city. Airships wove like threads, and neon lights spread like an ocean. This was the heart of the Great Xia, the last beacon of human civilization. The capital had arrived. Lin Fan gazed at the cyberpunk steel, jungle the laziness in his eyes, gradually giving way to the excitement of a hunter spotting his hunting ground. Let's go. Lin Fan slung his faded backpack over his shoulder and walked ahead. The show begins. The station hall of the first guard city in the capital reaches a height of 100 meters, covered by transparent high-strength crystals. Looking up, one can see several enormous floating airships slowly descending, their hulls emblazoned with the emblems of various prominent families and financial tycoons, casting shadows over the area. Here there is none of the dilapidated, smoky atmosphere of Changnan City, only a cold order and suffocating splendor. All passengers, please line up sequentially for the heavenly eye scan. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed through the hall. Ahead stood a security checkpoint illuminated by a faint blue light. It was not an ordinary metal detector, but the latest innovation from the Academy of Heavenly Machinery, the Divine Blood Resonance Imaging Device. Even if you swallowed contraband or used a concealment potion, nothing could escape detection under this light. Among the queue, many students who had never traveled far were nervously sweating. Fan go. Wang Pangpang glanced at the light curtain, instinctively swallowing, and whispered, that thing looks really high-tech. Don't worry, Lin Fan said calmly with one hand in his pocket. As long as it's not high-risk explosives or forbidden organizations, they won't care. In fact, the one who should be truly nervous was him. He was hiding a chip that contained copies of the god-making experiment, which was enough to drive the Academy of Heavenly Machinery mad. And in his body flowed what was considered a taboo sequence 000. If this machine could truly see through the essence, the entire station's defensive artillery would likely target him in an instant. It was Lin Fan's turn. 2 soldiers clad in exoskeleton armor stared coldly at him. Name sequence, place your hand on the sensor panel. Lin Fan stepped forward and raised his right hand. The moment his fingertip touched the sensor panel, a flicker of an extremely obscure gray light flashed deep in his eyes. Sequence 000 extinction. Micro-operation. Concept erasure band feedback. If you want to be invisible in this world, the best way is not to hide but to become a black hole. Light does not reflect off you, radar waves do not bounce back. In the logic of the machine, you have become air. Beep. The machine emitted a crisp green light prompt. The screen displayed a line of text: Lin Fan sequence 199, hearing enhancement, danger level E, extremely low pass. E level. The soldier glanced at Lin Fan with a trace of disdain, waving his hand as if swatting a fly. Move along, don't block the way. Next. Lin Fan retracted his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was the darkness under the lamp. This was science. After smoothly passing the security check, Chun Xiaoyu tripped over his left foot, with his right falling flat on his face. At the exit, successfully drawing the attention of all security personnel, and allowing Yi Zi to smuggle through the sniper rifle hidden in the guitar bag. Stepping out of the station hall, a biting cold wind mixed with the hustle and bustle of the big city rushed towards them. The square in front of the station was filled with various luxury cars. Hovering cars, extended Hongqi limousines, and even retro carriages pulled by tamed low-tier divine creatures. This was a place where noble families came to welcome their offspring. Make way. Everyone make way. A group of bodyguards in black suits roughly pushed through the crowd, clearing a path. At the end of the passage, a fleet of black Mercedes-Benz cars stood with a Rolls-Royce Phantom bearing the license plate Jing EW 8888 surrounded in the middle. At the front of the car stood a small pure gold lion, the family crest of the Wang clan in the capital. Wow, what a scene. Chun Xiaoyu, just getting up, was astonished. Pangu, is this all to pick you up? Wang Pangpang looked at the familiar lion emblem, but his previously excited face suddenly froze. He scratched his head, his gaze evasive. Seems something is off. Just then the window of the Rolls-Royce slowly came down. There was no tearful father rushing out to embrace his son. Instead, inside sat a young man dressed in an elegant British suit, his hair slicked back to a shine. He held a glass of red wine and didn't even look at Wang Pangpang standing in the cold wind, merely glancing at him with the corner of his eye. Oh, so this is the so-called genius sent from Kangnin's branch. The young man's voice was not loud but carried an ingrained arrogance, and the bodyguards around him immediately burst into laughter. Wang Pangpang's face instantly turned red. Wang Tai, why are you here? Where's my dad? Third uncle is busy having a meeting with the big shots of the business association. He has no time to pick up someone like you. The young man named Wang Tai took a sip of wine and said lightly, I just stopped by to take a look. I heard you got first place in that rural training camp. Haha, when the tiger is away the monkeys will reign. Wang Pangpang's fists clenched tightly. Alright, stop standing there and embarrassing yourself. Wang Tai waved his hand impatiently. Get in that delivery van over there. As for your impoverished friends, they can take a taxi. The Wang family's cars do not take on outsiders. Following the direction he pointed, there was a shabby truck meant for carrying luggage. Lin Fan, Xia and Yi Zi were blocked outside by a few bodyguards. Did you hear that? The young master wants you to get lost. A bodyguard shoved Lin Fan's shoulder. This is no place for country bumpkins like you. The air suddenly fell silent. Wang Pangpang lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. It was a mix of humiliation and anger. He had fought desperately to grow stronger in Songnan, facing life and death countless times in the training camp, just to return to this family with his head held high. But the reality was, in the eyes of the main branch, he was still the side branch fat boy who could be humiliated at will. Fatty, Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. He patted the shoulder that had just been pushed by the bodyguard as if brushing off dust. Is this what you call going home? Wang Pangpang suddenly raised his head, his eyes slightly red, but his gaze resolutely firm. He glanced at Lin Fan, then at Xia and Yi Zi, and finally looked towards the aloof Wang Tai. I'm not getting in. Wang Pangpang's voice was low but clear. What did you say? Wang Tai frowned, seemingly not hearing clearly. I said I want ride in your broken car. Wang Pangpang suddenly shouted, his voice startling those around him. He flung away the Louis Vuitton luggage in his hand and pointed at Wang Tai's nose, cursing. Wang Tai, stop pretending to be a big shot. When I was killing divine creatures in the wilderness, you were still drinking fake wine in nightclubs in the capital. Look down on my friends. Even a strand of hair from my friends is worth more than all the bodyguards in your car. Let's go. Fan, go, let's take a taxi. This broken family isn't worth staying in. Silence. The entire square was stunned. A side branch fat boy actually dared to publicly point and curse at the young master of the main branch. Wang Tai's face instantly darkened, and the wine glass in his hand was crushed with a loud crack. You're just an ungrateful thing. Wang Tai said coldly. To teach him what rules are. Break one of his legs and throw him in the trunk to take back. Yes. The bodyguard who had previously shoved Lin Fan grinned, his body suddenly bursting with mid-second-tier divine power fluctuations. His whole body swelled with muscles as hard as granite, and his palm as large as a fan swept towards Wang Pangpang's face with a howling wind. If the slap landed, it would likely turn an ordinary person's brain to mush. However, Wang Pangpang did not dodge. He simply took a deep breath, and at that moment his entire bulk seemed to transform into some kind of highly elastic fluid. Sequence 066, absolute rebound. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed, but it was not Wang Pangpang who flew out. It was the bodyguard. As soon as the bodyguard's palm touched Wang Pangpang's cheek, a force twice as strong as his attack instantly rebounded. His wrist twisted at a strange 90-degree angle, and his body flew back as if struck by a cannonball smashing onto the hood of the Rolls-Royce. Boom! The hood dented and the alarm blared. Wang Pangpang stood there motionless, even brushing off the dust from his face. Mid-second tier. Wang Pangpang sneered, exuding the confidence of a training camp champion. Too weak. Not even enough to tickle me. Lin Fan stood behind, nodding in satisfaction. This fat guy was finally standing up for himself. Since we fought, let's leave. Lin Fan glanced at the dark-faced Wang Tai and said lightly, by the way, make sure to send the repair bill to Kunlun Academy. We'll cover it in full. After speaking, Lin Fan turned and hailed a passing taxi. Driver to Kunlun Academy. Until the taxi spewed exhaust and drove away, leaving behind a chaotic scene, and a dark-faced Wang Tai. The onlookers finally reacted. This new student seems a bit arrogant. The taxi stopped at the foot of a mountain range on the western outskirts of the capital. There were no neon lights of the city, here only towering black peaks that pierced the clouds. Between the two main peaks, a majestic stone gate, spanning the sky, loomed like a relic left by ancient giants. Carved upon it in vigorous strokes were 4 grand characters: Kunlun Academy. To the right of the stone gate stood a moss-covered broken stele inscribed with 4 more ancient wild characters that exuded a murderous intent to sever the heavens forbidden to gods. Lin Fan stood before the stele, his fingers gently tracing the cold stone surface. It was the first time in this world he had seen these 4 words so proudly carved at a doorstep. Interesting. A playful smirk curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. It seemed the founding principal of Kunlun Academy had a temperament that suited his taste. This stele was inscribed 100 years ago after the Great Void Cataclysm. The first principal wrote it with bone powder ground from the gods. Chen Xiaoyu had somehow sidled over adjusting his glasses with reverence. I heard these 4 words contain supreme sword intent. Those with impure hearts would go blind looking at them. I took one glance and my lens cracked. What rotten luck. Lin Fan glanced at him and noticed his glasses had indeed split inexplicably. What's going on up ahead? A traffic jam. Wang Pangpang stood on tiptoes to see. Beneath the 100-meter-high stone gate, hundreds of new students were packed in a dark crowd. Their faces were pale, some even collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, as if bearing a heavy burden. 10 meters before them a red line was drawn. Behind the red line stood a row of senior students in dark green uniforms with discipline armbands on their left sleeves. They crossed their arms, watching the struggling newcomers with cold indifference. This is Kunlun's first lesson, knocking at the mountain gate. Chen Xiaoyu swallowed hard, acting as commentator. Kunlun Academy doesn't accept trash. Inside this red line, the student council has set up a gravity alchemy array, layered with the spiritual pressure of a third-order powerhouse. If you can't cross this line, even a top scholar gets sent packing. In previous years, it was only double gravity. But this year, by the look of it, at least 5 times. Chen Xiaoyu's face paled. They're trying to kill us. At that moment, behind the red line, a young man with a crew cut and sharp eyes stepped forward. I am Lei Meng, deputy head of the student council's discipline department. His voice boomed across the square like thunder, making many new students' ears ache. I know you're all so-called prodigies and geniuses back home. But at Kunlun, if you're a dragon, you coil. If you're a tiger, you lie low. This year's freshmen are too arrogant. Some caused trouble on the train, others fought at the station. To teach you what rules mean, the president has specially approved doubling the difficulty of this year's Mountain Gate Challenge. You have 10 minutes. Cross the line you're in. Fail and go back where you came from. As his words fell, the crowd erupted. 10 times gravity. Are you kidding? I came to study, not to die. Several proud newcomers tried to force their way, but the moment they stepped over the red line, they were struck by an invisible giant hammer, collapsing to their knees. With a thud, their kneecaps nearly shattered, forcing them to crawl out in disgrace. Heh, trash. Lei Meng sneered, his gaze deliberately sweeping over Lin Fan's group, especially fixing on Wang Pangpang. Especially those losers who snuck in through family connections. Better scram while you can. Wang Pangpang's face darkened. This was clearly aimed at the earlier incident at the station. Wang Tai had a long reach, even greasing the discipline department. What now, brother Fan? Wang Pangpang gritted his teeth. Should I use rebound to tough it out? I don't believe it can crush me. No need to wrestle with dogs. Lin Fan dusted off his hands and unscrewed the half-empty water bottle in his hand. 10 times gravity, huh? Spiritual pressure, huh? He strolled leisurely toward the red line. Brother Fan, watch out. Lei Meng is a peak third-order strength type. Chen Xiaoyu exclaimed in alarm. Lin Fan paid no heed. Under everyone's gaze, he stepped 1 foot over the red line. Buzz! The air trembled violently as the terrifying gravity field crashed down like Mount Tai. Lei Meng's lips curled into a cruel smile, already envisioning this frail youth's bones breaking and tendons snapping. But the next second, his smile froze. Lin Fan didn't kneel, not even bending his back. He walked in as if strolling through his own backyard, the water bottle in his hand, not even swaying. This? How is this possible? Lei Meng's eyes widened. Was the array broken? He refused to believe it and channeled his power again to intensify the pressure. But wherever Lin Fan passed, the raging gravity waves and spiritual pressure vanished as if encountering their natural enemy. Sequence 000 Annihilation. Absolute silent domain. Within this domain, whether sound waves or energy fluctuations, if Lin Fan didn't allow them, they remained quiet. Gravity waves were waves too. Since they were waves, they should shut up. Lin Fan walked up to Lei Meng, the two barely half a meter apart. The once arrogant Lei Meng now felt as if he faced not a freshman but an unfathomable abyss. His proud third-order pressure was like a pebble thrown into the sea, not even raising a ripple. Senior. Lin Fan smiled, slightly pointing at the red line beneath his feet. Is your array having a bad connection? I don't feel a thing. He even turned and waved. Fatty Xiaya, come on over. While the array's broken, let's save some energy. Though confused, Wang Pangpang and Xiaya, trusting Lin Fan, blindly swaggered over. Miraculously, when they stepped within 3 meters of Lin Fan, the terrifying pressure vanished. Whoa, really nothing. Wang Pangpang grinned, hopping back and forth over the red line. In out, in again. Come at me, idiot. Dead silence fell over the crowd. Hundreds of new students stared in disbelief. The discipline department members were stunned. Lei Meng's face turned purple with rage. He was running the array at full power, the core spirit stone burning hot, yet those few moved as if in a vacuum, completely unaffected. What kind of trick was this? Sorcery? Cheating? Enough! Lei Meng roared. If he let them waltz in, the discipline department would lose all face. He raised his hand and a massive lightning-wreathed gauntlet materialized, carrying the terrifying force of a peak third order aimed straight at Lin Fan's face, sabotaging the array and openly defying the rules. Get down! Since the array couldn't suppress him, fists would do. Watch out! Xiaya cried out. Facing the fist that could shatter stone and metal, Lin Fan didn't even blink. He sighed softly like a teacher disappointed with a disobedient student. So noisy. His lips parted, uttering two soft words. Silence. Instantly, Lei Meng felt the divine power within him severed by an invisible hand. The charging lightning gauntlet fizzled out with a sizzle. Deprived of power, his punch became a limp, ordinary swing. Lin Fan sidestepped, slightly extending a foot to hook precisely around Lei Meng's ankle. Simple physics. Thud. Overbalanced, Lei Meng crashed face first to the ground in a perfect dogfall, his nose hitting the dirt as two streams of blood spurted out. A deeper silence fell. Lin Fan crouched beside the prone Lei Meng, asking with concern, "Senior, why such a grand bow? It's just enrollment, no need to be so polite." With that, he stood and strode through the gates of Kunlun Academy, leading the stunned trio plus Chan Xiaoyu, who had tagged along, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered freshmen, and a discipline department vice-head, questioning his existence. Beneath the ancient broken stele, the characters, forbidden to gods, seemed to glint with a mocking light in the sunlight. Before the mountain gate of Kunlun Academy, there was a deathly silence. Just a moment ago, Lei Meng, the deputy head of the discipline department, who had been arrogantly trying to intimidate the new students, was now lying on the ground in an extremely ungraceful posture. His proud third-order physical body had crumpled like a shrimp that had its sinews pulled out. The jaws of the senior students watching nearby nearly hit their feet. That was a tenfold gravity array. Even a peak third-order powerhouse would struggle to walk through it. Not only did these new students stroll out as if they were in a back garden, but the leading youth even casually tripped Lei Meng. Is he this weak? Wang Pongpong, carrying a backpack as tall as a man and holding a half-eaten bag of chips, looked blankly at Lei Meng on the ground and delivered another blow. Is the cost of faking an accident so low in the capital? I didn't even use any force and he fell on his own. Upon hearing this, Lei Meng was so furious he nearly spat blood. He wanted to get up and roar to release his spiritual energy and crush these insolent rookies. But strangely, he opened his mouth wide, yet no sound came from his throat. It was as if his vocal cords had been precisely severed by a scalpel, leaving only the rapid sound of air rushing out. Even more terrifying, he could no longer sense the force field around him. As a power-type awakener, his specialty was using gravity waves to suppress his opponents. But in that instant, he felt as if he had lost connection with the world's gravitational rules. As if someone had issued a command forbidding gravity from existing in this area. Lin Fan stood before Lei Meng, looking down at his red-faced senior. He adjusted the non-existent glasses on his nose, wearing that peculiar, harmless, nerdy smile. "Senior, I know it's exciting to meet new students, but there's no need to bow so grandly." Lin Fan reached out, seemingly kind-hearted, to help Lei Meng up. Lei Meng instinctively tried to swat his hand away, but Lin Fan's finger only lightly tapped his shoulder. Annihilation, rule restoration. Boom! The vanished gravity abruptly returned. Lei Meng, who had just managed to lift himself halfway up, was slammed back to the ground by his own weight and armor, completely unprepared. Crack! The crisp sound of a bone breaking was especially jarring in the silent square. The crowd gasped in unison. This kid is truly ruthless. Ah! Lei Meng finally found his voice, a scream of agony piercing the sky. You bastard! What did you just do? Why did my gravity array fail? This roar also snapped the stunned discipline department members back to reality. With a rustle, over a dozen senior students wearing red armbands immediately surrounded them, their faces hostile and spiritual energy surging, encircling Lin Fan and his two companions. Attacking a discipline department officer in public? Are you asking for death? These new students want a rebel before they've even enrolled. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Xiaya curled her lips, her fingertips already holding several special sonic darts. Wang Pangpang sighed, silently pulling out a black gold bank card from his pocket, seemingly calculating how much the medical bills would be. Lin Fan, at the center of the storm, remained calm. He looked innocently at Lei Meng, his tone sincere, as if engaging in an academic discussion. Senior, you can eat your words carelessly, but you can't speak recklessly. This is a simple physical phenomenon. Physical phenomenon? Lei Meng helped to his feet, nearly popped his eyes out. You call this a physical phenomenon? Of course. Lin Fan pointed to the school motto stele nearby, then to the array node under Lei Meng's feet, and began to spout nonsense with a straight face. According to the principle of wave interference, when two waves of the same frequency but opposite vibration directions meet the amplitudes cancel each other out. Lin Fan traced a wavy line in the air with his finger. The gravity wave you released earlier, senior, was about 200 Hz, and the frequency of my footsteps just happened to be adjusted to its opposite phase. Combined with the open terrain here, the echoes formed a standing wave node. Lin Fan paused, looking at Lei Meng like a teacher disappointed in a failing student. In short, your gravity was cancelled out by my footsteps. This is the power of science, senior. You should read more books in the future instead of just training your muscles. The entire scene fell silent. Everyone's mouths hung open, their minds buzzing. Wave interference. Standing wave nodes. It sounded strangely plausible. Bullshit. How the hell can footsteps cancel out a gravity array? Did you think this was sonar? But most of those present were martial arts brutes, and although they felt something was off looking at Lin Fan's confident eyes and professional jargon, they couldn't find a rebuttal for a moment. Even Lei Meng was stunned, subconsciously looking at his own feet. Could it be that my array frequency wasn't set right? Just then a cold, mocking voice came from behind the crowd. Brilliant theory. If I hadn't taken a minor in acoustic dynamics, I might have believed your nonsense. The crowd parted automatically. A girl in a form-fitting black uniform with long hair tied high walked out. She wore a golden badge on her chest engraved with 2 cross swords, the emblem of the Student Council's executive department. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, bypassing Lei Meng and landing directly on Lin Fan. New student Lin Fan, first place in special training at Songnan City Base 09. File evaluation, skilled at exploiting rule loopholes, extremely dangerous. The girl smirked coldly, twirling a pen in her hand. The energy fluctuation around you just now completely disappeared. This isn't physical interference, it's forced silence. Lin Fan squinted. An expert? No, that's not right. Lin Fan activated omniscient vision, his gaze instantly penetrating the girl's clothing to see the light blue spiritual energy circuits flowing within her body and the abnormal electrical signals in her cerebral cortex. Sequence 039, Analyzer. No wonder she could see through it. However, Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged. Since he was seen through, he would just switch to a different way to fool her. You misunderstand, senior, Lin Fan said, spreading his hands. Actually, my awakening is enhanced hearing, making me particularly sensitive to sound. I just got lucky and found the resonance weakness of the array. Luck. The girl in black clearly didn't believe him and was about to press further. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded from the security booth inside the school gate. Beep, beep. Detected unknown high-energy reaction. Detected unknown high-energy reaction. The security guard rushed out with a megaphone, shouting at the crowd. What are you all doing gathered here? Move aside, move aside. Director Zhang's flying sword is out of control and heading this way. What? Before anyone could react, a sharp whistling sound was heard overhead. Whoosh! A crimson streak of light wobbled down from the sky, heading straight for the crowd at the school gate. It was a giant sword as wide as a door panel with black smoke rising from it. Clearly the engine had overheated from overspeeding. Holy shit! Run! Old Zhang's flying swordsmanship has malfunctioned again. The discipline department members who had been surrounding Lin Fan scattered like startled birds, running faster than rabbits. Only Lei Meng, whose leg was broken, sat there in despair, watching the giant sword descending from the sky, growing larger and larger in his pupils. My life is over. At this critical moment, Lin Fan sighed. Was this academy even less reliable than Songnan City? He didn't want to see a senior turned into minced meat right after enrollment, especially since he had already broken the guy's leg. It would be bad luck if he died here. Fatty, lend me your back. Ha! Wang Pangpang was still processing. Lin Fan had already taken a step, leaping onto Wang Pangpang's broad shoulder, using it as a springboard to launch into the air. Midair, Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned indifferent. Annihilation sequence deployment. But he didn't use a large-scale divine power. Instead, he compressed his force into the tip of his finger. Just as the giant sword was about to smash into Lei Meng's head, Lin Fan's finger lightly flicked a certain node on the sword's body. That node was the pressure point of the sword's spiritual energy flow. The violent downward momentum was paused under that single finger. The giant sword, which should have been powerful enough to smash through the ground, eerily hovered 3 inches above Lei Meng's head, then gently fell to the ground. Clang! It landed like a piece of scrap metal, not even cracking the paving stones. Lin Fan landed lightly, dusted off his hands, and smiled at the terrified Lei Meng. See, I told you it was a physical phenomenon. Just cut off the inertial torque and it stops naturally. The entire scene fell deathly silent again. Only Wang Pangpang muttered quietly behind him, Brother Fan Newton's coffin lid is about to blow off. As the smoke cleared, a middle-aged balding uncle in baggy shorts and flip-flops scrambled out from behind the security booth, radiating urgency. In his hand, he still clutched a half-empty bottle of ergotu, his face flushed crimson, clearly just descended from a drinking table. My sword, my precious flying sword. Didn't it get damaged? The uncle rushed to the giant blade, caressing its surface with tender concern, completely ignoring the trembling Lei Meng and the unruffled Lin Fan beside him. Good. The engine didn't stall. Ha! The uncle seemed to notice something, whipping his head toward Lin Fan, a glint of sharpness flashing in his bleary eyes. You caught this sword just now. What technique did you use? Not even a sound. Lin Fan adjusted his non-existent glasses and bowed politely. Hello, Director Zhang. That was just a simple momentum conservation experiment. I employed a soft landing technique. Nothing worth mentioning. Momentum conservation. Director Zhang. The disheveled Zhang from the Kunlun Academy admissions office. Paused, then burst into loud laughter, his alcohol-laden palm landing heavily on Lin Fan's shoulder. Well said, momentum conservation. You're Lin Fan, right? Not bad. Far more interesting than your file suggests. Since you're here, get your ass to the registrar's office and stop blocking the door. With that, Director Zhang hoisted the several hundred-pound giant sword with one hand, as if it were a chick swaggering away, leaving the stunned crowd in his wake. That's it. Wang Pangpang gaped. No compensation for emotional distress. Lin Fan gazed at Director Zhang's retreating figure, lost in thought. That slovenly uncle's pat on his shoulder had sent an extremely subtle spiritual force scanning his entire body. If not for the passive protection of Nirvana, he would have been laid bare. Kunlun Academy. Truly a den of old foxes. At the registrar's hall, it was far more modern than he had imagined, steeped in a cyberpunk aesthetic. A massive holographic projection screen scrolled through various task lists and resource prices. But what shattered Wang Pangpang was that the currency here wasn't yuan but points. What? A basic recovery potion costs 10 points. A braised pork rice bowl is 5 points. Wang Pangpang slumped over the counter, waving his black gold card. I have money. I have tens of millions in pocket money. I want to top up. The clerk behind the counter, a cold senior with a mechanical, I didn't even lift her head. Kunlun Academy doesn't accept mundane currency. Here points are life. Want points? Take missions, hunt aberrations, or rob. Rob. Xiaya caught the key word sharply. Yes, rob. The mechanical-eyed senior sneered. As long as there's no murder, the school encourages healthy competition. Lin Fan's heart sank as he looked at the exchange rate on the screen. His current point balance stood at 100 freshman base points. A suitable mithril-grade forging hammer required 5000 points. To exchange for Tier 3 or higher advanced materials was astronomically expensive. He had thought himself a small tycoon with 5 million in savings, but stepping into the school, he instantly became a beggar. Move it. Good dogs don't block the way. Just then a commotion came from the entrance. Wang Tai, the young master of the Wang family, who had been humiliated at the station, stormed in with a group of bodyguards. Though he had lost face outside when it came to flaunting background, he still felt invincible. Wang Tai strode to the counter and slapped a purple gold admission letter onto the table. Give me the best dorm. I want a heaven-grade courtyard. Only that befits my status. The dorms at Kunlun Academy were divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Yellow was 8-person rooms, colloquially kennels. Mystery was 4-person. Earth was twin suites. Heaven grade was a standalone villa with a private spirit-gathering array and cultivation chamber. The holy grail for every student. The mechanical-eyed senior glanced at Wang Tai. Freshmen are assigned yellow by default. Want heaven? Fine. She tapped on her keyboard, and the holographic screen displayed a map dotted with hundreds of red points and dozens of green ones. The freshman dormitory scramble starts at 8 p.m. Tonight, the school will release 10 heaven keys and 50 earth keys in the back mountain. The rest you'll have to fight for. If you snag one, the villa is yours. If not, you sleep in the barracks. Wang Tai was stunned. I can't buy one. I'll pay double. No, 10 times the sponsorship fee. This is Kunlun. The senior finally looked up, her mechanical eye gleaming red, her tone icy. Here, money is the most useless paper. If you don't want to sleep on the floor, let your fists talk. Wang Tai's face turned ashen, but on Kunlun's turf, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. He turned his venomous gaze fixed on Lin Fan and his 2 companions. Fine, very well. Since it's about fists, well, meet in the back mountain tonight. Let's see if you poor bastards survive the night. With that, Wang Tai and his men swaggered off. The hall fell silent. Wang Pangpang shrank his neck. Fanj, what do we do? I don't want to sleep in an 8-person room. I have OCD, I snore, and I'll get beaten to death by cellmates. Xiaya frowned, clearly repulsed by the idea of mixed quarters. But Lin Fan remained silent. He stared at the green dots on the holographic map representing the heaven-grade villas, then at the tantalizing resource prices on the task board. Suddenly he smiled. A very gentle, very physics teacher smile. Fatty, you said you have tens of millions in pocket money with nowhere to spend, right? Yeah, Wang Pangpang nodded. What do you think a pampered young master like Wang Tai would pay for a good night's sleep if he can't snag a key? Xiaoya's eyes lit up. You mean? The school only said keys have to be fought for. It never said they can't be transferred. Lin Fan adjusted his collar, his poverty filter, making him look exceptionally shrewd. Tonight's goal has changed. We're not just going to grab one key. Lin Fan pointed at the 10 heaven dots on the map, his tone as calm as assigning homework. We're going to take all the keys. Monopoly. Wang Pangpang gasped. Fange, that would make enemies of every freshman. No, Lin Fan turned and walked out, his silhouette stretching long in the sunset. It's called rational resource allocation. After all, I'm pretty short on points too. As night fell, the back mountain of Kunlun Academy was shrouded in a grim darkness. This so-called trial forest was in reality a patch of wilderness not yet fully developed. Towering ancient trees blotted out the moonlight, and from afar came the occasional low growls of unknown beasts, a stark reminder to the 2,000 freshmen that this was no playground. Listen up. Even if we have to turn this forest upside down, we will find that Lin guy. At the forest entrance, Wang Tai stood atop a massive boulder, brandishing a high-intensity flashlight, barking orders at the crowd of over 100 gathered below. Most of this crowd were scions of minor families, hoping to curry favor with the Wangs, while the rest were hired thugs lured by Wang Tai's promises of substantial worldly currency. I've already found out. That punk may have some tricks up his sleeve, but he's just a support type with enhanced hearing. Wang Tai gritted his teeth, his hatred twisted and grotesque in the flashlight's beam. As long as we have numbers, we can drown him with our spit. Whoever brings me Lin Fan's head, my Wang family guarantees they can walk tall in the capital. Roar. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. Seduced by the promise of the Wang family's patronage, the freshmen, as if injected with adrenaline, howled and charged into the pitch-black woods. Meanwhile, atop a 1,000-year-old banyan tree, 500 meters from the entrance, 3 figures crouched within the dense canopy, idly munching on sunflower seeds, while looking down at the chaotic throng below, who scurried about like headless flies. Fange, they really seem to hate you, said Wang Pongpong, spitting out a husk, his gaze worried as he watched the massive procession. That's got to be over 100 people. Isn't it a bit too much for just the 3 of us? Too much. Lin Fan leaned against the trunk, idly playing with a map of the back mountain head borrowed from the academic affairs office, a playful smirk curling on his lips. Pong Pong, have you ever seen a hunter scared off by too many prey? He pointed at the various flashlights and energy light sticks the crowd below had turned on for illumination. In the laws of the dark forest, whoever reveals their position first becomes the prey. These fools might as well have "I'm here" tattooed on their foreheads. Lin Fan turned to the girl beside him. Xiaya, is the sonar online? Xiaya closed her eyes, her delicate ears twitching slightly as invisible sound waves rippled outward. Moments later, she opened her eyes, a sly smile spreading across her face. The entire map is lit up. I've tagged all 10 holders of the heaven tier keys. But Wang Tai's group is closest, less than 300 meters away. Excellent. Lin Fan stood up, brushing the crumbs from his hands. The remnants of a sound-absorbing sponge he had crushed. Since they're so eager to deliver gifts, let's accept this generous offering first. Remember our motto: no killing, only looting. All for the points. Deep in the woods, Wang Tai's squad advanced in a fan formation. Despite his loud boasts about capturing Lin Fan, the deathly silence around him sent a chill down his spine. Young master, something's off, said a lackey beside him, swallowing hard. It's too quiet. There aren't even any insect sounds. Nonsense. With thousands of people in the woods, the bugs have long fled. Wang Tai cursed, waving his finely crafted longsword to bolster his courage. Everyone stay sharp. That punk must be hiding in some rat hole. Snap. A faint crisp sound. Before Wang Tai could react, his high-intensity flashlight died. Not just his, everyone's lighting equipment, as if by some silent pact, collectively failed in that instant. The world plunged into absolute darkness. What's going on? Who turned off the lights? My energy stick isn't working either. Damn it, why can't I conjure a flame with my fire ability? Panic erupted instantly. In the pitch-black darkness, the fear of the unknown was amplified infinitely. Shoo! At that moment, a soft voice whispered abruptly in everyone's ear. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to burrow directly into their brains, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. It's study hall time. Please keep quiet. In the next second, terror descended. Wang Tai felt a cold draft brush past the back of his neck, and then the lackey who had just spoken beside him suddenly fell silent. No screams, no sounds of struggle. Just a dead silence, as if he had vanished into thin air. Who? Come out. Wang Tai swung his long sword wildly, hacking at the surrounding darkness. Playing tricks like a coward. If you have any guts, come out and fight me, unknown. No one answered. Only the dull thuds of bodies hitting the ground like a death knell sounded unhurriedly in the dark. Thump, thump, the sound of bodies falling on a bed of leaves. Each thud meant his squad had lost another member. I quit. Help. Someone's mental defenses finally crumbled. Weeping, he tried to flee, but after just 2 steps, he was thrown back as if by an invisible wall and then fell silent. In less than 2 minutes, the boisterous crowd of over 100 fell utterly silent. Only Wang Tai remained standing alone in the spot. He panted heavily, cold sweat soaking his expensive combat suit. He could sense something watching him from the darkness. Physics tip light is a wave. The voice he loathed whispered hauntingly in his ear. Since it's a wave, it can naturally be interfered with, cancelled out. Just like how I'm now, confiscating all the light you see. An icy hand landed on Wang Tai's shoulder. Ah! Wang Tai let out a blood-curdling scream and swung his sword backward. Clang! The long sword struck what felt like an iron wall. The immense recoil split his tiger's mouth and the sword flew from his hand. The darkness receded. Faint moonlight spilled down once more. Wang Tai stared in horror at the rotund figure standing before him. A chubby man. His earlier strike had landed on the man's belly, which shimmered with a golden light. Sequence 066. Absolute reflection. What a fine blade. Shame to waste it. Lin Fan stepped out from behind the fat man, bent down, and picked up the exquisite long sword. He flicked the blade with his finger, and it rang with a crisp, dragon-like hum. Tisk tsk. The craftsmanship of the Wang family in the capital is indeed impressive. This sword must be worth quite a few points, right? Wang Tai collapsed to the ground, staring at the 3 demonic youths before him, finally understanding the chasm in their abilities. You, relax. Lin Fan crouched down, his face still wearing that harmless smile. We're reasonable people. Bringing so many people to find me just now has severely disrupted my study environment and mental state. Lin Fan deftly began to pat down Wang Tai. First the storage ring, then the priceless nano-combat suit, and finally even the gale boots on his feet were not spared. This outfit reflects too much light, bad for stealth. Teacher will keep it safe for you. These shoes are too noisy, they'll disturb your classmates. Confiscated. And this ring? Well, it's a container for controlled weapons. Confiscated. Moments later, the once arrogant young master of the Wang family was left shivering in the cool night air, clad only in a pair of red boxers. Lin Fan, thoroughly satisfied, tossed the loot into a sack and kindly patted Wang Tai on the shoulder. Alright, you can go now. Remember not to make noise during study hall in the future. Wang Tai. Oh, and one more thing. Lin Fan took 2 steps, then turned back. If you want your stuff back, come find me at Heaven Villa No. 1 tomorrow morning. Bring points. No cash accepted. With that, the trio vanished into the depths of the jungle like phantoms, leaving Wang Tai alone, bewildered in the wind. Lin Fan. They'll get you for this. His anguished roar startled a flock of birds into flight. Meanwhile, at the other end of the forest, the hunt had only just begun. Fanj, who's next? According to Xia Ya's radar, 2 heaven tier keys are approaching us. Looks like a home delivery. This isn't a trial, it's a shopping spree. That night for the freshmen of Kunlun Academy was destined to become an unforgettable nightmare. For within these woods, there was a physics teacher who specialized in confiscating equipment. The first rays of dawn spilled over the rear square of Kunlun Academy. In previous years at this hour, freshmen would usually be battered and bruised faces smeared with dirt, brawling fiercely over a single bed. Yet today, an eerie tension hung in the square. 2,000 freshmen had formed a semicircle, their expressions a bizarre mix of rage, humiliation, and helpless resignation. In the very center of the crowd sat a grand armchair. Lin Fan lounged in it, legs crossed, sipping a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. At his feet lay a small mountain. It was not a heap of trash, but a priceless lost and found collection. Wang Tai's stripped nanotech battle suit fluttered from a tree branch nearby, while dozens of finely crafted weapons, hundreds of storage rings, and a dazzling array of keys were neatly arranged beside it. Those were exactly 10 heaven-grade villa keys and 30 earth-grade suite keys. Good morning, everyone. Lin Fan took a sip of tea, smiling warmly at the shivering victims before him, clad only in thin undergarments in the morning breeze. After a night of intense learning, I believe you've all gained profound insight into the security of your personal belongings. As an enthusiastic candidate for class representative among our new batch of students, I've helped retrieve these items you all carelessly dropped. Shameless. Wang Tai, wearing only red briefs, pushed to the front of the crowd, his lips purple from cold or fury. You stole them. That's robbery. Hey there, classmate, don't speak carelessly. Lin Fan set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. According to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, that is disorder, in a closed system always increases. It was too dark and chaotic last night. The items undergoing a disordered thermal motion naturally transferred into my hands. This is a natural phenomenon in accordance with scientific laws. Thermal motion, my foot. Wang Tai nearly choked on his own breath. Enough nonsense. He growled through clenched teeth. Give our stuff back. And the keys. Of course, I can return them. Lin Fan pointed to a sign beside him. But I also put in labor. Charging a small storage fee and handling fee isn't too much, is it? The crowd followed his gaze. A crude wooden board bore a crookedly written price list in brush ink. Heaven grade key 2,000 points, each auction mode no upper limit. Earth grade key 500 points each. Redeem equipment full set 300 points. Redeem equipment single item 100 points. Special note no credit. Points only. Highway robbery. Someone exclaimed. Freshmen only start with 100 points. 300 for a set. Would be sold and still not have enough. Exactly. This is a monopoly. Well, report you to the Academic Affairs Office. Facing the furious crowd, Lin Fan remained utterly calm. This brings me to my second point. The economic base determines the superstructure. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Wang Pongpong, who had been standing by as background, immediately stepped forward with a beaming smile, clutching a stack of pre-printed contracts. Fellow students, are you still troubled by insufficient points? Does it pain you to see your beloved gear stranded far from home? Wang Pongpong, like a top-tier insurance salesman, waved the contracts. Pang Pang Finance is at your service. Just sign this student loan agreement, and you'll immediately receive the points you desperately need. Of course, the interest is just a tiny bit high, a mere 3 daily, and you'll need to use future mission rewards or family assets as collateral. The entire square fell dead silent. This was too ruthless. He was mortgaging their labor for years to come. I want sign. Wang Tai roared. I don't believe the instructors will ignore this. Suit yourself. Lin Fan shrugged, picking up the nanotech battle suit. Nice fabric. If I cut it up for rags, it should be pretty absorbent. You wouldn't dare. Wang Tai's eyelid twitched violently. That suit was custom-made at great expense. If it was destroyed, his father would break his legs. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. The morning mountain wind grew colder. Passing senior students began pointing and laughing at the underwear-clad freshmen, some even pulling out their phones to take pictures. Isn't that the young master of the Wang family in the red briefs? Not a bad physique. Tisk tisk, this year's freshmen really know how to have fun. Hearing these remarks, Wang Tai's psychological defenses finally crumbled. Fine, they'll sign. Wang Tai charged bitterly to Wang Pangpang and pressed his humiliated fingerprint onto the contract. With the first came the second. I'll sign too. I want to redeem my blade. Save me an Earth grade key. I don't want to sleep in a dormitory. What had been a protest rally instantly transformed into a frenzied signing event. Xiaya sat nearby collecting payments and keeping the books. Watching the numbers on the account leap wildly, her eyes curved into crescents. Brother Fan, at this rate we won't just monopolize the best dorms. We'll control the future labor of half the freshmen. Lin Fan nodded calmly. This is the power of knowledge. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the top floor of the administrative building, several elders in instructor robes watched the screen. Their expressions varied. One of them was the head instructor, Thunder Ghost. Watching Lin Fan force Wang Tai to sign the contract, his mouth twitched. Principal, isn't this kid going too far? He's only just enrolled and he's already set up usury and a monopoly. What will he do next? The old man seated at the head with snow-white hair and beard toyed with 2 walnuts in his hand. He was the principal of Kunlun Academy, known as Wine Sword Immortal Li Dowie. Too far. Li Dowie looked at the screen, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Kunlun doesn't need obedient little lambs. Someone who dares to dance on the edge of the rules and exploit them to the fullest. That's the game changer we want. But the Wang family might object. The Wang family? Li Dowie sneered, crushing a walnut in his hand. Once you enter Kunlun, dragons must coil and tigers must crouch. If you can't even hold on to your own pants, you have no right to invoke your family. Issue the order. The results of this battle royale are valid. Also upgrade Lin Fan's file. Sequence 000. Now that's interesting. At 10 in the morning the farce ended. Not only did Lin Fan's team secure the top-tier Heaven No. 1 villas 3 connected, but their account points had also skyrocketed to an astonishing 50000. That was equivalent to 2 years' total income for an average senior student. Brother Fan, this villa is incredible. Wang Pangpang lay in the villa's built-in spirit gathering array, humming with comfort. The spiritual energy concentration is 5 times higher than outside. A day of cultivation here equals 5 days. Xiaya, who was sorting through the remaining junk from the auction, remarked Wang Tai, and his crew must be furious. They'll definitely gang up on us in the upcoming freshman placement tests. Gang up? Lin Fan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the misty Kunlun mountain range, twirling the school badge that was still warm in his hand. Then let them come. After all, the physics teacher's favorite part is the exam. Just then, the villa's smart broadcast suddenly crackled to life. Attention all freshmen. Attention all freshmen. Please proceed immediately to the central martial arena. The sequence steel is about to be activated for the school-wide potential ranking test. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. The sequence steel. The legendary artifact that could reflect the very essence of one's soul and future potential. Could his sequence 000 sovereign of annihilation remain hidden before the steel? The central training ground. A colossal black steely 100 meters tall stood erect at the very center of the square, its surface inscribed with ancient flowing golden runes. Before this steely, the 2000 freshmen seemed as insignificant as ants. This was the legendary sequence stele. It could not only detect an awakener's sequence number, but also through soul resonance predict their future growth potential. Commonly known as divinity concentration. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. The instructor in charge of the test announced the rules expressionlessly. Press your palm against the stele's surface. The color of the light corresponds to your potential level. Yellow is passing, cyan is excellent, purple. That signifies a prodigy with the potential to become a god. The test began. This was not merely a test but a reshuffling of the deck. The young scions who had suffered a loss at Lin Fan's hands the previous night were all burning with a desire to reclaim their honor through their innate talents. Wang Tai sequence 098 raging blood potential level deep blue. As the instructor announced loudly, the stele erupted with a dazzling blue light faintly tinged with purple. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Deep blue meant that barring an untimely death, he would at least become a powerhouse of the 6th or even 7th rank. Wang Tai withdrew his hand and shot a provocative glance at Lin Fan in the distance, his eyes seeming to say, even if you took my money, it doesn't change the fact that you're a good for nothing. Then the true monsters began to appear. Ji Chongkong sequence 018 gravity throne potential level purple. Boom! Auspicious purple chi surged from the east as the stele emitted a deep resonant chime. A nonchalant youth in white robes slowly descended from the platform. He was none other than the president-elect of the student council, Ji Chongkong. Purple. That's the bearing of a demigod. No wonder he's the Qilin child of the Ji family. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Then Lin Fan's team began to step forward. Xiaya stepped up and gently pressed her small hand against the stele. Hum! A clear melodious siren song rang out, and the stele glowed with a rich cyan radiance which then abruptly shifted to a light purple. Xiaya sequence 076 siren song, potential level light purple. Next was Wang Pangpang. Wang Banjin Wang Pangpang's formal name sequence 066, absolute rebound potential level deep cyan. Yi Zi as a transfer student also participated in the test. The moment her palm touched the stele, a fierce killing intent made the runes flicker. Yi Zi sequence 044 shadow kill potential level cyan. The entire arena turned their heads. Lin Fan's team was practically a group of monsters. Except for their captain. Finally it was Lin Fan's turn. Next, Lin Fan. The instructor's voice noticeably faltered as he uttered the name. After all, the moniker physics teacher was now more famous than freshman chief. All eyes instantly focused on him. Some were waiting to see a joke while others were filled with anticipation. Lin Fan, hands in his pockets, sauntered slowly up to the stele. He looked up at this colossal rock said to contain a fragment of a deity's will and activated his omniscient vision. To others it was a stone. But in Lin Fan's eyes it was clearly a massive, vibrant aggregation of energy. Inside the stele it seemed a slumbering eye was peering into the soul of every person who touched it. If it reveals my sequence 000, it'll probably be dissected for research on the spot, won't I? Lin Fan mused inwardly. But he couldn't back down. Who? Lin Fan took a deep breath, extended his right hand, and gently pressed it against the icy surface of the stele. Boom! The instant they made contact, Lin Fan felt an immensely overbearing consciousness surge into his mind, attempting to rifle through the blueprints of his genes. Simultaneously, the line of code sequence 000 on his retina blazed with a crimson light, as if an enraged king provoked had let out a furious roar. Roar! The outside world heard nothing, but the 100-meter stele began to tremble violently. The lights that should have appeared in sequence were now in utter chaos. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. All 7 colors flickered madly, as if at a rave at a dizzying speed. From within the stele came a teeth-grinding crack, as if it couldn't bear the terrifying weight of some existence and was about to shatter. What's going on? The instructor was greatly alarmed. Is the stele going to explode? Lin Fan's heart leaped. Oh no, I overdid it. This damn stele was trying to kneel to him. Shoo! Lin Fan's gaze turned cold as he instantly activated the authority of Nirvana. But this time, instead of projecting outward, he channeled the overbearing power of silence down his arm and brutally forced it into the stele. Shut up. No light. Absolute silence, divine suppression. The stele, which was on the verge of erupting with sky-piercing purple light, or perhaps even gold or black, was as if an invisible giant hand had seized it by the throat. All the light in that instant was forcibly suppressed. A mournful hum echoed. The colossal stele went completely dark. Not black, but a deathly ashen gray, as if it had crashed. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. The instructor's jaw dropped and the record book slipped from his hand. What color is this? It didn't light up. Could he be so useless he can't even activate the red? Whispers began to spread among the crowd, quickly turning into roaring laughter. Ha ha ha. I told you he was just lucky. Wang Tai laughed the loudest. He can't even get red. He's a complete mortal. That's not right either. How could a mortal have a sequence? Just as things were becoming incredibly awkward, Lin Fan withdrew his hand and calmly patted the steely, as if fixing a faulty old television. Instructor, is this machine broken? Lin Fan looked at the examiner with an earnest expression. I felt a bit of an electric shock when I touched it. Maybe the wiring is old. Electric shock. The instructor was completely baffled. This was a divine relic, old wiring my ass. But the facts were plain as day. The steel had absolutely no reaction, and was even dimmer than before the test, as if it had gone into a shell. Ahem. The instructor was at a loss, as a steel crash was unprecedented in the school's history. It might be a malfunction. A Lin Fan temporarily designated colorless, pending classification. Although it was pending to the students, this essentially meant worthless. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly and turned to walk off the stage. As he passed Wang Tai, he heard the undisguised taunt. And I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a blank slate who can't even show a color. Lin Fan stopped, turned his head, and looked at him with an expression one might reserve for an idiot. Classmate, do you know what lies outside the visible light spectrum? What? Wang Tai was taken aback. Ultraviolet light is invisible, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lin Fan smiled faintly and lowered his voice. And it can give you a nasty sunburn. With that, Lin Fan walked away, triumphantly followed by his awestruck teammates. Only the colossal sequence steely after Lin Fan had left silently developed a fine crack on its surface, as if it had been scared into cracking. On the afternoon when the class list was posted, the area in front of the new student bulletin board was filled with whales. The class structure of Kunlun Academy is simple and brutal. Class 1 is the Tianjiao class, gathering monsters with purple or deep blue potential like Ji Chongkong and Wang Taizhong, enjoying the best resources and mentors. Classes 2 to 8 are ordinary classes, and Class 9, colloquially known as the cowboy class. Is there a mistake? Wang Pangpang looked at the last line on the red list, his chubby face wrinkled like a bun. Fan Gu, you being colorless and gonna Class 9 is one thing, but Xiaya and I are both green potential. Why are we also thrown in? Xiaya took it quite well, checking the mentor's information on her phone. I heard that Class 9 is specifically for problem students. You got in relying on your cash power and that bizarre skill of rebound, while I came in through my sound wave auxiliary abilities plus Fan Gu as the colorless leader. Our small team is practically the gold standard of Class 9. Lin Fan calmly glanced at the list. Not only them, but that unfortunate repeating student Chen Xiaoyu they met at the station was also in Class 9. Since we are here, let's settle in. Lin Fan adjusted his collar. Let's go meet our mentor. I heard he is a very unique person. The classroom for Class 9 is located in the most remote corner of the teaching building, and even the door lock is covered in cobwebs. Upon opening the door, a strong smell of alcohol hits you in the face. Inside the classroom, about 30 students were sparsely seated, each looking like a troublemaker who didn't want to go to school. On the podium, a middle-aged uncle in a disheveled robe with a scruffy beard was slumped over. He was clutching a wine gourd, tightly snoring loudly with drool spilling all over the desk. On the blackboard, only 2 hasty big characters were written: self-study. Is this our mentor? Wang Pangpang was dumbfounded. Am I in the wrong place? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and activated his omniscient vision to take a look. With that glance, his pupils slightly constricted. Inside this drunken uncle, the spiritual energy circuits were like a tangled mess, shattered and appearing to have suffered severe past injuries. Yet deep within those broken circuits, there lurked a sharp energy that even Lin Fan found chilling. It was like a broken sword. Bang! A boy with a mohawk couldn't hold it in any longer, slamming his hand down on the desk and standing up. I spent so many credits to get in here, not to watch a dead man sleep. I want to change classes. I want to go to Class 1. This outburst woke up the mentor, who was having a nice dream. The drunken uncle sleepily lifted his head, his bleary eyes glancing at the boy, yawning. Want to go to Class 1. Turn left when you go out and don't let the door hit you on the way out. What kind of attitude is that? The Mohawk boy's spiritual energy surged. A second-tier initial stage aura erupted. Do you believe I'll report you? Before he could finish his sentence, the drunken uncle merely twitched his finger. There were no fluctuations of spiritual energy nor any pressure. The Mohawk boy seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hand. His knees buckled, and with a thud he fell to the ground, even cracking the floor. It's too noisy. The mentor Mo-chan didn't even fully open his eyelids. Taking another swig of alcohol. In my classroom, only 2 types of people can speak. One is the dead, and the other is someone stronger than me. Since you are neither, then shut up. The entire class fell silent in an instant. All the troublemakers who were about to cause a scene obediently retracted their necks. That earlier display of void suppression was enough to prove that this drunken man was definitely a hidden tough character. Emo-chan seemed to have lost his sleepiness, swaying as he stood up, grabbing a piece of chalk and casually drawing a twisted wave line on the blackboard. Since you're awake, let's talk a bit. He pointed at the line, his voice hoarse. What is the essence of spiritual energy? Most people think it is energy. But in my view, spiritual energy is a form of vibration. When the frequency of your spiritual power resonates with a certain rule of nature that is magic. Can anyone tell me how to trigger the greatest rule resonance with the least amount of spiritual energy? The audience was left in confusion. What kind of theory is this? That's never been covered in textbooks. Emo-chan chuckled, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. As expected, just this group of mediocrities. The essence of resonance is the matching of inherent frequencies. Just then a clear voice rang out from the corner. Lin Fan raised his hand like a good student answering a class question. Mentor, according to the transmission principle of mechanical waves, when the frequency of the driving force approaches the system's inherent frequency, the amplitude of the forced vibration reaches its maximum. This is called resonance in physics, and in mathematics it can be described using a second-order non-homogeneous linear differential equation. Emo-chan's drinking motion came to a halt. He slowly turned his head, his murky eyes fully opening for the first time, staring intently at Lin Fan. You are that colorless Lin Fan. Indeed, that's me. Differential equations. Emo-chan's lips curled into a playful smile. Interesting. Then come up and write this so-called equation for me. Lin Fan was not timid, striding up to the podium. He picked up the chalk and swiftly wrote. A series of complex mathematical formulas appeared on the blackboard, including wave equations and even the derivation process of Fourier transforms. Finally, Lin Fan drew a perfect circle at the end. Conclusion: as long as the inherent frequency of the rule is calculated, even first-order spiritual energy can trigger seventh-order celestial phenomena. This is what is known as using four tails to move 1,000 pounds. The classroom fell silent. Although they didn't understand, it seemed quite impressive. Emo-chan stared at the blackboard for a full 3 minutes. The drunkenness in his eyes completely dissipated, replaced by a shock known as astonishment. The theory of spiritual energy resonance he had researched for half his life, which had always been ridiculed by the mainstream academic community as a madman's theory, was perfectly proven by this boy with a few strange symbols. Good. Very good. Emo-chan took a deep breath, suddenly pulling out a tattered, greasy ancient book from his pocket and casually tossing it to Lin Fan. Since you understand the theory so well, tonight's homework is yours. Lin Fan caught the ancient book and glanced at the cover. There was no title, only a few distorted black symbols resembling tadpoles. However, in Lin Fan's omniscient vision, these symbols were dancing wildly, emanating an ancient and sinister aura. This was excavated from the ruins of some ancient god. Emo-chan lazily returned to the table, saying, no one in the entire school can understand it. Tomorrow morning, I want you to translate the content of the first page for me. If you can't do it, get out of class 9. As for the others, continue self-studying. After saying that, the snoring sound resumed. Lin Fan held the heavy ancient book, a slight smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Ancient language. Others might not understand it, but for him who possessed sequence 000, the source code of all divine sequences, isn't this just a programming manual? This homework is perfectly aligned with my major. Deep in the night, within the Tianzi-no one villa, beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay the resplendent starry sky of Kunlun, while inside reigned a silence akin to death. Wang Pangpang was at that moment clutching his head, his pallid face resting on the sofa as he groaned. Fan, please close that damned book. I took just one look and felt my brain being churned, as if hundreds of monks were chanting sutras inside my skull. Beside him, Xiaya was also suffering. Though she was a psychic-type ability user, blood streamed from her nose, and she was forced to stay 3 meters away from the tome. Is this the inability to gaze upon a god? Xiaya wiped the blood from her nose, her voice trembling with lingering fear. What are these demonic scrawls on it? There is no logic at all. Indeed, there is none, for this is not a script. Lin Fan sat before the coffee table, his gaze calm, as he observed the yellowed ancient book. Within his field of vision, the twisted, maddening, and polluted black lines that ordinary people saw were now cascading down like a waterfall, transforming into orderly rows of Azure code. High-dimensional information fragment detected. Analyzing. Source: Ancient God Whisperer. Fragment analysis progress 10. 50. 100. This is sound waves. Lin Fan's fingers gently traced the symbols. Ancient gods have no need for scripts. Their language itself is a frequency of power. What this book records is a sealed divine roar. If an ordinary person attempted to mimic this frequency, their vocal cords and internal organs would burst in an instant. But Lin Fan was different. He possessed sequence 000, and his body was a perfect vessel born to bear the forbidden. Since it's a frequency, it can be replicated. Lin Fan closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. The cartilage deep in his throat vibrated imperceptibly, striving to resonate with that terrifying frequency. Once, twice, thrice. Finally, after hundreds of attempts, a profoundly low hum, as if from an ancient abyss, emanated from his throat. In an instant, the bulletproof glass of the villa cracked with a sharp sound spiderwebbing with fissures. Wang Pongpong, who had been groaning on the sofa, suddenly rolled his eyes back and fainted stiffly. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, a satisfied curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Though it lacks lethal force, the scare factor is perfect. The next morning in the classroom of Class 9, Emo-chan was still slumped over the podium, his ever-present gourd of wine by his side. Though his eyes were closed, he sensed the youth's presence entering the room. Here. Emo-chan lifted his eyelids lazily. Have you translated it? If you've made it up, you can get out now. The entire class held their breath for Lin Fan. Everyone had taken a glance at that cursed book and nearly ended up in the infirmary. It was an utterly impossible task. Lin Fan walked to the podium, his hands empty. Didn't write it. Emo-chan's eyes flickered with mockery. It seems you too. I can't write it. Lin Fan interrupted him, his tone sincere. Mentor, this language cannot be committed to paper in two-dimensional script. It is a three-dimensional vibrational structure. So I didn't write it, but I learned it. Learned it. Emo-chan was taken aback, then laughed as if hearing a colossal joke. Kid, do you know what that is? That is divine language. Even a 7th-tier language master after a lifetime of study can only decipher fragments. And you claim to have learned it in one night. Don't believe me. Lin Fan smiled. Then listen closely, mentor. For safety, I'll only utter a single syllable. Go ahead. Emo-chan sat up straight, took a swig from his gourd and said, if you can pronounce even a hint of its essence, you can sleep through my classes from now on. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The air in the classroom seemed to freeze at that moment. He parted his lips slightly without using any spiritual energy, purely relying on muscle control to alter the vibration frequency of his vocal cords. An obscure ancient syllable brimming with supreme majesty emerged from the youth's mouth. Dio, boom. No substantial energy erupted, yet a terrifying pressure originating from the depths of the soul swept through the entire classroom like a towering tsunami. In that instant, everyone seemed to behold a colossal giant standing tall between heaven and earth, gazing down coldly at the ants below. That absolute suppression from the pinnacle of life rendered minds blank, leaving only the most primal fear. Submission. Thud. 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 Over 30 students in the classroom, without even a moment to react, knelt in unison, trembling all over, cold sweat instantly soaking their clothes. Even Emo-chan, a 4th-tier Starlight Realm cultivator, had his gourd shatter with a bang. Wine splashed over his face, but he was oblivious. For his body had stiffened. In that moment, the spiritual energy circuits within him seemed to encounter a natural enemy, completely ceasing their operation, even stirring a desire to kneel. That was divine might. A genuine, pure, unadulterated divine pressure. Silence. A deathly silence persisted for a full 10 seconds. Until Lin Fan coughed, breaking the stillness. Ahem. I suppose that counts as a correct translation. The pressure receded like a tide. The students collapsed to the floor, gasping for air as if pulled from water. Emo-chan slowly wiped the wine from his face, his perpetually clouded eyes now filled with shock and disbelief. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his voice trembling. Who are you exactly? Have you seen a god? If one had not gazed directly upon a deity, if one had not listened to the whispers of a god, it would be utterly impossible to mimic it so vividly. This could not be explained by talent alone. Lin Fan scratched his head, reverting to his harmless demeanor. Mentor, we must believe in science. Lin Fan pointed to his throat. Based on my calculations, the waveform of that symbol is actually a complex set of sound frequencies. I merely simulated this frequency using the physical vibrations of my vocal cords. It's called bionic acoustics. Emo-chan. Bionic acoustics. What kind of creature did you imitate? Are gods even creatures? Emo-chan took a deep breath, looking at the youth who was spouting nonsense with a straight face. He finally realized he had struck gold. No, he had found a monster. Good. Very good. Emo-chan pulled the ancient book from his bosom, carefully stored it away, and then for the first time showed a serious expression. Lin Fan, from today on you are the class monitor of Class 9. Even if you commit murder or arson, as long as you're on school grounds, Emo-chan will have your back. Having said that, he glanced at the shattered porcelain shards on the floor, his heart aching as his mouth twitched. But next time you hand in your homework, remind me to put away the wine first. The freshman's practical assessment officially commenced. As the emotionless electronic voice echoed through the broadcast, 2,000 new students had already assembled in neat class formations on the central plaza of Kunlun Academy. The atmosphere was starkly polarized. In the formations of classes 1 through 3, the students stood tall and proud, equipped with fine gear, their faces etched with the ambition to claim the top spot. Especially Ji Chongkong at the forefront of Class 1, clad in white robes as pure as snow with a long sword strapped to his back. His aura was so formidable that none dared meet his gaze. Meanwhile, over in Class 9, over 30 students stood in a loose, slouching formation. Some were still yawning while others grumbled to each other. What's the point of competing? Class 1 is all purple and deep blue potential, one muttered. We're just a bunch of cyan, maybe yellow washed up fish. Going up against them is just feeding the enemy. Exactly, another chimed in. I heard the assessment is at the 4th Divine Fall Ruins. The weakest divine abominations there are at the peak of the 1st tier. If we can even make it back alive, that's a win. Why bother fighting for resources? Chun Xiaoyu adjusted his cracked glasses and sighed. According to probability calculations, the chance of our class finishing last is 99. 9. Then, what's the remaining 0? 1. Someone asked. That's for second to last place, Chun Xiaoyu replied in despair. If Class 8 has a collective case of diarrhea. Laughter erupted from the nearby Class 3 formation. Wang Tai, who had already changed into a new set of gear, his family had sent another set after he was stripped clean last time, stood in the Class 3 ranks. He looked at Lin Fan with a sneer. Hey, the colorless class monitor. I heard you're quite the businessman. How about you just transfer your class points to us now so you don't have to suffer in the ruins? Ji Chongkong remained silent, but he cast a cold, dismissive glance at Class 9, as if they were nothing more than trash on the roadside. The rules for this assessment are as follows, the instructor's voice cut through the noise. Enter the ruins and hunt the divine abominations. A first-tier abomination is worth 10 points and a second-tier is worth 100 points. You have 24 hours. Final rankings will be based on the total class points determining next month's Spirit Stone allocation. First place gets a double allocation. Last place gets no allocation, and the entire class is responsible for cleaning the entire school's toilets for a month. A collective groan erupted from Class 9. Clean the toilets? The whole school's? Someone cried. Just kill me now. We already have no resources. If you take away our allocation, how are we supposed to cultivate? Despair spread through Class 9. A Mohawk sporting student even considered faking an illness to drop out. Quiet Lin Fan, who had been silent all along, suddenly stepped to the front of the formation. He was dressed casually today with a massive hiking backpack on his back. He looked more like he was going on a picnic than a battle. What are you all panicking about? Lin Fan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Who said we have to fight the divine abominations, Hedon? But class monitor, how else do we get points? Someone asked weakly. Lin Fan turned around, pulled a portable blackboard from his bag. One had borrowed from Imo Chen's classroom, and picked up a piece of chalk to start drawing. Classmates, let's look at this assessment through the lens of economics. On the blackboard, Lin Fan drew a circle to represent the divine abominations and an arrow pointing to points. Hunting divine abominations is the primary sector. High risk, you could get bitten. High cost in spiritual energy and gear, and a long return cycle since finding monsters is exhausting. It's manual labor, a blue-collar job. The entire class was stunned. Wasn't killing monsters for experience the natural order of things? How was it suddenly blue-collar work? Lin Fan drew another larger circle next to it to represent Class 1, and the elite classes, then an arrow pointing to Class 9. What we're going to do is the tertiary sector, the redistribution of resources. Lin Fan flashed his signature, benevolently ruthless smile, his white teeth gleaming in the sunlight. Aren't the elites in Class 1 so strong? Let them do the hunting. When they're tired, their spiritual energy depleted, and they're lugging bags full of cores ready to return and claim their prize. We just need to be on their path and help lighten their load. The entire Class 9 gasped in unison. Was this robbery? And they were going after the strongest class in the entire school. Is this within the rules? Chun Xiaoyu stammered. Rule 3 of the Academy: malicious maiming or killing is prohibited during the assessment. But it doesn't say anything about borrowing point items, Lin Fan said, tapping the blackboard. As long as no one gets killed, it's a legitimate tactical maneuver. But we can't beat Ji Chongkong. Someone protested. Of course we can't in a direct fight, Lin Fan snapped his fingers. That's why we have to be scientific about it. He unzipped his massive hiking backpack. A clatter of strange, bizarre items spilled out. Heavy-duty animal traps, oversized, super-strong sticky mouse pads, laxative dust bombs, flash grenades, a megaphone, and dozens of black silk hoods that only left the eyes exposed. Xia Ye will handle sonar reconnaissance to avoid direct confrontations. Pang Pang will act as the meat shield and bait to draw their fire. Ez will handle the sneak attacks and hit the back line. As for the rest of you, Lin Fan looked at the underdog students whose eyes were gradually lighting up. Each of you take a hood, a bag of laxative, and 3 traps. Remember, we don't produce points. We're just the movers of points. Silence. After a brief pause, a suppressed but excited roar erupted from Class 9's formation. The earlier dejection vanished, replaced by a fervor that felt like bandits descending from the mountains. The class monitor is right. Why should we be the ones fighting monsters? I want to make those geniuses taste what it's like to be robbed. I'm going after Wang Tai. Last time I saw his underwear was red. This time I'm taking everything, even his underwear. Watching the Class 9 students who had suddenly changed their tune, and were now expertly pulling silk stockings over their heads, their mentor Mo-chan took a gulp of wine, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This kid. What has he turned my students into? Despite his complaint, a glint of amusement flashed in his eyes. But then again, this is more like a class for Mo-chan. Rules. Those are for the week to follow. Half an hour later, the entrance to the ruins opened. The students from classes 1 and 2 shot into the ruins like arrows from a bow, their spirits high as they sought out divine abominations to slaughter. Meanwhile, led by Lin Fan, the students of Class 9 silently slipped into the nearby bushes. At the only path leading from the entrance, they began frantically digging pits and setting traps. A hunt aimed squarely at the geniuses had quietly begun. On the outskirts of the 4th Divine Fall ruins lay an old district of crumbling walls and shattered buildings. The terrain was complex, overgrown with weeds, making it an ideal ambush spot. At that moment, beneath a half-collapsed bell tower, over 30 members of Class 9 lay crouched in the grass. They wore black stockings over their heads, revealing only their eyes, clutching sacks and clubs in their hands, their breaths deliberately softened. Class monitor, they're coming. Xiaya lay beside Lin Fan, her ears twitching slightly as she lowered her voice to a whisper. Southeast 300 meters away. Heavy footsteps, rapid breathing. They must be carrying a lot of weight. 5 people. The leader's heartbeat. Very familiar. It's Wang Tai. Lin Fan peered through a gap in the grass using binoculars to observe. Sure enough, Wang Tai, accompanied by a few lackeys from Class 3, swaggered in their direction. Each of them had several blood-soaked bundles hanging from their waists. They had clearly just finished hunting a wave of low-level aberrations and were heading back to the supply point to submit their scores, showing off along the way. Haha, Brother Tai, we've hit the jackpot this time. One lackey flattered. These few peak first-level carrion hounds should net us at least 50 points. Those losers from Class 9 are probably still too scared to come in through the gate. Wang Tai tossed his hair arrogantly. Humph, don't compare that trash to us. This time I'm going to make Lin Fan understand that some gaps can't be bridged by mere talk. As he spoke, Wang Tai stepped over a seemingly ordinary stone slab. The moment his foot landed, crack, an extremely faint crisp sound. Suddenly the withered leaves on the ground burst open, and a massive sticky board coated with powerful industrial adhesive sprang up, firmly trapping Wang Tai's legs. What the hell? What is this? Wang Tai's face twisted in shock as he instinctively tried to pull free, but the adhesive was so viciously strong that even the soles of his shoes were nearly torn off without budging an inch. Ambush! Ambush! Before the others could react, a dozen white paper packets were thrown down from the ruins above. The packets burst in midair, and red powder instantly engulfed the entire squad. It wasn't poison gas. It was Lin Fan's specially blended Hell's extra spicy chili powder, mixed with potent tear gas. Cough! Cough! My eyes! Ah! So spicy! Help! The once spirited Class 3 squad turned into headless flies, coughing and weeping uncontrollably. Move! Lin Fan's cold voice rang through the communication channel. From the grass, over 30 men in stockings charged out like hungry wolves pouncing on prey. They didn't use spiritual energy but swung their clubs and bricks with practiced ease. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of impacts echoed in succession. Don't hit the face. Don't hit the face. Ow! Who kicked my butt? In the chaos, Wang Tai felt the world spin as he was slammed to the ground. A heavy butt sat directly on his chest, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Through blurred, tear-filled eyes, Wang Tai saw that the person pinning him down was a massively built fatty. Though the guy had a black stocking over his head, the belly rising and falling with his breath, and that distinctive fleshy feel, was all too familiar. Fatty? Is that you? Wang Tai cried out in fury and grief, grabbing a handful of the fatty's love handles. Wang Banjin. ID recognized that lard anywhere, even if you were ground to ash. Wang Pong Pong, who was about to strip Wang Tai of his storage ring, froze. Crap had been recognized. But he quickly recalled Lin Fan's lesson what to do when caught red-handed. Never admit it. Wang Pang Pang took a deep breath, suddenly pinched his throat, and shouted in an atrociously fake accent, Baka! What nonsense are you spouting? Die! Die! I'm an exchange student from Sakura country, Nakamura Pantaro. After saying this to cover his guilt, Wang Pang Pang slapped Wang Tai hard across the face, then, with lightning speed, stripped off all the rings on Wang Tai's fingers, not forgetting his belt either. Wang Tai was utterly dumbfounded. Sakura country, Nakamura Pantaro. The hell is Nakamura Pantaro? Does our school even have exchange students? And how the hell does that come out with a perfect Beijing accent? Retreat! Before Wang Tai could piece it together, a whistle pierced the sky. This band of bandits came fast and left just as quickly. In less than a minute, Class 9's members had vanished into the complex ruins, carrying their loot, leaving behind only a group of students in their underwear, red and swollen, still weeping uncontrollably. The wind swept through the ruins, carrying a few desolate leaves. Wang Tai lay spread-eagled, stuck to the ground once again, reduced to nothing but a pair of red briefs. He stared blankly at the sky, two clear streams of tears from the chili sliding down his cheeks. Lin Fan, Wang Pang, please act like human beings. Deep in the ruins, the temporary base of Class 9. We're rich. We're rich. The students excitedly counted the spoils. Class monitor. We grabbed 7 first-level spirit cores. And 3 bottles of recovery potion. This short sword isn't bad either. It looks like it's made of fine steel. The Onselo-spirited delinquent students were now flushed with excitement, their eyes gleaming with a light they'd never shown before. It was the greed of tasting the sweet fruits and the frenzy of breaking the rules. So, getting stronger didn't require bitter training. Just a sharp mind and a dark enough heart. Lin Fan sat on a rock, holding the freshly looted spirit core, using nirvana to purify its impurities. Already satisfied, Lin Fan swept his gaze over the group indifferently. This little bit is barely enough for our class daily food expenses. Ha! Then what do we do? Lin Fan stood up, his gaze fixed on the deeper parts of the ruins where intense fluctuations of spiritual energy could be faintly sensed. Wang Tai is just an appetizer. The real fat sheep are the main forces of Class 2 and Class 1. And from my observations, Class 1 is hunting a peak second-level ironclad bear. They must be heavily drained right now at their weakest. A devilish smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth as he pulled on the black stocking cap emblazoned with the words "Rule by Virtue." Classmates, it's time to collect the protection money. Deep within the 4th Divine Descent ruins, the air here was heavier than at the periphery, thick with the faint scent of sulfur and the distinct rancid odor unique to high-rank divine aberrations. On a desolate open plaza, a deafening roar echoed. Gravity field, 10-fold amplification. Hold it down. Ji Chong Kong hovered midair, his white robes billowing in the wind. He pressed his hands downward, and a visible purple ripple enveloped the colossal creature below. It was an iron-hide rampaging bear standing a full 3 stories tall. Its body was covered in thick metallic keratin, granting it monstrous defensive capabilities. Each slap of its paw against the ground triggered a minor earthquake. By now, this peak second-stage divine aberration had been besieged by the elite of Class 1 for half an hour. It bore numerous wounds and had entered the perilous blood rage state. Roar! The rampaging bear let out a furious roar, enduring the 10-fold gravity to stand upright, its eyes blazing scarlet. Not good. It's about to go berserk. Front line, hold steady. Rear line, increase output. Although the students of Class 1 were elite, they struggled against the berserk peak second-stage beast. Several defensive tanks were sent flying by, a bear paw spitting blood. Ji Changkong's face darkened. This beast was more troublesome than anticipated. The cost for their class to earn these 100 points was too high. Everyone listen up. Prepare for the final concentrated volley. Ji Changkong's words were cut short. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt appearing from nowhere and trailing an eerie green fletching flew at an extremely tricky angle, precisely striking the rampaging bear in a certain indescribable area behind it. Yowl! The bear's earth-shattering roar abruptly changed pitch, transforming into a cry filled with confusion, shock, and the lament of a sphincter losing control. Immediately after, an indescribable stench like a biochemical weapon leak swept across the entire plaza. Boom rumble. Accompanied by a series of thunderous, muffled sounds, a yellowish-brown torrent sprayed from behind the bear, sweeping across the scene like a high-pressure water cannon. What the hell? My face. It stinks. Did this bear get diarrhea? Ugh. The once orderly formation of Class 1 instantly collapsed. Those usually lofty favored children of destiny, now thoroughly drenched by the unexpected golden rain, covered their mouths and noses, retching incessantly. Their will to fight evaporated. Even Ji Chong Kong in the air was repulsed by the overwhelming stench, his concentration on maintaining the gravity field nearly wavering. Who did this despicable deed? Ji Chong Kong roared in fury. A perfect opportunity. At the edge of the plaza, atop the ruins, over 30 figures wearing black silk masks emerged like phantoms. The leader, Silk Mask, Big Brother Lin Fan, lowered his custom crossbow and adjusted the gas mask on his nose, courtesy of Emo-chan, with satisfaction. Based on my observations, the bear's energy excretion point is its weakest defense. I just injected it with a highly concentrated intestinal lubricant to help clear its system. Lin Fan commanded through the comms channel. Little ones, the biggest prize is served. Remember our motto: fast moves, cool poses. Charge! Over 30 fully equipped masks and sax bandits from Class 9 amidst the chaos stormed the battlefield like tigers descending a mountain. They didn't attack the people, as the battlefield was too dirty for their liking. Their target was clear. The bear, now completely drained. The rampaging bear, its internal energy cycle utterly disrupted by the sudden massive excretion, lay limp on the ground, its eyes filled with utter despair. Lin Fan swept across the battlefield like the wind, instantly appearing above the bear's massive head. He extended his palm towards the bear's brow. Omniscient sight activated. In Lin Fan's perception, the bear's once impenetrable life energy field was now like a leaking balloon riddled with weaknesses. Rest in peace. Nirvana life frequency severance. There were no flashy effects, no earth-shattering collision. Lin Fan simply snapped his fingers lightly. The still-twitching peak second stage rampaging bear suddenly stiffened, the last spark of life in its eyes instantly extinguished. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, completely silent. Dead? The students of Class 1, still retching in the distance, were dumbfounded. The boss they couldn't kill in half an hour was instantly killed by this masked guy with just a snap of his fingers. With practiced ease, Lin Fan drew a dagger, precisely cut open the bear's head, and extracted a fist-sized earth-yellow second-stage core. Winds up time to vanish. Having secured the most valuable item, Lin Fan didn't linger and turned to flee. Stop. That was our monster. Ji Chongkong finally realized these people were here to steal the kill. He roared and was about to give chase. Slap. A document was casually tossed by Lin Fan onto the bear's corpse. Ji Chongkong instinctively caught it with his telekinesis. It was a piece of paper torn from a notebook with crooked handwriting. IOU. Respected Class 1 students, thank you for your hard work and tears in hunting this rampaging bear. Given your current state is unsuitable for safekeeping valuable items, this second stage core is temporarily held in our custody. Furthermore, the large amount of high-energy organic fertilizer, commonly known as bear droppings, left on the battlefield has high research value and is left for you as a souvenir. You're welcome. From a group of concerned citizens who wish to remain anonymous, Class 9. Lin Fan. Seeing the familiar, infuriating tone in the signature, and then looking at the messy battlefield and the empty boss corpse, Ji Chongkong, usually known for his composure, finally broke down. He roared at the sky, unleashing a terrifying gravity wave that flattened the surrounding ruins. Meanwhile, the culprit Lin Fan and his Class 9 crew were already 2 kilometers away, dividing the spoils in a safe little ravine. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. So satisfying. Did you see Ji Chongkong's face? It looked worse than if he'd eaten crap. Captain, this second stage core is worth 100 points. We're rich. The Class 9 students took off their masks, their faces flushed with excitement. The thrill of snatching prey from the school's strongest was 100 times more intense than killing a monster themselves. Lin Fan tossed the core in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. This is just the beginning. He pulled out a map and marked a few circles on it. Class 1's main force is set back, but a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Their retaliation will be fierce. So we need to change our tactics. From now on we break into smaller units. Groups of 3 guerrilla warfare. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with tactical brilliance. Remember, the ruins are vast. As long as they can't catch us, we will always be the winners in this game of cat and mouse. 12 hours had passed since the assessment began. As dusk fell, the 4th ruin was shrouded in a hazy moonlight. The atmosphere in the ruins was even more tense and murderous than during the day. The air was permeated not only with the bloody scent of divine monsters, but also with a strong smell of gunpowder, fueled by the vengeful fury of Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. Listen, even if we have to turn this ruin upside down, we must catch the group of rats from Class 9 lurking in the shadows. In the temporary camp, Ji Chongkong issued a joint arrest warrant with a grim expression. Behind him stood Wang Tai, equally filled with resentment, wearing new clothes for the 3rd time, and the class leader of Class 2. The 3 elite classes joined forces to form a vast, mouse-catching team of hundreds, commencing a thorough search of the ruins. However, they soon realized that these mice were far more troublesome than they had imagined. In the northwest corner of the ruins, a chaotic thicket of stones. A 5-member elite team from Class 2 was cautiously advancing. Everyone be careful, I heard that the people from Class 9 have no morals and will resort to any dirty tricks they can come up with, the team leader warned. As soon as he spoke, the leading team member suddenly felt his foot give way, stepping onto a cleverly disguised soft pit. A trap. Humph, child's play. The team member sneered, about to summon his chi to jump out. Huffed. A thick, strangely foul-smelling green liquid suddenly erupted from the bottom of the pit, instantly covering his pants. What? What is this? Ugh! It's the excrement of that armored violent bear. They actually collected this. Just when the team members were retching in disgust and their formation fell into chaos. Whoosh! Shadows darted out from behind the stone pillars on both sides, their clubs accurately striking the back of their heads. 5 minutes later, when the rescue team arrived, they found 5 second-year students from Class 2 clad only in their underwear, lying unconscious and neatly arranged on the ground, covered with a large poster made of bear dung. Class 9 visited here. Borrowed some points, welcome next time. Similar scenes unfolded in various corners of the ruins. Utilizing the guerrilla warfare principles taught by Lin Fan. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy is stationed, I disrupt. When the enemy tires, I strike. When the enemy retreats, I pursue. The students of Class 9 fragmented into smaller groups of 3, moving like ghosts amidst the shadows of the ruins. They never confronted their opponents, hidden. Instead they either dug pits to set traps or struck with clubs and scattered lime. Gradually a terrifying legend began to spread among the freshmen in these ruins. More frightening than the divine monsters was a group of ghosts wearing black pantyhose masks. They do not kill, but they will take away your most precious possessions, points and clothing, and leave you with an indelible psychological shadow. However, those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. To the southeast of the ruins, at the entrance of an underground commercial street that had not yet completely collapsed, Xiaya, along with Chun Xiaoyu, responsible for calculating escape routes, and Yizi, responsible for the rear, was panting and hiding behind a broken load-bearing column. Huff, huff. This is a bit troublesome. The one chasing us is the vice class leader from Class 1, a mid-second tier wind elemental user. Yizi wiped the blood from her dagger, speaking coldly. According to my calculations, if we continue running on the ground, the probability of being caught is 87. Chun Xiaoyu adjusted his glasses and pointed to the dark underground entrance behind them. If we go in there, the unknown probability is 100. Because this area is not marked on the map. Xiaya glanced at the entrance, which resembled the gaping mouth of a giant beast, and for some reason a strong sense of unease surged within her. Her talent Song of the Siren was extremely sensitive to the sounds of the environment. Deep within that entrance, she seemed to hear a sound that did not belong to this world. There's no time to worry about that, let's go in and hide. Hearing the footsteps behind them growing closer, Xiaya gritted her teeth and led the two into the dark underground tunnel. The tunnel extended down for hundreds of meters, the air becoming cold and humid, carrying a stale, moldy smell. Strangely, ever since they entered here, the outside noise had completely vanished, and not even a shadow of a low-tier divine monster could be seen. It was eerily quiet. Wait! Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, a vast underground cavern appeared before the three. Xiaya suddenly stopped, her face as pale as paper. At the center of the cavern stood an ancient altar entirely constructed from black obsidian. The altar was pyramid-shaped, engraved with countless twisted and frenzied lines. Those lines bore a striking resemblance to the symbols Lin Fan had seen in that ancient book back at the villa. The moment Xiaya saw the altar, the string in her mind, known as reason, suddenly snapped. An irresistible ancient whisper erupted deep within her soul. Ah! Xiaya let out a scream of pain, clutching her head and collapsing to the ground. Her once clear eyes instantly lost focus, turning into an eerie pure black. Immediately she uncontrollably opened her mouth, and a cryptic, sharp, and destructive melody emerged from her throat. This was not the song of the siren she typically used for assistance, but rather some sort of elegy for a sacrifice to an unknown existence. Xiaya, what's wrong with you? Chun Xiaoyu tried to help her, but he was directly knocked back by the sound waves contained in that melody, spitting blood. Not good. She's lost control. Yizi's face changed drastically. Something's wrong here. Quickly send a distress signal to the class leader. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing distress signal echoed in the silent underground space. In a concealed cave on the ground, Lin Fan, counting his spoils, suddenly saw the communicator on his wrist light up with a blinding red light. Ha! And level distress signal. Lin Fan's expression changed. This was the highest level emergency signal agreed upon with the core team, and it would not be activated unless there was a life-threatening situation. It's Xiaya's team. Their location is underground to the southeast. Wang Pangpang leaned over to take a look at the map. That area is not marked as underground. It's a blind spot. Blind spot. A sense of foreboding rose in Lin Fan's heart. He immediately stood up, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Pong Pong, you lead the others to continue the guerrilla tactics and draw their fire. I'll go rescue them. With that, Lin Fan's figure vanished from the spot. He accelerated to his utmost speed, racing forward. When he arrived at the concealed underground entrance, a familiar yet repulsive aura hit him. Lin Fan activated omniscient vision and scanned downward. His pupils constricted sharply. In his vision, the underground altar was emitting a grayish decayed frequency wave representing descent and decay. This frequency was of the same origin as the source code he had deciphered from Mo Chen's book, The Fragments of the Dreamer. As expected, in the school's ruins there actually lies a living ancient god altar. This assessment was becoming more and more interesting. The air in the underground cavern was viscous, like congealed grease, thick with a nauseating stench of decay. As Lin Fan rushed into the space, the scene before him weighed heavily on his heart. Chun Xiaoyu lay sprawled in a corner, unconscious, his shattered glasses scattered across the ground. Yizi knelt on the ground, her hands clamped tightly over her ears as blood seeped through her fingers. Her usually icy face was twisted in agony. At the center of the cavern, the obsidian altar emanated an eerie violet-black radiance. Xiaya hovered 3 meters above it. Her entire body was entangled in threads of black energy, her eyes pitch black, as she ceaselessly chanted a dirge that frayed the sanity. Oh. The sound was piercing and shrill, each syllable like a rusted saw grating against one's nerves. Monitor. Don't get close. Ez lifted her head with difficulty, her voice hoarse. It's mental contamination. Physical attacks are useless. My dagger was deflected as soon as it touched the altar. I know. Lin Fan halted 10 meters from the altar, his gaze eerily calm. He activated his omniscient vision at full power. Instantly the world transformed before his eyes. The black stone altar vanished, replaced by a colossal, intricate energy amplification transmitter. The twisted runes were circuit boards. Xiaya was a biological battery and microphone supplying energy, and the dirge she chanted was being converted by the altar into a summoning code aimed deeper into the earth. Warning. High-risk divine frequency radiation detected. Warning. An unknown entity is responding to the summon. Connection progress 35. So it's a signal amplifier trying to wake something underground. Lin Fan sneered. He could clearly sense a vast chaotic will deep beneath the earth, gradually awakening to the song like a slumbering giant stirring. If that thing woke up, not just this assessment but the entire fourth ruins would be reduced to nothing. Physical means are indeed useless because this is a war of dimensions. Lin Fan took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing rhythm. The cartilage deep in his throat began to vibrate in a way that defied human physiology. Since it's a battle of frequencies, it'll crush you with a higher one. He jerked his head up, his gaze fixed on Xiaya suspended in the air and the altar beneath her. The next second the syllable that had once shattered Mo Chen's gourd exploded from Lin Fan's mouth. Duo. Boom. If Xiaya's song was the noise of countless rusted iron sheets scraping together, then Lin Fan's syllable was the resounding strike of a primordial bell cleaving heaven and earth. A high-ranking pressure from the ancient god whisperer like a solid sonic hammer slammed fiercely into the altar's defensive field. Crackle, crackle, dazzling sparks burst in the air. Two opposing forces collided violently, causing visible ripples of distortion in the space. Xiaya's song faltered for an instant, a flicker of struggle in her pitch-black eyes. The altar's light flickered wildly, as if confused and intimidated by this sudden high-ranking command. It's working! Ez exclaimed in surprise. Not yet. Lin Fan's forehead beaded with cold sweat. That duo was just to intimidate and interrupt. To solve it completely, he had to sever the connection at its source. In his omniscient vision, the summoning code being sent had been scrambled into a mess of gibberish. The code's messed up. Then that's easy. A glint of crazy data stream flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He possessed sequence 000. He was the origin point of all divine sequences. If these divine powers were programs, then he was the administrator with the highest authority. Since it's code, it can be tampered with. Lin Fan extended his hand and made a grabbing motion toward the chaotic energy flow in the air. In his vision, he truly caught the data chain representing the summoning command. Change. Lin Fan's consciousness forcefully invaded the altar's operating system. He couldn't completely erase this energy, but he could modify its content. What to replace that obscure, evil, death-filled summoning incantation with? A flash of inspiration struck Lin Fan's mind. A simple, catchy, utterly meaningless melody surfaced. The next moment, new instructions were forcibly written into the altar's energy circuits. The spine-chilling dirge in the originally terrifying underground cavern suddenly ceased. In its place came Xiaya's uncontrollable, dazed and mechanical singing. Two tigers, run so fast. Run so fast. Yi Zi. The vast will awakening deep underground. Are you kidding me? The altar's runes flickered madly. Its ancient crude logic core was utterly unable to process this kind of dimensionality-reducing nursery rhyme command. Energy clashed and backflowed violently within the circuits. One has no ears, one has no tail, how strange. How strange. With Xiaya's final off-key lyrics sung. Bang! A dull explosion came from within the altar. Countless cracks burst across the obsidian surface. The eerie violet-black light flickered like a short circuit, then died out completely. The summoning ritual collapsed. Ah! Xiaya in the air went limp. The blackness in her eyes receded rapidly, and she fell like a kite with a broken string. Lin Fan was quick. He dashed forward and caught her steadily. The girl in his arms was pale, her breathing weak, but thankfully the tainted aura had vanished. Phew! Done. Lin Fan let out a long breath, feeling a burning pain in his throat. Imitating the ancient god's pronunciation was too taxing on his body. Ez had also recovered by then. She ran over to help Chun Xiaoyu up, looking at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. Monitor, what did you just sing? Shoo! Lin Fan raised a finger. It's the latest spiritual therapy. Music healing. Just as they thought the crisis was over. Rumble. From deep within the earth came an extremely muffled roar filled with rage and reluctance. Though the sound came from far beneath the strata, it shook the entire cavern, sending dust raining down. Clearly the entity whose call had been forcibly hung up on by two tigers had a very bad case of morning rage. Lin Fan's face changed. Move. This place is going to collapse. Boom. The unknown entity deep underground had a truly monstrous temper, as its furious roar echoed the entire subterranean space, seemed to be violently kneaded by an invisible giant hand. The rock ceiling above began to collapse on a massive scale, countless tons of boulders, hurtling down with a whistling wind stirring up clouds of dust. Deep bottomless fissures split the ground as if intent on devouring everything. Run! Don't look back! Lin Fan hoisted the unconscious Xiaya onto his shoulder, grabbed the staggering Yi Zi with his other hand, and sprinted toward the passage they had come from. Chen Xiaoyu, jolted awake by the tremor, stumbled along behind them, his shattered glasses askew, face pale with terror. According to structural mechanics, the collapse rate here is... Holy shit! A millstone-sized rock whistled past his scalp. Chen Xiaoyu instantly abandoned his calculations and burst into the fastest sprint of his life. The four of them dodged and weaved through the rain of falling rocks, battered and disheveled. Yet fate seemed to be mocking them. Just as they were about to reach the entrance, a deafening crash sounded ahead. The entire passage collapsed before their eyes, completely sealing off their only escape route. A dead end? Yi Zi stared in despair at the solid stone wall before them. The sounds of collapse behind them drew closer, the shadow of death looming over everyone. Don't panic. Lin Fan calmly set down Xia, his gaze rapidly scanning the crumbling rock walls around them. The omniscient vision allowed him to perceive energy flows, but it couldn't quickly calculate complex physical structures. He turned to the team's only academic prodigy, Chen Xiaoyu. Time for you to shine. If you don't want to die, find the weakest point. Chen Xiaoyu, trembling, pushed up his half-shattered glasses as his mind raced. Wait, the rock structure here is tilted. The vibration frequency over there is different from the main structure. He suddenly pointed at a seemingly impregnable granite wall on the right there. There should be a cavity behind it, about 3 meters away from here. It's our only chance. 3 meters of granite. Yi Zi gritted her teeth. My shadow strike isn't penetrating enough. I'll do it. Lin Fan took a deep breath, the spiritual energy within his candle flame realm blazing wildly, all converging into his right fist. Although he primarily cultivated the spirit and assassin paths, his physical strength after numerous enhancements far exceeded ordinary limits. Open, now! Boom! With an unstoppable momentum, Lin Fan's fist crashed into the stone wall. Debris flew, dust rose. The hard granite wall was blasted open into a large hole. Go! The four of them scrambled through the opening. The moment they entered, the underground altar space behind them completely collapsed, turning into rubble, burying the ancient and evil secret deep beneath the earth once more. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dust, the four crawled through a narrow, grimy ventilation, ducked for over 10 minutes before finally catching a glimpse of long mist moonlight. Lin Fan kicked open the rusted vent grate. Cold night air rushed in. They greedily breathed in the fresh air, feeling a sense of relief at having survived the ordeal. Where is this? Yi Zi climbed out of the vent and looked around, her expression shifting. They were no longer at the outskirts of the ruins, but amidst a cluster of taller, more dilapidated structures. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several times higher than the periphery, and the air carried a faint, dangerous aura. We seem to have reached the edge of the core zone. Chen Xiaoyu said, his voice trembling, as he looked at the signalless locator on his wrist. The core zone. It was a forbidden area that the instructors had strictly forbidden freshmen from entering, rumored to be infested with third-tier or even higher-level god abominations. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Lin Fan brushed the dust off his clothes, remaining remarkably calm. He checked on Xia, finding she had merely fainted from spiritual energy depletion and was otherwise unharmed. Suddenly, Lin Fan's gaze fixed on a half-collapsed fortress building not far away. At its base, a heavy alloy door had been partially exposed by the recent earthquake. The door had been covered in optical camouflage and an energy barrier, but the collapse of the underground altar seemed to have caused a localized energy short-circuit. The barrier now flickered, with sparks gradually failing. Emblazoned on the door was the white double-head eagle emblem, unique to that era. This is a pre-Great Nirvana-era military base. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Before the gods descended and the world was destroyed, human civilization had reached extraordinary technological heights. These left-behind military supplies were still extremely valuable strategic resources in the current age of spiritual energy. Come on, let's check it out. Lin Fan led the curious trio to the alloy door. Without the energy barrier's protection, the physical lock was no match for Lin Fan's annihilation vibration unlocking technique. Click. The heavy door slowly swung open. A wave of long-sealed oil and metallic scents rushed out. When the emergency lights illuminated the interior, even the usually composed Yi Zi couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god! This wasn't an ordinary warehouse. It was a small-scale military arsenal. Shelves were neatly stacked with sealed boxes of military-grade high-energy, compressed biscuits, high-purity adrenaline injections from the old era, whose effects rivaled second-tier recovery potions without drug resistance, and various tactical grenades. At the center of the warehouse stood 4 futuristic metal pods. Their transparent doors clearly revealed 4 tall, ferocious-looking mechanical armors standing silently inside. T-600 Urban Combat Individual Exoskeleton Heavy Armor Variant. Status well-preserved, energy remaining 85. These are old-era mech suits. Chun Xiaoyu's eyes went wide. As a science student, he had a natural obsession with such pure mechanical constructs. They say these things don't need spiritual energy to operate. Wearing one gives you strength and defense comparable to a second-tier physical enhancement esper. Lin Fan stepped forward, his hand stroking the cold armor's shell, a brilliant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems fate is on our side. He turned to look at his battered, poorly equipped team. Comrades, throw away the sacks and wooden clubs. We've traded up. Moments later, the warehouse door opened again. 4 figures clad in heavy mechanical exoskeletons like steel behemoths strode out. The mechanical joints emitted a dull, powerful hydraulic sound, starkly piercing the silent night. Lin Fan flexed his mechanical arm, feeling the terrifying strength capable of tearing tigers and leopards apart. Through his helmet's tactical visor, he looked into the depths of the core zone where several powerful auras were approaching. They were the main forces of the elite class coming to hunt them down. Xiaya will provide support from the rear. Chan Xiaoyu handles suppressive fire, and Yi Zi takes the flank. Lin Fan's voice, transmitted through the exoskeleton speakers, carried a cold metallic edge. Now the roles of hunter and prey are about to be completely reversed. Class 1 students, are you ready for a real surprise? At the edge of the ruins core zone, the moonlight was cold and sharp. 4 tall steel behemoths stood silently in the night, their crimson tactical visors gleaming with an icy light in the darkness. Occasional puffs of hydraulic steam escaped from the mechanical joints, adding a grim sci-fi tension to the silent ruins. Squad leader sonar shows a group of about 20 people rapidly approaching. Chun Xiaoyu's slightly excited voice came through the comms. Donning this exoskeleton, the science nerd's confidence had soared, and he was itching to test his kinetic formulas on someone. It's 3rd squad. Yi's voice remained calm as she twirled the alloy combat blade in her mech's hand. The one leading is an old acquaintance, Wang Tai. Inside the cockpit, Lin Fan watched the rapidly moving red dots on the radar, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Perfect timing. Lin Fan raised the heavy mechanical arm and flexed its fingers. I've been stifled all night. It's time to show these geniuses the shock of the Industrial Revolution. 100 meters away, Wang Tai led the elite search party from 3rd squad, charging forward with fury. His mind was ablaze with revenge, yearning to flay Lin Fan alive. Hurry! The biggest noise came from here. They must be hiding. Wang Tai dashed ahead, leaping over a broken wall. The next second, he skidded to a halt. Before him, in the open space, stood 4 towering, ferocious steel monsters, exuding a metallic menace as they stared coldly at the group. What the hell are these? A new type of divine abomination. Wang Tai was stunned. He had never seen such creatures devoid of spiritual energy, yet radiating an overwhelming pressure. The students behind him also stopped, eyeing the 4 iron cans warily. Wait, does that one in the middle have writing on it? A sharp-eyed student pointed at the chest of the leading mech. Under the moonlight, they could make out a line of crookedly painted words curing all kinds of defiance. Director Lin of Class 9, Lin Fan. Wang Tai's realization ignited a blaze of old and new grudges. His anger turned to laughter. Fine. The turtle finally shows his face. What, knowing you're weak, you wrap yourself in scrap metal as a shell? Good evening, classmate Wang Tai. The lead mech's loudspeaker emitted Lin Fan's signature lazy voice tinged with metallic distortion. Friendly tip, you are now facing Class 9's Heavy Infantry Squad 1. We sincerely advise you to immediately crouch down, surrender all your points and clothes, or face the consequences. Bah! Arrogant fool! Wang Tai roared, his spiritual energy erupting as a dark red glow spread over his skin. His second stage mid-level raging blood activated instantly, and he charged at Lin Fan like a wild bull. Everyone attack! They're just clumsy iron frames. Tear them apart. Led by Wang Tai, over 20 students from 3rd squad unleashed their abilities. Fireballs, wind blades, earth spikes. All raining down on the 4 mechs. Facing the torrent of spells, Lin Fan did not dodge. He silently raised his right arm. With a grating mechanical where the 6-barreled rotary machine gun mounted under the exoskeleton's arm began to spin up. Whirring, classmate Wang Tai, I think you need to understand a principle. The gun reached peak rotation. Beyond 7 steps, the gun is faster. The next moment, a tongue of flame erupted. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The dense gunfire tore through the silent night like ripping cloth. Since it was a school assessment, the machine gun was loaded with special large-caliber rubber shock rounds instead of live ammunition. Yet, with the terrifying rate of fire from this relic of the old industrial age, it was still a storm of steel. Ah! My protective spirit shield is shattered. Help! It hurts. What kind of hidden weapon is this? The leading students of 3rd Squad fell in droves. Though the rubber bullets weren't lethal, their immense kinetic impact could break bones and inflict excruciating pain. Those once proud low-level defensive spells were as fragile as paper before a metal storm firing 3,000 rounds per minute. Bastard! Fight me without your tricks. Wang Tai, relying on the enhanced physical defense from Raging Blood, charged through the hail of bullets to reach Lin Fan. His eyes bloodshot, he punched at the cockpit hatch. Break! Clang! A thunderous sound rang out. Wang Tai felt as if he had struck 10,000-year-old mystic iron. A sharp pain shot through his knuckles, and the transparent cockpit cover didn't even show a single crack. Within 7 steps, Lin Fan's voice sounded again, tinged with mockery. The massive mechanical left arm swung with a whistling wind, striking from a tricky angle upward. The gun is both accurate and fast. Boom! A powerful mechanical uppercut slammed solidly into Wang Tai's chin. Against the terrifying force of several tons from the T-600 hydraulic assist system, Wang Tai's proud berserker body was nothing more than a ragdoll. Peft! Wang Tai didn't even have time to scream before he was launched into the air, tracing a beautiful parabola for over a dozen meters before getting hung on a dead tree branch. His eyes rolled back, completely unconscious, his iconic red underwear fluttering messily in the wind. The battle ended within 3 minutes. Over 20 elite members of 3rd Squad lay on the ground groaning in pain. Lin Fan piloted his mech to the tree, looked up at Wang Tai hanging there, and opened the loudspeaker. Sir, the times have changed. Several kilometers away, Ji Changkong, leading his search team, abruptly stopped. He had heard it. That unfamiliar dense and violent roar. It was a battle melody from another era. What is that sound? The 2nd Squad leader beside him asked in alarm. Ji Changkong's face darkened like a storm cloud as he stared toward the source of the noise, an unprecedented unease rising in his heart. Whatever it is, it must be Lin Fan's doing. Pass the order, everyone converge on that location. No matter what they're up to, make sure they never leave these ruins alive. With a flurry of rapid, dense footsteps, countless figures surged from the shadows surrounding the ruins. Ji Changkong led the charge, his white robes immaculate, followed by nearly 100 elite freshmen from Class 1 and Class 2. Their momentum was overwhelming, spiritual energy surging as they encircled the open ground. Yet, when they beheld the scene before them, their overbearing aura instantly froze. The ground was littered with moaning, writhing students from Class 3. At the center of the clearing, 4 steel behemoths, gleaming with cold metallic luster, slowly rotated their gun barrels, aiming at the newly arrived guests. Is that an exoskeleton armor? Ji Changkong's pupils contracted slightly. As a scion of a noble family, he naturally recognized these killing machines from a bygone era. Lin Fan, so this is your trump card. Using illegal technological weapons, what do you have to say for yourself? Illegal. The lead mecha's loudspeaker emitted Lin Fan's lazy laughter. Class Monitor G, you can say whatever you want about food, but don't talk nonsense. Which school rule says it's forbidden to use found equipment? I got lucky and stumbled upon an arsenal. Is that a crime? Ridiculous. Ji Changkong's face darkened as he waved his hand. Everyone listen up. These tin cans may have high defense, but their mobility is poor. Spread out and blast them with long-range spells. Yes. Nearly 100 freshmen roared in unison, as colorful glows of spiritual energy illuminated the night sky. Fireballs, ice cones, and wind blades rained down like a storm upon the 4 mechas in the field. Move. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold as he pulled the control lever. Chun Xiaoyu, calculate the trajectory. EZ cut into the flank. Fatty, even though he's not in a mecha, I have to shout, stay down over there and don't move. Whoosh. The 4 T-600 mechas roared in unison, blue exhaust flames jetting from their rear thrusters. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A metal storm of rubber shock grenades swept across the field once more. The few Earth element tanks charging at the front were instantly riddled, screaming as they were sent flying backward. But these freshmen were far stronger than the rabble of Class 3, quickly organizing an effective counterattack. Boom! A massive explosive fireball detonated on Chun Xiaoyu's mecha chest, staggering him backward as alarms blared inside the cockpit. Warning! Left armor damaged 15. Sustained high-temperature impact. Chun Xiaoyu yelled. These guys have too much firepower. Don't chicken out. Hold the line. Lin Fan maneuvered his mecha into a side slide, dodging a wind blade, then raised a mechanical arm to swat away an agility-type freshman attempting a close-range ambush like a fly. The battlefield descended into chaos. Though only 4 mechas stood relying on the terrifying firepower of ancient technology and indestructible alloy armor, Lin Fan's team carved a bloody path through the siege of 100. Yeezus mecha was the most agile, abandoning ranged attacks to wield 2 massive alloy war blades charging through the crowd like a whirlwind. With every swing, a freshman was knocked unconscious by the flat of the blade. Within 5 minutes, over 20 more corpses lay flat on the ground. Watching this, Ji Changkong, who had been holding the rear, finally lost patience. A bunch of incompetents. Can't even dismantle a few scraps of metal. Ji Changkong snorted coldly, his body slowly levitating. A suffocating, terrifying pressure erupted from within him. Violet light swirled in his eyes. The high-tier divine might of Sequence 018 Gravity Throne. Since you like hiding in turtle shells, you might as well never come out. Ji Changkong extended his right hand and clenched it in the air over the battlefield below. Gravity domain, tenfold suppression. Boom. The air within 100 meters seemed to solidify into blocks of lead. The 4 mechas, moving at high speed, suddenly felt as if an invisible giant hand had pressed them down violently. The hydraulic rods at their knees emitted a strained explosion, forcing them to one knee. ZZZT. Warning. Load-bearing system overload. Hydraulic pressure surging to 300. Chen Xiaoyu stared in terror at the instrument panel glowing red. Can't move. Damn it. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, pushing the control lever, but under the absolute suppression of tenfold gravity, these multi-ton steel bodies became the greatest burden. The mechanical arms struggled to rise, but even lifting a gun became excruciatingly difficult. So this is the power of a violet potential. A flicker of gravity crossed Lin Fan's eyes. This was still Ji Changkong without fully mastering his sequence power. At full strength, these mechas would likely be crushed into metal pancakes instantly. It's over, Lin Fan. Ji Changkong floated down from above, his eyes filled with indifference. Hand over the crystals and points, and I might consider letting you lose with some dignity. The surrounding Class 1 and Class 2 students cheered, beginning to tighten the encirclement, ready to beat the dog when it's down. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his fingers secretly reaching for the mecha's self-destruct button. Though it was a waste if it meant blowing these people all to pieces. It would be worth it, just at this critical moment. Thud. A dull, heavy sound abruptly came from the rear flank of the battlefield. It wasn't loud, but it made everyone present, including Ji Changkong, in the air feel their hearts skip a beat. Thud. Another sound. This time the ground began to tremble slightly and rubble from the ruins pattered down. An aura far more terrifying and bloodthirsty than the gravity domain 100 times over slowly enveloped the entire battlefield with each heavy footstep. The cheering students fell silent like ducks with their necks wrung. Everyone turned stiffly toward the source of the sound. In the shadows deep within the ruins, 2 scarlet ghostly flames like searchlights slowly ignited. Then a colossal creature 4 stories tall, and made entirely of bleached bones, smashed through a crumbling building and stepped into the moonlight. It was a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it had no flesh. Its body was assembled from the bones of countless creatures with an emerald soulfire burning in its chest. Hanging from its bone tail was half a leftover leg of a freshman in a school uniform, the unlucky one who had gotten separated earlier. A 3rd-tier abomination. Skeletal Tyrannosaurus. Ruawar. A roar that could shatter eardrums exploded. The terrifying sound wave mixed with the stench of rotting corpses instantly blew away over a dozen students in the front row. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Even Ji Changkong, who had been so arrogant moments before, had all the color drained from his face, his body trembling slightly from primal fear. 3rd tier. That was a monster only instructors could face. Before these freshmen, none above 2nd tier, it was an invincible reaper of death. Lin Fan sat inside the immobile mecha, staring at the Tyrannosaurus, drooling. If the green slime oozing from its bone crevices counted as drool at them, his mouth twitching. Class monitor G. Lin Fan opened the loudspeaker, his voice a bit dry. I think we can set aside our personal grudges for now. How about we run first? Roar. The 3rd-tier skeletal dragon clearly had no patience to wait for this group of little meat worms to devise a strategy. Its massive bony foot stomped the ground, violently unleashing a ghastly green soul shockwave that swept across the entire area. The new students from classes 1 and 2 at the front were the first to bear the brunt. Even though they had activated their spiritual shields in the face of this level suppression shockwave, they were still like leaves in a storm, tossed about, foaming at the mouth. Damn it! Defensive formation. Ji Changkong's expression changed dramatically as he waved his long sword, barely cutting a gap through the shockwave. But he soon realized that his greatest reliance, the gravity domain, had now become a burden. In order to suppress Lin Fan's mech, he had exhausted too much mental energy. Now facing the dragon's charge, he could not organize an effective counterattack. Ji Changkong, do you want to die? At this moment, a roar amplified by a loudspeaker came from the T-600 mech. Kneeling on the ground, Lin Fan shouted, "Remove the gravity. Otherwise this big guy will take the first bite out of me, and I won't escape, but I guarantee I'll drag you down with me before I die." Ji Changkong looked at the dragon, which was less than 50 meters away, and had opened its massive jaws, then glanced at the immobile mech still aiming its gun at him. He was forced to choose to temporarily trust that bastard between being killed by Lin Fan and being bitten to death by the dragon. Lin Fan, you better not pull any tricks. Ji Chong Kong gritted his teeth and retracted his right hand. Buzz. In that instant, the suffocating tenfold gravity pressing down on the mech suddenly vanished. Chun Xiaoyu full power. Understood. The hydraulic systems of the four mechs emitted a joyful whine, suddenly standing upright. Everyone throw out all the grenades, flashbangs, and smoke bombs we just looted. Target. The dragon's eyes. With Lin Fan's command, the mechanical arms of the four mechs swung wildly like scattering beans, hurling all the tactical projectiles they had gathered throughout the night toward the skeletal dragon's face. Boom, 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 boom. Bright lights, thick smoke, and explosions instantly engulfed the dragon's head. Although these low-tier explosives could not inflict substantial damage on a third-tier monstrosity, the sudden burst of light and noise was enough to cause temporary disorientation and fury in the dragon which had lived in the darkness underground for so long. Roar! The dragon shook its massive head in pain, its previously locked hatred suddenly in disarray. Now's the time. Retreat! Lin Fan controlled the mech to turn and run with the jet behind him spewing a long trail of flames. Lin Fan, are you leaving us behind? Seeing Lin Fan attempt to flee, Ji Chong Kong roared in anger. Although his line of sight was obstructed, he could feel the dragon's furious aura rapidly rising, and they without mech protection could never outrun the dragon. How could I not care? I'm not a devil. Lin Fan, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped, extending the mechanical arm to pluck Wang Tai, who had just awakened from the side of a nearby dead tree. Wang Tai opened his eyes in a daze and looked at the massive steel mask in front of him. What do you want? Wang Tai, I need to borrow your body for a moment. This is your shining moment as the class leader. Lin Fan controlled the mech and assumed a standard shot-put throwing posture. Here it goes. Whoosh! With the mechanical arms several tons of monstrous power, Wang Tai was launched like a human cannonball, cutting through the night sky with a shrill scream, heading straight for the dragon's huge jaw that had just emerged from the smoke to the left. Lin Fan, IF your grandpa! Wang Tai's scream echoed in the night sky, its shrillness even surpassing that of the dragon's roar. Hearing the commotion, the originally confused skeletal dragon instinctively turned its head to look at the red object flying toward it. The bright red underwear was too conspicuous and instinctively opened its mouth to bite. Now's the chance. Split up and run. Taking advantage of the moment the dragon was distracted by the bait, Lin Fan led the students of Class 9 to unleash maximum power, rumbling into the nearby ruins alley. Although Wang Tai was thrown out, the fury blood on him, and the life-saving jade pendant, the Wang family's trump card, erupted simultaneously, and with a burst of golden light he was flung away. Though he fell in a disoriented manner, at least he was not swallowed whole. But he successfully diverted the dragon's hatred toward this side. And on this side were Ji Chong Kong and the main forces of Class 1 who had not yet managed to escape. Lin Fan, watching the skeletal dragon which turned around and was fixated on his class team, withdrew, Ji Chong Kong let out the most desperate and furious roar of his life. He understood. Lin Fan not only used Wang Tai as bait, but also regarded Ji Chong Kong as the hardest tank, leaving him behind to cover the retreat of Class 9. Everyone, form up, fight to the death. Facing the overwhelming stench of death, Ji Chong Kong could only raise his long sword in grief and anger, bracing himself to confront it. At 6 in the morning, the eastern sky began to lighten. At the exit of the divine ruins, the massive alloy gate slowly rose. The mentors responsible for tallying scores had been waiting for a long time. I wonder who will be the first this time. It should be Ji Chong Kong, right? I doubt it. That kid Wang Tai may not have good character, but his equipment is excellent. While the mentors were discussing, a synchronized powerful mechanical roar echoed from the mist of the ruins. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 T-600 mechs, although scratched and battered, still imposing and majestic, stepped into the morning light, leading the way out of the gate. Behind the mechs followed more than 30 students from Class 9, who though covered in dirt and disheveled were spirited, and each carried 2 or 3 bulging bags. What is that? The mentors' jaws dropped. Lin Fan opened the cockpit, jumped out of the mech, stretched lazily, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Good morning, teachers. We're here to submit our homework. And long behind them, a group of ragged, blood-soaked beggars, as if they had just crawled out of hell, were helping each other to stagger out of the gate. At the forefront, Ji Chong Kong, who was originally in pristine white attire, had now turned into a ragged outfit with disheveled hair and vacant eyes. And Wang Tai, who was being carried on a stretcher, looked even more dazed, muttering continuously, "Meteor. I am a meteor." This stark contrast plunged everyone present into a deathly silence. This was hardly an assessment. It was clearly a one-sided bullying. In Kunlun Academy at the central square, the morning sun was somewhat blinding, but more dazzling than the sunlight were the piles of spoils resembling small mountains, contrasting sharply with the polarized states of the students. Class 1 total number of crystals 12, first year 0, second tier. Total score 120 points. The instructor responsible for the statistics trembled slightly as he spoke this number. A murmur of shock filled the crowd. This was a class boasting a dozen talents with potential purple deep blue auras. In previous years, the scores for the new students' assessments typically started in the 4-digit range. How could it be just over 100 today? Not even enough to buy a few bottles of recovery potions. Ji Chong Kong stood there, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. His white robes had turned into rags, his body wrapped in bandages. Upon hearing this score, he clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Who could he blame? They had originally collected dozens of crystals, even some second-tier ones. But on the way back, they had either stepped into traps and gotten stuck with powerful adhesive or been knocked out by unknown assailants. When they woke up, they had nothing left but their underwear. Class 3 total number of crystals 3 first tier. Total score 30 points. Wang Tai lay on a stretcher, and upon hearing this number his eyes rolled back, nearly passing out. Next, Class 9. The instructor took a deep breath, looking at the 4 boys standing beside the mecha along with the group of students frantically dumping bags behind them. With a clatter, like garbage being dumped, hundreds of crystals, radiating various colors, rolled to the ground, instantly forming a magnificent pyramid. At the top of the pyramid lay the second-tier crystal originally belonging to Class 1, the ironclad violent bear, along with a gigantic fong nearly half a meter long still stained with blood, having broken off from the bone Tyrannosaurus. Class 9 total number of crystals, 230 first tier, 15 second tier, and 1 piece of third tier material dragon tooth. Total score, 28500 points. Silence fell. The entire square plunged into a dead silence. This was not merely a crushing defeat, it was a dimensional strike. The score of Class 9 alone was 10 times greater than that of all other classes combined. I refuse to accept this. A shrill roar shattered the silence. Wang Tai sat up in shock, pointing at Lin Fan, his finger trembling. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. I want to report it. Ji Chong Kong stepped forward, his eyes blazing with anger. Instructor, I want to file a complaint. Lin Fan maliciously robbed his classmates' spoils using prohibited large-scale destructive weapons mecha, and he gritted his teeth, even used classmates as bait to feed dragons. Such morally corrupt individuals should be expelled immediately. Yes, expel him. Return our points. Students from Class 1, 2, and 3 were fervently agitated, their voices rising in waves. Facing the crowd's accusations, Lin Fan appeared exceptionally calm. He leisurely jumped down from the mecha cockpit, straightened his collar, and then pulled out a thick Kunlun Academy new student handbook from his pocket. Everyone please calm down. Lin Fan pushed up his non-existent glasses, a signature smile of innocence on his face. As the class leader of Class 9, and also a reasonable physics teacher, I must correct a few logical errors you all have made. First, regarding robbery. Lin Fan opened the handbook to page 12. School regulations clearly state in Article 3, during assessments, healthy competition is encouraged. Any means except for causing injury or death are considered tactical maneuvers. May I ask, did I injure you? Did I kill you? No, right? I merely assisted in the secondary optimization of resource allocation when you lost your ability to guard your belongings. This is called economics, not robbery. You! Wang Tai was exasperated. Did you strip us bare and hang us on trees and call it optimization? That was to prevent you from running around recklessly and encountering danger after losing your equipment, thereby restricting your movement. This is called risk management. Lin Fan spoke seriously, spouting nonsense. Second, regarding prohibited weapons. Lin Fan pointed to the T-600 mecha behind him. These pieces of equipment were collected by me from the 4th ruins in the assessment map. Since they were on the map, they are part of the exam. Just like how you can pick up a stick by the roadside to fight monsters, I got lucky and found a mecha to fight monsters. What's the problem with that? Luck is also a part of strength. Third, regarding using classmates to feed dragons. At this point, Lin Fan turned to Ji Chong Kong, his expression innocent. Class leader Ji, this statement is even more hurtful. At that moment, the situation was critical. Wang Tai volunteered, was forced to play the role of bait, to lure the enemy, buying precious time for the main group to retreat. What a noble spirit of sacrifice. We should award him. How can we say it was feeding a dragon? You nonsense. You threw me out. Wang Tai roared. That was tactical throwing. Lin Fan corrected. The parabolic calculation was perfect. It not only diverted the dragon, but also used the rebound to save your life. You should thank my mathematical skills. The entire faculty and students were stunned by Lin Fan's shamelessly logical reasoning. They clearly felt he was arguing unreasonably, but when they looked at the school regulations, it seemed he really had no faults. The director of the academic affairs office, a balding uncle, wiped his sweat, looking troubled. This matter was too big. He couldn't make a decision. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, an elderly yet authoritative voice suddenly resonated in the air above the square. No figures appeared, but the voice clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an undeniable pressure. The principal Li Dawi. Kunlun does not need flowers in a greenhouse, nor does it need fools who can only study dead books. On the battlefield, the enemy will not discuss rules with you, and the gods will not listen to your complaints. The ability to utilize all rules environments and even the weaknesses of enemies to survive and achieve victory. That is skill. In this assessment, the score of Class 9 is valid. A decisive conclusion. Ji Chong Kong swayed, his face turning pale. Wang Tai's eyes darkened, and this time he truly passed out. Additionally, the principal's voice took on a hint of amusement in light of Lin Fan's outstanding tactical prowess demonstrated during the assessment, albeit somewhat unscrupulous, and his ability to unearth old technological resources. It is specially approved Class 9 will receive double resource allocation next month. The 4 T-600 mechas will belong to Lin Fan personally as a special tactical award. The crowd erupted. Students of Class 9 instantly went wild, the cheers deafening. They had won. Not only had they won points, but they had also won back their dignity. Lin Fan stood in the sunlight listening to the cheers surrounding him, watching the unwilling yet helpless expressions on Ji Chong Kong, and the others, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although I am quite shameless. He patted the steel giant behind him, but I am compliant. On this day, Lin Fan's name echoed throughout Kunlun Academy. No longer because he was a waste, but because he was universally recognized in the school as the rule system bully. The Tianzi No. One villa was brightly lit. Tonight, the villa was more of a large scene of spoils than a dormitory. The long table in the living room was piled high with crystal cores, herbs, and various standardized equipment borrowed from classes 1 and 2. Brother Fan, we've really struck it rich this time. Wang Pangpang drooled while quickly pressing the calculator after deducting the portion submitted to the school. For points, the remaining private goods, if sold on the black market, could earn us at least another 20 or 30,000 points. The students of Class 9 surrounded them, their eyes filled with stars. Previously, they were looked down upon as underachievers, even saving their first-level crystal cores with trepidation. Now, the second-level crystal cores on the ground were nearly enough to be used as marbles. Don't just stand there grinning. Lin Fan sat on the sofa playing with a fong that had fallen from a Tyrannosaurus mouth. Fatty, distribute the first-level crystal cores and basic equipment to the classmates. Divided equally, everyone should at least have a decent set of protective gear and 10 crystal cores for cultivation. All of it. Wang Pangpang winced. Brother Fan, that's a huge sum of money. Money is only a resource when spent. If it stays in hand, it's just stone. Lin Fan scanned the crowd. Class 9's foundation is too weak. To establish a foothold in Kunlun, I alone cannot do it. What I want is a team capable of fighting hard battles, not just a bunch of cheerleaders shouting 666. Hearing this, the expressions of Class 9 changed. If they previously regarded Lin Fan with awe and admiration, now, it was a heartfelt sense of belonging. Long live the class leader. Whoever dares to say our Class 9 is trash, I'll smash them with a crystal core. Lin Fan smiled slightly at the bustling living room and turned to go upstairs. Upstairs in the bedroom, Xiaya leaned against the headboard, her face still pale, but her eyes had regained clarity. You're awake. Lin Fan handed her a cup of hot water. How do you feel? Any side effects? My head still hurts a bit, like something was forcibly shoved into my brain. Xiaya held the cup, hesitating for a moment, then said, Brother Fan, when I lost control at that altar, it felt like I saw some images. Images? Yes. A wasteland. Not like a school, but a true boundless wasteland. The sky was blood red and the gods were falling. Xiaya's voice trembled, and that altar seemed to be sending signals to a certain coordinate. I vaguely remembered the code for that coordinate. Lin Fan's expression sharpened. What's the code? Xiaya took a deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words: dusk. Lin Fan's pupils narrowed slightly. The twilight of the gods. These 4 words struck his nerves like a bolt of lightning. Within his sequence 000 base code, there seemed to be hidden taboo information regarding termination and dusk. What the underground altar was calling might be the end of the era of gods. Let's keep this to ourselves. No one can say a thing. Lin Fan sternly instructed, we are not yet equipped to handle such high-level secrets. Understood. Xiaya nodded obediently. Alright, you take a good rest. Fatty and I will go handle some matters. In the underground 3rd level of Kunlun Academy, Ghost Street. This is the gray area tacitly permitted by the school, and also the largest black market in the entire school. Wearing a loose black hoodie and a hood, Lin Fan navigated through the crowded flow of people alongside the similarly disguised Wang Pangpang. Brother Fan, these 4 T-600 mechs are impressive, but they're antiques from hundreds of years ago. The hydraulic system is severely aged and lacks a spiritual power conduction core, so they can only serve as pure physical meat shields. To repair them or even upgrade them, we must find some special metal materials. Let's take a look first. Lin Fan activated omniscient vision, his gaze sweeping across the stalls on either side of the street. That's a distressed craft. It's also garbage. This bottle of potion expired 10 years ago. Buying it would cause diarrhea. That sword. Well, the hilt is antique, but the blade was bought from a low-cost site. Lin Fan shook his head as he walked, until he reached a corner stall at the end of Ghost Street. His steps suddenly halted. The vendor was a small, thin old man wrapped in a black robe with a pile of rusty junk in front of him. However, in Lin Fan's vision among the junk, there was a palm-sized, irregularly shaped black metal piece emitting a very special fluctuation. That fluctuation was neither spiritual power nor divinity. It was nothing. When Lin Fan's gaze touched this metal piece, the sequence 000 code on his retina automatically popped up, detected medium related to the authority of annihilation. Item God skeleton fragment vocal cord part resolution 0. It can serve as advanced material, significantly enhancing the effects of the divine might skill. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. A God skeleton fragment, and it's from the vocal cord. This was practically tailor-made reinforcement material for his divine might intimidation. He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and pretended to casually squat down, picking up a nearby broken helmet to inspect before pointing at the black metal piece and asking boss how much for this pile of junk. I want to buy it to make a counterweight for the mech. The old man lifted his eyelids, his murky eyes turning. This isn't junk. It's black gold brought back from the land of divine falls. If you want it, 5,000 points. 5,000. Wang Pang Pang exploded beside him. Why don't you go rob a bank? This thing looks like it's about to rust away. 500 points. Take it or leave it. Deal. The old man agreed quickly. Lin Fan. Sure enough, the rule here is to ask sky-high prices and settle for reasonable ones. As Lin Fan prepared to take out his identity card, to pay, a pale, slender hand suddenly reached over from the side and pressed down on the black metal piece. I want this thing. A cold voice echoed in Lin Fan's ear. Lin Fan frowned and turned his head. He saw a tall, thin young man in a deep purple robe with a third-year badge embroidered on his chest standing beside him. He had a pair of slender snake-like eyes, now looking down at Lin Fan with a condescending gaze. Junior, I set my sights on this thing. Do me a favor and go look elsewhere. Although the young man was smiling, he exuded a chilling pressure of early-stage, third-level spiritual energy, making the surrounding temperature seem to drop by several degrees. The vendor old man's expression changed upon seeing this young man, and he shrank his neck, afraid to speak. Clearly he recognized this person, and knew he was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Gu Yin, the 10th-ranked ruthless character in the third-year leaderboard sequence 055 Shadow Demon. Wang Pang Pang whispered to Lin Fan, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Fan, we can't afford to offend this person. Why don't we just let it go? Lin Fan looked at the hand pressed on the metal piece, then glanced at the mockingly smiling Gu Yin. He slowly stood up, showing no signs of backing down. Senior, buying things should follow the principle of first come first served, right? Lin Fan's voice was calm, betraying no emotion. I already negotiated the price with the boss. First come first served. Gu Yin seemed to have heard a joke, and the smile on his lips gradually turned cruel. Junior, it seems you haven't learned the rules of Kunlun yet. Here the bigger fist is the rule. He lightly tapped the table with his finger, a strand of black shadow, moving like a living snake from his fingertip. I'm Gu Yin. I offer 600 points for this piece of iron. Now it's mine. Do you have any objections? This was not just about snatching something. It was also a public humiliation and a show of power. The onlookers around stopped in their tracks, gleefully watching this scene. A freshman daring to challenge a third-year powerhouse. Wasn't this courting death? Lin Fan remained silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. He laughed even more brightly than Gu Yin. No objections, of course not. Lin Fan took out his identity card from his pocket and directly transferred 500 points to the vendor boss. The money is paid. The item is mine. Then, in the astonished gaze of Gu Yin, he grabbed the other end of the metal piece. Senior, I also want to teach you a rule. Lin Fan stared into Gu Yin's eyes, where a seemingly ordinary pupil flickered, with a hint of imperceptible data flow. In physics, the action of force is mutual. The tighter you grip, the easier your hand will break. The air on Ghost Street seemed to have frozen in place. A circle spontaneously opened around the spectacle as onlookers withdrew, their eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. One was a freshman prodigy just entering the academy, the other Gu Yin, shadow demon of the third year, infamous for his ruthlessness. Such confrontations usually ended in the freshman's humiliating defeat. Force acts reciprocally. Gu Yin's gaze darkened with venom as he heard Lin Fan's words. An intriguing theory. If you wish to lose your hand, senior brother shall oblige you. HSSSS. Gu Yin's fingers, resting upon the black metallic shard, suddenly liquefied into pitch-black fluid, slithering across the tabletop before coalescing instantly into several razor-sharp shadow blades, aimed unerringly at Lin Fan's wrist pulse points. Swift, precise, lethal. This was sequence 055, Shadow Demon's signature technique, the Shadow Kill Touch. A single strike would sever the tendons of any ordinary second-rank cultivator. Wang Pang Pang beside them shrieked in terror, Brother Fan, watch out! Yet Lin Fan did not flinch. At the very instant those fatal shadow blades grazed his skin, he calmly activated the passive trait of Sequence 000, Contact Silence. No sound, no spark of clashing spiritual energy. Those blades, capable of slicing through steel and jade, vanished the moment they touched Lin Fan's wrist, dissolving like snowflakes cast into scalding water. It was erasure at the level of fundamental law. Gu Yin's pupils contracted violently. He felt as though a piece of his own shadow had been devoured by something unspeakably terrible. A soul-deep void that raised every hair on his body. Before he could react, Lin Fan leaned forward slightly, using the tension between their interlocked hands gripping the metal shard to bring his face close to Gu Yin's ear. "Senior brother, you cannot hold this steady." Lin Fan's throat vibrated faintly. He refrained from fully unleashing the terrifying syllable duo, for invoking divine authority here would draw too much attention. Instead, he compressed the ancient god syllable's resonant frequency to its absolute limit, then transmitted it directly into Gu Yin's body via vocal cord vibration and bone conduction along their joined arms. Divine authority, bone conduction, resonance. VVVV. Gu Yin's mind went utterly blank. He no longer stood on Ghost Street. He stood naked and exposed beneath the colossal sky-piercing feet of an ancient deity. That absolute hierarchical domination, wrought by a higher tier of existence, made every cell in his body scream, tremble, and kneel in submission. Ugh! His face drained of all color, turning ashen white. Cold sweat poured down his brow. His hand, which had gripped the metal shard with iron resolve, began convulsing uncontrollably, then instinctively released it. A primal predator avoidance reflex. "Thank you, senior brother, for your generous gift." Lin Fan smiled faintly. A smile that to Gu Yin looked more demonic than any nightmare. Calmly, he lifted the rust-flecked black metal shard from the table and slipped it into his pocket. Then he patted the dazed old vendor on the shoulder. "We're off, Master Vendor." Only after Lin Fan vanished into the crowd, with Wang Pang staring after him dumbfounded, did Gu Yin jolt back to awareness. Ha ha! He braced himself against the table, gasping for breath, his eyes still haunted by raw terror. For that fleeting moment he truly believed he was about to die. "Young Master Gu, why did you let him go?" One of his underlings ventured timidly. "Get out!" Enraged and humiliated, Gu Yin backhanded the lackey clean off his feet. Staring at his own trembling right hand, his fear curdled slowly into seething malice. "Lin Fan, what unholy thing do you carry inside you? I will reclaim this humiliation." Back at Villa Number 1, Heaven Tier, it was already deep night. Lin Fan locked himself inside the underground cultivation chamber. He placed the black metallic shard, seized from the black market, before him, then drew forth the tattered volume he'd obtained from Emochun Fragmentary Codex of Divine Tongue. The moment both objects rested side by side, the air in the chamber grew oppressively heavy. The metal shard began to vibrate faintly, emitting a low-frequency hum audible only to Lin Fan, like a long-lost limb calling out to its sovereign body. Indeed, it is a divine relic. Lin Fan activated his omniscient vision. Lines of data scrolled across his retina's high compatibility. Divine substance detected. Origin ancient deity. Whisperer vocal cord fragment. Fuse now. Fuse. Without hesitation, Lin Fan commanded. The shard liquefied, instantly transforming into a streak of obsidian light that shot straight into his throat. Cough, cough, cough. An excruciating tearing agony erupted deep within his throat, as if countless blades were reshaping his vocal cords. Lin Fan clenched his teeth and endured. Sweat drenched his entire body. This transformation lasted precisely 1 hour. When the pain finally subsided, his throat felt different. He tested it with a soft utterance. Still. VVVV. In the corner of the chamber, a fly mid-flight froze, suspended rigidly in midair as though time itself had paused. Divine word edict. No longer mere intimidation or destruction. This was now touching the domain of law. Though currently limited to single-character commands and immensely taxing, it marked the decisive step from physical instructor to word matalaw. Ha! Lin Fan nodded satisfied and ran a hand over his throat. Then his gaze drifted toward the corner of the desk and settled upon a small black object. It was an encrypted hard drive he'd casually lifted from old Wang's repair stall in the black market on his first day at the academy. He'd cracked its password early on, but the folder named God had unsettled him with an instinctive sense of peril. Later buried under military training and profit-seeking, he'd left it forgotten in a drawer. But today was different. Xia Ya's mention of the twilight coordinates, the newly fused divine relic fragment now embedded within him, all signs pointed, subtly inevitably, to the same terminus. Perhaps it is time to see what demons dwell within this drive. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened. He reached out, picked up the drive, and slotted it into the terminal port. The screen flickered, and there it was again, the folder named God. Taking a slow breath, Lin Fan clicked it open. Inside lay no complex experimental data, only a single hastily taken photograph and a brief audio file lasting mere seconds. The photo was grainy and blurred, its background a blood-red sky. At its center floated an inverted pyramid, the very same altar they glimpsed beneath ruin site 4 now revealed in its complete towering form. Lin Fan's heartbeat skipped. He clicked the audio file without delay. After a crackle of static, a voice emerged. Ancient, unhinged, yet hauntingly familiar. Even if it is the twilight of the gods, I will press that mute button. Coordinates Kunlun, underground, level 18, ZZZZT. The audio cut off abruptly. Lin Fan sat frozen before the screen, ice flooding his spine. That voice, mad aged, choked with despair, was unmistakable. It belonged to his mentor, that perpetually drunken, napping, seemingly indifferent failure of a professor. Emo-chan. The air in the underground training chamber seemed even more bitingly cold than before. The pale glow of the computer screen flickered across Lin Fan's face, casting shifting shadows. He had set that mere few-second audio clip to play on a loop. Even if it's the twilight of the gods, I will press that mute button. Emo-chan's hoarse, manic voice echoed again and again through the deathly silent space. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. A habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. The mute button. Such a subtle choice of words. If this had been before today, Lin Fan might have dismissed it as mere metaphor. But now, having just fused with the divine remnant fragment, the power of rules still lingered in his throat, not yet fully dissipated. What could be more fitting to be called the world's mute button than sequence 000, a silence? Mortals clamor, O gods are forbidden. Press this button and all sounds cease, O gods fall. So old Emo knew about me all along. Was even my sequence awakening part of his plan? Lin Fan murmured to himself, his gaze growing profound. He had always believed he was well hidden. That perpetually drunken, bleary-eyed, good-for-nothing mentor had been nothing more than a convenient shield in his eyes. But now it was uncertain who was the hunter and who was the prey. Lin Fan looked again at the blurry photo on the screen. A blood-red sky, an inverted pyramid. At a glance it looked like a floating structure, but Lin Fan adjusted the screen angle and turned the photo upside down. In that instant, the inverted pyramid resembled a nail poised to be driven into the earth. Coordinates. The 18th layer beneath Mount Kunlun. Lin Fan recalled the last words from the audio. Kunlun Academy was built on a massive ring-shaped mountain, and beneath this mountain range complex defensive fortifications and energy networks were rumored to exist. But no one had ever mentioned 18 layers. In myths and legends, only hell had 18 layers. It seems our mentor Mo is a gatekeeper in hell. Lin Fan shut down the screen and unplugged the hard drive. He felt no fear, only a long-lost thrill. The exhilaration of a puzzle solver facing the ultimate enigma. Since Emo-chan hadn't exposed him directly, and had even deliberately given him the ancient book of divine language, it meant their positions weren't in conflict, at least for now. Or perhaps Emo-chan needed this mute button to grow. Since you want to play along, I'll play along with you. Lin Fan stood up and straightened his collar in front of the mirror. The next second, the coldness and depth on his face vanished, replaced by his trademark look. A lazy, harmless youth. The next morning in Class 9 of Kunlun Academy, the classroom was unusually lively. After yesterday's black market raid, despite a minor hiccup at the end, the mech repair materials Lin Fan had brought back were enough to keep everyone excited for days. Especially Wang Pang. He was strutting around the podium in the newly repaired T-600 exoskeleton mech, though only the lower half making him look like a giant baby in iron underpants. See this? This is professionalism. Wang Pang slapped the hydraulic rods on his thighs, producing a clanging metal sound. With Brother Fan's guidance, I added shock-absorbing springs to the knee joints. Now I can jump 3 meters high. Brother Pang, with that look, you'd be wasted if you didn't go work on a construction site. Chan Xiaoyu teased while cracking sunflower seeds. He wore sunglasses today, allegedly, because he had tripped over his own feet yesterday and bruised his eye socket. You know nothing. This is brutal aesthetics. The classroom was filled with cheerful energy. Just then the door was pushed open. A strong smell of cheap alcohol wafted in first. Emo-chan staggered in carrying his signature worn-out wine flask. His hair seemed messier than usual, his eye bags deeper, as if he had been hung over for a week. What's all the noise? I can hear you little rascals from 2 corridors away. Emo-chan yawned, casually tossed a textbook onto the podium, and collapsed bonelessly into his chair. Class monitor, take attendance. Lin Fan stood up from his seat. Teacher, everyone's here. His gaze fell calmly on Emo-chan, his omniscient vision quietly activating. It was still a blur. Emo-chan's body was like a fog. Even with Lin Fan's now formidable spiritual power, he couldn't see through this man's depths. As if sensing Lin Fan's scrutiny, Emo-chan slightly raised his eyelids. A barely perceptible glint of sharpness flashed in his murky eyes, quickly masked by feigned drunkenness. What are you staring at? Got flowers on my face. Emo-chan took a swig of wine and grumbled. No. Lin Fan smiled, his tone sincere. I just thought you look a bit off today, teacher. Did you go somewhere? You shouldn't have last night. At these words, the classroom air tensed for a moment. Emo-chan paused in his drinking, but only for an instant. Don't be sarcastic. Emo-chan wiped the wine from his lips, looking at Lin Fan with a half-smile. You caused quite a stir in the ghost market yesterday, didn't you? I heard you took down that little freak Guin. Lin Fan's heart stirred. This old fox was indeed well-informed. Just lucky, Lin Fan said, modestly waving his hand. Mainly because my physics is good. I used friction cleverly. Ha, physics. Emo-chan scoffed, dismissing the explanation. He stood up, staggered to the blackboard, and wrote a few large characters. School-wide ranking tournament. All right, enough nonsense. The school just issued a notice. This year's school-wide ranking tournament has been moved up. Emo-chan turned around, tapping the blackboard with a piece of chalk. Usually this has nothing to do with a deadened class like ours. In previous years, we just went through the motions, got beaten up, and came back. But this year is different. His gaze swept across the class, finally landing on Lin Fan. This year someone specifically asked to look after our class. Especially you, Lin Fan. A gloating smile curled at the corner of Emo-chan's mouth. Guin applied to the student council for no-holds-barred rules. That means on the arena, as long as you're not killed, crippling is acceptable. So how about it, class monitor? Are your hands still shaking now? Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. Don't worry, teacher. My hands are steady. And I've been wanting to try out my newly learned physics knowledge on someone. Meanwhile, in the third-year teaching building, in a dimly lit private lounge, Guin sat on a leather sofa, his right hand wrapped in thick bandages. His face was dark enough to drip water. Before him stood several students in third-year uniforms. Young Master Gu, is that Lin Fan really that uncanny? A tall, burly guy asked, frowning. Even your shadow kill tentacles couldn't harm him. There's something off about that kid. Guin ground his teeth. Recalling the terror of facing a deity from last night, his body still trembled involuntarily. This disgrace had to be washed away with blood. That method he used to nullify attacks isn't a normal sequence. I suspect it's some high-level consumable forbidden artifact. Guin rationalized it to himself. He couldn't believe a freshman could possess power that outclassed him in terms of rules. In the ranking tournament, he'll break every one of his bones in front of the whole school. A venomous light flickered in Guin's eyes. He pulled out a purple vial from his pocket. A contraband item, the rage potion modified, obtained from his family at the cost of last night's lost metal plate. Also get in touch with Ji Chongkong from the student council. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think Chairman Ji would be more than happy to see Lin Fan crawling like a dog on the arena floor. Emo-chen's notification, like a nuclear bomb, sent Class 9 into utter chaos. As the mentor staggered away with his wine flask, the classroom instantly erupted. It's over. No holds-barred combat. That's sending us to our deaths. I heard the third-year seniors are at least at the second stage peak, and that Guin is a freak at the third stage. How can we fight that? If only we could surrender. It's shameful, but better than being crippled. The members of Class 9, who had been reveling in the joy of their black market finds, now looked like wilted eggplants. As the slacker class, they were well aware of their own limitations. Although they had managed to trick the freshmen during the ruins assessment with underhanded tactics, that was only because their opponents were equally clueless. Would those tricks still work against seasoned upperclassmen? Silence. A soft command suddenly came from the podium. The voice was not loud, nor did it carry any spiritual pressure. Yet strangely, the moment the sound fell, everyone's vocal cords seemed to be seized by an invisible force. The terrified screams rolling in their throats were abruptly stifled. The once noisy classroom fell into a pin-drop silence. Lin Fan sat on the edge of the podium, idly playing with a piece of chalk, his expression as calm as if he were watching a show. That single utterance had employed a hint of his divine word decree technique. Though he hadn't used up any vocal cord durability to enforce a command, the silent suggestion stemming from his ancient divine pedigree was enough to shut this bunch of rookies up. What's all the panic? Lin Fan hopped off the podium, his gaze sweeping over the pale faces. No-holds-barred combat sounds terrifying, sure. But have you forgotten that this rule applies to us too? What do you mean? Wang Pang scratched his head, his exoskeleton armor emitting a series of clicks. Lin Fan walked up to Wang Pang and tapped his thick alloy chest plate with the chalk. It means as long as we don't kill anyone, we can use any means necessary. A slight smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. The same smile that still haunted Ji Changkong's nightmares. Since it's unrestricted, it means we don't have to fight fair. I know what you're afraid of. outmatched in spiritual energy, suppressed in cultivation, lacking combat experience. But Lin Fan shifted his tone, pointing at the T-600 exoskeleton on Wang Pangpang. Gentlemen, the times have changed. If spiritual energy falls short, make up for it with firepower. If cultivation is lacking, compensate with traps. For the next 3 days, I'll give you special training. I'll teach you how to win an asymmetrical war using the most scientific methods. That afternoon, the entire Class 9 skipped class. With Wang Pangpang's financial backing, they rented a secluded, abandoned training ground behind the school's mountain. Fatty stepped forward. Lin Fan stood in the center of the field, holding a notebook. Coming right up, Fan Gu. Wang Pongpong, clad in his flashy modified exoskeleton, lumbered forward like an iron barrel. Are we testing the armor's defense? Fire away, I'm rock solid now. No testing, a new tactic. Lin Fan closed the notebook, his gaze sharpening. He needed to verify the practical effects of the divine word decree he had gained after fusing with the divine remains last night and figure out how to cloak it in a plausible physical guise. Ready? Lin Fan asked. Always ready. Wang Pangpang thumped his chest. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his Adam's apple moving slightly as he adjusted the vibration frequency of his vocal cords. This time, instead of targeting everyone, he focused the sound waves into a beam aimed directly at Wang Pangpang's eardrums. The moment he spoke, the surrounding air seemed to ripple with barely visible waves. Jump. Just one word. Not a roar, no spiritual energy fluctuation. It sounded like an ordinary command. But Wang Pangpang's body stiffened instantly. The next second, without any preparatory movement, and even before Wang Pangpang himself could react, the muscles in his legs contracted to their limit. And then, boom! The fatty, weighing over 200 gene, and wearing another 100 gene of armor, launched into the air, like a fired cannonball soaring more than 3 meters high. What the hell? Wang Pangpang let out a scream midair before crashing heavily to the ground, creating a crater in the dirt. Ouch! My ass! Wang Pangpang groaned as he scrambled up, utterly bewildered. Fan Gu, how did I just fly? I didn't mean to jump. The surrounding classmates were also stunned. The scene was too bizarre, as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed the fatty and tossed him up. What? What kind of sorcery is that? Chun Xiaoyu adjusted his sunglasses, his mouth agape. It's not sorcery, it's science. Lin Fan began to spin a tale with a perfectly calm expression. This is my latest research, bioelectrical signal hijacking technology. By using sound waves of a specific frequency to resonate with the motor signals of the human nervous system, I can bypass the brain and directly command the muscles to perform reflexive actions. Just like how a doctor taps your knee and your leg kicks out. I'm just using sound to tap your entire nervous system. As he spoke, Lin Fan pretended to jot down notes in his notebook. Seems the control effect on a second stage tank is decent with a delay of about 0.1 seconds. Electrical signal. Hijacking. The Class 9 members were utterly lost, but even though they didn't understand, it sounded incredibly impressive. Only Xiaya, standing nearby, stared suspiciously at Lin Fan's throat. As a soundwave-based psychic, she had clearly felt a high-level suppression that made her soul tremble. Something no physical resonance could explain. But the girl was smart. She merely pursed her lips and said nothing. All right, stop gawking. Lin Fan clapped his hands, pointing at a pile of boxes nearby. Let's form tactical groups. Xiaya, take the girls with perception abilities, and be our omniscient map for spotting. Yizi, take the fast ones, equip them with light exoskeletons, and handle Hitandran harassment. As for Fatty and the other tanks, Lin Fan pulled out a custom-made crackling electric stun gun, and a few bottles of powerful laxative smoke grenades marked with skulls. You guys are in charge of the frontal assault. Remember our motto: use items whenever possible, never fight fair or aim for the weak spots, never the head. Because we are Class 9, the group shouted in unison. Wrong. Lin Fan corrected them. We are the apostles of the School of Physics. Watching her classmates smear chili oil on their armor and stuff quicklime powder into their pockets, Xiaya in the corner couldn't help but facepalm. School of Physics. This was clearly a bunch of full-fledged villains. However, no one noticed that on a distant tree in the training ground, a jet-black crow stood like a statue, its red eyes coldly watching everything and transmitting the footage in real time. In the top-floor office of the Student Council building, Ji Chongkong watched the images transmitted from the crystal ball. The freshmen practicing throwing quicklime and groin kicks like street thugs. This is their trump card. Ji Chongkong shook his head disdainfully and turned off the image. I thought that Lin Fan would come up with something earth-shattering. Turns out it's just a bunch of rabble with toy guns and dirty tricks. Guyin, sitting across from him, was wiping a black dagger. Hearing this, he let out a sinister chuckle. Petty tricks will never make it onto the big stage. In the face of absolute power, these little schemes will only make them suffer more. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they could already see Class 9 begging for mercy on the arena 3 days later. But they had no idea The so-called quicklime throwing and groin kicks were just smokescreens thrown out by Lin Fan. The truly lethal silence button was hidden in that young man's throat, ready to be unleashed. The night before the match, the wind howled fiercely, as if countless tormented spirits were shrieking. At the summit of Kunlun Academy's tallest bell tower, the massive bronze bell resonated with a dull echo in the night breeze. As Lin Fan climbed the winding spiral staircase to the top, he immediately spotted a figure seated on the edge of the railing. Emo-chan still clutched that battered wine flask, his legs dangling casually hundreds of meters above the ground, while his old trench coat flapped noisily in the wind. Teacher calling me out in the dead of night. You wouldn't be planning to take me jumping off a building to escape tomorrow's beating, would you? Lin Fan stopped 2 meters away from Emo-chan. Jump off a building? Emo-chan took a gulp of wine and glanced back at him. If I wanted to die, I have 800 methods more artistic than that. He pointed to the spot beside him. Sit. Don't use your abilities. Just look down with your bare eyes. Lin Fan obeyed and sat down. Below lay the brilliantly lit Kunlun Academy, but from this height of several hundred meters, those resplendent lights seemed as tiny as fireflies. Can you feel it? Emo-chan suddenly asked. What? The gaze. Emo-chan's voice turned icy, and he abruptly knocked his wine flask against the bronze bell. Dong. A clear, resonant chime exploded instantly, yet the sound did not disperse outward. Instead, Emo-chan forcibly compressed it into a visible ripple shooting straight toward a void in the night sky. The next second, a cloud of blood burst out of thin air hundreds of meters away. A strange bird seemingly made of shadow screeched and plummeted, disintegrating into black ash midair. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Someone was spying, and with his omniscient vision always active, he hadn't noticed. That's a night owl, a reconnaissance trick some old fossils like to use. Emo-chan dismissed it as casually as swatting a mosquito. Kid, you've been too flashy lately? That move that made the fat guy fly, it made too much noise. Anyone with a bit of insight who's heard the whispers of an ancient god once can sniff out that transgressive scent on you. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Fan's back. What should I do then? He didn't make excuses, asking directly. Learn to lie. Emo-chan turned his head, his once murky drunken eyes now startlingly bright. Since you can't shut off the god's voice, give it a disguise. Hide your rules within physical phenomena. Hide your divine oracles within the sound of the wind. Watch. Emo-chan suddenly extended a hand, fingers spread, looming before Lin Fan. Now I'm going to kill you, but you won't hear the killing intent. Before the words faded, every hair on Lin Fan's body stood on end. He sensed no spiritual energy fluctuation, no prelude to an attack. Yet his keen instincts screamed in alarm. He would die. Hum. An extremely faint vibration like the flutter of a bee's wings. Lin Fan instinctively tilted his head. Swoosh. His cheek felt cold and a few strands of hair drifted down. Behind him, on the surface of the thick bronze bell, a bottomless crack had silently appeared. Fast, precise, and utterly silent. This wasn't spiritual energy emission at all. It was adjusting the sound frequency to perfectly resonate with the air. A flawless camouflage. This is overtone camouflage. Emo-chan withdrew his hand and pointed at Lin Fan's throat. It doesn't increase your destructive power, but it builds a firewall for your divine speech. Learn it, and after tomorrow, unless a god descends in person, no one will be able to tell you're issuing divine oracles. How do I learn it? Lin Fan asked. I won't teach twice. Let your body remember. Emo-chan pressed 2 fingers together and jabbed them like lightning at Lin Fan's Adam's apple. An extremely obscure frequency flow like countless fine needles forcibly flooded into Lin Fan's vocal cords. Excruciating pain shot through him. Lin Fan grunted, gritting his teeth. His omniscient vision spun wildly, deconstructing, reassembling, and simulating the complex frequency structure in his mind. This was not just a technique. It was a perverse test of spiritual energy control precision. After a full quarter of an hour, Lin Fan gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. This was a cheat code. If divine speech was directly rewriting the underlying code of the world, then overtone camouflage was adding a legitimate system update package shell to this viral code. Why go this far to help me? Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at Emo-chan, who had reverted to his drunken state. Because I also want to see. Emo-chan staggered to his feet, wine flask in hand, waving back at Lin Fan, without turning around. When you no longer need to worry about exposure, whether you can thoroughly stir up this stagnant pond. Emo-chan left. Lin Fan stood alone in the wind, touching his still aching throat. He looked down at the campus below and tried to activate the newly learned frequency. Kneel. He whispered to the air. This time there was no awe-inspiring divine power fluctuation. The voice sounded like a lover's murmur. But 3 meters in front of him, the howling gale instantly froze, then obediently pressed against the ground as if bowing to a sovereign. Silent, soundless. This was the true assassination technique, the perfect magic trick. Tuner ha. A cold smirk curled Lin Fan's lips. Then tomorrow I'll give the school a fine-tuning. The next morning, the central arena of Kunlun Academy was as fervent as a pot of boiling oil. The massive circular stands capable of holding the entire faculty and student body were packed. Huge holographic projections scrolled through the match list. First match is that garbage dump. I heard Class 9 is all trash sequences except for that Lin Fan who's a bit weird. Give it a rest. No matter how weird can he beat a sophomore. That's real level suppression. Amid the chatter from a corner of the preparation area drifted a scent of hot pot. In Class 9's zone, a large pot sat atop a modified exoskeleton power furnace bubbling with steam. Brother Fan, the meat slices are a bit tough. Wang Pongpong, clad in a suit of scrap metal armor, used a mechanical arm to pick up a slice of lamb. Be grateful you've got anything to eat. Oh, hurry up and replenish your energy. Lin Fan sat in the middle holding a bowl of sesame sauce as calm as if picnicking in his own backyard. Students from other classes passing by cast disdainful glances. Grandstanding. Just then, the announcer's excited voice boomed over the speakers. Dear students, the first all-school unrestricted ranking tournament officially begins. First match, Year 1 Class 9 versus Year 2 Class 5. Boom. The door on the other side of the arena opened. A fully armed team of students marched out in neat steps. They all wore heavy standard-issue spiritual energy armor and carried massive shields. The proud iron wall battle formation of Year 2 Class 5. The leading boy sneered at Class 9 still eating hot pot, then slammed his giant shield onto the ground with a loud crash, a clear provocation. Seems we're lucky. We hit a tough nut right off the bat. Lin Fan put down his bowl, drew a tissue, and elegantly wiped his mouth. He stood up. Behind him, Wang Pongpong, Xia Yizi, and the entire class rose simultaneously. Those seemingly shabby mechas activated at the same time, emitting grating metallic screeches, yet exuding an inexplicable fierce roguelike aura. Let's go. Lin Fan led the way into the dark player tunnel, not even glancing at the fully armed opponents as he passed them. His voice, processed through overtone camouflage, spread clearly and gently across the entire venue, sounding utterly harmless yet arrogantly to the extreme. Go tell them. Physics class is in session. Within the arena, the atmosphere was tense and charged. With a whistle, Class 9's mecha torrent launched the first strike. Fire. At Wang Pangpang's command, over a dozen T-600 exoskeletons simultaneously raised their 6-barreled Gatling guns. Although they were loaded with specially made rubber bullets, the sound of the metallic storm tearing through the air still sent chills down the spines of the audience in the stands. Tat 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 tat. The dense barrage of rubber bullets slammed towards the opposing side like a wall. However, there was no sign of panic in the ranks of Class 5 from the second year. Standing at the front of the line was a boy with a buzz cut. He looked at the whistling barrage with a contemptuous smirk curving at the corner of his mouth. A bunch of rookies who can only rely on external tools. Didn't anyone tell you that attribute restraint is the way to go in this school? He suddenly spread his arms wide, his internal spiritual energy surging wildly. Sequence 041. Magnetic control. Buzz. A visible pale blue magnetic field instantly enveloped the entire arena. Those originally flying rubber bullets containing metal cores seemed to hit an invisible wall of cotton. As they entered the magnetic field, their speed drastically reduced, and then they clattered to the ground. Worse yet was the mechs on Class 9. I can't move. Wang Pangpang discovered in horror that his prized T-600 heavy exoskeleton felt as if it weighed a ton. The servomotors at the joints emitted a piercing overload alarm, and he felt as if he were welded in place. I can't even lift my hand. Damn it, this mech is moving in the opposite direction. The formation of Class 9 instantly fell into disarray. A dozen iron behemoths became mere coffins. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from the stands. I knew it. If they encounter magnetic or lightning-based attacks, these tin cans are just live targets. Gushao is right, after all side paths are still side paths. The buzzcut captain of Class 5 was even more pleased, manipulating the magnetic field to lift the members of Class 9 slightly into the air, preparing to give them a collective crash. Surrender, junior brothers. The buzzcut captain taunted. Physics won't save you. Oh really? Amid the chaos, a calm voice suddenly rang out. Lin Fan was not wearing a mech. Clad in simple sportswear, he stood among the mechs being pulled askew by the magnetic force, looking entirely out of place. He pushed up a pair of non-existent glasses and looked up at the buzzcut captain. Senior, your physics seems lacking. Who told you that metals can be controlled by magnetism in any situation? Before his words fell, Lin Fan's Adam's apple subtly trembled. That was the resonance camouflage that Emo-chan had taught him last night. Amid the noisy overload alarms and the audience's laughter, Lin Fan's voice was perfectly masked, with only a faint wave of rules seamlessly penetrating the magnetic field. Divine speech command. The command was a single word: scatter. Buzz. In that moment, the rules of the universe seemed to experience a brief chaos. The originally tight and violent magnetic field collapsed and flopped like a snake stripped of its spine. The order that maintained the magnetic field's existence was forcibly erased by a higher dimensional power. Clang, clang. Without the magnetic restraint, Wang Pang and the others crashed heavily back to the ground with their mechs. Meanwhile, the buzzcut captain felt a sharp pain in his head. The magnetic force that had been at his command had vanished in an instant. No matter how he urged his spiritual energy, those metals reacted, as if they had turned to wood, utterly unresponsive. How is this possible? The buzzcut captain's face changed drastically. My magnetism has failed. Nothing is impossible. Lin Fan calmly pointed at the mechs still smoking from overload. Haven't you heard of the Curie point? When ferromagnetic materials reach a certain critical temperature, their magnetism completely disappears. That temperature is called the Curie point. Lin Fan earnestly spouted nonsense. Just now our mech's motors overloaded, causing the body temperature to soar and instantly exceed the 770 degrees Celsius Curie point. Therefore, your magnetism naturally doesn't work. Bullshit. The buzzcut captain shouted in frustration. That's over 700 degrees. Your people matured too quickly. Oh, that's a localized temperature. You wouldn't understand, this is quantum thermodynamics. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. Pong Pong, do I need to teach you? Wang Pong, who had been holding back his anger, although not understanding what the Curie point was, knew one thing. I can move again. Dare to absorb me? I'll let you absorb to your heart's content. Wang Pang shouted angrily, the mech's engine roaring at full power. He didn't even use his gun and directly activated the thrusters on his back, charging forward like a meat projectile. Boom! The unsuspecting buzzcut captain was struck head-on by a mech weighing 2 tons, including Pang's weight, charging at full speed. He flew out of the arena like a rag doll, tracing a beautiful parabolic arc in the air. Meanwhile, Yi Zi and Xiaya, who had long ambushed at the flanks, also moved. Without their captain, and magnetic shield class 5 from the second year was as fragile as a piece of paper before the recovering T-600 mechs. Fire all rounds. Prepare tear gas. In just 1 minute, the battle ended. All members of Class 5 from the second year were down, either knocked unconscious or bruised and battered by the rubber bullets, or worse, knocked out by Wang Pang's heavy landing. Lin Fan stood amidst the wreckage in the center of the arena, ignoring the deathly silence that enveloped the crowd. He picked up the microphone and smiled at Guin and Ji Chongkong at the highest point of the stands, saying, "Next. Also, I suggest everyone review solid-state physics." In the stands, Ji Chongkong's face turned a ghastly shade. The Curie point? Quantum thermodynamics. What is this kid rambling about? Although Guin beside him didn't understand either, his instincts told him Lin Fan was lying. In that moment, the magnetic fluctuations did indeed disappear. Could it really be due to temperature? Ji Chongkong took a deep breath, crushing the armrest in his hand. Regardless of whether it's nonsense, this kid's methods are more than we imagined. Since the unexpected isn't working, let that guy go. Ji Chongkong turned his head to look at the shadow behind him, where stood a strange figure wrapped in bandages with only a pair of dead fish eyes exposed. In the next round, take him out. In the lounge of Class 9, the atmosphere was not as relaxed as one might imagine. Although they had won the first battle, the thrilling scene just moments ago left everyone feeling uneasy. At that moment, Wang Pang was directing a few classmates to spray the mecha with a cooling agent, muttering, "That scared me to death. I thought we were really going to turn into scrap metal." Lin Fan sat on a bench in the corner, holding a bottle of mineral water that he had not yet drunk. He was replaying the battle in his mind. Although the harmonic sound disguise successfully masked the fluctuations of the divine words, this was predicated on the premise of chaos at the scene distance being far. If there were a high-level perception-type powerhouse observing from a close distance, or someone as sensitive to energy changes as the magnetic-type team leader from earlier, even the slightest sense of incongruity could become a fatal flaw. It seems that, in addition to studying physics, I also need to take a course on deception. Lin Fan self-deprecatingly chuckled. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly the door to the lounge was knocked on. Before Lin Fan could speak, the door was pushed open. It was not a student council member or the next opponent who entered, but a middle-aged man dressed in a pristine white coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. A finely crafted badge adorned his chest, a pattern intertwining a gear and a DNA double helix. The Tiangong Institute. The lounge fell silent in an instant. The students of Class 9 exchanged glances. In this world, the Tiangong Institute represented the pinnacle of technology and truth, in Xia, holding an unparalleled status, even overshadowing the Night Watchers in certain respects. Which of you is Lin Fan? The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses, scanning the crowd. Though his tone was polite, there was an unsettling air of condescension in his scrutiny. Lin Fan stood up, setting his bottle of mineral water aside. "I am." The man walked straight up to Lin Fan, his gaze lingering on the few T-600 exoskeletons. For a few moments, a flicker of fervor flashing in his eyes before returning to indifference. "I am Wei Zongxing, a special observer stationed at Kunlun Academy from the Tiangong Institute. I am very interested in the Curie point theory you mentioned during that last match. As a rigorous researcher, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Questions? Yes. Pointing to Wang Pangpang's mecha Wei Zongsheng continued according to the laws of thermodynamics. If the special alloy were to reach a Curie point of 770 degrees Celsius, the surface coating of the mecha would instantaneously carbonize and the pilot inside, namely that plump classmate, should have already been thoroughly cooked. Wei Zongsheng walked over to the mecha and touched the outer shell. Yet this mecha, aside from some overload heating, has a surface temperature of no more than 80 degrees. He turned around the reflections from his glasses, casting a cold light, staring intently at Lin Fan. So Lin Fan, can you explain how you managed to disable the magnetic force without generating high temperatures? Or did you use some means that cannot be disclosed? The air in the lounge instantly froze. Wang Pangpang swallowed nervously, looking at Lin Fan. Everyone knew Lin Fan was talking nonsense, but no one expected that the official would debunk him so quickly. Lin Fan looked at Wei Zongsheng, his brain racing. This person did not come with good intentions. If he admitted to lying, not only could he be disqualified from the match, but it could also expose the anomalies of sequence 000. Observer Wei, science is constantly advancing. Lin Fan replied calmly, beginning to speak nonsense seriously. What you said about thermodynamics is macrophysics. I used the virtual heat technology under quantum entanglement. In simple terms, it makes metal molecules think they are very hot on a microscopic level, thus deceiving the magnetic field. That's enough. Wei Zongsheng coldly interrupted him. This trick to fool children shouldn't be flaunted in front of the Tiangong Institute. I have reason to suspect that you used some unreported forbidden substance that interfered with the fairness of the match. According to the rules, I must conduct a comprehensive inspection of you and your mecha. Speaking, he reached out to grab Lin Fan's wrist. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Just as he was preparing to use the divine words to teach this guy a lesson. Bang! A dirty wine bottle flew in from nowhere, smashing perfectly against Wei Zongsheng's outstretched hand before bouncing to the ground and shattering. The sharp smell of alcohol instantly filled the entire room. Who? Wei Zongsheng covered his swollen hand, fuming with rage. Inspection. Do you think you are worthy? A lazy yet slightly menacing voice came from the doorway. Emo-chan leaned against the doorframe, still holding the position of having thrown the bottle. He looked at Wei Zongsheng as if he were a piece of garbage. Emo-chan? Wei Zongsheng's anger instantly turned into shock, and even a hint of instinctive fear upon seeing who it was. You? How did you get here? I am the class monitor of class 900, the homeroom teacher. If I'm not here, then where am I supposed to be? Emo-chan swayed over, kicked the glass shards on the floor aside, and directly positioned himself between Lin Fan and Wei Zongsheng. He lowered his head, his murky eyes fixed intently on Wei Zongsheng, his voice lowered to a point only the three of them could hear. Wei the madman, after all these years, the Tiangong Institute still loves to dig deep, huh? What? The explosion back then didn't kill you, and now you want to harm my student? Wei Zongsheng's complexion turned pale, as if he had heard some forbidden words. He instinctively took 2 steps back, his finger trembling, as he pointed at Emo-chan. You? Since you didn't die, you should be hiding in a gutter. If the Institute finds out that you are still, let them come. Emo-chan grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. As long as they are not afraid of me making that data public. Wei Zongsheng's pupils dilated sharply. He glared at Emo-chan, then glanced at Lin Fan behind him, his eyes filled with wariness and unwillingness. After a long moment, he took a deep breath and adjusted his somewhat disheveled white coat. All right, since you are teacher Mo's top student, you must have some unique skills. Wei Zongsheng gritted his teeth, forcing a hideous smile. I was abrupt earlier. I will go back and thoroughly study the virtual heat technology. After saying that, he turned and hurriedly fled the lounge like he was avoiding a plague, not even daring to pick up the recording pen that had fallen on the ground. The lounge returned to silence once more. The students of Class 9 looked at Emo-chan with admiration. Although they couldn't understand the cryptic conversation, the image of their mentor smashing a wine bottle to scare off the Tiangong Institute observer was simply exhilarating. All right, what are you all staring at? Don't you need to prepare for battle? Emo-chan turned around and shouted impatiently. If you lose the next match, the entire class will spend a month cleaning the toilets. Everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts, some repairing mechas while others catching up on sleep. Lin Fan stood in place, watching Emo-chan's slightly hunched figure. Thanks, teacher, Lin Fan said softly. Emo-chan paused for a moment. He did not turn around, just pulled out another bottle of liquor from his pocket, took a swig, his voice somewhat unclear. Don't thank me. That guy will definitely go back and file a report. In the next match, they won't give you any chance to exploit weaknesses again. And Emo-chan's voice suddenly turned a bit somber. That virtual heat theory was quite well constructed. Don't fabricate it again next time. It's too insulting to intelligence. The roar of the arena had yet to fully subside before the results of the second round of the draw began scrolling across the massive screen. Class 9 First Year versus Class 1 First Year Special Action Unit. The mere sight of the words Class 1 instantly ignited the atmosphere in the stands. Everyone knew that Ji Chongkong was the class monitor of Class 1. Although he wasn't on the field himself, this so-called Special Action Unit was clearly an execution squad sent to clean house. On the arena stage, the members of Class 9 were still piloting their repaired mechas, their momentum fierce. Yet standing opposite them there was only a single person. A bizarre figure, his body wrapped head to toe in yellowed bandages, hunched over looking like a relic unearthed straight from a pyramid. He wore no school uniform. A strange bone pendant hung around his neck, and the very air around him seemed to turn cold and viscous. Just one guy. Fatty Wong muttered from within his mecha. Isn't that a bit too dismissive of us physics school disciples? Don't let your guard down. Lin Fan's voice crackled through the communication channel, his tone far more serious than in the previous match. That person's vital signs are very weak. My omniscient vision can't even fully penetrate those bandages. Begin? The referee announced, immediately retreating to the very edge of the protective barrier, seemingly filled with the same wariness towards that strange figure. Open fire. Strike first. Fatty Wong didn't hesitate, pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of rubber bullets poured forth once more. Then a truly spine-chilling sight unfolded. The very instant the bullets were about to hit the bandaged freak, they seemed to be corroded by some invisible force. They rapidly aged, became brittle, and then crumbled into a pile of black dust, scattering to the ground in a flurry. What? Before Class 9 could even react, the bandaged figure slowly raised his head. Through the gaps in the bandages, a murky gray eye was revealed. He didn't move, nor did he form any hand seals. He simply let out a grating low moan from deep within his throat, a sound like fingernails scraping across a blackboard. K. Vum. An invisible aura of gray decay instantly radiated outwards from him. Cough, cough, cough. Fatty Wong, who was charging at the front, suddenly began hacking violently. What's going on? The mecha isn't broken. But I feel so tired. Fatty Wong's voice was filled with terror. My arms. I can't lift them. And it wasn't just Fatty Wong. Every member of Class 9 on the field, even shielded by the thick armor of their mechas, felt as though their very life force was being drained away. Young skin began to wrinkle, hair became dry and brittle, as if a decade of their lifespan had been stolen in an instant. It's a curse system. In the rest area, Yeezus' face turned pale. Sequence 019 Wind of Decay variant. It ignores physical defenses and targets living beings directly. Mecha can't block this. In the stands, Ji Chongkong watched as the members of Class 9 fell like dominoes, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This is the price. In the face of the occult, your scrap metal is worth less than waste paper. On the arena stage, the situation had taken a drastic turn. The mechas weren't damaged, but the pilots inside were failing. Fatty Wong had already gone limp in his cockpit, his breathing labored. The massive T-600 frame had become their prison. The bandaged figure remained rooted to the spot, advancing step by step on the fallen group like a grim reaper. K. He chanted again. This time Fatty Wong felt a sharp pain in his heart, his vision starting to blur. Just then a hand rested on the shoulder of Fatty Wong's mecha. Turn off the external speakers. Lin Fan's calm voice rang out. He wasn't wearing a mecha nor a gas mask. Clad only in a thin tracksuit, he walked step by step in front of the bandaged figure, blocking everyone's view. Strangely, the gray aura of decay which could rapidly age a person vanished without a trace the moment it came within 3 meters of Lin Fan, as if it had encountered a terrifying black hole. Lin Fan stared at the freak before him as his omniscient vision frantically refreshed. High-dimensional rule intrusion detected. Type time entropy curse. Carrier targets vocal cords and bone pendant. So that's the principle behind it. Lin Fan adjusted a pair of non-existent glasses, his voice amplified across the venue. Everyone, don't panic. This isn't a curse. This is a type of infrasonic resonance weapon. The entire audience. Since when can infrasound give you wrinkles? Ignoring the crowd's bewilderment, Lin Fan continued his utterly serious nonsense. The opponent uses a specific frequency of infrasound to trigger the apoptosis program within our cells, accelerating metabolism, which causes the aging-like symptoms. This is biology. Since it's a wave, it can be neutralized. Lin Fan looked at the bandaged freak, a slight smile playing on his lips. Deep in his throat, the black divine remnant fragment began to heat up. Overtone camouflage activate. Lin Fan took a deep breath as if to bellow, but the sound that emerged wasn't as loud as one might expect. Silence. Just 2 words. But they carried the absolute rule of divine word edict. Muteness. Yet that wasn't enough. To mask the domineering nature of the divine authority, Lin Fan crushed a pre-prepared high-frequency noise grenade, essentially a large firecracker, in his hand the instant he spoke those 2 words. ZZZZZZT. A sharp electronic shriek instantly filled the arena, drowning out the trace of archaic divine power. Amidst the piercing noise, the bandaged figure's body stiffened. Crack. The bone pendant around his neck, which had been used to amplify the curse, shattered into pieces. Immediately after, the freak seemed to have his throat viciously squeezed, and his chanting of the curse came to an abrupt halt. He opened his mouth in terror, desperately trying to make a sound, but it felt as if his vocal cords had vanished into thin air, unable to vibrate even a single breath of air. The rule had been erased. The so-called curse, bereft of its vocal carrier, dissipated instantly. See, all it takes is interfering with his attack using sound waves of the opposite frequency. Lin Fan clapped his hands, smiling at the freak, who was now clutching his throat in agony. This is the charm of acoustics. Fatty, how long are you going to lie there? His infrasound has been neutralized. Inside the cockpit, with the curse lifted, Fatty Wong felt his vitality rapidly returning. The terror of near death instantly transformed into a towering rage. You dare mess with me? Fatty Wong sprang up from the ground, his mecha's engines roaring. Take this, pugilistic enlightenment punch. A colossal mechanical fist whistling through the air smashed heavily into the face of the mute, terrified, bandaged freak. Bang! Bandages flew everywhere. The freak was punched straight into the arena floor, stuck so deep he couldn't be pried out. The entire venue fell silent once more. Only Lin Fan stood there facing the wind, calmly straightening his collar. Next. And by the way, superstition is a bad habit. Trust in science. The results of the semifinals draw were announced. The entire arena erupted. There were no preambles, no talk of underdogs making a comeback. The two strongest factions of this competition. Jiang Chen's main forces, led by Ji Chong Kong and Lin Fan's gang from Class 9. They met ahead of time. On the arena, Ji Chong Kong removed his elegant student council uniform, donning a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated his long, muscular lines. He stood at the forefront of his team, his gaze icy. Opposite him, the members of Class 9 were affixing talismans inscribed with prosperity onto their mechas. The farce should come to an end. Ji Chong Kong spoke coldly. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the arena through his spiritual energy. Having relied on underhanded tactics to get this far, your luck has run out. Lin Fan stood atop the shoulder of a T-600 mecha, raising a broken megaphone, looking down from above. Chairman Ji. Last time in the ruins you were knocked into a tree by your own gravitational backlash. Lin Fan grinned. Is your concussion feeling better now? Ji Chong Kong's eyes twitched in fury. You seek death. The referee felt a chill run down his spine, and after shouting begin, quickly rolled out of the protective barrier. Boom! Just as the command was given, Ji Chong Kong stepped forward without any hesitation. Sequence 018 gravity throne erupted. Bow down to me. Ji Chong Kong's palm pressed downwards. Kneel. The air instantly thickened like mercury. In the area where Class 9 stood, the gravitational index skyrocketed. 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. What the hell? Wang Pang Pang at the forefront screamed in agony. The T-600, weighing 1 ton, instantly transformed into a heavy iron coffin, weighing over 10 tons. Crack. The alloy joints twisted. The hydraulic rods burst. Black oil sprayed everywhere. In just a second, except for Lin Fan, all the mechas from Class 9 were on one knee. The engines roared under the unbearable strain, but could not move an inch. The crowd gasped. Is this the power of the top 20 sequences? How shameless. What a useless fight. This is pure numerical overwhelming. Ji Chong Kong laughed madly at the struggling crowd on the ground. Mechas. Technology. He walked step by step towards Lin Fan, a black gravity singularity forming in his palm. In the face of my rules, that's just a pile of scrap metal. Lin Fan, this time let's see how you explain it with physics. On the shoulder of the mecha, Lin Fan remained standing straight. His physique, enhanced by divine blood along with the resistance from silence, allowed him to withstand this pressure. But he knew his teammates couldn't hold on any longer. In another 10 seconds, the cockpit would turn into a meat can. Sigh. Lin Fan let out a sigh. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a white, elongated object. Beep. He pointed it at the sky and pressed a button. It was an air conditioner remote control. Classmate G, as a top student, I need to correct a misconception of yours. The action of force is mutual. Divine words order. Scatter. As he uttered this word, a wave of sweetness surged in Lin Fan's throat. Thanks to the disguise, it was merely a soft whisper. But the rules had been rewritten. The gravitational field that had been pressing down on everyone like a heavy weight suddenly collapsed, as if a building had its foundation pulled away. It was not just a collapse. Lin Fan directly altered the gravitational parameters to 0. In the next second, disaster descended upon Ji Chong Kong. Due to the previous tenfold gravity, the engines of Wang Pang Pang and the others' mechas had been running at 100 full power. It was akin to trying to push a door only to have the door suddenly vanish. Boom! The bindings vanished. Over a dozen mechas operating at full power instantly turned into uncontrolled rockets. shooting skyward with terrifying kinetic energy. What the hell? We're flying? Wang Pang felt a flash before his eyes. He shot up 20 meters into the air, still floating upwards. What? Ji Chong Kong, who was preparing to strike, suddenly looked up. He saw a group of iron lumps defying the laws of physics suddenly ascending to the heavens. He froze. Where's the gravity? Where's my massive gravitational field? Don't dawdle, fatty. Lin Fan's voice echoed through the megaphone from midair. With a hint of mockery, since we're up in the air, let's go big. The current gravitational environment is microgravity. Adjust your posture and reverse the thrust. Wang Pang was still dazed, but his body moved faster than his mind. Understood. Brothers, aim your backs at the sky. Point the thrusters at that show-off below. Full power thrust. This was Lin Fan's strategy. If you can't crush someone without gravity, then turn the mechas into missiles. In the air, a dozen steel behemoths clumsily turned over. The main thrusters behind them erupted with blinding blue light. This is called Wang Pang roared power acceleration version falling from the sky fist. Boom, boom, boom. The engines roared. Over a dozen mechas moving at a speed more terrifying than free fall dived down towards Ji Chong Kong on the ground. Bastard! Ji Chong Kong's soul nearly left his body. He frantically urged his spiritual energy, attempting to reconstruct the gravity barrier. But under Lin Fan's signal interference, the rules in this area were in chaos. Could not even take shape. No. Thud. Over a dozen mechas crashed down on the arena like a meteor shower. The sturdy alloy floor shattered. Dust soared into the sky. The entire arena trembled violently. The crowd fell silent. Everyone gaped. Is this physics class? As the dust settled, the invincible Ji Chong Kong lay at the center of the wreckage, frothing at the mouth, with one leg of Wang Pang's mecha pressing down on him. As for why it was just a leg, because the impact was too fierce, the mecha had disintegrated. Lin Fan gracefully landed beside the wreckage like a feather. He shook the air conditioner remote control in his hand. Facing the dazed crowd, he solemnly explained, "This is my latest invention. The anti-gravity wave interferometer. As everyone knows, gravitational waves can be interfered with. Just now, I emitted a set of anti-phase wavebands negating Chairman JIS gravitational field. This caused the engine thrust to exceed capacity, resulting in a little traffic accident." After saying this, he squatted down in front of the barely breathing Ji Chong Kong. In a voice only the two could hear, he said, "Senior, I've got Newton's coffin lid pressed down for you. No need to thank me. Remember to pay for the floor repairs." The arena of the finals was eerily quiet. Gone were the excitement and clamor of the previous rounds. Even the voice of the commentator was muted. Standing on the opposite side of the stage was Gu Yin, known as the Shadow Demon. He had brought no teammates. He stood there alone, dragging a long shadow behind him that resembled a beast ready to pounce. Lin Fan. Gu Yin lifted his head, and for the first time his dead fish-like eyes showed a flicker of movement, a wild mix of resentment and excitement. "Have you had enough of those tricks from before?" Lin Fan stood at the front of his team. Behind him were a dozen mechs ready for action. He said nothing, merely reaching to touch the object at his waist. There hung a long object wrapped in black cloth. "I know all that so-called physics of yours is nonsense." Gu Yin grinned, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. "Your ability to nullify attacks is indeed troublesome. But in my world, the rules are dictated by me." Buzz. Gu Yin stomped his foot. This time there was no explosive roar of spiritual power, only a silent darkness spreading. The shadow behind him instantly came to life like ink droplets dropped into clear water, wildly expanding in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was shrouded in a vast black canopy. Sequence 055, Advanced Profound Meaning Realm of Shadows. What's happening? The lights went out. I can't see. The holographic projection is blacked out. The audience in the stands gasped. Within the arena, the members of Class 9 were plunged into panic. "Fangu, my night vision goggles are malfunctioning." Wang Pang shouted in terror. "This black mist absorbs infrared light. The radar is just static. The mech's power system is offline." Xia Ya's voice trembled. "The physical rules here have been altered." In the darkness, Gu Yin's voice echoed from every direction. "Here light does not exist. Heat does not exist. Electromagnetic waves do not exist either. Here there are only shadows. The technology you pride yourselves on is nothing but scrap metal here." Screech. Suddenly a sound of metal tearing echoed through the darkness. Wang Pang's T-600 heavy chest armor unexpectedly split open, without warning, as though cut by an invisible blade. "Ah!" Wang Pang screamed. "Don't move!" Lin Fan shouted sternly. "Everyone form a circle back to back. Pang, activate the counter-damage shield and hold firm." Lin Fan stood at the center of the circle. His omniscient vision was at full power, but amidst this pure shadow energy, his sight was filled with chaotic data streams. This was Gu Yin's domain. In this realm Gu Yin was a god. Lin Fan, are you looking for me? Gu Yin's mocking voice echoed in his ears, don't waste your effort. In this place every inch of shadow is me, yet I am nowhere. Prepare to die. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless pitch-black shadow blades shot in from all directions. This time they had no physical form, meaning no friction, no kinetic energy, purely a cutting on the level of rules. Lin Fan's throat felt a bit sweet. He had exhausted too much of his vocal cord endurance battling Ji Chong Kong earlier, and now attempting to use divine word to broadly dispel this darkness would surely rupture his throat first. Since pseudoscience doesn't work. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze gradually turned cold, and in that moment the lazy aura belonging to a student vanished completely. What replaced it was the chilling silence he exuded while hunting divine aberrations in the dark of the old city. Clang. A clear sound of a blade echoed in the darkness. Lin Fan tore off the black cloth from his waist, drawing out the exclusive Tang Dao forged from deep-sea secret silver. Teaching whip. The matte black blade was nearly invisible in the darkness, but the chilling sharpness emanating from it caused the surrounding shadows to momentarily falter. Since physics can't be explained, Lin Fan closed his eyes. Since he couldn't see, then he would listen. Since the rules had been altered, then he would erase the rules. Lin Fan's fingers gently brushed along the blade, and a silent wave flowed from his fingertips into the sword. Silence enchantment. He compressed and condensed the concept of silence, attaching it to the edge of the blade. At this moment teaching whip was no longer a physical weapon but a scalpel capable of cutting through concepts. I've got you now. Lin Fan's ears perked up slightly. In the instant when countless shadow blades were about to turn Class 9 into mincemeat, he moved. There were no flashy moves, only an incredibly swift strike. Whoosh! An invisible ripple swept out. The shadow blades that touched the ripple were neither deflected nor exploded. They simply vanished. Like an artist gently erasing the black strokes on a canvas with an eraser. What? Gu Yin's astonished voice rang out from the darkness. Right here. Lin Fan's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. In the next second, he appeared 3 meters to the left in a void, the long blade emanating a chilling aura striking down fiercely. Rip! The originally empty darkness was forcefully cleaved open by this blow. Gu Yin's figure tumbled out of the crack, his shoulder bearing a deep wound visible to the bone, blood gushing forth. How can you see me? This is the realm of shadows. Gu Yin clutched his wound, his face filled with disbelief. Here I am, the shadow. How could you strike a shadow? Lin Fan held the blade in one hand, the tip pointed toward the ground, blood slowly dripping from the blood channel. He slowly opened his eyes, which shone frighteningly bright in the darkness. Who told you I could see you? Lin Fan said coldly, everything has a frequency. Shadows do too. As long as you exist you will emit a sound. Even if that sound is one of silence. And I. Lin Fan raised the long blade, its edge aimed at Gu Yin's throat. I am the conductor here. Now this piece should come to an end. Gu Yin looked at the knife-wielding youth, a wave of unprecedented fear surged in his heart. This was no mere physics genius. This was clearly a top-tier hunter, who had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. No! I don't believe it! Gu Yin screamed, frantically trying to mobilize the power of the entire realm of shadows to counterattack. But Lin Fan no longer gave him the chance. He stepped forward, his figure like lightning. Divine word command. Shatter. Accompanied by the slash of the long blade, this single word was uttered, and the entire dark space seemed like a mirror covered in cracks. Boom! The realm of shadows collapsed. With a deafening roar, the black canopy that had shrouded the arena shattered completely. Sunlight once again poured down upon the battered and broken battleground. All thousands of teachers and students instinctively squinted, holding their breath, as they fixed their gazes on the center of the arena. The dust gradually dissipated. Gu Yin lay collapsed in a pool of blood. The eerie black mist that had always enveloped him had vanished entirely, revealing a face as pale as paper etched with terror. He was unconscious, the rise and fall of his chest so faint it seemed it might cease at any moment. But Lin Fan still stood there. The long blade in his hand had been sheathed, the black cloth re-wrapped around its hilt. Though his face was somewhat pale and a trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, he stood as straight as a spear imprinted upon everyone's retinas. Silence. A deathly stillness. No one had yet recovered from the apocalyptic darkness that had descended moments before, nor from the earth-shattering strike that followed. Until the fat youth standing beside the wreckage of the mecha let out a roar with all his might. We won. That shout was like a spark igniting a powder keg. Class 9. Class 9? Long live physics. Though Class 9 had only a few dozen members, the cheers they erupted with at that moment overwhelmed the entire venue. It was the catharsis of long-suppressed emotions, the ecstasy of rising from a trash class to claim the top. Listening to the cheers around him, Lin Fan's taut nerves finally relaxed. The burning pain in his throat caused him to frown slightly. The continuous high-intensity use of the divine word, especially that final shatter, had nearly exhausted all the endurance of his vocal cords. Now even speaking was an effort. Cough! Cough! Lin Fan covered his mouth, coughing up a mouthful of blood-flecked spittle. Just then a gentle yet majestic aura suddenly descended upon the arena. The previously noisy arena fell silent in an instant. An old man in a gray Zhongshan suit with graying hair had appeared before Lin Fan without anyone noticing. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking like an ordinary neighborhood grandfather, yet anyone who saw him felt an impulse to bow in deference. Li Daoyi, the principal of Kunlun Academy, and one of the top powerhouses of Daxia. Greetings, principal. The surrounding referees and mentors bowed one after another. Li Daoyi paid them no heed. His seemingly cloudy yet sharp eyes scrutinized Lin Fan from head to toe. So this is your physics? Li Daoyi pointed at the unconscious Gu Yin on the ground, then at the blade at Lin Fan's waist, his tone unreadable. Using sonic resonance to shatter the domain, using a scalpel to dissect shadows. Student Lin Fan, if your physics teacher were still alive, I reckon he'd be turning in his grave, wouldn't he? Lin Fan's heart tightened. This old man was implying something. Suppressing the severe pain in his throat, he forced an explanation in a hoarse voice. Principal, the end of science is metaphysics. This is what I call the interdisciplinary application of quantum mechanics and biological anatomy. Heh! Li Daoyi let out a light laugh, a smile that carried profound meaning. He suddenly stepped forward and reached out to pat Lin Fan on the shoulder. With that single pat, a warm current surged into Lin Fan's body, instantly soothing the tears in his vocal cords and restoring most of his depleted spiritual energy. Lin Fan looked up in shock. Well acted. Li Daoyi's voice was so soft that only Lin Fan could hear. But remember this for next time: when you can't explain something, don't force it. Sometimes admitting you're a genius is far safer than pretending to be a madman. With that, Li Daoyi withdrew his hand and turned to face the entire arena. I declare. The old man's voice was as resonant as a bell, reaching every corner of the academy. The champion of this year's school-wide unrestricted ranking tournament is first year Class 9. Whoosh! Thunderous applause erupted. Regardless of all the doubts and mockery before, in a world where strength reigns supreme, victory was victory. Class 9 had proven their worth with strength and a tiny bit of cunning. As per tradition, the champion class is granted the privilege of cultivating in the Kunlun Spirit Pool for 3 days. At these words, envy burned red in the eyes of everyone present. The Kunlun Spirit Pool was the place with the densest spiritual energy in the entire school. Soaking there for a day was equivalent to a month of cultivation outside. Furthermore, Li Daoyi paused, then produced a golden badge from his sleeve and presented it to Lin Fan. In recognition of student Lin Fan's unique innovative spirit demonstrated during the competition, the school board has decided to specially award you the library S-Class Pass. S-Class. Even the mentors were now stirred. The Kunlun Academy's library was far more than just a place to read books. It housed all the theological archives and forbidden artifacts records since the founding of Daxia, and even contained top-secret transcripts concerning the origins of the gods. Typically, only core mentors possessed S-Class privileges. How could a freshman merit this? Lin Fan stared at the badge, his pupils contracting slightly. He recalled the sentence from Mo Chen's hard drive coordinates. Kunlun Underground 18th layer. If memory served, one of the entrances to the deep underground was hidden in the deepest part of the library. Was this old man handing me a blade, or digging a pit for me? Lin Fan raised his head, meeting Li Daoyi's deep, penetrating eyes. The old man's gaze seemed to hold a certain expectation, or perhaps a certain scrutiny. Take it, Li Daoyi said flatly. For the answers to some questions, instead of pondering them on your own, it's better to look them up in books. After all, knowledge is power, right? Physics representative. Lin Fan was silent for 2 seconds. Then he reached out and took the heavy badge. Thank you, principal. Lin Fan flashed that harmless smile. I will study hard and improve every day. Li Daoyi gave him a long, profound look, said nothing more, and vanished from the spot in a flicker. Only a single phrase echoed in the wind. That Gu Yin, though he lost the shadow behind him, hasn't dispersed. Young man, take care of yourself. Lin Fan gripped the badge, feeling its icy touch. He turned around, looking at his Class 9 classmates, who were celebrating, wildly tossing him into the air. A smile was on his face, but his gaze passed over the crowd, fixing on the distant spire of the library. The championship was just the beginning. The real game had only just handed him the entry ticket. Kunlun Spirit Pool. This was the convergence point of the underground spiritual veins beneath the Kunlun Academy, where dense spiritual energy had nearly liquefied, forming a pool of milky white water. A misty vapor hung above the water's surface. Even a single deep breath made one feel a warm current flowing through their lungs. At this moment, however, the atmosphere in this sacred cultivation ground seemed somewhat off. Ah, bliss! Wang Pongpong, clad in a pair of floral swim trunks, floated on his back atop the water like a giant seal that had gained sentience. Clutching a glass of iced cola that seemed to have materialized from nowhere, he let out a contented sigh. This is the life. What's the point of all that fighting and killing? Bro, how about we just move in here? Not far away, Xia and Yi Zi, though more reserved, had also found a comfortable corner to rest with their eyes closed. The waters of the spirit pool were nourishing their meridians, which had been overstrained during the competition, as faint spiritual light rippled across their skin. Lin Fan sat alone at the very center of the pool. The water reached his chest. Unlike Wang Pangpang's boisterous exclamations, Lin Fan sat with his eyes shut, engaged in a silent plunder. Sequence 000 Devour activated at full power. If others were bathed to absorb spiritual energy, Lin Fan was draining it. A visible whirlpool formed on the water's surface around his body. Vast quantities of spiritual liquid surged wildly into him through his pores, his once parched cells like a bottomless pit greedily devouring every shred of energy. The leap from the second stage, the Candle Flame realm, to the third stage, the Lighthouse realm, was the greatest hurdle within the mortal realm. In the Candle Flame realm, one's spiritual sense was like a candle's flame barely illuminating oneself. The Lighthouse realm, however, meant projecting one's spiritual sense outward like a beacon in the dark, not only illuminating the path ahead, but also perceiving and influencing the flow of energy within a vast area. Crack! A crisp sound seemed to emanate from within Lin Fan. It was the sound of the third gene lock being shattered. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Lin Fan as the epicenter. The previously calm surface of the spirit pool instantly surged into a 3-meter-high wave, slamming the cola-drinking Wang Pangpang straight to the bottom. Gurgle! Help! Tsunami! Wang Pangpang struggled back to the surface, utterly bewildered. Before he could react, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. In that instant, it seemed as if 2 bolts of cold lightning shot from his pupils. The light within the entire spirit pool space dimmed for a moment, as if all illumination had been drawn into his gaze. Third stage Lighthouse realm achieved. Lin Fan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The breath hung in the air without dissipating, even emitting a whistling sound akin to a sword's hum. He felt a qualitative leap in his senses. Previously, using his omniscient vision required concentrated effort to see. Now every subtle movement within 100 meters, the ripples of the water, the flow of spiritual energy, even the little yellow duck pattern on Wang Pangpang's swim trunks, was clearly projected into his mind like a holographic display. Without control, such a torrent of information would overwhelm an ordinary person's brain. But for Lin Fan, who possessed sequence 000, it was merely basic operation. Congrats, bro! Wang Pongpong, no longer pretending to be dead, paddled over happily. Feeling the still fluctuating formidable aura emanating from Lin Fan, he drooled with envy. So this is the Lighthouse realm. Feels even more intense than that Guin. You're close too. Lin Fan retracted his aura and glanced at Wang Pongpong. Stop guzzling cola. Your spiritual energy is already overflowing. Reminded by Lin Fan, Wang Pangpang finally realized a surge of heat building within himself. Hey, looks like I'm about to break through. Wang Pangpang yelped and quickly sat cross-legged, though it was hard to stay steady in the water. His plump flesh began to tremble rhythmically, and the bottleneck that had held him at the peak of the second stage instantly crumbled under the infusion of the spirit pool. A dense, earthy yellow halo burst from Wang Pangpang's body. Third stage Lighthouse realm defense specialization. Soon after, 2 more fluctuations came from nearby. Xia Ya's body was wreathed in faint purple sonic wave patterns, a sign of her siren sequence's advancement. Meanwhile, Yi Zi was surrounded by an ethereal black mist, signifying a qualitative change in her stealth abilities. Xia Ya third stage Lighthouse realm. Yi Zi third stage Lighthouse realm. In just half a day, the 4 core members of Class 9 had all stepped into the third stage. If this news got out, it would absolutely shock countless people. After all, many junior and even senior students were still stuck at the peak of the second stage, unable to make further progress. So this is the power of paying to win. Chan Xiaoyu, still at the second stage, her misfortune physique, resulting in extremely low absorption efficiency, adjusted her sunglasses, her tone sour. Another day, another world where only I get hurt. Alright, enough joking. Lin Fan stood up, feeling the surging power within him. At the third stage, his divine word decree no longer required the meticulous management of vocal cord durability as before. The enhancement of his physique had greatly increased his tolerance threshold. Moreover, Lin Fan lowered his head, gazing into the depths of the pool beneath his feet. In the instant of his breakthrough, his spiritual power, the lighthouse's radiance, had unconsciously swept across the very bottom of the spirit pool. In that lightless, unfathomable darkness, he seemed to have glimpsed something strange. It wasn't rock nor the root of the spiritual vein. It was rows upon rows of massive moss-covered metal pipes. They crisscrossed like a giant net, firmly locking down this underground spiritual vein. and at the joints of the pipes were inscribed runes that looked very familiar to Lin Fan. They were the emblem of the Tiangong Institute. How strange! A ripple of doubt stirred in Lin Fan's heart. This is a natural spirit pool. Why would there be relics from an industrial age here? And judging by the rust, they've been here for decades. This reminded him of the coordinates from Mo Chen's hard drive. The 18th floor beneath Kunlun. Could it be that beneath the spirit pool lay one of the entrances to the deeper underground? Bro, what are you staring at? Fish in the water. Wang Pangpang swam over and asked. No, nothing. I misread. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze nonchalantly. There were too many eyes and ears around, and this was Tiangong Institute's turf. He couldn't act rashly. Let's go. Time's up. Lin Fan stepped out of the pool with a splash. The water droplets on his body instantly evaporated by his spiritual energy. Now that our abilities are upgraded, Lin Fan touched the cool Scrade library badge in his pocket, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. It's time to find out what secrets this school is hiding. The library stood on the central axis of Kunlun Academy. It was a 100-meter majestic structure, shaped like an upright giant book. Lin Fan bid farewell to Wang Pangpang and the others who were heading back for a celebratory feast, and arrived alone at the library entrance. Beep. S-level privileges confirmed. Welcome student Lin Fan. With the mechanical electronic tone, the heavy bronze door, usually accessible only to instructors, slowly swung open for Lin Fan. A wave of aged dusty book scent mingled with the dust of ages rushed out to meet him. Lin Fan stepped inside. The first-floor hall was empty with only a few dim oil lamps lit. Behind the central checkout desk sat an elderly man dozing off. He wore a faded gray robe, held a feather duster in his hand, and emanated no spiritual energy fluctuation whatsoever, resembling an ordinary janitor. But Lin Fan halted 10 meters away from the old man. Under his omniscient vision, the area around the old man was a void. Not the chaotic blur of being shielded, but true nothingness. As if he didn't even exist in this spacetime. Unknown realm, unfathomably deep. Alarm bells clanged in Lin Fan's mind. In this school full of monsters, the more ordinary-looking an old man was, the more terrifying he often proved to be. Ahem. Lin Fan coughed politely. The old man slowly opened his eyes, which were cloudy and lifeless, as if veiled by a white film. A freshman with S-level privileges. The old man's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. A rare visitor. Last time a freshman got this badge was 10 years ago. Back then what was his name? That young man was also full of vigor. The old man muttered, seeming a bit senile. Too bad he went mad later. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. 10 years ago. Went mad. Senior, who are you referring to? Lin Fan probed. Forgotten, all forgotten. The old man waved his hand, unwilling to dwell on it. Go on in. The S-level section is on the top floor. Remember, some books are fine to read, but don't try to take them out. Otherwise. The old man grinned, revealing a chipped front tooth. The books will eat you. On the top floor of the library, in the S-level forbidden book area. Here there are no vast shelves like those on the lower floors. The spacious hall contains only a few black metal cabinets floating in midair. Each cabinet is adorned with shimmering dark red runic locks, exuding an aura that warns intruders to stay away. What is stored here is not cultivation methods, but the darkest history of the Great Xia over the past century. Lin Fan stood in the empty hall, the S-level badge in his hand, emanating a soft glow, projecting an operation panel before him. Search keywords 10 years ago, void leakage, Songnan City. Lin Fan's fingers trembled slightly. This was the deepest thorn buried in his heart. 10 years ago, the sudden tide of the void engulfed his neighborhood, leaving no trace of his parents' remains. He became an orphan raised by the kindness of strangers. The official explanation was a natural disaster caused by spatial tremors. But he had never believed it. Beep. Search results popped up. A screen filled with red text. Top secret document No. 099 investigation report on the Void Gate leakage incident in Songnan City. Permission confirmed. S-level. Access granted. With a soft click, the nearest black metal cabinet slowly opened and an aged paper document floated into his hands. Lin Fan took a deep breath and opened the first page. After just one glance, his pupils constricted sharply. Cause of the incident: the Divine Creation Project, codename Genesis, of the Skycraft Institute's first live experiment, went out of control. Subject No. 001 experienced a rejection reaction after the injection of ancient god's blood, forcibly tearing apart the spatial barrier leading to the tide of the void. The Divine Creation Project. This word again. Lin Fan's fingers turned white as he gripped the paper, which emitted a fragile groan. It turned out that it was not a natural disaster but a complete man-made catastrophe. He suppressed the anger within him and continued to flip through. This page contained a casualty list. The first few hundred names were hastily mentioned as the so-called civilian casualties. But at the end of the list, there was a special note: disciplinary action on core researchers involved Chief Executive Officer Mo-chan, spiritual vein destroyed, dismissed, and exiled. Senior researcher Lin Xiao confirmed deceased. Senior researcher Zhang Wan confirmed deceased. Lin Xiao, Zhang Wan. Those were his parents' names. Lin Fan felt his heart being squeezed tightly by a large hand, as if he could barely breathe. In his memory, there was his father always wearing glasses and smiling, while teaching him physics experiments, and his mother who gently knitted sweaters for him, carrying a faint smell of medicine. They were not ordinary people. They were senior researchers at the Skycraft Institute. Lin Fan trembled as he turned to the next page, which contained an attached site photo. In the midst of chaotic instruments and pools of blood, a man and a woman stood back to the camera facing a collapsing purple light gate. The man held something resembling a detonator, while the woman frantically inputted codes. On the back of the photo there was a line written in blood, the handwriting hasty, obviously scrawled in extreme urgency. "We opened the gates of hell. Someone must close it. I'm sorry, Fan. Mom and Dad can't go back. Live on. Don't trust the Skycraft Institute. Don't trust the gods." Buzz. A wave of unexplainable terror erupted from within Lin Fan. It was the resonance of sequence 000 annihilation. At that moment he finally understood why he awakened this sequence 10 years ago, why his parents had died without a full corpse. It was not an accident. It was to seal the out-of-control artificial god. To prevent the void from swallowing the entire Seongnan city, his parents chose to self-destruct, sacrificing their lives to destroy the laboratory's passage. The so-called void leakage was sealed by their lives. And the Skycraft Institute. This group of aloof scientists not only concealed the truth but disguised this serious Level 1 experimental accident as a natural disaster, letting heroes be tarnished and allowing the culprits to roam free. Skycraft Institute. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse like a wounded beast roaring. The document in his hand, under the unconscious release of his annihilation power, gradually turned to ash. Warning. S-level area energy anomaly detected. Please stop immediately. The library's alarm rang harshly, but Lin Fan remained deaf to it. His eyes had unknowingly turned pitch black, devoid of whites, filled only with an endless abyss. You wish to create gods? Then I will pull your gods down one by one. Kill them all? On the first floor of the library, the dozing old gatekeeper suddenly opened his eyes. He looked in confusion towards the direction of the top floor, his feather duster trembling slightly in his hand. This aura. Annihilation. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in the old man's murky eyes. The seed from back then. Has it finally sprouted? He sighed, not pressing the button for the impending highest-level alarm, but instead waved his hand gently. An invisible wave immediately enveloped the entire library, silently suppressing the terrifying killing intent from the top floor that was about to break through the roof. Child hatred is the best fuel. But you now are not enough to burn down this sky. The old man closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened. First learn to hide your knife well. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding Kunlun Academy in an eerie silence. Lin Fan didn't know how he had walked out of the library. The old gatekeeper's warning still echoed in his ears, but his heart at this moment was as cold as a block of ice. Only one sentence kept replaying in his mind over and over again. Chief Executive Officer Mo-chan. The wind was strong, rustling the phoenix trees along the road, a sound eerily reminiscent of that night 10 years ago when the void tore open and wailed. Lin Fan didn't return to the dormitory, nor did he go to the spirit pool. Clutching the black teaching rod, he walked step by step toward the dilapidated teacher's apartment behind the teaching building of Class 9. That was Mo Chen's residence. Bang! The already rickety wooden door was kicked open by Lin Fan. Amidst the flying wood chips, a thick, nauseating stench of alcohol rushed toward him. The room was a mess littered with empty liquor bottles. Mo-chan was sprawled on the floor, his back against a tattered sofa, still clutching a half-full bottle of cheap spirits. Hearing the door being kicked open, he didn't even lift an eyelid. No more liquor. Help yourself from the cabinet. Mo-chan muttered indistinctly, just like every night he was dead drunk. Clang. A cold gleam cut through the dim light. The icy blade without warning pressed against Mo-chen's throat. The sharp deep-sea mithril easily sliced through his stubble-covered skin, and a trickle of blood flowed slowly down the blade. Are you awake? Lin Fan's voice was soft yet cold as a wind from the abyss. Mo-chan finally stopped his drinking motion. He slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, usually dull and clouded, were now eerily calm. He looked at the blade so close, then at Lin Fan, who was brimming with murderous intent, and a bitter, relieved smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems you got that token and went to the top floor of the library. Mo-chan didn't resist or explain. Instead, he tilted his head back, offering his neck to the blade. A bit earlier than I expected. Why? Lin Fan's hand was steady, but his voice trembled. Why you? The file says you were the CEO of the God-making project. You ordered the experiment to begin. You opened the rift to the void and you... Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes reddening. You drove my parents to their deaths. It was me, Emo-chan admitted calmly, but I didn't force them. He put down the bottle and a startling light suddenly blazed in his murky eyes. It was the pride and pain of the once unparalleled genius, the youngest chief of the Celestial Works Institute from 10 years ago. That night, experiment subject 001 went berserk and the void tide was about to swallow the entire Changnan city. If that door wasn't closed, it wouldn't be hundreds dead but millions. The system's self-destruct sequence was broken. Someone had to manually detonate the core from the inside. Emo-chan looked at Lin Fan, his voice hoarse. I was the commander. I was about to go in. But your father. Lin Xiao, he knocked me out. The hand holding the knife trembled violently. He said to me, old Emo, you're more useful alive than dead. You have to live, take the truth out, and preserve the evidence of those madmen's crimes. Emo-chan closed his eyes and 2 murky tears rolled down his deeply lined face. Then he and Zhang Wan, your mother, locked the isolation door together. I was outside through that blast-proof glass watching them press the detonator. That button. I designed it. So you're right. Emo-chan opened his eyes, staring intensely at Lin Fan. I am the executioner. I personally sent them to hell. Lin Fan's breathing became rapid. He looked at this decadent middle-aged man before him, at the pain and self-blame in his eyes that had burned for 10 years without being extinguished. He finally understood why Emo-chan had become a drunkard, why his spiritual meridians were shattered. It was probably not a punishment but a self-inflicted penance for his own powerlessness. Clatter. The long blade in Lin Fan's hand fell to the ground. It wasn't that he forgave Emo-chan, but he knew that killing this man would only sadden his friends and gladden his enemies. They died to seal that thing. Lin Fan's voice was low. What about the Celestial Works Institute? The people who made the plan? They got promoted. Emo-chan pulled a worn notebook from his bosom and threw it in front of Lin Fan. The experiment failed, but they obtained valuable data. The decision-makers from back then are now the elders of the Institute. They pinned the blame on us and turned that catastrophe into a stepping stone for their own rise. Lin Fan opened the notebook. It was densely packed with names, each one followed by a bloody red cross. But many names remained untouched. This was the revenge list Emo-chan had compiled over the past 10 years. I was planning to do it alone. Emo-chan picked up the bottle from the floor and took a big gulp. But I'm crippled. My spiritual meridians are severed. I can only cling to life watching these scums swagger around above. But now it's different. Emo-chan lifted his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Lin Fan. You are their son. You carry the blood of gods in your veins and hold the world's mute button in your hand. Lin Fan. Emo-chan extended his calloused hand. You can't make this cut now. But if you're willing, I can turn myself into a blade. A blade honed only for you. Together. We'll pierce this goddamn Celestial Works Institute right through. Lin Fan looked at that hand. There was a long silence. He bent down, picked up the teaching rod from the floor, and reattached it to his waist. Then he reached out and firmly grasped Emo-chan's hand. This handshake held no warmth between master and disciple, only a blood-soaked pact forged between 2 avengers in the abyss. Deal, Lin Fan said coldly. But you have to quit drinking. If we're going to kill, our hands can't shake. Emo-chan was stunned for a moment. Then he burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Fine. I'll quit. Smack. He hurled the bottle of spirits he had treasured for years against the wall, shattering it into pieces. From today on, I want drink. Emo-chan stood up. Though he still wore that tattered trench coat, his once hunched spine seemed to straighten like a spear in that moment. Let's go. Where? Lin Fan asked. Emo-chan walked to the corner of the room, pushed aside a dust-covered wardrobe, revealing a pitch-black secret door behind it. Since you know the truth, it's time to see the legacy. It's the last thing your parents and I left for you. The spare key to level 18. The hidden door behind the wardrobe does not lead to a dark basement, but to a precision workshop filled with the scent of metal oil and the buzzing sound of high-frequency electric currents. In a space of less than 20 square meters, various disassembled alchemical components were piled high. The walls were covered with complex energy circuit diagrams with countless red lines crisscrossing and connecting, resembling a madman attempting to deconstruct the veins of the world. At the center of the room, on the workbench, lay a lump of iron. It was a metal cube about the size of a fist, its surface pitted, and the welding marks rough as if crafted by a novice, with several colorful wires even exposed. This is the legacy. Lin Fan stood before the workbench, disdainfully pinching the wire with 2 fingers, his lips twitching. Old Emo, although I am good at physics, this looks more like a ticking time bomb just waiting to short-circuit. Don't touch what you don't understand, that's half my life. Emo-chan leaned against the doorframe, his hands still trembling slightly from just quitting alcohol, but his eyes were clearer than ever. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth but could not get it to light. Lin Fan's side his fingertips moved slightly, and a thread of extremely subtle divine power rubbed against the air, generating high temperatures that instantly ignited the cigarette tip. Thanks. Emo-chan took a deep breath, the nicotine slightly suppressing his Bodis withdrawal symptoms, and pointed at the lump of iron. Do you think I survived 10 years ago just because of luck? Was it just because of good fortune? Emo-chan exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke swirling under the dim light, as if reflecting the grandeur and brutality of those years. At that time, I was the youngest transcendent in the Tinker's Institute at the 4th stage star radiance. Lin Fan's pupils constricted slightly. The 4th stage star radiance that was an existence capable of overcoming gravity and flying through the air. Even in today's Kyoto, it represented absolute top-tier combat power. He never expected that this old drunkard who had been living in a haze once stood at such a height. In order to seal that self-destruct program about to collapse and to leave myself a backup. Emo-chan's voice was calm, as if recounting someone else's story. I destroyed the spiritual veins of my star radiance realm, compressing and collapsing all my cultivation, eventually infusing it into this metal container. He stepped forward, gently caressing the ugly cube with his rough fingers, a hint of complex affection in his eyes, as if looking at his own child. It is not an inanimate object. It is a living machine powered by 4th stage origins. I turned myself into a waste just to exchange for this universal key that can deceive the 18th layer's seal. Lin Fan fell silent. He looked at the disheveled middle-aged man before him, suddenly feeling the lump of iron in his hand becoming as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This was not a machine. It was clearly the embers of a fallen genius still burning for some kind of obsession. If it's so powerful, why does it look like scrap metal now? Lin Fan asked. Because it lacks a spark. Emo-chan turned his head, staring intently at Lin Fan. It is a container forged with spiritual power, but to simulate the frequency of the void, it requires the fingerprint of a god to activate. Lin Fan, place your hand on it. Lin Fan took a deep breath, no longer hesitating. He extended his right hand, slowly covering the cold metal cube. Buzz. At the moment of contact, the bloodline of annihilation within him seemed to sense a call of shared origin stirring violently. An invisible dark wave surged from Lin Fan's palm, wildly pouring into the cube's interior. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of mechanical interlocking suddenly rang out. That originally ugly metal cube actually came to life. The welding marks on its surface burst apart in an instant, revealing an internal gear structure so precise it was astonishing. Countless tiny parts frantically reassembled, deformed, and extended under the stimulation of divine blood. A ghostly blue light erupted from the gaps, illuminating the dark chamber. In just 3 seconds, the original cube vanished, replaced by a precision and bizarre, mechanical eyeball suspended in midair. It was pitch black all over, with a pupil that was a ghostly blue crystal constantly contracting and expanding, surrounded by a halo of complex runes, staring intently at Lin Fan. This is the decoder. Emo-chan's voice trembled with excitement. It's a success. However, Lin Fan could not hear Emo-chan's voice at this moment, because at the instant the mechanical eyeball took shape, a chaotic current of noise suddenly exploded in his mind. It was as if a radio had tuned into some forbidden channel, and amidst the endless noise a voice clearly emerged. Thump. Thump. That was the sound of a heartbeat. Heavy, slow, yet containing a kind of oppressive force that made Lin Fan's soul tremble. With each beat it felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly. This was definitely not the heartbeat of a human, nor did it belong to any known creature. It came from deep underground, from the 18th layer that had been sealed for 10 years. Pfft. Lin Fan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale, and his body uncontrollably staggered back 2 steps. The mechanical eyeball's light dimmed, falling back into his palm with a thud, reverting to that cold sphere, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Did you hear it? Emo-chan quickly helped Lin Fan, asking in a low voice. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the shock in his eyes gradually receding, replaced by extreme coldness and seriousness. I heard it. Lin Fan said hoarsely. It is right below. And it is awake. Then that's right. Emo-chan released his hand and leaned back against the doorframe, his gaze obscure. Those madmen at the Tinker's Institute think they control everything, not realizing they are merely building a paper cover over a volcano. Once that thing fully awakens, the entire Kyoto will become a burial site. So we must hurry. Emo-chan grabbed a crumpled notice from the table and slapped it onto Lin Fan's chest. Tomorrow, an all-school combat drill. I will use the backdoor I left in this system to briefly disrupt the security net around the library during the exercise. Emo-chan revealed a set of sharp white teeth, smiling like an old fox. This is a golden opportunity. Everyone will be focused on the outcome of the drill, and all you need to do is take this eye and infiltrate the library amidst the chaos, finding the true entrance. Lin Fan looked down at the mechanical eyeball in his hand, feeling the faint warmth pulsing beneath its cold surface. He carefully tucked it into his embrace, securing it close. Don't worry. Lin Fan raised his head, restoring his previous lazy and carefree demeanor, though his eyes concealed a blade-like cold glint. Since I have a ticket to enter then tomorrow's drill, I might as well give them a vivid physics experiment lesson. The Kunlun Academy was roused from slumber by the piercing wail of air raid sirens at dawn. This was no enemy attack but the opening bell for the school-wide combat drill. According to the Academy's announcement, today's exercise would simulate the extreme environment of a divine calamity siege. All 3 grades would be scattered and deployed to the rear mountain training grounds for an indiscriminate survival confrontation. For ordinary students, it was a feast for earning points. But for Lin Fan, it was the only cover. Standing at the edge of the assembly square, Lin Fan gently rubbed the cuff of his sleeve with his fingertip. There, a mechanical eyeball disguised as a cufflink radiated a faint warmth. The universal key decoder that Emo-chan had given him last night. All communication devices have been handed in. Please confirm the tactical visor channel synchronization. A crisp, pleasant voice interrupted Lin Fan's reverie. Xiaya stood before him. Today, she had tied her signature twin tails into a neat high ponytail. She wore a form-fitting blue and white combat suit that outlined her youthful, burgeoning figure. She toyed with 2 tactical earpieces in her hand, a glint of sly curiosity in her eyes. Class monitor, your heart is racing. Xiaya stepped closer, tilting her head slightly to stare into Lin Fan's eyes, and lowered her voice. 108 beats per minute. Though your face shows nothing, your blood flow can't fool an auditory-type esper. Lin Fan took the earpiece without changing his expression and put it in his ear, masking his momentary stiffness. It's the physiological excitement for battle. Lin Fan fabricated with a straight face. According to the adrenaline secretion curve, the state is optimal for high-intensity physical activity. Oh really? Xiaya wasn't deterred by this flimsy excuse. Instead, her smile deepened. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear during assembly. Just now Yi Zi was wiping her blade. Wang Pang Pang was trembling, but you were constantly watching the vibration frequency of the ground. What are you looking for? A chill ran through Lin Fan's heart. He had still underestimated the acumen of this heiress to the Linen City's richest family. As the possessor of sequence 076 song of the siren, Xiaya's sensitivity to sound and waves was second only to his own, who held the divine authority. In past operations, she had always acted as the team's radar, but today the place Lin Fan was going was too dangerous. He hadn't wanted to drag her in too deep. But on second thought, the situation on the 18th underground level was complex. Although Emo-chan had a map, it was a decade old. If he had a living sonar capable of real-time imaging by his side. Lin Fan lifted his eyelids, glanced at the distant surveillance probe through his omniscient vision, then quickly cut off the earpiece's public channel, retaining only a private line to Xiaya. Want to do something exciting? Lin Fan's voice was very soft, audible only to the 2 of them. Xiaya's eyes instantly lit up like a cat catching the scent of fish. How exciting! More exciting than robbing the whole school. More serious. If robbery is a disciplinary violation, then where we're going might be a breach of regulations. Lin Fan's tone was calm. I'm going to use the chaos of this drill to reach a coordinate that doesn't exist on any map. We might die or we might get expelled. An ordinary girl would have been terrified upon hearing this. But Xiaya was stunned for only a second before the corners of her mouth curled up wildly in irrepressible excitement. Give me the coordinates. She didn't waste any words, directly extending her hand. Since it's a place that doesn't exist on the map, you'll definitely need a guide who can hear farther. Without me, you'll get lost underground. Lin Fan looked at her fair palm extended before him, fell silent for a moment, then reached out and grasped it firmly. Deal. Stay close. At that moment, the square's loudspeakers crackled with the impassioned voice of the Dean of Academic Affairs. Drill begins. Objective Sector C Highlands. All forces advance. Thousands of students surged into the rear mountain woodland like a flood unleashed. The radiance of various spiritual energies exploded instantly. Flames, frost, and lightning interwoven into a chaotic ocean. Class 9 formation spread out. Lin Fan commanded over the public channel. Wang Pang Pang let out a roar and activated full body, hardening, charging ahead like a humanoid tank to clear the path. Yi's figure instantly faded, vanishing into the shadows on the flank. Chan Xiaoyu with a grimace lugged a heavy pack of supplies in the middle, muttering, "Don't trip, don't trip." Lin Fan and Xiaya meanwhile stood shoulder to shoulder at the formation's core. Head southeast towards the abandoned mine shaft number 44. As he directed, Lin Fan used the decoder to subtly adjust the angles of the surrounding surveillance probes, creating brief blind spots in their vision. That's a dead-end class monitor. Wang Pang Pang yelled from the front. The map marks it as an abandoned area with high-voltage fences. Trust in physics, Lin Fan said offhandedly. A high-voltage fence is just a barrier of flowing electrons. If the frequency matches, it's an open door. Under Lin Fan's leadership, the team eerily avoided most of the intense combat zones, driving like a sharp dagger into the fringe of the drill grounds. However, just as they were nearing the abandoned mine shaft, Xia suddenly stopped, her expression shifting. Stop! She pressed firmly on Lin Fan's shoulder, her ears twitching slightly, as if she had captured an extremely subtle dissonant wave in the air. Something's wrong. That mine shaft. There's no echo. Lin Fan frowned. What do you mean? My sonic probe was sent out and vanished like a stone dropped into the sea. Xia Ya's face turned pale. It's not empty, nor is it solid. It's a dead silent void, and someone has already entered before us. Lin Fan's heart jolted. According to Mo Chen's intel, the entrance to the 18th level was extremely secretive, unknown to anyone except the core personnel from back then. Who could have gotten there first? How many? Lin Fan asked. Once Xia Ya closed her eyes, straining to discern the faint feedback. Footsteps are light. A heartbeat. No heartbeat. No, there is a heartbeat, but it's too slow. Only once a minute. A heart that beats once a minute. Was that even human? Lin Fan instantly activated his omniscient vision, his gaze piercing through layers of trees and rock towards the distant mine entrance. In the gray data vision, the mine entrance, which should have been an inert object, was stained with a faint wisp of black mist. That wasn't spiritual energy. It was something he knew all too well from the old district. Death Chi. Change of plans. Lin Fan's eyes turned icy. His palm clenched and a slender tang saber, the pointer, materialized in his hand. Fatty, you guard the outside with Chun Xiaoyu. Don't let anyone in, no matter who. Easy, stay hidden and alert. He turned to Xia Ya, his voice low. What's inside might be beyond our curriculum. Do you still want to come? Xia Ya took a deep breath, drew 2 tactical daggers from her thigh holsters, and a stubborn curve lifted the corners of her mouth. I'm here now. Besides, I wouldn't want to miss a secret that makes even you nervous. Then let's go. Lin Fan didn't hesitate any longer. His form shot out like a cheetah, lunging straight for the dark mine entrance. The moment he stepped into the shadows, the system log refreshed silently in his mind. Darkness surged like a tide, swallowing all light. The elevator shaft of abandoned mine No. 44 had long since collapsed, leaving only a single alloy steel cable rusted over countless years, hanging like a dying python, plunging straight into the abyss below. Lin Fan gripped the cable with one hand, while holding Xia Ya's waist with the other. To avoid making noise, he used no lighting, instead relying on his omniscient vision to construct a 3-dimensional model in the darkness. Hold tight, Lin Fan's voice vibrated directly against Xia Ya's eardrum through bone conduction, eliminating friction. Before Xia Ya could react, she felt her body grow light. Lin Fan activated Extinction Concept Erasure, targeting the coefficient of friction between his palm and the steel cable. The rough, rusted cable instantly became slicker than oiled ice. Under gravity's pull, they plummeted like a silent falling projectile, sliding downward at a terrifying speed. The wind howled past their ears, but Lin Fan's silent domain locked it tightly within 3 inches. Xia Ya pressed close to Lin Fan's chest, the intense weightlessness making her instinctively want to scream. But recalling his earlier warning, she bit her lip hard and wrapped her arms around the youth's neck, clinging to him like a koala. Too fast. This descent speed already exceeded the physiological limits of an ordinary person, yet Lin Fan remained as calm as if strolling through his own backyard. He silently counted the depth of their descent. 500 meters. 800. 1200. Hold steady, emergency stop. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as he instantly cancelled the friction elimination. SZZZ. Although the silent domain swallowed the screeching sound of friction, the intense heat generated by the palm grinding against the steel cable erupted instantly. At the same time, Lin Fan's combat boots slammed against the shaft wall, using the reaction force to dissipate momentum layer by layer. Seconds later, they landed silently. They were now 1500 meters underground. The air reeked of stale mildew and a faint ozone scent. Xia Ya's legs felt weak. She leaned on Lin Fan's arm, panting for several seconds to recover. She looked up to speak, but Lin Fan covered her mouth. He pointed ahead. In the gray-white field of omniscient vision, a long corridor stretched before them, ending in a massive mercury-lead alloy gate 10 meters high. The gate was engraved with intricate alchemical matrices, and before it stood a gaunt figure. The figure wore a gray trench coat, utterly out of place in the training ground, with unusually long fingers dancing in the air in a strange rhythm. As his fingers trembled, dozens of nearly invisible translucent threads connected to the lock mechanism of the gate, performing an extremely precise physical bypass. It's him. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. This manipulation of threads, this chilling psychic fluctuation. Though he had never seen the face, Lin Fan couldn't be mistaken. This was the same mysterious figure who, on the Leviathan train, had controlled puppets to destroy the power core before cutting his losses and escaping. He had gotten away then, but fate had brought them together again. Codename Puppeteer, suspected member of the Twilight Organization. Lin Fan quickly matched the intelligence in his mind. Xia Ya wrote lightly on his palm, "He's opening the door. 1 minute left." Lin Fan nodded, a cold smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Since someone was helping with the lock, let him work. At that moment, the puppeteer before the gate had no idea he had gained 2 mantises behind him. He was in a state of extreme exhilaration. Finally found it. The puppeteer's pale face was filled with fanaticism as his 10 fingers danced like a pianist's. Those fools at the Heavenly Works Institute thought sealing the elevator could hide the secrets of the 18th floor. Once I open this door and release what's inside, the Lord's glory will descend. Click. A faint sound of a mechanism engaging rang out. The alloy gate sealed for a decade groaned dully as it slid open on both sides. A bone-piercing chill mixed with a nauseating stench of blood surged violently from the gap. It's open. Ha ha ha, ha. The puppeteer's wild laughter was cut short. In that instant, an icy hand pressed against the back of his neck without warning. Thanks, locksmith. The youth's indifferent voice sounded in his ear like the whisper of death. The puppeteer's hairs stood on end. As a psychic powerhouse, he hadn't sensed anyone approaching from behind. What level of concealment was this? Instinctively, his fingers hooked backward, sending several razor-sharp, puppet threads slicing through the air behind him. Divine word still. These 3 words not transmitted through the air were driven directly into the puppeteer's spinal nerves through skin contact. Hum. The puppeteer's body froze instantly, the threads that could cut steel halting an inch from Lin Fan's nose, unable to advance further. Without a word, Lin Fan struck the puppeteer's hippocampus area with the pommel of his pointer blade. Thud. The puppeteer didn't even grunt. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed limply. Done. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, kicking the peak second-tier psychic powerhouse into a corner like trash. Beside him, Xia watched in stunned silence. She knew Lin Fan was strong, but this level of strength. Wasn't it too unfair? From start to finish, the enemy hadn't even turned around before being taken down. Don't stare off, Lin Fan said, his gaze fixed on the slowly opening gate with unprecedented gravity. The real trouble is inside. As the gate fully opened, the scene beyond was finally revealed. It wasn't a room or a passage. It was a vast inverted abyss. Countless thick metal pipes like blood vessels converged from all directions, plunging into the center of the abyss. And in that fathomless dark core, a massive translucent cultivation tank floated. Within that tank, a colossal creature curled. It had a humanoid form, but on its back grew 12 tattered wings. Its body was riddled with tubes, and with each faint breath, the spiritual energy of the entire space trembled. Thump, thump, that dull heartbeat originated from here. Below the tank, a faded inscription read: Project Genesis Experimental Subject 001. My God. Xia covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror. Is that a god? Lin Fan stared fixedly at the tank, the decoder in his hand, spinning wildly, projecting a red warning, high concentration of void reaction detected. Warning, target at critical point of awakening. Match result, gene sequence similarity with extinction. 99. 9. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. 99. 9 similarity with his own sequence. Before he could ponder further, the puppeteer collapsed in the corner, suddenly twitched, and let out a sinister laugh. Heh, heh heh. Lin Fan spun around only to see the puppeteer's body rapidly shriveling, as if drained of its essence by something. You're too late. With his last breath, the puppeteer crushed a talisman hidden under his tongue. For Twilight, let the feast begin. Boom. A crack suddenly appeared on the cultivation tank in the center of the abyss. A pale, bloodless giant hand slammed violently against the glass wall. Warning, high energy reaction has surpassed the threshold. Warning, seal has been lifted. The mechanical eyeball, the decoder suspended in midair, spun, wildly casting a holographic red light that rendered Lin Fan's face ghostly pale. The blinding data burned into his retina like a branding iron. Genetic similarity match 99. 9 determination result, homologous individual backup container. Lin Fan stared at the deity in the cultivation tank adorned with 12 luminous wings, his heart gripped tightly, as if by a cold hand. The intense ringing in his ears drowned out the surrounding alarm, and it was not merely sound but the roar of blood flowing backward through his veins. Is this the truth, that Emo-chan would rather waste his cultivation to seal away? Is this what the Artisan Academy wants to create? Is this another version of me? Lin Fan, don't zone out. A trembling shout pierced through Lin Fan's frozen state. Xia suddenly grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Her small face was as pale as death, and in her light purple eyes reflected the slowly opening eyes within the cultivation tank. Yet instead of collapsing and screaming like an ordinary person, she stood resolutely in front of Lin Fan, radiating a wave of determined spiritual energy. It's talking. Don't listen. That's mental pollution. Xia shouted, her throat producing a strange and high-pitched hum. Sequence 076, Song of the Siren, Deep Sea Sanctuary. A ring of light blue translucent sound wave shields instantly expanded, enveloping the two. The next moment destruction descended. The 12-winged figure in the cultivation tank fully opened its eyes. They were a pair of pupils devoid of any color, only an endless swirling golden flame. It made no movements, or its mere existence caused the surrounding spatial structure to begin collapsing. Buzz! An invisible wave of mental shock swept through the 18th floor, centered on the cultivation tank in a circular pattern. This was not a physical explosion, but a higher dimensional will crushing down. The body of the puppet master, who had been grinning and offering sacrifices just moments ago, left no ashes in the wake of this wave. It was directly erased from the microscopic particle level. Eft! Xiaya, standing in front, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her previously crisp, humming voice now hoarse and broken. The blue sound wave shield she upheld was like glass struck by a heavy hammer, filled with cracks but miraculously unbroken. She was using her spiritual power to withstand the aftermath of a deity awakening. Run! Lin Fan finally broke free from the shudder that arose from the depths of his bloodline. He quickly wrapped his arm around the swaying Xia, pressing her against him, while his other hand retrieved the decoder from the air, his military boots creating 2 deep imprints on the alloy floor. Annihilation, rule, erasure, friction 0. Holding Xia, Lin Fan glided, as if on ice, propelled by the shockwave of the explosion, shooting towards the exit at a speed, defying the laws of physics. Cough, cough. Lin Fan. That thing. Xia curled up in his arms, the blood at the corner of her mouth alarming, yet she still forced herself to open her eyes, staring intently behind. It's looking at you. Its energy tendrils are trying to connect with you. In Xia's perception, the radiant deity was extending countless invisible threads of causality, greedily reaching for Lin Fan's back, as if it were a long-lost piece of its soul. I know. Lin Fan's voice was as cold as ice. He certainly felt it. That tugging sensation deep within his soul was like the 2 poles of a magnet drawn to one another. That deity wanted to devour him or merge with him. This was also why he had stiffened just moments ago. If it weren't for Xia risking everything to block for him, that moment of distraction would have been enough for that thing to swallow his consciousness 100 times over. Hold on tight, it's going to be life or death. Lin Fan growled, his left hand slamming against the metallic wall that swept past him. Annihilation, material softening. The hard alloy wall became as soft as clay beneath his palm. Lin Fan seized the opportunity to forcibly change their trajectory, narrowly avoiding a golden light beam that pierced through heaven and earth. That was the gaze casually cast down by the deity. The light beam pierced through the ceiling of the 18th floor, shooting into the clouds, as if to puncture the several thousand meters deep underground city completely. Meanwhile, on the ground, Kunlun Academy, the school's combat training field. Is this the new student for this year? It seems like just... What the hell? Before the instructor, who was commenting from the stands, could finish his sentence, his teacup shattered into pieces. The earth roared. In the direction of the abandoned mine on the back mountain, a golden light beam over 10 meters in diameter burst forth from the ground, instantly evaporating all vegetation and rocks within 100 meters. The originally azure sky reflected a bizarre blood red under the impact of this energy. Just like what Lin Fan saw in the hard disk photo. Warning. Warning. Detected ultra-high energy level reaction. Energy level assessment 5th grade. 6th grade. Value overflow. The alarm on the training field echoed through the skies, as thousands of students gazed in terror at the towering light beam. The suppression felt from the level of life weakened their legs, causing many first-year students to collapse to the ground, retching uncontrollably. What is that thing? What's beneath the ground? A monster? At the highest point of the stands, Principal Li Daoi abruptly stood up, his once murky old eyes suddenly bursting with light, his face paling to an extreme. That madman Emo-chun. Hasn't he managed to suppress it? He stepped forward, his figure instantly vanishing from the spot, leaving only an afterimage. 1,500 meters underground escape tunnel. Lin Fan sprinted through the collapsing tunnel, holding Xia. Rocks fell from above like rain, while the golden light behind him pursued like a parasite. Lin Fan, let me go. You can't escape with me. Xia gasped weakly, the overuse of the song of the siren causing her brain to throb like it was being pierced by needles. My spiritual power is exhausted. I can't help you block anymore. Shut up. Lin Fan showed no hesitation, not even glancing at her, only tightening his hold. I am the captain, you are the teammate. Even if you're a corpse, I will take you out with me. He no longer needed Xia to shield him, because he had already activated the super-frequency mode of the omniscient vision. In his field of vision, every collapsing rock around every chaotic energy current transformed into a data stream that could be analyzed. The structural strength of the left side wall has decreased by 30, can be breached. The energy wave from behind will arrive in countdown 3 seconds. Decoder. Blast a path for me. Lin Fan hurled the mechanical eyeball forward. This creation, which Emo-chan had spent his entire cultivation to forge, disintegrated instantly under Lin Fan's command, transforming into countless miniature floating cannons emitting a piercing shriek towards the barricade ahead. High-frequency resonance crush. The half-meter-thick alloy gate was instantly reduced to powder. Lin Fan dashed out of the smoke with the vertical lift shaft ahead. But this was not only a path to life but also a dead end. For the lift had long been destroyed, leaving only a bottomless black hole and a vertical distance of 1,500 meters above. The golden tendrils behind had already caught up to his heels. "Xiaya, do you trust me?" Lin Fan suddenly stopped, looking down at the girl in his arms. Xiaya looked into those black eyes that remained terrifyingly calm even in the direst of situations, and her previously panicked heartbeat miraculously steadied. Using her last ounce of strength, she wrapped her arms around Lin Fan's neck, burying her face in his chest. "Trust. Then don't let go." Lin Fan took a deep breath, turned around, and faced the surging wave of golden divine power, not avoiding it, but instead revealing a hint of a mad smile. He didn't jump into the shaft to escape, because in the face of that divine power spreading at light speed, physical escape was meaningless. What he needed to do was to use it to his advantage. Sequence 000 Annihilation Monarch. Concept Reversal Vector Overload Operation. Lin Fan abruptly extended his right-hand palm, facing the cataclysmic golden brilliance. This time he did not attempt to silence it. He wanted this power to push him up. "Take me. Up. Boom." The golden torrent collided with an invisible barrier 3 inches in front of Lin Fan's palm. At that moment he felt his right arm's bones shatter, blood instantly staining his sleeve. But he succeeded. The impact originally meant for destruction was forcibly modified in its vector direction, transforming into a terrifying thrust that acted upon him and Xiaya. The two shot upwards like cannonballs, flowing against the vertical shaft with a speed approaching that of teleportation. In the last second before Xiaya lost consciousness, she saw Lin Fan's bleeding profile and the rebellious light in his eyes brighter than that of a deity. At this moment the deities were prohibited. Mortals ascended to the heavens. With a deafening roar, the artificial mountain, serving as a bunker at the center of the school's combat training ground, exploded into fragments. Rubble sprayed in all directions like shrapnel, sending students of Class 9, who had been lying in ambush in the grass hundreds of meters away, scrambling for cover. A figure interlaced with golden light particles like a cannonball spat out by a colossal beast from beneath the earth crashed heavily onto the rubble-strewn ground, enveloped in rolling clouds of dust. The immense impact carved a 10-meter-long trench across the surface. As the dust settled, the once boisterous training ground fell into a deathly silence. Thousands of eyes were fixed on the end of the trench. Lin Fan felt every bone in his body protest, especially his right arm, where a crushing pain surged through his nerve endings, washing over his cerebral cortex like a tidal wave. Yet he didn't utter a single groan. His left arm remained locked tightly around the person in his embrace, serving as the final cushion against the impact. A cough sounded. The girl in his arms stirred, her eyelashes trembling. Lin Fan glanced down. Xiaya's usually chattering face was now as pale as paper, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, from when she had withstood the divine might underground. Her once smooth purple hair was tangled messily around his buttons. She was still alive. Her heart was still beating. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, the nerves that had been stretched taut to their limit on the 18th underground level finally relaxing for a moment. He tried to move his legs. Aside from a slight numbness, they seemed functional. Thus, under the stunned gaze of the entire school, this ragged, blood-soaked youth, holding the unconscious girl in one arm, staggered to his feet from the deep pit. "Is this what you call a school-wide exercise?" Lin Fan spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva onto the ground, his gaze coldly sweeping over the dumbfounded referee panel in the distance. "Is that Lin Fan?" Someone on the bleachers spoke first. Then the crowd erupted. "Holy shit. Is that the school beauty Xiaya in his arms? Weren't they supposed to be on a covert mission? How did they cause a nuclear explosion? This isn't a covert mission, it's blowing up a bunker." Just then, an extremely dangerous aura descended abruptly. Without a word, a figure in a white research coat crossed 100 meters in an instant, appearing right before Lin Fan. Wei Zongxing, a special observer from the Heavenly Works Institute. His eyes held no concern for Lin Fan's injuries, or the unconscious Xia, only greed and suspicion. He stared intently at Lin Fan's already twisted and deformed right arm, while a small detector in his hand flashed red frantically. Beep beep beep. Residual high-energy reaction detected. "Did you go down there?" Wei Zongxing's voice was sharp like nails scraping a blackboard. "What was that beam of light? What did you touch down there?" As he spoke, he reached for Xiaya's wrist. Compared to Lin Fan, Xiaya, as a descendant of divine blood, carried a heavier residual energy radiation, making her the best sample. "Hand her over to me. I need to conduct an immediate quarantine inspection." The gloved fingers stopped just before touching Xiaya. It wasn't because Wei Zongxing had a change of heart, but because a broken black blade snapped in half was pressed against his Adam's apple. Lin Fan held Xiaya with his left arm while his right arm, the one that should have been shattered, hung at an eerily twisted angle. Using compensatory force from his shoulder muscles, he flicked his wrist to bring the teaching sword which had been damaged underground to Wei Kongsheng's neck. Lin Fan's gaze was very calm. It was the look one gives the dead. Teacher Wei. Lin Fan's voice was hoarse as if filled with gravel. She's my teammate. If you want to examine her, shouldn't you first ask my blade? The entire venue erupted in chaos. Insanity. A freshman holding a blade to the neck of a special envoy from the Heavenly Works Institute. Wei Kongsheng's face instantly darkened. As a peak third-stage powerhouse, even half a step into the fourth stage being threatened by a student was a profound humiliation. Just as he was about to unleash his spiritual energy, to shatter the broken blade, an even more imposing pressure descended from the heavens, pressing down on his shoulders like a mountain. Observer Wei. Using force against an injured student doesn't align with the rules of the Heavenly Works Institute, does it? Principal Li Daoui, hands clasped behind his back, descended slowly from the sky, landing precisely between Lin Fan and Wei Zongsheng. The old principal appeared genial, but the ground beneath his feet had silently cracked into a web of fissures. Wei Kongsheng's pupils contracted. He withdrew his hand and snorted coldly. Principal Li, this is more than just an injury issue. You also saw that energy fluctuation. It was a divine-level reaction. These two students trespassed into a restricted zone without authorization. I have the right to suspect they triggered a catastrophic incident. A catastrophe? Lin Fan suddenly laughed. He retracted the blade, adjusted his posture slightly to make the unconscious Xia Ye more comfortable, then looked up at Wei Zongsheng and began to spin a tale without a hint of shame. Teacher Wei, if your physics is lacking, you can take remedial classes. Divine-level reaction. That was just us discovering a terrorist trying to sabotage the exercise in an abandoned mineshaft. Lin Fan pointed at the deep pit behind him, his tone as sincere as if he were delivering an academic report. That lunatic was a master of mechanics. He buried a large amount of compressed methane and high-energy explosives down there. To protect school property, student Xia Ye and I bravely charged in to stop him. During the struggle, he accidentally detonated the power core. As for the light beam, Lin Fan paused, looking at Wei Zongsheng as if he were illiterate. That was the energy-focusing effect of an explosion in a narrow shaft, commonly known as the chimney effect. Combined with the combustion reaction of underground minerals, it's perfectly normal for it to look golden, right? Wei Zongsheng was exasperated into laughter by this barrage of nonsense. Are you taking me for a fool? What kind of explosive could produce divine might? Maybe he added some divine blood catalyst. Lin Fan shrugged, wincing from the pain. Anyway, that terrorist has been blown to ashes. Dead men tell no tales. If you don't believe me, you can go down and scoop up his remains, and while you're at it, help us apply for a heroism reward. Just as Wei Zongsheng was about to lose his temper on the spot, the campus broadcast suddenly crackled to life with a harsh screech of feedback. Crackle. Crackle. Campus-wide announcement. The underground monitoring system for the training ground reports a large-scale gas explosion in the No. 44 abandoned mineshaft with a focal depth of 1500 meters. All teachers and students are to immediately evacuate the central area. Repeat, this is a geological disaster, not a divine power attack. The broadcast voice was mechanical, but Lin Fan could tell it was Mo Chen's voice after voice modulation. Well done, you old drunk. Lin Fan gave Mo Chen a mental thumbs up. With this official broadcast backing him up, Wei Zongsheng couldn't talk his way out of it even with 100 mouths. Unless the Heavenly Works Institute was willing to publicly admit they were conducting illegal experiments under the school, they would have to accept the blame for this gas explosion whether they liked it or not. Li Daoui gave Lin Fan a long, hard look, then glanced toward the broadcast tower, a playful smile curving at the corner of his mouth. He turned to Wei Zongsheng and said, Observer Wei, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Since it's a gas explosion, let's get the students to the hospital first. Wei Kongsheng's face was ashen and the detector in his hand creaked under his grip. He stared at Lin Fan as if trying to etch that face into his bones. Fine. Very well. Wei Zongsheng ground out a final threat through clenched teeth, then turned and stormed off with a flick of his sleeve. The crisis was temporarily resolved. Lin Fan felt the adrenaline in his body rapidly fading, replaced by an overwhelming exhaustion and searing pain. He swayed and nearly fell. Boss, Lin Fan. In the distance, Wang Pangpang and Yi Zi finally rushed over. Wang Pangpang looked at Lin Fan's dangling right arm, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Damn it, boss, your arm is broken. Who did this? They'll kill them. Stop wailing, it's not completely broken yet. Lin Fan rolled his eyes weakly and carefully handed the unconscious Xia Ye to Yi Zi. Yi Zi, take her to the infirmary. Don't let anyone touch her, especially those from the Heavenly Works Institute. Yi Zi took Xia Ye, looking at her furrowed brows even in unconsciousness. A flicker of emotion passed through her usually icy eyes. She nodded and uttered a single brief word. As long as I live, she lives. With Xia Ye taken care of, Lin Fan could no longer hold on. He plopped down on the pile of rubble, gasping for air. Though he had fooled Wei Zongsheng, he knew this was only the beginning. That thing underground. That me with 12 wings wasn't dead. It was merely buried temporarily beneath the ruins. Moreover, in the instant he had burst out of the ground, Lin Fan had clearly sensed that thing, leaving a spiritual imprint in his mind. Like a coordinate, or a declaration of war. Lin Fan, Principal Li Daoyi, had somehow walked over and crouched beside him, holding out a vial of blue glowing potion. This counts as a work-related injury. The school will cover it. Lin Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the potion and injected it directly into his thigh. As the cool liquid entered, the agony in his right arm subsided slightly. Principal Lin Fan looked up, his eyes clear. That beam of light just now, was it beautiful? Li Daoyi looked at the student who could talk his way out of anything, paused for a moment, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Beautiful it was, but don't do it again. Some things are better left buried than dug up. Also, the old man at the library asked me to pass on a message." Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. "What message?" He said, "You owe him a door." Li Daoyi patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and stood up. "Get some rest. This exercise class 9 is first again. But this time no one will dare say it was just luck." Lin Fan watched the principals retreating back and clenched his left fist. Oh, a door. It seemed that when he was researching in the library, the gatekeeper had seen through everything. Maybe, without the gatekeeper's silent suppression just now, that divine beam of light would have already blown up the entire city of Tsongnan. So this was the world of the powerful. Lin Fan let out a bitter laugh, lying back on the rubble, watching the dissipating smoke and the reappearing blue sky above. "I'm so damn tired." Before closing his eyes, Xia Ya's resolute gaze flashed through his mind. Actually, this girl wasn't so noisy after all. Next time it'll be the one standing in front of you. The pungent smell of disinfectant mingled with the faint fragrance of flowers, like a bouquet stuffed into a jar of formaldehyde. Lin Fan was awakened by thirst. He forced his eyes open, greeted by a blinding white ceiling. He tried to rub his temples, only to find his right arm as heavy as lead. Turning his head, he saw his right arm wrapped like a giant white rice dumpling, hoisted high with a crookedly drawn turtle on it. He didn't need to guess who was behind that. "Awake! Drink some water." A cool, slightly hoarse voice sounded beside him. A straw was brought to his lips. Following it, Lin Fan saw Xia Ya sitting on a chair by the bed. She wore a loose blue and white hospital gown, making her already petite frame look even more fragile. Her light purple hair was casually draped, and though her face was still pale, her eyes had regained their usual liveliness, or rather that probing sharpness. Lin Fan took the straw and gulped down some warm water, the burning in his throat finally receding. "How long was I out?" he asked, his voice like sandpaper scraping together. 3 days, Xia Ya replied, setting down the cup and picking up an apple and a knife from the bedside table, peeling it with practiced ease. "The doctor said you had a comminuted fracture in your right arm, internal organ contusions, and severe mental exhaustion. It's a medical miracle you woke up. 3 days. Is the exercise over?" "Long over. Our 9th squad took first place without a doubt. Fatty Wong accepted the award for you. I heard he cried like a 200-pound child on stage, saying he'd burn it as an offering for you." Lin Fan's mouth twitched. That fat bastard am deducting his share. The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the rustling sound of Xia Ya peeling the apple. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting a glow on her bowed profile, the fine down on her face clearly visible, a stillness that made his heart uneasy. Lin Fan knew she was waiting. Or rather, she was giving him time to organize his thoughts. Sure enough, when the long apple peel broke and fell into the trash, Xia Ya spoke. "That thing underground looked exactly like you." She didn't look up, still focused on cutting the apple into pieces, her tone as flat as if she were commenting on the weather. "Apart from those 12 wings and that sickening divine radiance, that face was your clone. Or maybe you're its clone." Lin Fan's heart clenched, though he knew he couldn't hide it. Being confronted so directly still caught him off guard. On the 18th underground floor, Xia Ya was the only one who had seen the full form of Experiment 001 and survived. Lin Fan was silent for a moment, taking the apple slice she offered with his left hand but not eating it. "Scared?" Lin Fan countered. "Yes, I thought I was going to die." Xia Ya looked up, her light purple eyes fixed on Lin Fan without flinching. "But I'm more afraid of not even knowing how I died." Lin Fan were teammates, right? Even sworn comrades by life and death. Lin Fan saw the bloodshot veins in her eyes, a sign of unhealed mental exhaustion. If she hadn't used Siren's song to block that attack, he might not have had the chance for that vector reversal. "That wasn't a clone," Lin Fan sighed, biting into the apple, the crisp sweetness spreading in his mouth. "I'm still investigating the details. But I can tell you this, it's the god the Engineering Academy created. And I might be a special component in their eyes." "Component?" Xia Ya frowned, clearly displeased with the self-deprecating term. "Or a key, a vessel, whatever you want to call it." Lin Fan laughed bitterly. "Anyway, getting involved with me is dangerous. You've seen Wei Zongsheng. That mad dog is probably digging through my family history right now. Xiaya, you're the heiress of Linen's richest family. There's no need to wade into this quagmire. This was Lin Fan's honest thought. Xiaya was different from Fatty Wong. Wong had powerful connections and thick skin, while Xiaya, despite her strong background, was a fragile mental type. Hearing this, Xiaya suddenly put down the knife and leaned forward, her delicate face inches from Lin Fan's, close enough for him to count her eyelashes. Lin Fan, are you trying to drive me away? I'm doing this for your own good. Spare me that. Xiaya cut him off, her voice rising. You said let me block it underground, and now you want to draw a line. Too late. You saw how that old bastard Wei Zongsheng looked at me. He suspects I have residual divinity. Now I'm your accomplice, whether you like it or not. Finishing, she seemed to realize she'd gotten carried away, her cheeks flushing slightly. She sat back down and shoved the remaining half of the apple into Lin Fan's hand. Besides, I think that wing thing isn't as good looking as you, Xiaya muttered. What? Lin Fan thought he misheard. I said it's too ugly. That condescending look in its eyes is disgusting. She glared at him to hide her embarrassment. You with that penniless look but a mind full of schemes are way more bearable. Lin Fan. Was that a compliment? Anyway, this isn't over yet. Xiaya turned serious, pulling a tablet from under the pillow and handing it to Lin Fan. Teacher Mo came by while you were unconscious. He couldn't get into the VIP ward, so he asked me to give this to you. He said since you've already stirred things up, you might as well go bigger. Lin Fan took the tablet, the screen showing an encrypted file with a single character for its name bait. Also, Xiaya seemed to remember something, her expression turning strange. That Wei Zongsheng has been applying for a gene review on you for the past 2 days. But the principal blocked it every time. Still, there's bad news. What? He's digging into your files from 10 years ago. Specifically, the accident involving your parents. Lin Fan's fingers tightened around the tablet, his knuckles turning white. The screen glass emitted a strained crack. A dragon has its scales. His parents' death was the deepest taboo in Lin Fan's heart. Does he want to die? Lin Fan's voice was as cold as ice. Don't act rashly. Xiaya reached out and placed her hand over his. Her hand was cool, but it oddly calmed his raging emotions. Teacher Mo said if Wei Zongsheng wants to investigate, let him. Sometimes the truth is a weapon too. But you have to stay in the hospital for a few days, nowhere else. Lin Fan took a deep breath, looking at the fair, slender hand on his gaze deepening. All right, I'll listen to you. Xiaya was taken aback, not expecting the usually headstrong squad leader to be so compliant. She pulled her hand back as if shocked, stood up and straightened her hospital gown. Then, get some rest. I'm going back to my room next door. At the door she stopped and spoke without turning around. Lin Fan, whether you're a vessel or a component to me, you're still the squad leader of Class 9. Whoever wants to mess with you has to answer to my siren first. The door closed softly. Lin Fan leaned against the headboard, looking at the half-eaten apple, an involuntary smile tugging at his lips. Being protected like this didn't feel too bad, but he quickly suppressed his smile, his gaze falling on the tablet in his hand. His fingers swiped across the screen, entering the code that only he and his master Mo Chun knew. The document opened. The first line made Lin Fan's pupils contract slightly. Operation Codename Mousetrap Bait, partial gene map of Experiment 001, forged version, objective: lure out the radical faction within the engineering academy and execute a public trial before the entire school. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. The old fox was playing big, using a borrowed knife to kill. Just then, deep in his mind, the mental coordinate forcibly implanted underground pulsed without warning. Thump, thump. It was like another heart slowly awakening beneath his cerebral cortex. In the dead of night, the VIP ward was so quiet that only the faint hiss of the humidifier could be heard. Lin Fan slept deeply but not peacefully. Thump. The heartbeat that had taken root in his mind forcibly dragged him from the darkness of slumber into a vast blood-colored void. There was no sense of direction here, only an endless expanse of crimson liquid like diluted divine blood. Lin Fan found himself suspended at its center, facing a colossal mirror. The reflection in the mirror was him, yet not him. It was a Lin Fan with 12 golden wings of light. Its torso was bare, pierced by countless transparent tubes, each flowing with high-energy particles that warped the very space around them. It had no pupils. Instead, its eye sockets blazed with an eternal golden flame, looking down upon the mortal before the mirror. Vessel. This was not a sound but a conceptual wave that detonated directly within the cerebral cortex. Lin Fan felt as if his brain was being stirred by a red-hot iron rod. He tried to open his mouth in the dream but found he could not make a sound. This was the other's domain, where the rules were set by the god. The Lin Fan in the mirror slowly raised a hand, its fingertip pointing at his brow through the glass. Deficient. Complement. Devour. That sensation of hunger. Lin Fan instantly understood the emotion being transmitted. It was not anger nor hatred but a pure primal instinct. Appetite. It wanted to consume him to complete its own genetic chain and become a truly perfect being. Just as that finger was about to touch the mirror's surface, a switch within Lin Fan was triggered. Sequence 000 initiated. It was not Lin Fan who activated it, but his unruly bloodline acting on instinct to protect its master. An ultimate blackness like ink dispersing in clear water instantly bloomed across the blood-colored void. Annoying. Lin Fan finally regained control of his vocal cords in the dream. He jerked his head up, a similar golden light flickering in his eyes, yet colder and more silent than the others. Want to eat me? Got the stomach for it. Crack. A fissure appeared on the mirror. The 12-winged figure seemed startled that its food would resist its movements, pausing for an instant. In that instant, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. Ha! Ha! Reality returned. He bolted upright in bed, his hospital gown soaked with cold sweat. The heavy weight of the plaster cast on his right arm reminded him that it had all been a dream, but he knew it was not entirely so. The coordinate point in his mind was now deathly still, but he could feel an invisible line had been connected. Whenever he wanted, or even if his mental guard slipped, that thing could crawl over along that line at any moment. Bad dream. A groggy voice came from the adjacent bed. Xiaya, who should have been sleeping in the next ward, had somehow slipped back in. She was curled up on the visitor's sofa, covered with the dusty jacket of Class 9's uniform. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, still gripping the fruit knife tightly in her hand. Was this girl ready to leap to his defense at any moment? It's nothing. Dreamed I was being chased by debt collectors. Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his brow and steadied his breathing. Before Xiaya could ask further, the ward door was suddenly shoved open with brutal force. No knock, no inquiry. 2 security guards in Tiangong Academy uniforms barged in, first taking positions on either side. Then that detestable white figure stepped in. Wei Zongsheng. It was 4 in the morning, the time when one's spirit was most lax. The old fox had chosen his moment well. Seems student Lin is in good spirits. Wei Zongsheng held a thick file folder, a professional condescending smirk plastered on his face, though the malevolence in his eyes was unmistakable. Since you're awake, cooperate with an investigation. Xiaya snapped to alertness, springing from the sofa like a startled cat, placing herself between him and the bed. Observer Wei, this is a ward. The doctor said he needs rest. Any visits require school approval. The school? Wei Zongsheng let out a scornful laugh, waving the file folder. This is a special permit from the Great Xia Supreme Security Bureau. It concerns the void leak case from 10 years ago and yesterday's illegal intrusion case. I have the authority to conduct an emergency interrogation of the person involved. Little girl, the Xia family may be wealthy, but it's not powerful enough to meddle in Tiangong Academy's affairs. Step aside. The 2 security guards stepped forward, exuding the aura of second-stage, peak cultivators, intending to forcibly remove Xiaya. Let her stay. Lin Fan's voice came from the bed. He leaned against the pillow, his face pale, but his gaze terrifyingly calm. Xiaya, sit down. Teacher Wei wants to talk, so let's talk. Xiaya bit her lip but eventually retreated to the sofa, though she gripped the fruit knife even tighter, her eyes fixed on the guards' throats. Wei Zongsheng pulled up a chair and sat down, tossing the file folder onto Lin Fan's lap. Lin Fan, male 18. Parents Lin Xiao and Zhang Wan, former first-level researchers at Tiangong Academy. Died in the void leak incident 10 years ago. Wei Zongsheng read the file slowly, his gaze probing Lin Fan's expression like a viper. The file says died in the line of duty, but do you know the truth? Lin Fan lowered his eyes, saying nothing. Under the covers, his left hand had already clenched the tablet Emo-chan had given him. The truth is they were traitors. Wei Zongsheng suddenly lowered his voice, his tone sinister. If they hadn't secretly shut down the cooling valve on the 18th floor back then, trying to steal experimental data, that disaster would never have happened. It was your parents who killed half the civilians in the district. Lin Fan's heart gave a violent lurch. Though he had long known the truth from Emo-chan, that his parents had self-destructed to stop Emo-chan's experiment from going out of control. Hearing Wei Zongsheng so blatantly twist the truth and slander the dead made the killing intent within him nearly impossible to suppress. Extinction. Calm. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the ferocity in his eyes, and put on a face of shock, anger, and helplessness. You're lying. I have a certificate of martyrdom. Lin Fan's voice trembled, perfectly portraying a youth whose faith was collapsing. The certificate was just to appease the family. Wei Zongsheng was satisfied with Lin Fan's reaction, leaning forward as the dagger was revealed. But you are different, Lin Fan. You've inherited their bloodline, perhaps even what they stole. What exactly did you see underground yesterday? What did you get? Hand it over and I can overlook your parents' crimes, maybe even get you into Tiangong Academy. This was coercion and bribery. It was also an ultimatum. Lin Fan painfully closed his eyes as if undergoing a great internal struggle. After a long moment, he tremblingly pulled the cracked tablet from under his pillow. I don't understand what experiment you're talking about. Lin Fan kept his head down, his voice hoarse. But in the ruins of that lab I found this. I can't even understand the data on it. Is this what you're looking for? Wei Kongsheng's eyes lit up instantly. He snatched the tablet and swiped his fingers across the screen rapidly. The screen displayed a complex genetic helix map along with several highlighted parameters. Sample source subject 001. Divine fusion rate. Rejection reaction none. This was the bait forged by Mo Chun. It was a mix of truth and falsehood combining real peripheral data of 001 with a disguised destruction program. For a researcher like Wei Zongxing eager to make his mark and obsessed with 001, it was a deadly poison. So there is a backup. Wei Kongsheng's hands were trembling. He was too presumptuous, thinking this was a legacy left by Lin Fan's parents, or something Lin Fan had picked up yesterday. He never considered it might be a trap. In his eyes, Lin Fan was just a clever student. How could he forge such high-precision divine data? In confiscating this, Wei Zongshang quickly tucked the tablet into his coat, the gloom on his face replaced by ecstasy. With this, he could bypass the firewall Mo Chun had left and directly apply to restart the God-making project. He stood up, not even bothering to look at Lin Fan again. Smart move. About your parents. ITLL stay confidential for now. Wei Zongshang strode out with his guards like a greedy rat that had snatched a piece of fat. The ward door closed again. The pain and shock vanished from Lin Fan's face, replaced by a cold, mocking smile. Nice acting. Xiaya sat on the sofa, twirling the fruit knife in her hand, commenting flatly. Too bad you didn't apply to the Beijing Film Academy. Well, I am teacher Mo's personal disciple. Lin Fan leaned back on the pillow, looking at the ceiling. He took it, like an idiot. A glint of schadenfreude flashed in Xiaya's eyes. What's on it? That tablet is linked to teacher Mo's back end. Lin Fan closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual coordinate that still existed in his mind. Once he imports that data into Tiangong Academy's mainframe, the entire internal network will become teacher Mo's back garden. And that data contains 001's malice towards people like him. What malice? Gods eat people. Lin Fan said softly, especially those who dare to blaspheme them. Just then, on a large tree outside the window, a pitch-black crow tilted its head, observing everything in the ward. It then spread its wings and flew high, heading towards the principal's office. The prey had taken the bait. Now it was up to Mo Chun to reel in the net. Rumors are like rats in the sewer, capable of breeding at astonishing speed in the shadows. In just half a day, the news about Lin Fan's parents being the culprits behind the void leak 10 years ago erupted on the internal forum of Kunlun Academy. Although there was no official announcement, the certainty in the tone, along with the bits and pieces deliberately leaked by Wei Zongsheng when he left, was enough to excite this group of students who had never experienced the harshness of society. So he's the son of a traitor, no wonder it's so sinister. I heard he got first place because he stole his parents' forbidden legacy, right? I suggest the school expel him. Having a person like this in Kunlun is like having a ticking time bomb. In the VIP ward, Lin Fan looked at the shocking posts on the tablet with a surprisingly calm expression. He was even peeling an apple with his left hand, though it looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. Stop looking at it. Xiaya snatched the tablet away and slammed it on the table, her chest heaving with anger. This is clearly that old bastard Wei Zongsheng trying to disgust you. I'll hack the forum. What good would that do? The mouths are on other people, Lin Fan said lightly. Besides, this might not be a bad thing. Is being insulted not a bad thing? The more Wei Zongsheng rushes to slander me, the more it shows he's guilty. He wants to crush me with public opinion, forcing me to expose my flaws. Lin Fan shoved the ugly piece of apple into his mouth. Unfortunately, he underestimated two things. What two things? Before Lin Fan could answer, the door to the ward was suddenly slammed open. It wasn't pushed open, it was slammed open. A crowd surged in, instantly turning the spacious VIP ward into a marketplace. Boss, which bastard is spreading rumors? I've just hired 300 online trolls to fight on the forum. If anyone dares to insult you, will make sure their ancestors won't have peace in cyberspace. Wang Pangpang led the charge, carrying 2 huge gift boxes labeled Centennial Wild Ginseng and Kidney Restoration Treasure. He was sweating profusely, clearly, having just come from a high-intensity keyboard war. Behind him, the classmates from Class 9 filed in one after another. Yi Zi remained expressionless but was holding a dripping mop, clearly having just physically purified some gossipers. Chun Xiaoyu adjusted her cracked glasses and pulled out a crumpled stack of paper. Class leader, I've calculated it. The IP addresses of the rumor spreaders are all in the dormitory area of grade 3 Gu In. Do you want me to stick some bad luck talismans on their dorms tonight? I guarantee they won't be able to drink cold water without getting choked. Even the usually timid girls gathered around, piling a bunch of snacks, fruits, and even trauma ointment on Lin Fan's bedside. Class leader, don't mind those idiots. Class 9 only recognizes you. Exactly, if it weren't for our class leader leading us to fight, Cough cough, leading us through the assessment, we would have been eliminated long ago. Whoever dares to touch the class leader, well, smash them with mechas. Looking at this group of indignant classmates, who even had a bit of a bandit vibe, Lin Fan's previously cold heart felt as though it was being soaked in warm water. This was the second thing he wanted to say. Wei Zongsheng underestimated the cohesion of this group of useless individuals in Class 9. In this Kunlun Academy, which revered elites and exquisite self-interest, Class 9 was the only anomaly. They were pulled out of the mire by Lin Fan. Anyone who wants to push Lin Fan back down would first have to ask whether their bricks or mechas agree. Enough, stop howling. Lin Fan scolded with a smile. Is this hospital your family's? It's giving me a headache. Though he was scolding, his tone was filled with laughter. Hee boss, it's just that we're worried about you. Wang Pangpang placed the gift boxes on the bedside table, winking. By the way, I heard that old white face from the Engineering Institute has left. He didn't do anything to you, right? If he dares to use extrajudicial means, I'll call my old man right now and cut off the rare metal supply to the Engineering Institute for the next quarter. It's fine, he not only didn't touch me but also sent me a big gift. Lin Fan glanced meaningfully out the window. In return, I also sent him a gift. The crowd didn't understand, but upon seeing Lin Fan's signature insidious smile, they all shivered and silently mourned for Wei Zongsheng for 3 seconds. In the evening, under Xia Ya's strong insistence, the doctor processed Lin Fan's discharge paperwork. Returning to Villa No. 1, Lin Fan did not rest but directly dove into the underground training room. The mental coordinate in his mind was still pulsating like a ticking bomb. The 12-winged self in the dream was temporarily suppressed, but the hunger trying to devour him grew stronger. He had to find a way to resolve this hidden danger. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the mat, closed his eyes, and plunged his consciousness back into the spiritual world. This time he did not passively wait to be pulled but actively built a defense. He recalled the mirror in the dream and the moment he shattered the mirror surface with desolation. Lin Fan had an epiphany. The essence of desolation is nothingness. It is eradication, stillness, the obliteration of all rules. Since that God wants to establish a connection, then I will erect an insurmountable wall at the end of the link. Construct the abyss. Lin Fan mobilized the pitch-black, desolate divine power within him, no longer releasing it outward, but compressing it inward. Around the edge of his sea of consciousness, where the mental coordinate was, he began to weave a layer of black membrane. This membrane was not meant to block, but to devour. Any spiritual tendril attempting to penetrate here would have its rule of transmitting information stripped away by this black membrane, turning into meaningless dead energy. Buzz. As Lin Fan's mental power concentrated intensely, that layer of black membrane gradually solidified, eventually transforming into a pitch-black, non-reflective mirror. Spiritual manifestation mirror of the abyss. At the moment the mirror was formed, Lin Fan clearly felt the thumping heartbeat that had been bothering him disappear. The world became tranquil. Huff. Lin Fan opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Although his face was pale, his eyes shone brighter than ever. He succeeded. He pressed the mute button on that god at the spiritual level with his own power. Although this was merely passive defense, at least for a short time, he didn't have to worry about being possessed or spied upon. Congratulations to the host for comprehending a new skill, mirror of the abyss. Passive active effect, passive immunity to mental attacks below level 3. Active activation can rebound a high-level mental shock, once cooldown time 24 hours. Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling the qualitative change in his mental power. Wei Zongsheng 001. You all can take your time playing. Now I am the true hunter. Just then the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Fan glanced at the surveillance camera, raising an eyebrow. Standing at the door was neither a classmate from Class 9 nor Xia, but an unexpected person. The old man who watched over the library. He was holding a jug of wine and grinning widely, revealing his yellow teeth. Kid, open the door. I'm here to collect the door fee you owe me. In the living room of the Tianzi No. 1 villa, the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. On the priceless leather sofa sat a slovenly old man wearing a tank top and flip-flops. He held his iconic wine flask in hand, unceremoniously propping his feet up on the tea table while scrutinizing the lavish decorations with a critical eye. Tisk tsk. Students these days are truly decadent. The old man muttered, taking a swig from his flask and shaking his head. Back when that person lived here, the room had nothing but a bed and walls covered in formulas. Not even a single chair. Lin Fan sat across from him, pouring a cup of tea for the old man, though the latter clearly preferred the contents of his flask, his eyes flickering with subtle movement. Senior, that person you mentioned. Was he the senior who lived here 10 years ago? Lin Fan keenly seized upon the clue. As the reward for the top freshman, the Tianzi No. 1 villa's occupant from a decade ago should be the madman mentioned in the archives. Senior. The old man let out a derisive snort. His murky eyes suddenly sharpened, piercing into Lin Fan like 2 blades. Kid, don't try to fish for information from me. Let's settle accounts first. The old man extended a withered finger, tapping it on the tea table. That door in the library is made of demon-repelling ebony specially crafted by the Celestial Workshop. Moth-proof, theft-proof, and divine power-proof. That shout of yours the other day didn't shatter it, but it cracked the seals inside. Repair cost 5,000 credits. 5,000. Lin Fan nearly leaped up. He had scraped together a mere 50,000 credits through desperate plundering in the freshman rankings. This old man was asking for a tenth of that with just a flick of his tongue. Too expensive. The old man cackled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. That door is a historical artifact. 18 years ago, some reckless brat kicked it open and he paid me 10,000. All things considered, you're still getting a bargain. 18 years ago. Lin Fan paused. That year marked his birth. Senior, the one who kicked the door 18 years ago. Was his surname Lin? Lin Fan ventured cautiously, his voice unconsciously tightening. The old man didn't answer directly. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Lin Fan and suddenly reached out to grab his wrist. The speed was astonishing. So swift that Lin Fan's vaunted omniscient vision couldn't even issue a warning before his wrist was caught in the old man's talon-like bony grip. Bone age 18, decent foundation, but a bit too many impurities. The old man kneaded Lin Fan's bones as if appraising livestock. Then a warm current surged along his meridians into Lin Fan's sea of consciousness, heading straight for the newly constructed mirror of the abyss. Alarmed, Lin Fan instinctively tried to counter, only to find his divine power turning as docile as a lamb before that warm current. The old man's movements halted. He seemed to see the pitch-black mirror in Lin Fan's sea of consciousness, a flicker of surprise flashing through his murky eyes. Interesting. So you know how to build defenses using rejection, the old man said, releasing his grip. His formerly cynical demeanor sobered, his tone turning grave. Kid, who taught you this trick? That drunkard Mo-chan? I figured it out myself. Lin Fan replied, rubbing his reddened wrist, his mind a storm of turmoil. This old man's strength was unfathomable. In that instant, Lin Fan felt as though he had been stripped bare before him. Figured it out yourself. The old man stared at Lin Fan for a long moment before suddenly sighing and slamming his flask onto the tea table. Sure enough, you're that brat's seed. That same maddening, keep every arm's length stubbornness is exactly the same. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. You know my father, Lin Xiao. Know him? How could I not? The old man grabbed his flask and took a long gulp, his gaze growing distant. 18 years ago, in this very room on a night just like this, that bastard named Lin Xiao came to swindle my saber manual with a bottle of fake liquor. He said he wanted to create a world without gods for his newborn son. The old man's voice carried a hint of mockery tinged with nostalgia. He died later, died without a trace. But before that, he left a book in the library saying that if his son ever earned level clearance on his own merit, the book should be given to him. Lin Fan's breath quickened. Where's the book? In the interlayer of the door he kicked open. The old man pulled out a yellowed notebook from his pocket and tossed it to Lin Fan. I went to fix the door earlier and grabbed it on the way out. Lin Fan's trembling hands caught the notebook. The cover bore no words, only a deep saber slash that exuded a sense of decisive, all-severing resolve. Open it and take a look. That's the blade he left for you. Lin Fan turned to the first page. There were no obscure formulas or arcane divine scripts. Only a single line of bold, forceful handwriting in ink. Feigner, if you're reading this, it means you've already stepped into this damned world. Your old man has nothing much to leave you, just one piece of advice. Gods aren't terrifying. What's terrifying are those who kneel. If the sky blocks your vision, then use your blade to poke a hole through it. The words brimmed with an overwhelming boldness and arrogance that instantly reddened Lin Fan's eyes. This was his father. Not the traitor Wei Zongxing spoke of, nor the dead man in the archives, but a living, breathing man who dared to draw his blade against the gods for his ideals. Senior. Lin Fan closed the notebook, took a deep breath, stood up and bowed deeply to the old man. Thank you. Don't thank me. I'm just a gatekeeper. The old man waved dismissively and rose to leave. Oh, and don't forget to transfer those 5,000 credits to my account. And the old man paused at the doorway, his back to Lin Fan. Mo Chen's mousetrap plan is decent, but he underestimated the Celestial Workshop's bottom line. Those lunatics in white coats would do anything to create gods. Be careful lately. That mirror in your head is impressive, but if it ever faces a true origin-level strike, it will shatter. Then what should I do? Lin Fan pressed. A mirror shatters because it's too rigid, the old man said, pushing open the door and vanishing into the night. Learn from a black hole. True defense isn't rejection. It's devouring. The door clicked shut. Lin Fan stood still, clutching his father's notebook tightly, as the old man's final words echoed in his mind. Not rejection, but devouring. He gazed at the mirror of the abyss in his sea of consciousness, lost in thought. Perhaps the ultimate form of annihilation wasn't to reduce all things to silence, but to absorb all things into oneself. That night Lin Fan didn't sleep. In the basement, he swung his Tang saber, the pointer over and over, striving to merge the saber intent from his father's notebook with the rules of annihilation. And in that moment, the 18-year-old truly took up the banner of his forebears. In the underground cultivation chamber of Villa No. 1, the air was thick with a suffocating dryness, as if all moisture had been drained in an instant. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the center of the alloy floor, his knees supporting a yellowed notebook that he had pried from a door crack. His father Lin Xiao's handwriting was as wild and unrestrained as the man himself. Each stroke seemed to tear through the paper as if severing something. Devour. That was the breakthrough strategy the old gatekeeper had offered. The abyssal mirror, though indomitable, was prone to shatter under the sheer might of true divinity. Mere defense would eventually crumble. Only by becoming like a black hole, swallowing light, sound, and even the very laws, could one achieve the ultimate form of annihilation. Lin Fan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Within his sea of consciousness, the dead black ocean began to seethe. He tried not to construct the mirror with his spiritual energy, but instead imagined collapsing a singularity deep within his soul. Devour. The annihilation sequence began to activate. At that moment, had anyone been present, they would have been horrified to see the light in the chamber warping in an eerie distortion. The specialized overhead lights remained lit, yet the rays they emitted stretched and twisted like noodles spiraling into Lin Fan's brow. Simultaneously, sound vanished. Not from silencing, but because the moment sound waves arose, they were forcibly captured by that voracious will. Lin Fan's face turned deathly pale. He had lost control. He had underestimated the hunger of sequence 000. When he voluntarily released the restraints, shifting the rule from erasure to devouring, this power surged like a school of sharks drawn to blood, not only consuming external energy, but also frenziedly draining Lin Fan's third-tier origin. The spiritual coordinate of subject 001, which had long lurked deep in his mind, now throbbed violently as if sensing the call of its kin. Thump, thump, the second heartbeat thundered in his ears. Lin Fan felt his consciousness plummeting into an abyss, his body seemingly tearing into countless atoms. He tried to stop, but the singularity had already formed, turning to devour its master. Blood dripped from his nose, dissipating midair before it could fall. Damn it, I've gone too far. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, attempting to sever the spiritual supply, but it was like plunging a hand into a meat grinder. Impossible to pull out. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of being swallowed by darkness, the heavy alloy door creaked open. A lithe figure rushed in, bringing with it the outside air. Was that the sound of waves? In this dead zone where even light was devoured, Lin Fan suddenly heard an ethereal humming. The voice was otherworldly, carrying a rhythm that soothed all turmoil like a stream of cool spring water, forcing its way into his exploding sea of consciousness. Sequence 076, Siren's Song. A cold, soft hand pressed against Lin Fan's burning forehead. "Shoo, calm down, you big idiot." The girl's voice held no divine intimidation, only a hint of helplessness and tenderness. With that whisper, a gentle yet tenacious spiritual force like a soft tide enveloped the raging black hole of annihilation. It did not resist, but like lulling a child to sleep, used a peculiar resonant frequency to pacify the greedy will bit by bit. Lin Fan felt as if he had been pulled from the deep sea, gasping as he reclaimed control of his body. The twisted light snapped back into place, and the chamber returned to brightness. With a thud, Lin Fan collapsed backward in exhaustion, but instead of hitting the hard floor, he fell into an embrace that smelled faintly of body wash. Xiaya knelt behind him, her hands still in the posture of channeling spiritual energy, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead. What had seemed like a simple soothing had drained her greatly. "Were you planning to tear down the house or tear yourself apart?" Xiaya looked down at the disheveled young man in her arms, asking with feigned irritation, her fingers gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan struggled to open his eyes, his vision still blurry, catching only the concern in her amethyst irises. "I wanted to try a new move, but this thing's appetite was too big." Lin Fan laughed bitterly, his voice hoarse as if he had swallowed sand. "If you hadn't come in time, I might have become fertilizer." Xiaya pursed her lips, not responding to his joke. The aura she had sensed outside the door was filled with destruction, and nothingness more unsettling than when facing subject 001. "The method the gatekeeper gave you is too radical," Xiaya said softly, her fingers threading through his sweat-soaked hair, soothing his chaotic energy. "Your body has reached the third tier, but your soul can't yet bear that level of devouring. You need a filter, or rather, an anchor." "An anchor," Lin Fan murmured, lost in thought. "Like a ship needs an anchor in a storm." Xiaya's voice was soft but firm. "Don't do dangerous experiments alone anymore. When I'm here, it'll be your anchor." Lin Fan paused, looking up at her. Her cheeks were pale from exhaustion, but her eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, the tenacity born of shared life-and-death experiences. He suddenly recalled that day in the hospital when Xiaya said she would be his accomplice. "All right," Lin Fan closed his eyes, letting the comforting feeling wash over him. "Next time, I'll bring you along." "But," Can you deduct the repair costs from my debt? Xiaya couldn't help but laugh, dissolving the tense atmosphere. In your dreams, she chided, tapping his forehead with her fingertip. 2 cracked floor tiles, 3 blown bulbs, and my mental distress fee. Another entry on the ledger. Debtor Lin. Listening to her rambling, Lin Fan's lips curled upward. At that moment, the terrifying heartbeat of Subject 001 in his mind seemed less piercing. For another steady heartbeat pressed against his back, real and warm. Perhaps this was what that old man Emo-chan called balance. Before devouring all things, one must first learn not to be devoured by all things. Morning. Wang Pangpang's specially made heart recovery porridge emitted an eerie green glow on the table. Lin Fan stared at the bowl of sticky paste, feeling it was more lethal than the mental contamination of an ancient god. Yet he pinched his nose and forced it down, his body severely drained after the previous night's ordeal. Xiaya was still catching up on sleep in the guest room. Lin Fan didn't disturb her. He simply hung a bag of freshly bought hot soy milk and steamed buns on the doorknob, then sat alone by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, opening his father Lin Xiao's notebook once more. Skipping the earlier pages filled with wild scrawls about blade techniques and venting emotions, Lin Fan's fingers stopped at the final pages of the notebook. The handwriting here became messy and hurried, as if hastily recorded in extreme danger. Nirvana is not destruction, it is returning to zero. But what comes after zero? The world abhors a vacuum. If you don't learn to control your appetite, you will be devoured by your own hunger. That old drunkard Emo-chan was right. We need a valve, or rather, a dam. Lin Fan frowned slightly. The old drunkard undoubtedly referred to Emo-chan, and the metaphor of a dam coincidentally matched the anchor point Xiaya had mentioned last night. In the corner of this page was a strange symbol. A triangle enclosed in a circle with a line of numbers scribbled beside it like a casual doodle: L0, 9S000. In the past, Lin Fan might have dismissed it as a bank card password or lottery number, but after obtaining the S-Class pass, he was all too familiar with this coding format. L stood for Library 09 for the Zone, S for security level, and 000 for a book number. Lin Fan closed the notebook, his gaze flickering. The clue left by his father pointed to a forbidden book in the school library. 10 minutes later, at the Kunlun Academy library. Since it was still class time, the place was as desolate as a haunted house. The elderly gatekeeper still lay on his rocking chair, a copy of Playboy covering his face, emitting steady snores. But the moment Lin Fan stepped through the entrance, the snores paused for a brief instant, before resuming their rhythm, as if nothing had happened. Lin Fan didn't expose the old man's pretense. He simply bowed respectfully and walked straight toward the S-Class forbidden book zone. Swipe the card, verify the iris scan, and the airtight door opened. Zone S had no bookshelves, only metal cubes floating in midair, each sealed with a dangerous tome capable of shattering an ordinary person's sanity. Lin Fan activated omniscient vision, his gaze sweeping rapidly over the cubes. L01, L05, L09. Found it. It was a cabinet in the farthest corner of Zone S, holding a lone thick book with a black cover. The title was Off-Putting High-Dimensional Energy Fluid Dynamics and the Theory of Flood Control Dam Construction. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. The title practically screamed tedium. If not for the coordinates guiding him, he would never have given it a second glance. He pressed his hand against the metal cube. Authorization passed, and the seal was lifted. The heavy book fell into his hands. Lin Fan opened the first page only to find it blank. He concentrated, a faint, almost imperceptible stream of data flickering in his eyes. Sequence 000, analyze. The pages before him seemed to come alive. On the blank paper, countless invisible inks began to appear, rearranging and forming patterns. Those dry, physical formulas twisted and deformed, eventually transforming into lines of familiar wild annotations, tinged with a faint scent of alcohol. This wasn't fluid dynamics at all. It was Emo-chan's private stash from back in the day. Hey, if you can see these words, it means you're either my offspring strike-through or that brute Lin Xiao's. If you flip to this page, it means you've already tried devouring and definitely got an upset stomach. Lin Fan, reading this cheeky tone, could almost picture Emo-chan's drunken face. He patiently read on. The essence of nirvana is a black hole. A black hole has no boundaries, so it expands infinitely. To avoid becoming a monster, you need to build a Dyson sphere within your consciousness to cage that black hole. Ordinary mental energy is like mud. It can't plug a black hole. You need a structure that can circulate. The next few pages were densely filled with complex geometric structural diagrams. It was a polyhedron composed of countless mental energy nodes, each requiring specific frequency resonance to maintain stability. The more Lin Fan read, the more shocked he became. This structural diagram bore an astonishing resemblance to the aerial view of Kunlun Academy. The teaching buildings, dormitory area, martial arts field, and even the Broken God's forbidden steel. All the landmark buildings had corresponding nodes on this diagram. This school itself was a massive mental energy ceiling array, Don't be surprised the school was built according to this blueprint. The handwriting on the page seemed to read Lin Fan's thoughts to suppress that big thing underground, referring to the 18th layer. We built this cage. Now I'll teach you the miniature version. Learn it and you can build a cage in your mind to lock away that greedy sequence of yours. Of course you'll need a key to activate this cage. The key should ideally be a living person. Someone you trust absolutely and whose spiritual frequency complements yours. Once you lose control, she will be your only break. Xia Ya's figure instantly flashed through Lin Fan's mind. The frequency of last night's siren song indeed perfectly matched this requirement. So that was it. The so-called anchor point was not just an emotional support but the core key to constructing the spiritual Dyson sphere. Just as Lin Fan was immersed in deciphering the diagram, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind. The sound was soft, but to Lin Fan's ears it was as clear as thunder. This wasn't the gatekeeper's footsteps. The old man walked without a sound. Someone had entered Zone S. Lin Fan closed the book without changing his expression, a subtle silence domain silently spreading to cover 3 meters around him. Being able to enjoy such a dull book. Young people these days have peculiar tastes. A slightly hoarse voice came from behind the bookshelf. Lin Fan turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, his hair was meticulously combed, and he carried a silver briefcase. Wei Zongsheng was gone, but the shadow of the Heavenly Workshop still lingered. The emblem on the man's chest was a hammer and an eye, the Heavenly Workshop's inspection department. I'm the new substitute teacher. You can call me Professor Li. The man smiled and pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting light to obscure his eyes. I heard that Lin Fan from Class 9 has a keen interest in physics. So fluid dynamics catches your fancy too. He was testing him. The outer cover of the book was fluid dynamics, but its true content was only visible with special ocular arts or sequences. If Lin Fan played along, it would be an admission that he could see the invisible. Lin Fan expressionlessly held up the book, pointing at the cover. Insomnia. Looking for the most boring book to knock me out. Any objections, Professor Li? Professor Li's smile froze for a moment. No objections. He slowly approached, his gaze fixed on the book in Lin Fan's hand, but this book is a rare copy, an asset of the Heavenly Workshop. Since student Lin only wants it for sleep, why not hand it over to me? I can get you something more interesting. The cards were on the table. They too knew about Mo Chen's legacy hidden in this book. Wei Zongsheng was the open threat. This man was covert. It seemed the virus in the tablet had worked, but the Heavenly Workshop wasn't completely blind. Lin Fan's fingers tightened slightly on the book, but his face broke into his trademark good-for-nothing grin. The Heavenly Workshop is stingy. Lin Fan casually shoved the book back into the metal cube, reactivating the seal. Since it's an asset, let it rot in the cabinet. I hate it when people try to take what's mine, even if it's trash I don't want. With that, without a glance at Professor Li, he stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked out of Zone S. Professor Li stood still, not stopping him. Only when Lin Fan's figure disappeared did he drop his smile and whisper into the miniature microphone at his collar. The target has accessed file L09. Unable to confirm if reading was successful. Recommend upgrading surveillance level. Or directly execute cleanup plan B. In the master bedroom on the 2nd floor of Tianzi Villa No. 1, the curtains were drawn tightly, blocking out the midday sunlight. The atmosphere in the room was peculiar. One might even say awkward. Lin Fan sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the structural diagram he had replicated from his mind, his gaze wandering restlessly. Opposite him, Xia Ya hugged a massive plush bear, eyeing him with wary suspicion. Are you saying? Xia Ya raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with disbelief. That you want to illegally construct a cage in your mind and have me go in as the warden? Lin Fan, I could hear that scheme of yours from next door. Lin Fan coughed, attempting to cloak this request, which sounded utterly perverse, in scholarly jargon. This is a spiritual Dyson sphere. Mo Chen's manuscript makes it clear the essence of the annihilation sequence is infinite entropy increase. In other words, a bottomless abyss. To avoid being devoured by it, one must construct a closed-loop structure using high-frequency spiritual energy to trap it. He pointed at Xia Ya, his expression grave. Your siren's song is the only power capable of resonating with my spiritual frequency without being consumed. You are the lock and the only one who can step into that cage. Xia Ya's face inexplicably flushed. She buried her chin into the plush bear's head, her voice muffled. So, it's spiritual dual cultivation. You make it sound so fancy. Lin Fan nearly choked on his own saliva. Although in principle it was indeed a profound merging of two spiritual entities, the impact of that word coming from a girl's lips was devastating. Don't misuse terms, Lin Fan said sternly. This is serious tactical cooperation. If it fails, I might become a drooling idiot, or just explode into fireworks. Upon hearing the consequences, Xia Ya's eyes instantly cleared. She tossed the plush bear aside, sat up cross-legged, and extended her hands. Give me your hands. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, then offered his palms. Their forehands met. The girl's palms were cool, yet her fingertips trembled slightly. Close your eyes, empty your mind, don't resist. Xia Ya's voice turned ethereal, as if a ballad drifting from a distant sea. Coming in. Boom. As the spiritual connection was established, Lin Fan felt as though the crown of his head had been ripped open. The annihilation sequence, which he usually suppressed with all his might, now lunged at the intruder like a starving wolf catching the scent of fresh meat, roaring with ferocity. Within the depths of his consciousness, the pitch-black sea of stillness erupted into towering waves. Countless dark tentacles writhed wildly, striving to crush and devour that faint violet radiance. Was this the sensation of losing control? Lin Fan gritted his teeth as cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He struggled to command those tentacles, but they refused to obey. Even a will of the third tier was as fragile as paper before the instinct of sequence 000. Don't be afraid. Just as Lin Fan was about to be engulfed by the darkness, that familiar voice echoed in the deepest recesses of his mind. This time there were no lyrics, only a pure high-frequency melody. The sound was not meant to attack, but to cut into the raging black torrent like precise scalpels. The faint violet light began to weave through the darkness. First the foundation, and then the pillars, finally the dome. Lin Fan was astonished to find that Xia Ya was building a house within his chaotic sea of consciousness, using her spiritual power. And it was no ordinary structure. It was a miniature model of Kunlun Academy. The teaching building was an energy node, the training ground, a buffer zone, and the library, the core prison. Drive that black thing inside. Xia Ya's voice carried a note of urgency. Quickly. A flash of insight struck Lin Fan. Seizing that moment of clarity, he mobilized every ounce of his spiritual power, forming an invisible giant hand that forcefully shoved the black sphere, the embodiment of the annihilation origin, into the still-constructing spiritual library. Crack. The faint violet light contracted sharply, transforming into chains of golden radiance that sealed the library's doors tightly. The world fell silent. The gnawing hunger that had perpetually accompanied Lin Fan like a starving specter miraculously vanished. In its place came an unprecedented fullness and tranquility. He could sense that the terrifying power still rampaged within the library, but every stray wisp of energy was filtered and purified by the violet shell, becoming a gentle stream that nourished his body. It was done. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open and he gasped for air. Opposite him, Xia Ya swayed and collapsed limply toward him. Quick as a flash, Lin Fan caught her by the shoulders. Xia Ya's face was deathly pale, as if she had just survived a severe illness, yet a triumphant smile curled at the corner of her lips. See, my renovation skills. Not bad, huh? Lin Fan looked at her frail form, and something soft in his heart was struck hard. He knew how perilous that had been. If Xia Ya had wavered even slightly, her spirit would have been utterly consumed by the annihilation, leaving her a vegetable. This girl had truly placed her life in his hands. Not bad, Lin Fan said, gently smoothing the disheveled hair plastered to her cheek, his voice unexpectedly tender. It's just, from now on, if I think of any mischievous thoughts, I won't be able to hide them from you, will I? Xia Ya forced one eye open and hummed softly. Of course. Your rent is. From now on, no secrets from me. With that, she could no longer hold on, her head lolled to the side, and she fell into a deep sleep in Lin Fan's arms. He remained motionless, letting the sunlight outside the window shift, gradually spilling over them both. He closed his eyes, feeling the radiant spiritual library in his mind. Within it was caged a beast, and the key lay in this girl's hands. Was this an anchor? The feeling wasn't bad at all. The afternoon sunlight finally pierced through the gaps in the curtains, casting golden beams of dust on the floor. Xia Ya was still asleep, her breath long and soft, occasionally nuzzling the pillow like a little cat. Lin Fan quietly tucked the blanket around her. Just as he turned to leave the bedroom, the metallic cube in his pocket, the universal key decoder, suddenly vibrated violently, feeling as hot as a freshly baked coal. Lin Fan frowned and hurried to the basement, locking the door behind him. As soon as he activated it, the cube floated into the air, transforming into a crimson mechanical eyeball that projected Mo Chen's anxious face, unshaven and full of worry. You little brat. Did you just tamper with the L09 file? Mo Chen's voice was low, the background filled with the clattering of keyboards, indicating that the old fellow was in a state of extreme busyness. The library's back-end data just flickered. Although it was only a 0.1 second fluctuation, that pack of mad dogs has already caught the scent. Lin Fan leaned against the wall, rubbing his still throbbing temples, his tone calm. I did tamper with it. Not only did I tamper with it, but I also encountered the mad dog you mentioned. Mo Chan in the holographic projection paused for a moment, his actions halted. Who did you meet? A middle-aged man who calls himself Professor Lee, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a gray trench coat, smiling like a salesman from a funeral home. Lin Fan recalled the man's features. He wanted to snatch that book, but I didn't give it to him. By the way, just a quick question, didn't you have some issues with aesthetics back in the day? The cover design of that book is simply anti-human. Emo-chan on the other end gasped, his previously flushed face instantly turning pale. Li Gue. Damn, the Tiangong Institute actually sent the gravedigger out. Emo-chan ruffled his messy hair, pacing back and forth. That guy isn't a professor. He's a cleaner from the inspection department specifically tasked with handling contaminants. Any book he targets ends up reduced to ashes. Any person he fixes his sights on ends up a specimen. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Is his name really Li Gue? What about Li Kue? Let's not play with references at this time. Emo-chan shot him a glance, then realized Lin Fan's demeanor was too calm. Wait, why aren't you panicking at all? Since you've met him and haven't been caught, it means you managed to bluff him. Sort of. Lin Fan shrugged. I used the resonance disguise you taught me combined with the acting skills of a physicist to make him think I was just a bookworm suffering from insomnia. As for the content of that book, I've already absorbed it all. The original book is still in the cabinet. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan's agitation slowly subsided, replaced by a strange gleam combining relief and calculation. You absorbed it? It seems your mental Dyson sphere is already constructed. Emo-chan, the former chief, instantly deduced the truth. That little girl Xia isn't dead, right? Alive and kicking, and she can still bite. That's good, that's good. Emo-chan returned to his chair, fingers flying over the keyboard, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you haven't been exposed, this will be easier to handle. Li Gue is extremely paranoid. Since he didn't get the book, he will definitely check the surveillance and residual traces. I can't hack into the surveillance. It's level physically isolated. Lin Fan reminded. Who said you should hack the surveillance? I mean, since he's looking for a ghost, let's create a ghost for him. Emo-chan chuckled, pressing the enter key. I just implanted a small program into the library's security system. In 5 minutes, the L09 file cabinet will automatically trigger an alarm indicating unauthorized intrusion and the residual energy wavelengths. I will disguise them as characteristics of the Ghost God group. Lin Fan instantly understood the old fox's plan, diverting the disaster eastward. You want the Tiangong Institute and the Ghost God group to tear each other apart. Not just dogs biting dogs. Emo-chan's eyes glimmered with a red light. Since Li Gue is here, it indicates that the Tiangong Institute's reboot of the God creation plan is imminent. He will definitely apply to retrieve that book for identification. And within the layers of that book. Hey, I left a big gift back then. A big gift. A logic virus targeting mental ability users. Emo-chan sneered. As long as he dares to use his mental power to deeply analyze that book, the virus will crawl into his nervous system, extracting all the secrets from his mind and sending them to me. At that time, who judges whom is still uncertain. Lin Fan looked at the smirking former chief researcher on the screen, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. These two, master and disciple, are responsible for acting as bait up front while digging pits and laying traps behind. The Tiangong Institute is really in for a terrible misfortune with this old and young duo. Alright, you should keep a low profile for now. Since the cage has been constructed, hurry up and digest that energy. Emo-chan said seriously. Li Gue has an undercover identity at school. It seems he is the new elective course teacher for theology and philosophy. Since you are the freshman chief, you can't escape this class. Lin Fan twitched his mouth. Are you saying I have to attend the lecture from the person who wants to turn me into a specimen tomorrow? Not just attend, but listen attentively and immerse yourself in it. Emo-chan closed the communication, leaving behind a meaningful remark. Remember, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Upgrading right under his nose is the greatest humiliation to him. The light and shadow dissipated. Lin Fan stood in the shadows of the basement, feeling the mental library in his mind operating smoothly. Due to Xia Ya's slumber, the library's doors were tightly shut, locking away all greed and hunger inside. Yet he could sense that with the emergence of the logic virus and Li Gue mentioned by Emo-chan, a silent war had already begun in the shadows of Kunlun Academy. He lifted his head, gazing at the ceiling. Tomorrow's elective course. Since I have to act, let's make it a grand performance. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the room in a lazy orange hue. Lin Fan sat on the carpet by the bed, staring blankly at a densely packed class schedule, when a subtle vibration suddenly resonated from the newly repaired mental library in his mind. The sensation was peculiar, as if someone gently knocked on a door within his mind. Awake! Lin Fan instinctively turned his head, locking eyes with a pair of light purple irises that had just opened, still carrying traces of sleepiness. Xia stretched like a cat, rubbing against the blanket, her originally smooth long hair now a chaotic mess. She stared blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds before sitting up abruptly, her first words being, I'm starving. I want to eat the spicy crayfish from that place in the west of the city, extra spicy, and please add 2 servings of noodles. Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Just a moment ago this girl was a saint who nearly lost her mind to save him, and now she had seamlessly switched to food-craving mode. You seem to be in good spirits, no need for medicine. Lin Fan closed the class schedule and pointed to the cold kanji on the bedside table, only the specially made heart recovery kanji from Wang Pongpong, eat it or not. Xiaya glanced disdainfully at the bowl of greenish mush, decisively shaking her head like a rattle drum, then jumped out of bed barefoot and leaned over to look at the class schedule in Lin Fan's hands. What are you looking at? Isn't tomorrow a day off? Theology and philosophy. When did you become interested in such nonsense classes? Because the teacher of this class wants to dig out my brain to make a specimen. Lin Fan spoke in a calm tone, as if he were merely stating that it would rain tomorrow. Xiaya froze in her movements. The remnants of her sleepiness vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling sense of oppression akin to a tsunami. That Professor Li. Xiaya's voice turned cold and the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees. Is he the one blocking you in the library? Lin Fan nodded, keenly sensing that the door to the library in his mind was tightly shut as the energy of annihilation within began to restlessly pound against the walls due to Xiaya's emotional fluctuations. If the anchor point is unstable, the energy will become agitated. Calm down, Miss Landlady. Lin Fan extended his hand and gently pressed it on Xiaya's head. Even though he is a pervert who wants to kill me, if your murderous aura is so heavy my brain will explode first. Xiaya took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart. She sat cross-legged in front of Lin Fan, her expression serious, as if she were holding a war meeting. So is tomorrow's class a banquet of the Hongs? Should we take the initiative? I can hypnotize him into a fool during class. No way. Lin Fan shook his head and briefly recounted the information provided by Mo-chan. Li Gue was the ace of the inspection department, best at psychological profiling and detecting abnormalities. If we act too aggressively or deliberately skip class, it would instead confirm that we have something to hide. Then what should we do? Are we just going to obediently listen to him lecture on how to turn people into specimens? Xiaya grumbled discontentedly. Not only do we have to attend, but we also have to act like normal brainless college students in their teens. Lin Fan's fingers lightly tapped on the class schedule, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. For a person like Li Gue, the most suspicious thing was perfection. If I appear calm, rational, and without a flaw, it would be the biggest flaw in his eyes. Xiaya tilted her head. So we need to put on a show. A show that makes him think this kid, although he has some talent, is ultimately just a fool blinded by hormones. Lin Fan looked at Xiaya, a playful smile appearing on his face. Tomorrow in class we need to have a big fight in front of the whole class. Ha! Xiaya's eyes widened, pointing at her own nose. A fight? Yes. I have already thought of the theme. Lin Fan seriously rambled on. We will perform a romantic crisis between a possessive wealthy girl and a stubborn poor boy who doesn't want to rely on others. Xiaya was stunned for a full 3 seconds before grabbing a pillow and smashing it hard into Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan, are you trying to take revenge on me for making you pay rent? Not at all, this is a tactic. Lin Fan caught the pillow, trying to explain. Think about it, if he is observing me and suddenly finds me red-faced arguing with you over trivial matters like who does the dishes or can I look at other girls, would he still think I have the depth to plan a divine project? This is called character dimension reduction strike. Xiaya glared at him furiously, but her clever mind turned around and she had to admit, although this tactic was underhanded, it was indeed effective. In the eyes of those old schemers, a love-struck brain equals a brainless individual. Fine. Xiaya gritted her teeth and agreed, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Since we are acting, we must go all out. If you dare to mess up my performance tomorrow, I will really lock your brain, and you will be a vegetable for life. Deal. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, but watching Xiaya eagerly preparing as if brewing some big move, he suddenly had a foreboding. Tomorrow's class might be even harder to endure than facing a divine calamity. By the way, Xiaya suddenly shifted the topic, stretching her feet in front of Lin Fan, shaking her white little feet. Since it's for the task, can the crayfish now be considered as task funds? Lin Fan looked at her side helplessly and took out his phone. Extra spicy, add 2 servings of noodles, right? Kunlun Academy, West District, Lecture Hall 3. This was a large multimedia classroom capable of seating 300 people, yet every single seat was occupied. Not only the unruly troublemakers from Class 9, but also Ji Chongkong from Class 1, Wang Tai from Class 3, and even several senior students were crammed into the back rows. Everyone wanted to see just who this new Professor Li was, someone who could transform theology and philosophy, a cold, unpopular course meant only for earning credits, into a compulsory subject. On the podium, a middle-aged man in a gray trench coat was organizing his teaching materials. He wore rimless gold-rimmed glasses, his hair was meticulously combed, and a gentle scholarly smile hung on his lips, making him look like nothing more than a pedantic old academic. But Lin Fan, sitting in the corner of the last row, had palms drenched in cold sweat. Omniscient sight activate. In his field of vision, the air around that man was not empty. Instead it was layered with a viscous gray, decaying aura like formaldehyde. These auras were formless yet seemed alive, greedily licking at the spiritual fluctuations emitted by every student in the air. Li Gui, codename Undertaker, the ace executioner of the Heavenly Works Institute's audit department specializing in physical removal. This old bastard's scent is even more pungent than that tyrannosaur in the basement. Lin Fan commented silently in his heart, but on the surface, he kept his head down, feigning drowsiness, twirling a cheap gel pen in his hand. Xiaya, sitting beside him, had deliberately changed into a conspicuous Chanel haute couture suit today, with the latest Patek Philippe watch dangling from her wrist, exuding the aloof aura of a wealthy heiress. At that moment she was staring at Li Gui on the podium, her hand under the table, viciously pinching Lin Fan's thigh. Ow! Lin Fan hissed, lowering his voice. Landlady, the show hasn't even started yet. This is personal revenge. Shut up. Xiaya looked straight ahead, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. I'm nervous. That guy glanced at me just now, and I felt like my scalp was being sliced open by a scalpel. Relax, remember the script. Lin Fan calmly pried her mischievous hand away. You are the heiress with inheritance rights to the entire eastern coastline defense line. He is the gold digger who takes your allowance while pretending to be aloof. Remember that sense of superiority. Let it overpower the fear. Xiaya took a deep breath, the panic in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a glint of what could only be called willfulness. Classmates, let's begin. Li Gui on the podium lightly tapped the blackboard. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced clearly into everyone's eardrums. That voice carried a strange magnetism that made one involuntarily want to obey. Today our discussion topic is the vessel of the soul. Li Gui turned and wrote a huge character for prison on the blackboard. In the field of theology, the physical body is often seen as the prison of the soul. On the path of genetic evolution, we continuously break genetic locks, but in reality we are reinforcing this prison, preventing the soul from overflowing due to excessive power. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold gleam, his gaze slowly sweeping across the classroom, as if selecting lambs for slaughter. So I would like to ask a classmate to answer. If the mass of the soul exceeds the limit of its vessel, what will happen? For example, those who try to touch the forbidden realm of the gods. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone felt an inexplicable chill. Li Gui's gaze finally settled on the corner. That male student twirling his pen. I hear you are this year's freshman valedictorian and the only possessor of rank authority. Classmate Lin Fan, would you care to answer? Here it was. Lin Fan's fingers paused and the rapidly spinning gel pen clattered onto the desk. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. Ji Chongkong was watching with schadenfreude, arms crossed, while Fatty Wong was frantically signaling Lin Fan from the front. Lin Fan slowly stood up, his expression somewhat stiff, his eyes flickering, looking exactly like a poor student caught off guard after being called on by the teacher. Professor, I think. Lin Fan stammered, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Xiaya beside him. Well, if the vessel is broken, can't we just get a new one? The entire class burst into laughter. Get a new one? The smile on Li Gui's lips deepened, but his eyes turned even icier. Classmate Lin's idea is very interesting. But the soul has memory. If you change the vessel, are you still you? He stepped down from the podium one step at a time, closing in on Lin Fan. With each step, the invisible spiritual pressure intensified. Or rather, is the soul currently in your body truly your own? Or have you stolen something from someone else? The cards were on the table. He was probing. He was using high-frequency spiritual waves to stimulate Lin Fan's sea of consciousness, trying to trigger the instinctive counterattack of nirvana. If Lin Fan showed even a hint of that greedy, devouring aura, Li Gui would immediately confirm his target, followed by a thunderous strike. The spiritual library within Lin Fan's mind shook violently. The black tide locked inside howled madly, wanting to break through the gate and devour the provocateur in one gulp. Hunger. Extreme hunger. Deep within Lin Fan's pupils, a dark, gloomy black was rapidly spreading. At this critical moment, slap, a crisp sound of a hand hitting the table echoed through the classroom. Xiaya suddenly stood up, her movements so forceful that she swept the textbook in front of her onto the floor. Lin Fan, what exactly do you mean? The girl's piercing voice instantly tore apart the terrifying atmosphere Li Gui had created. Everyone was stunned. Even Li Gui paused in his steps, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiaya pointed at Lin Fan's nose, her eyes rimmed with red, her face full of grievance and anger. The professor is asking you a question. Why do you keep looking at me? Are you feeling guilty? Are you still thinking about that text message that Vixen sent you? Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment, then his inner actor took over. The panic on his face instantly turned into mortified anger, the embarrassment of being publicly exposed portrayed with vivid authenticity. What's wrong with you? Lin Fan lowered his voice, grinding his teeth. This is class. Can we talk about this later? Later you'll just lock yourself in the basement, pretending to cultivate. Xiaya's voice grew louder, tinged with tears. Who was it that knelt in the rain begging me to lend you points to buy potions? Now that you're the freshman valedictorian, your wings are strong, and you find me annoying, right? The whole class was in an uproar. Well, this is juicy. So Lin Fan's potions were bought with his girlfriend's money. I knew it. How could someone from the slums afford so many contraband? This gossip is the real deal. Fatty Wong's chips scattered all over the floor as he watched the scene dumbfounded. How come he didn't know Lin Fan had such a romantic history of kneeling in the rain? Li Gui stood in the aisle, his brow furrowed so tightly it could kill a fly. The spiritual pressure he had carefully built was completely shattered by this sudden melodrama. Enough! Lin Fan slammed the table, his face red and neck thick as he roared, "Xia, you don't pull this on me. I used your points, but I kept a record. I didn't sell myself to you. You did sell yourself to me." Xia was unyielding, pulling a stack of bills from her bag and throwing them in Lin Fan's face. "Even your underwear was bought by me. Every part of you from head to toe is mine. And now you're pretending to be all profound in front of the professor playing the big bad wolf." The flying bills fell like snowflakes, one of them lightly landing on Li Gui's shoulder. Li Gui instinctively picked it up. On it was written men's cotton underpants, large unit, price 39.9 yuan. Remark exclusive for Lin Fan. Li Gui. His face, which had maintained an air of unfathomable mystery, finally showed a crack. He had imagined countless possible reactions from Lin Fan. Perhaps calm rebuttal, perhaps panic, perhaps even violent assault. But the last thing he expected was to become the backdrop for a family melodrama. At this moment, the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Lin Fan were no longer the unfathomable stillness, but a chaotic mess stirred up by hormones, shame, and anger. Was this the seed that Emo-chun had his eye on? Was this the dangerous figure recorded in the Heavenly Works Institute's class files? The murderous intent in Li Gui's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a faint contempt and disappointment. Just a mediocre talent entangled by worldly emotions and financial ties. With this kind of character, he could never bear the weight of divine authority. "You too." Li Gui cleared his throat, trying to regain control of the class, his voice tinged with impatience. "If you have domestic matters to settle, please settle them outside. Don't disrupt others in their pursuit of truth." "Fine, well, leave." Xia grabbed her bag and shot a fierce glare at Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, if you don't explain to me today who this junior is, don't even think about coming back to the villa. Go sleep on the streets." With that, she stomped out of the classroom in her high heels, fuming. Lin Fan stood there, his face alternating between pale and red. Finally, he violently scratched his hair and bowed to Li Gui. "Sorry, Professor, I need to go calm her down." With that, he grabbed his backpack and chased after her like a deserter. The classroom instantly erupted in cheers and whistles. Li Gui watched the two disappearing figures but did not stop them. He reached out, picked up the underwear bill from his shoulder, and a wisp of gray flame flickered at his fingertip, burning it to ashes. "It seems I overestimated you, son of Lin Xiao." Li Gui muttered to himself, adjusted his glasses, and turned back to the podium. "Since you're just a child who hasn't been weaned, there's no need to issue a removal order. However, that girl's spiritual power is somewhat interesting." Outside the classroom, at the end of the corridor, Lin Fan and Xia ran all the way until they reached an empty equipment room where they finally stopped. "Pant! Pant!" Xia leaned against a mat, breathing heavily, her cheeks flushed from the intense acting. "How was it? My performance? Explosive, right? That line, 'even your underwear was bought by me,' wasn't it a killing blow?" Lin Fan leaned against the door, using his omniscient sight to confirm that Li Gui hadn't followed and that no spiritual power was locked onto them. He let out a long sigh of relief. His back was completely soaked. In that moment when Li Gui approached, the nirvana sequence in his mind had nearly spiraled out of control. Without Xiaoya's seemingly chaotic but actually high-frequency emotional outburst that disrupted the psychic field, he might have already been exposed. A killing blow. Absolutely an Oscar-worthy performance. Lin Fan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled wryly. "But didn't you ad-lib a bit? Who is this junior? And when did I ever kneel in the rain begging you?" Xia proudly lifted her chin like a victorious rooster. "Art imitates life, you know. If I didn't make you sound so pathetic, how would I come across as such a domineering benefactor? How would I make that perverted professor think you're a kept man?" Lin Fan shook his head helplessly, but a glint of gratitude flashed in his eyes. "Thanks for that. Li Gui's spiritual power is corrosive. If you had been a second later, my spiritual library wouldn't have been able to contain that thing. I sensed it." Xia dropped her playful demeanor and pointed to her temple. "When my spiritual tendrils touched him in the classroom, it felt like touching a cold, dead corpse. Lin Fan, that guy has definitely killed a lot of people and he enjoys the process." Lin Fan's eyes sharpened as he looked through the equipment room's blinds towards the teaching building in the distance. "You won't touch me for now. In his eyes, I'm just a worthless loser with worldly weaknesses. This contempt is our greatest shield." Lin Fan clenched his fist, feeling the power within him. Filtered by Xia Ya's spiritual energy, now docile and pure. Now it's our turn to strike back. What's your plan? Xia Ya asked. Lin Fan pulled the metal cube decoder from his pocket, a cold sharp curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He likes to explore souls, doesn't he? Then I'll send him a soul gift package. Lin Fan pointed to the pen that had fallen in the classroom earlier. During the act, I planted the seed of the logic virus that Emo-chan gave me under his podium. Xia Ya's eyes widened. When? I didn't see it. Right when you threw the bills in my face. Lin Fan shrugged. Everyone was focused on the price of the underwear. Who would notice a pen that rolled under the podium? Xia Ya stared blankly for a few seconds, then let out a snicker. Lin Fan, you are truly treacherous. Thank you for the compliment, landlady. Lin Fan straightened his disheveled collar. Come on, to celebrate our successful performance, I'll treat you to crawfish. My treat this time. 2 servings of noodles. Even 3 is fine. Sunlight streamed through the blinds, casting light over them, sweeping away the shadows from moments ago. But they both knew this was only the brief calm before the storm. The true game of hunting had only just begun. In the world of crayfish in Songnan City, there is a saying, if you haven't tasted the 13 spices from ant fat, then your youth is incomplete. At this moment, the small shop filled with the flavor of the market is bustling with voices. The mixed aromas of oil smoked chili and malt from beer create the most authentic human warmth. At a greasy little table in the corner, 2 protagonists who had just performed a wealthy family drama at Kunlun Academy are clumsily battling with a bowl of red crustaceans in front of them. Hiss. So spicy. But it feels so good. Xia Ya, without any semblance of a young lady, had her long fingers smeared with red oil, her lips reddened from the spice, resembling someone who had just applied a dangerous poison. She gasped for breath while directing Lin Fan, who was sitting opposite her. Hey, the one that looks meaty, peel that one for me. Lin Fan, wearing disposable gloves, moved with the skill of a surgeon. Crack. Remove the head. Squeak. Remove the shell. Pop. A complete-shaped shrimp ball fell into Xia Ya's bowl. I say, Miss Landlord. Lin Fan sighed helplessly while peeling the shrimp. Did you exert too much force in the classroom just now? I'm currently looking at my phone, and there are already over 10 posts on the school forum discussing whether I'm being kept by you. Is being kept a bad thing? Xia Ya stuffed a shrimp ball into her mouth, her cheeks puffed as she mumbled, how many people want to eat off my plate and still can't get in line? Besides, this is called tactical deception. That Li Gui must think you're a pretty boy obsessed with beauty and lacking ambition, so the safety factor is off the charts. Lin Fan shook his head, not rebutting. Indeed, although that scene was embarrassing, it was highly effective. He could sense that the cold gaze belonging to the gravedigger that had lingered on his back disappeared once they left the classroom. For the group of self-proclaimed rational maniacs in the Tiangong Institute, uncontrollable emotions are the greatest weakness. A genius with weaknesses is far more reassuring than a perfect machine. But Lin Fan suddenly stopped, his gaze falling on Xia Ya's slightly trembling left hand. What happened to your hand? Xia Ya was taken aback and instinctively tried to hide her hand under the table. It's nothing. Maybe I just hit the table too hard and it went numb. Don't move. Lin Fan's voice grew a bit deeper. He took off his gloves, reached across the table, and grasped Xia Ya's wrist. Her touch was cold, even with an abnormal stiffness. All-seeing vision microanalysis. In Lin Fan's view, the previously smooth spiritual circuits within the girl now resembled a tangled mess. Especially at the edge of her sea of consciousness, several gray subtle cracks were faintly appearing. A stress response from high-level spiritual oppression. Although Li Gui did not directly act, his inherent aura of death rules was like standing naked at the center of a nuclear radiation zone for the exceptionally perceptive Xia Ya. The roar of anger she unleashed in the classroom was not merely performance. It was the result of exhausting her spiritual energy to break through that fear. You're injured, Lin Fan frowned. Why didn't you say anything? It's just a minor injury. Xia Ya turned her head awkwardly, her ears slightly red. If I can't withstand this little pressure, how can I be your anchor? Moreover, if I hadn't exploded like that, just now your black hole might not have been contained, right? Lin Fan fell silent. Indeed, at that moment his desolation sequence had been pushed to the brink of losing control by Li Gui. It was Xia Ya who forcibly interrupted the resonance in an almost self-destructive manner. This girl, usually loud and fond of eating and making noise, was always more ruthless when it mattered. Lin Fan sighed, not letting go of her hand but instead closing his eyes. Don't move, I'll help you sort things out. A faint but exceptionally pure spiritual energy flowed through the skin where they touched. This was not the devouring power of desolation, but the most gentle non-attribute thought power filtered through the mental Dyson sphere. Xia Ya felt a warm current surge into her wrist, instantly spreading throughout her body. The sharp pain deep within her brain faded rapidly under the soothing warmth, like ice and snow melting away. Is this the power of the third-tier lighthouse realm? No, it's not just power. Xia Ya looked at Lin Fan, who was concentrating with closed eyes in astonishment. She could feel that Lin Fan's spiritual energy was not forcibly repairing her injuries but guiding her. Like a patient teacher holding a student's hand, teaching her how to draw runes stroke by stroke. The essence of the siren sequence is frequency. Lin Fan's voice resonated directly in her mind. Your previous method was too crude, like shouting into a loudspeaker. True sound has shape. Shape. Imagine when you're peeling shrimp. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, picked up a small crayfish. If you squeeze it with brute force, the shell will break and the meat will be ruined. You need to find that node and give it a gentle squeeze. Pop. Another perfect piece of shrimp meat jumped out. Spiritual energy is the same. Although Li Gui's oppressive aura is strong, he is like this hard shell. You don't need to use a louder voice to fight against him. You need to find the gaps in his spiritual energy field and then slip in and shatter it. Lin Fan's finger lightly traced a circle on Xia Ya's palm. This is resonance. It's also the next step we need to practice. Synchronization. Xia Ya stared blankly at Lin Fan. Surrounded by noisy diners, the air filled with the aroma of 13 spices, and uncle at the next table was still playing drinking games. But at this moment she felt as if the world had quieted down. Only the warmth from his palm was real and scorching. Is this what he and Emo-chan have come up with? Not merely a simple accumulation of power, but a deconstruction of rules and essence. I think. Xia Ya suddenly withdrew her hand, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She hurriedly grabbed the ice cola in front of her and gulped. I think you seem particularly like a con artist right now. Or one who is very good at deceiving girls. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, putting his gloves back on. Thank you for the compliment. But tuition still needs to be paid, so you treat this meal. Cheapskate. Xia Ya glared at him, but the smile at the corners of her mouth couldn't be suppressed. She felt her once heavy brain now felt incredibly light, and even the bottleneck that had been stagnant in her body seemed to have loosened slightly. At Villa No. 1 late at night. The moonlight poured in like water, illuminating the empty living room. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with no lights on. Dozens of small steel balls floated around him, moving in an extremely complex trajectory in chaos, yet miraculously avoiding collision. This is his fine control training of divine speech command. Since Xia Ya became his anchor, he dared to release more spiritual energy in a non-combat state. Deep in his mind, the grand mental library was operating smoothly, transforming the greedy roars of the desolation sequence into a continuous source of power. How does it feel? Footsteps approached from behind. Xia Ya, dressed in pajamas and hugging a pillow, came over and naturally sat on the carpet beside him. Better than ever. Lin Fan's fingers moved slightly and dozens of steel balls instantly hovered, arranging themselves into a perfect Mobius strip. Although Li Gui is a nuisance, his probing today actually helped me confirm something. What? My disguise is effective. As long as I don't actively expose my devouring characteristics in their eyes, Imagenius with dual sequences hearing divine speech. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a glint. And this gives me time to develop. Xia Ya yawned, resting her head on her knees, looking sideways at him. What about your logic virus? Will he pick up that pen? Lin Fan's lips curled into a playful smile. He definitely will. The gravedigger Li Gui is inherently suspicious, has obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and is extremely arrogant. He burned your bill before leaving the classroom, indicating he cannot tolerate any garbage appearing in his territory. That pen rolling under the podium is like a grain of sand in his eyes. Not only will he pick it up, but he will also repeatedly check with his spiritual energy to confirm if it's some kind of dangerous item. And once his spiritual energy permeates, beep beep beep. At that moment, the black communicator Lin Fan placed on the floor suddenly lit up with a red light. It was Emo-chen's exclusive emergency frequency. Lin Fan and Xia Ya exchanged glances, their eyes sharpening instantly. Connect. A holographic projection popped up, but this time it was not the drunken face of Emo-chan, but a stream of rapidly flowing green code, accompanied by a harsh electric sound. Ahem, I am Emo-chan. The old man's voice sounded somewhat excited yet suppressed. Kid, you guessed right. That fish took the bait. Just 3 minutes ago, a tiny gap appeared in the internal network of the Tiangong Institute, originating from Li Gui's personal terminal. Although it was only a few seconds, I captured a keyword. The code flow suddenly stopped, gathering into a line of blood-red text. Task change. Target Lin Fan's removal is temporarily postponed. Priority adjustments level. Activate backup plan. God's funeral exercise. God's funeral. Xia Ya gasped. That name sounds ominous. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. It seems they don't plan to directly assassinate. They want to play a big game. Emo-chen's voice continued. Besides, I've also intercepted a coordinate. It's located in the 4th forbidden zone at the back mountain of the school. Isn't that an abandoned mine? Xia Ya asked in confusion. We had a barbecue there last time. It used to be a mine, but now. Lin Fan stood up, walked to the window, and looked toward the back mountain. In the night, the continuous mountain range resembled a slumbering giant faintly exuding a chilling aura. That place may have already turned into a grave prepared for us. Lin Fan turned back to look at Xiaya. Are you ready, Miss Landlord? It seems our campus life is about to become exciting again. Xiaya hugged her pillow tightly, her face slightly pale, but her gaze was exceptionally firm. As long as you remember to waive my rent, I can go anywhere. Lin Fan smiled. Deal. The morning at Kunlun Academy was usually heralded by the reveille and the cacophony of Mo Chen's grating voice over the broadcast. Today, however, a sharp and urgent air raid siren shattered the tranquility. Wailing sirens pierced the air. Red signal flares burst above the academy, staining the dim sky into a grim blood-red hue. Inside the heavens #1 villa, Lin Fan's eyes snapped open the instant the alarm sounded. In that moment, all traces of drowsiness vanished, replaced by an impenetrable abyss of darkness in his gaze. Here it comes. He rolled out of bed, ignoring his uniform, and opened a hidden compartment beneath the bed. Inside lay a tang saber crafted from deep-sea mystic silver, named the Pointer. The scabbard was cold, faintly radiating a bloodthirsty craving. Besides the blade, there were 4 vials of high-purity azure recovery potions and several modified noise grenades that looked like ordinary power banks. Since the Heavenly Works Institute was determined to overturn the table for real, he had to prepare his own utensils. 10 minutes later, at the Central Plaza, thousands of new and returning students assembled in class formations. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive, the usual laughter and horseplay completely absent. Everyone sensed a whiff of gunpowder in the air today. On the podium, Principal Li Daoyi was absent. Standing at the center was a man in a gray trench coat with gold-rimmed glasses. Li Gui. He held no lesson plans today, but instead carried a black briefcase. Lin Fan recognized it. Yesterday at the library, this fellow had used it to try and confiscate the L09 file. Good morning, students. Li Gui's voice, amplified across the venue, remained gentle and refined, yet it sent chills down their spines. I apologize for disturbing your sweet dreams, but true warriors need no sleep. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping nonchalantly over Class 9's formation, pausing on Lin Fan for less than half a second. Per superior orders to address the increasingly dire border situation, the Academy has decided to initiate a special combat exercise codenamed Divine Burial. Location No. 4 Forbidden Zone, Godfall Grand Canyon. At these words, a collective gasp arose from the audience. Damn, the 4th Forbidden Zone. Wasn't that sealed off long ago? I heard the magnetic field there is chaotic, even compasses fail. And it's near the eastern coastline, often infiltrated by those unclean things. Lin Fan stood at the front of the formation, listening to the murmurs, his brow slightly raised. Near the coastline, he instinctively glanced at Xiaya beside him. This young lady of the Eastern Xia family was frowning, clearly aware of the location's sensitivity. Silence. Li Gui raised his hand, pressing his palm downward. An invisible wave of spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire venue. An absolute suppression from a higher rank. All whispers ceased in an instant. This exercise is no longer a game. We will deploy live ammunition and... Li Gui paused, a cruel smirk curling at his lips. We have intelligence that a batch of rats from across the sea has slipped into our backyard amid the magnetic turbulence. So the mission for this exercise is simple: eliminate them. Kill a first-order rat for 10 points, second order 100 points, third order 1,000 points plus a school-level commendation. Of course, if you get eaten by the rats, it only proves you're not even fit to be fertilizer. Dead silence fell over the crowd. This was no longer an exercise. It was a war mobilization. Lin Fan keenly caught the implications in Li Gui's words. Rats from across the sea. The Cherry Blossom Nation's Oni division. Was the Heavenly Works Institute aiming to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Eliminating him as an uncontrollable factor in the chaos while using students to drain the invaders' strength. What a shrewd move. Lin Fan sneered inwardly. But who's the hunter and who's the rat remains to be seen. Half an hour later, 10 black-painted heavy troop airships slowly ascended, racing southeast. Class 9 was assigned to the 3rd airship. Inside the cabin, Wang Pang nervously strapped on his repaired T-600 exoskeleton armor, muttering under his breath, "Blessings from the Supreme Lord, God bless. Please don't let us run into that freak who kicks gravity around like a ball again. Fatty, stop shaking, the armor's resonating with you." Lin Fan sat by the window, gazing through the thick bulletproof glass at the rapidly retreating wilderness below. As the airship flew eastward, the landscape began to warp eerily. The once yellow grass turned gray-black and trees twisted into grotesque shapes, as if frozen in an instant by searing heat. A faint purple mist began to permeate the air. That's the Godfall Grand Canyon. Xiaya had somehow moved to sit beside Lin Fan, holding a tablet displaying a complex holographic map. 10 years ago, a deity's severed arm fell here. Though the main body was recovered, residual divine radiation altered the terrain. She pointed to a red line on the map's edge. This is less than 300 kilometers from the coast. If Oni division operatives have infiltrated there likely after that thing. That thing. Lin Fan turned. Rumor has it that not just an arm fell but also a drop of divine blood. Xiaya lowered her voice. That blood was never found. They say even an ordinary person drinking it could instantly unlock their gene lock, even directly create a demigod. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Divine blood. If such a thing truly existed, the Oni division's risky infiltration made sense. And the Heavenly Works Institute's choice to launch divine burial here was likely for the same prize. Just then the airship shuddered violently. Boom! The cabin lights went out instantly, red alarm lights flashing wildly. What's happening? Hit a bird. Impossible. This is a military airship. It could crash into a mountain and be fine. Before anyone could react, the pilot's terrified voice came over the radio, encountering strong electromagnetic interference. Engines dead. Repeat, engines dead. Initiating emergency landing. A sudden feeling of weightlessness struck. The massive airship, like a stone losing buoyancy, plunged toward the purple mist-shrouded canyon below. Screams erupted in the cabin. Don't panic. In the darkness, Lin Fan's voice rang out like a stabilizing anchor. He stood abruptly, activating his omniscient vision at full power. In his field of vision, the purple mist below held no electromagnetic storm, but rather a massive net woven from invisible threads. That wasn't a natural phenomenon. It was a trap of spiritual power materialized. Li Gui, you old fox, you won't even let us land safely. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. He grabbed the handrail and shouted, Everyone, activate exoskeleton magnetic adhesion. Fatty, get to the front and deploy the shield. Xiaya, sonic cushioning. Roger. Despite the panic, Class 9 had developed muscle memory under Lin Fan's long-term bandit-style training. Wang Pang instantly activated his armor, a pale yellow energy shield flaring at the nose. Xiaya took a deep breath and emitted a high-frequency sonic wave, invisible to the naked eye, attempting to neutralize the falling momentum. Just as the airship was about to impact the ground. Decree, light. Lin Fan, enduring a sharp pain in his throat, uttered a brief syllable. In that instant, the gravity rules within the cabin were forcibly twisted for 0. 5 seconds. The impact force which would have crushed them into pulp was reduced to a heavy jolt during that 0. 5-second buffer. Boom. Creak. The airship gouged a 100-meter-long trench across the gravel riverbed before finally halting, smoking and blackened. Apart from a few unlucky ones with bumped heads, most miraculously survived. Cough. We made it. Wang Pang crawled out of his twisted armor, dazed with post-survival disbelief. Lin Fan kicked open the deformed hatch and leaped down first. The air was thick with a nauseating, sweet, sickly scent. The characteristic odor of concentrated divine radiation. But he paid it no mind. His gaze locked onto the distant mist. In his omniscient vision, over a dozen heat sources, red to black, were converging on their location at alarming speed. Moreover, farther away, atop a skull-shaped mountain peak, Lin Fan spotted a figure. The man wore a gray trench coat and gold-rimmed glasses, overlooking the crash site from above, holding a steaming cup of coffee. Li Gui. He stood like a noble watching gladiators enter the arena, his gaze cold and mocking. Welcome to hell, students. Lin Fan seemed to hear the man's whisper in his ears. The next second, swoosh. A pitch-black arrow tore through the mist, silently embedding itself at the feet of Chen Xiaoyu, who had just crawled out of the hatch. The arrow's fletching still trembled, made not of bird feathers, but of some unknown creature's black hide. Enemy attack! Lin Fan roared, drawing his Tang saber in a silver arc that sliced through a second black arrow aimed at Xia, severing it midair. Clang. The crisp sound of metal echoed through the empty canyon. The mist parted. A group of strange figures in black bodysuits and Hanya masks emerged like ghosts from the rubble. They carried not guns but uniform short blades and blowguns. On their chests was embroidered a bizarre blood-red cherry blossom. The Oni division. Looks like Professor Li not only prepared an exam for us but also brought the real deal. Lin Fan licked his dry lips, the long-suppressed madness in his eyes no longer concealed. Everyone get ready. Since they're here, don't let them leave alive. Class 9, it's feeding time. Baka. A roar thick with shock and fury exploded across the rocky shore. A ghost god unit assassin, his face concealed behind a Hanya mask, was hurtling backward in an unnaturally twisted posture. His steel katana lay shattered. Only half remained its cut edge mirror smooth. Lin Fan slid his blade back into its scabbard, the motion so swift it left a silver afterimage trembling in the air. Is that all you can utter? Was your foreign language elective taught by the P.E. instructor? Lin Fan stood atop a massive boulder, gazing down with detached calm upon the dozen-odd black-clad figures below. His tone was as light as strolling through a vegetable market. yet his eyes were colder than glacial ice. At his feet, the unfortunate assassin choked and gurgled, clutching his throat. Lin Fan's earlier strike had not only severed the man's blade, but also shattered his laryngeal cartilage with the flat of the sword. Kill him. For the Emperor. The Ghost God Unit's squad leader proved unshaken. Not cowed by Lin Fan's swordsmanship, but enraged by his comrade's injury. At his command, the remaining operatives fanned out, instantly unleashing blow darts and kunai in a torrential barrage toward Class 9's position. Wang Pang Pang, raise your shield. Xiaya. At 10 o'clock, sonic blast. Without turning, Lin Fan issued the order. Got it. Looks like I'd better show off a little. Otherwise this mech would be deeply offended. Wang Pang Pang roared, and his T-600 exoskeleton thundered with hydraulic force. He did not retreat. He surged forward, instead hoisting his left arm alloy tower shield like a heavy tank charging headlong. Clang, clang, clang. Those kunai, capable of piercing bulletproof vests, struck the shield and spat only feeble sparks. Meanwhile, Xiaya drew a deep breath and unleashed a piercing shriek directly at a boulder to her left. VVVV. Visible ripples detonated outward through the air. Two assassins hiding behind the rock hadn't even begun their hand seals before their skulls felt as though a grenade had detonated inside. Screaming, they clutched their ears and tumbled forth, blood streaming from nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. Seeing this, Class 9 students shed their fear in an instant, replacing it with exhilaration. Damn! These Japs crumble faster than tofu. Brothers, toss the laxative grenades. Let them taste the biochemical arsenal of Desya. Hands off. That red-masked one's mine. He's a Tier 3. In moments, the battlefield's grim austerity warped entirely. Smoke grenades of every hue, flashbangs, and even homemade chili powder mortars rained down indiscriminately upon the Ghost God Unit's ranks. These elite killers could never have imagined. They weren't facing helpless students, but a band of streetwise ruffians forged in the crucible of bandit dens. Yet Lin Fan, standing high above, did not relax his brow. Omniscient vision, deep scan. His gaze pierced the chaos, locking onto the assassin he'd struck down first. That man's throat had been crushed beyond repair. By all logic, he should have suffocated long ago. Yet now his body convulsed violently. Not dying, but heating up. Violet mist sentient as parasitic nematodes flooded inward through the wound in his throat. Gurgle, gurgle. A grating, teeth-grinding sound of bone grinding on bone rose from within. The assassin, who had lain curled on the ground, suddenly folded and contorted his limbs in defiance of human anatomy, then launched himself upright with explosive force. His mask fell away, revealing a livid purple face. His once black pupils had turned cloudy gray-white, jagged fangs erupted from his mouth, and black scales bloomed across his skin. Gru-rua, a guttural, inhuman shriek forced itself from his ruined throat. In the next instant he lunged straight at the nearest comrade, a Ghost God Unit operative reloading his magazine. Yamamoto, what are you? HH. His shrill scream drowned out every other sound on the battlefield. Before horrified eyes, the reanimated monster sank his teeth into his comrade's neck and tore it clean through. Blood gushed forth, but he did not swallow. Instead, he let it mingle with the violet mist swirling in the air. The slain assassin's body began swelling rapidly, distorting, mutating. Within 3 seconds, he too became a spined monstrosity and joined the hunt. What the hell? Zombie uprising. Wang Pang Pang flinched violently, nearly dropping his shield. Not a zombie. Lin Fan materialized before him in a blink and kicked a lunging monster clear off its feet. His gaze fixed on the eerie crimson aura radiating from the creature, his expression grave. Divine radiation. This violet mist is saturated with high-concentration divine factors. Any wound, any bleeding, becomes a gateway for mutation. His voice echoed across the comms channel, reaching every member of Class 9. Listen carefully. Do not sustain any injury, not even a scratch. A single drop of blood will transform you into this. The situation collapsed utterly. What had been a one-sided rout, Class 9 overwhelming the Ghost God Unit, now devolved into chaotic three-way warfare. The Ghost God Unit disintegrated in panic. They had come to kill, but their own comrades turned first into mindless monsters, attacking anyone in sight without mercy or reason. Fall back! Fall back! The squad leader screamed in terror, desperately trying to rally his remnants. But it was too late. The violet mist, seemingly roused by the scent of blood, thickened further. More and more operatives sustained wounds mid-battle, mutated, and then turned on their surviving allies. Within a minute, half the Ghost God Unit had become these abominations, dubbed Divine Scourge corpses, and their power surged post-mutation. That assassin, once merely Tier 2 early stage, now matched Wang Pong Pong's mech in raw strength. Damn it! This is literally Biohazard Live Action Edition. Chen Xiaoyu cowered behind Xia, gripping a severed arm scavenged from the ground as a weapon, his face ashen. Brother Lin, what do we do? This thing multiplies the more we fight. Lin Fan did not answer. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward Li Gui perched atop the distant mountain peak. The man still held his coffee cup, seemingly unsurprised by the carnage. Indeed, he had even drawn out a recording device to film the spectacle. Want to see my trump card? Lin Fan sneered. If this is the performance you wish to witness, I'll oblige. But the script needs revision. Xiaya, unleash maximum power sonic wave. Scatter this violet mist. Clear me a circle of open ground. Understood. Though baffled, Xiaya obeyed without hesitation. She drew a breath deep enough to fill the heavens, and released a prolonged ear-splitting shriek. Siren song dispersal. VVVV. The devastating sonic wave blasted outward from her core, forcibly repelling the dense violet mist, carving a perfect 50-meter vacuum sphere around her. Wang Pang Pang. Evacuate everyone outside the circle. Hold the perimeter. And you. Me. Lin Fan flicked his blade in a graceful arc, stepping alone toward the shrieking horde of corpses, his lips curling into a cruel, predatory smile. I'm hungry. Time for an Aleocaniate buffet. Before the words faded, he vanished from sight. Thwip. The foremost corpse had barely opened its maw before its head soared skyward. But this time Lin Fan did not dodge the splattering black blood. Instead, he thrust out his left hand and seized the jet of viscous fluid erupting from the headless corpse. Silence sequence. Activate. To Li Gui, or to the entire class. It appeared only that Lin Fan pressed his palm against the corpse. Yet, at the microscopic level, a feast had begun. Those divine pathogen viruses, lethal enough to mutate ordinary humans in an instant, reacted the moment they touched Lin Fan's palm as if encountering their apex predator. Either he consumed them, or they would consume him. It was a contest of hunger, and clearly sequence 000 sat unchallenged at the apex of the food chain. High-activity divine factor detected. Ingestion initiated. Impurity filtration in progress. In Lin Fan's mind, the great doors of his mental library cracked open. Just a sliver. An irresistible suction erupted from his palm. The mutating corpse withered instantly. Its essence drained in a heartbeat, until it crumbled into fine black ash scattering on the wind. Simultaneously, Lin Fan felt a torrent of searing heat surge up his arm, slamming violently against his third genetic lock. The sensation. Exquisite, electrifying, sending shivers down his spine. As expected, Lin Fan licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with dark light. For others, poison. For silence. Supreme nourishment. Roar. The remaining dozen corpses sensed their kin's annihilation, and turned as one, fixing hollow, fearful gazes upon Lin Fan. Even their primal instincts recoiled, instilling a sliver of dread. That blade-wielding human was more monstrous than they were. Come. Lin Fan crooked a finger at the horde. His cane hummed, a crisp, resonant chime. Would you prefer to be sliced into sashimi, or converted into experience points? Either way, I deliver free of charge. Boom. In the next instant, Lin Fan charged into the horde, no longer holding back. Within the vacuum sphere carved by Xiaya's sonic wave, and beneath the stunned, awestruck stares of every onlooker, the usually lazy, easygoing youth transformed into death's own herald. Blades flashed like waterfalls, black blood sprayed like rain. Each stroke claimed a monster, reducing it to dust. He moved like an inexhaustible reaper, carving a crimson path through the despairing biohazard battlefield. Far atop the mountain peak, Li Gui's coffee cup trembled, scalding liquid splashing onto his hand. He did not wipe it. His eyes locked on the figure dancing amid the corpses, narrowed with genuine gravity for the first time. That method of consumption. It is neither purification, nor destruction. It is feeding. Li Gui set down his cup, withdrew his communicator, and hovered his finger over the red purge button, hesitating for a long, silent moment. Finally, he withdrew his finger, and instead pressed the green transmission key. Hello, headquarters. I believe I've just witnessed something extraordinarily interesting. Regarding subject L09, the central figure in that file, we may need to reassess his taxonomic classification entirely. No purge required. Keep him alive. A being capable of consuming divine pathogens may well be our sole antidote before the Great One in Layer 18 awakens. At the canyon's base, as the final divine scourge corpse dissolved into ash beneath Lin Fan's hand, the sudden mutation crisis finally ended. Lin Fan stood alone amid the blackened dust, slowly sheathing his blade. A flush stained his cheeks, evidence of excessive energy absorption. His mental library overflowed with that volatile, raging energy. If he didn't find somewhere to metabolize it soon, he feared he might bleed from his nose. Hick! Lin Fan couldn't suppress a belch. Silence fell across the field. Class 9 stared at his back, silhouetted against the ashes, mouths agape as if beholding divinity itself. Lin. Brother Lin. Wang Pangpang ventured cautiously. Did you eliminate them all? Lin Fan turned, resuming his familiar harmless expression, though his eyes still held a lingering edge of ferocity. Eliminate merely performed physical transcendence. Lin Fan brushed ash from his coat and gestured toward the ghost god unit's discarded weapons and masks strewn across the ground. What are you waiting for? Start looting the battlefield. Professor Lee made it clear 10 points per kill. Even mutated, they still count as valid targets. Also, Lin Fan glanced toward the deeper fog-shrouded valley, where distant thunder signaled more crashing airships. Class 1 and Class 3's vessels must have gone down too. Since there are so many experienced mobs here, shouldn't we as classmates offer them some assistance? Xiaya stepped forward, handing Lin Fan a tissue to wipe his sweat, her eyes glinting with quiet mischief. Help them attract aggro. You know me best, landlord. Lin Fan grinned, flashing white teeth. Let's go, while it's still hot. In the depths of the Godfall Grand Canyon, the fourth forbidden zone purple mist writhed like a living entity, slowly undulating among the jagged rocks. As they ventured deeper, the nauseating stench of decaying divinity that had hung in the air began to fade, replaced by a peculiar blend of sulfur rust and a high-grade incense. A strange, discordant aroma. This scent felt utterly out of place, like spraying Chanel No. 5 in a slaughterhouse. Fatty, turn off the searchlight on your mecha's chest. Lin Fan, leading the group, spoke in a low, sharp command without turning his head. The Tang sword, the pointer, remained sheathed in his hand, tapping the ground lightly like a blind man's cane to probe the unknown. Are you trying to make us a bigger target, or do you want to serve as a beacon for any hungry godspawn lurking nearby? Oh, turning it off now. A clatter of panicked mechanical sounds came from behind, and then the blinding beam of light which had cut through the purple mist like a lighthouse was extinguished. The world fell back into dimness, broken only by the heavy hydraulic groans of Wang Pangpang's T-600 mecha. Bro Lin, this place is seriously creepy. Wang Pongpong, piloting his badly scratched mecha and wielding a tumterlong fossilized dinosaur leg bone head, picked up somewhere, spoke with a trembling, tearful voice. I keep feeling like someone's breathing down my neck and my radar's going haywire. Are we haunted? It's not a feeling. There really is someone. A voice as cold and devoid of warmth as ice sounded right next to Wang Pangpang's ear without any warning. Ooh. Wang Pangpang was terrified out of his wits. The multi-ton mecha nearly jumped straight up, and the dinosaur bone in his hand flailed wildly, almost hitting Xiaya beside him. Shut up, you fat idiot. Xiaya kicked the mecha's calf. Though it didn't budge, her posture was fierce. It's Yi Zi. Do you want to summon every monster for miles around? Still shaken, Wang Pangpang twisted his bulky mechanical head and saw the girl in a tight black tactical suit, who had somehow like a ghost attached herself to the back of his mecha. Yi Zi, this girl who had been silent ever since returning from the training camp, seemed to have vanished during the hospital incident and the subsequent plane crash. But she had been there all along. As the wielder of Sequence 044, a shadow kill, she instinctively hid in everyone's blind spots. In the hospital, she was the guard crouched in the ventilation duct. After the crash, she was the rearguard hovering at the team's periphery, clearing their trail. Now she clung to the mecha's hydraulic line, with one hand, the other holding a pitch-black dagger in a reverse grip. Her eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool, as if she hadn't just been the one to scare Wang Pangpang half to death. Found something. Lin Fan stopped and looked at her. Yi Zi let go, landing lightly without stirring a speck of dust. She pointed towards the misty depths at 2 o'clock, her words concise. 200 meters. A basin. Lots of light. Lots of people. She paused, then added expressionlessly, and screams. Screams. Xiaya frowned, her elfin ears twitching slightly. No way. I only hear singing. Singing. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at his lips. A concert in a place like this where even ghosts wouldn't go. Let's go and cheer them on. With that, he straightened his collar, intending to make a cool, heroic gesture to lead the way forward. However, the loose gravel underfoot had other plans. Crack. A piece of rock gave way. Lin Fan's stylish turn was only half complete when he suddenly slipped. His upper body lurched backward uncontrollably, his arms flailing in a panicked blur, barely managing to maintain balance in an extremely awkward arched-back pose. The air froze for a second. Everyone in Class 9 stopped staring at their class monitor with complex expressions. Ahem. This is also part of tactical training, testing core stability. Lin Fan stood up straight, trying to salvage his dignity, without changing his expression, though the tips of his ears were turning red. Everyone stay low. Follow me. Yi Zi watched his retreating back, wiping the blood groove of her dagger with her thumb, and a single word drifted through her mind: idiot. After cresting a ridge covered in black moss, the view suddenly opened up before them. It was a huge sunken basin, and the sight in the center of the basin made everyone lying behind the ridge gasp. Hallelujah! With a perfectly synchronized roar, over a dozen dazzling golden beams of light shot into the sky, forcibly creating a zone of absolute purity, 100 meters in diameter, within the thick purple mist. At the center of the light source were a group of tall, pale-skinned men in full silver-white tactical armor. Their breastplates were emblazoned with golden crosses and thorny wreaths. The great swords in their hands were wreathed in scorching white flames, and each breath they took expelled white vapor. The Western Church's Paladin Order. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. This was no ragtag militia. The flowing light on that armor was clearly a sign of alchemical enchantment. Their perfectly circular defensive formation was proof of their battle-hardened experience. Is this the Church's Inquisition force? Xiaya whispered in shock. Why are they on the border of Daxia? At that moment, the knights had formed a defensive magical circle. And in the center of the circle, a group of students in Daxia school uniforms was tied up with glowing ropes, kneeling and trembling. It was Class 1's people. The deputy class leader who was leading them was being held like a chick by a 2-meter-tall blonde-haired knight. The blonde knight emanated an oppressive aura of a third-order peak, even seemingly touching the threshold of the fourth order. Every breath he took caused ripples in the surrounding air. Yellow monkey, tell me, where are the coordinates for the god's blood? The blonde knight Jack spoke in a stiff Daxia language, his tone as arrogant as if he were examining an insect. He casually threw the deputy class leader to the ground and stomped on his face with his size 40 alloy combat boot. The anti-slip spikes on the sole dug into the flesh and blood flowed freely. I really don't know. We're just here for the drill. The deputy class leader was crying and sniveling with none of the elite airs he usually flaunted in Class 1. An unrepentant heretic. Jack snorted, turning to a mage holding a staff beside him. Use the holy flame to bake his brain. The Lord will make him speak. He might end up an idiot, but that's his salvation. The mage raised his staff and a ball of white flame ignited at its tip, radiating a heart-stopping heat. Stop! Behind the ridge, Wang Pangpang was fuming, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. Bro, Lin, these foreign bastards are going too far. Let's go. Hold on. Lin Fan held back the agitated fatty, activating his omniscient vision at full power. His brow furrowed deeper. The situation was more troublesome than Head imagined. Although this night squad had only 12 men, the Captain Jack was at the third-order peak, and the remaining 11 were all skilled third-order initiates. What was even more problematic was the defensive magical circle. The 4 mages at its corners were continuously maintaining a light barrier, forming an absolute defensive perimeter. If they charged, Hedon Class 9 wouldn't even be a mouthful for them. Listen, this fight won't be easy. Lin Fan lowered his voice, speaking rapidly. Yi, can you handle the 4 mages maintaining the circle? Yi squinted, her eyes piercing through the mist, as she calculated the wind speed and angles. 2. Her voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. At most I can instantly kill 2. The other 2 will have time to activate their holy shields. That's enough. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. As long as a corner of the array is broken, the purple mist will pour in, and then we'll be in our element. He pulled out a Bavakakra mask head, picked up from a dead Divine Ghost squad member earlier, and put it on, concealing his somewhat pale face. Fatty, when the array breaks you drive. No, crash your mecha in. Knock that blonde guy flying. Xiaya, prepare for maximum power noise. These guys like singing hymns, right? Give them some death metal. What about me? Wang Pangpang asked nervously. You're responsible for taking hits. No, for drawing their fire. Lin Fan patted his iron head. Move out. The battlefield erupted in an instant. Without a single word, Yi's figure simply dissipated on the spot. The next second, the air behind the 2 mages on the left side of the array suddenly twisted. 2 spurts of black blood shot out. Yi's dagger had precisely severed their vocal cords and carotid arteries. Fast, precise, ruthless. She even used her toes to catch the sound of their bodies falling, not making a single noise. But the paladins were elites after all. Just as the 3rd mage's throat was about to be cut, his robe suddenly flashed with a blinding holy light shield. Clang! The dagger struck the shield with a sharp ring. Assassin! The mage's terrified scream tore through the silence. We've been spotted. Lin Fan's heart sank. Just as Head thought, these Padoan players were loaded with protective items. Go! Without any further hesitation, Lin Fan roared and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Hallelujah, my ass! Wang Pangpang followed close behind his mecha's engine, roaring like an out-of-control freight truck, charging down the slope with a scream of, Mom, protect me. Enemy attack. Form up. Captain Jack reacted incredibly fast. In an instant, he drew the great sword from his back, and a dazzling holy light aura burst from his body. Holy light slash. Boom. A 5-meter-long white sword aura swept out, heading straight for Lin Fan, who was in the lead. Damn, that's fierce. Lin Fan's eyelids twitched wildly. This was no third-order peak attack. The power of this slash nearly rivaled that of the divine beast tyrant lizard they'd encountered before. He wanted to dodge, but the sword aura was too fast and had locked onto his chi. Edict. Lightness. At the critical moment, Lin Fan could only use his divine word on himself, forcing his body into a physically impossible twist in midair, barely avoiding the blade. But this clumsy roll completely shattered his image of a heaven-descended divine soldier. Bang! The sword aura grazed his scalp, shearing off a lock of his hair, and slammed into the boulder behind him, which instantly exploded into dust. SSS. Lin Fan sucked in a breath of cold air, scrambling up from the mud pit covered in dust. This script is wrong. Shouldn't the villain monologue for a bit before attacking? Filthy rat. Jack didn't give him a moment to breathe. He strode forward, his great sword whistling down in a vertical chop. The strike was inescapable. Fatty, save me. Lin Fan yelled shamelessly. Coming. Don't rush me. Wang Pang's T-600 finally arrived, raising its alloy tower shield to meet the sword. Clang! A deafening crash of metal echoed through the basin. The multi-ton mecha was forced back 3 steps by Jack's blow, leaving a deep dent in the shield. Mom! My limited edition paint job. Wang Pang wailed in anguish. That cost me 500,000 points. You'll pay for this. Stop wailing, or we'll all be dead. Xiaya stood on the slope, her face pale. She seized the moment, cupped her hands around her mouth, and let out a sharp, piercing shriek towards Jack. Siren's song shockwave. ZZZZ. High-frequency sound waves instantly enveloped Jack. His pursuit was halted as he clutched his ears in pain, freezing for less than a second. Now's my chance. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Instead of engaging Hedon, he grabbed a handful of sand mixed with the divine factor of the purple mist and flung it into Jack's eyes. Try a Daxia specialty. Fuck. You coward. Jack closed his eyes in time, but the purple mist still burned his eyelids. He roared in fury, his great sword swinging wildly in all directions. Coward. It's called using every trick in the book. Lin Fan's form moved like a phantom around to Jack's back. His tang sword, the pointer, didn't strike the heavy armor, but precisely pierced the gap at the joint. The back of the knee. Schluck. The blade sank into flesh. Ah! Jack fell to one knee. Yi Zi. Finish him. Without needing to be called, Yi Zi, who had been lurking in the shadows, had already struck. Like a black butterfly, the moment Jack lost his balance, her dagger precisely entered the gap in his sword-wielding wrist's armor, severing the tendon. Clang. The great sword fell. It's over. Lin Fan put his foot on Jack's shoulder, the tang sword resting against his neck. He was panting heavily, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his nostrils. The continuous use of his omniscient vision and divine word had taken a heavy toll on him. Huff! Huff! Lin Fan wiped the blood from his nose, looking down at Jack, who was still defiant, trying to force a cool, victorious smirk. Sorry, no English. But as soon as he delivered this cool line, he felt dizzy and weak in the knees, nearly falling right onto Jack. The entire area fell silent again. Lin Fan steadied himself by holding onto Jack's helmet, awkwardly waving at the knights, who had already been subdued by Wang Pang and Yi Zi. This is a robbery. Men on the left, women. Looks like there are no women. Then strip. 10 minutes later, the basin was quiet again. The once arrogant paladins were now neatly stripped down to their cross-emblazoned underwear, tied up together with the Class 1 students. Xiaya, while stuffing cotton balls up Lin Fan's nostrils to stop the bleeding, rolled her eyes and scolded, showing off. Trying to be a hero. If that sword had landed, I'd be collecting your corpse right now. Despite her harsh words, her hand never stopped channeling spiritual energy, its gentle power constantly soothing Lin Fan's overstrained sea of consciousness. Easy. That hurts. Lin Fan winced. I was just trying to create an opening for you all, wasn't I? As the leader, if I don't go to hell, who will? Ha! Yi Zi, who was crouching nearby cleaning her dagger, let out a cold laugh without looking up. You were just being chased and slashed, hopping around like a monkey. Yi Zi, will it kill you not to undermine me? Lin Fan retorted, embarrassed and annoyed. They'll dock my pay, Yi Zi replied flatly, then pointed at the pile of loot on the ground. How are we splitting the armor? Lin Fan perked up, immediately pushing Xia Ya's hand away and scurrying over to the pile of armor. Nice stuff, all forged from deep-sea mithril and enchanted with durability runes. A set like this must be worth at least 3,000 points. He turned to look at the terrified Class 1 students. The deputy class leader was now looking at Lin Fan with immense gratitude. Bro Lin. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we'd have been burned into idiots. Don't thank me yet. Lin Fan's face broke into that trademark profiteer smile that made Class 9 students instinctively reach for their wallets. He pulled a spinning bronze compass from Captain Jack's inner pocket, glanced at the needle, and then pointed at the heavy armor on the ground. Saving you was a kindness, not an obligation. But Class 9 took a life-threatening risk here. There's the appearance fee, the mental anguish fee, and the repair costs for Fatty's mecha. Wang Pang immediately played along, raising his deformed shield and letting out a pig-like wail. Boo-hoo, my mecha. It's been disfigured. It can't be fixed for less than 3,000 points. Lin Fan shrugged. You heard him. 500 points per person. No credit. If you can't pay, you'll be our porters and carry this armor out. The smiles on the Class 1 students' faces instantly froze. Was this a savior? This was clearly jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. And didn't this group look even more villainous than the paladins? Lin Fan toyed with the bronze compass in his hand, watching the needle pointing unwaveringly southeast, a fanatical glint flashing in his eyes. Let's go, porters. The compass says there's a big catch over there. Shinyun Grand Canyon southeast side. This is the region where the purple mist grows thickest with visibility, reduced to less than 10 meters. The ground beneath their feet was no longer solid rock, but a darker, congealed blood-like mud that squelched ominously with every step. Move faster. Haven't you eaten? Lin Fan marched at the head of the line, clutching a bronze compass that trembled constantly. He swaggered like a black-heart landlord exploiting laborers and called out, Class 1 elites, what you carry on your backs is not scrap iron. It's deep-sea secret silver. Those are points. If anyone dares to lose even a single vambrace, I'll leave him here to feed the Shenny. Behind him, a dozen boys from Class 1 uttered a chorus of wails. Each of them bore 2 or 3 sets of heavy Shengdian knight armor, stacked upon their shoulders like human towers, exhausted to the point of sticking out their tongues. The deputy class monitor fared worst, blessed with better stamina. He had been singled out by Lin Fan to carry the full heavy armor of Captain Jekka, a 2-meter man, and walked like a battered, creaking automaton. Lin, brother Lin. The deputy wheezed, lungs burning. If we go further east, it's a precipice, below is the open sea. Are we supposed to jump and kill ourselves? Suicide. How superficial. Lin Fan stopped and glanced at the compass needle, stubbornly fixed in place, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. According to fluid dynamics and the law of conservation of energy, the conversion of gravitational potential to kinetic energy is often accompanied by in any case there is treasure below. He had meant to cloak his decision in a fragment of physics to restore some of the dignity he had lost after his earlier misstep. Then boom. A thunderous explosion erupted from beneath the cliff, the shock so violent the ground at their feet trembled. Lin Fan's theatrical commanding gesture had barely fallen when the quake threw him off balance, and he nearly fell face first. Luckily, Yi Zi, quick as a cat, snatched the back of his collar as if lifting a chick. Unstable footing. Yi Zi released him with an impassive face and uttered the 4 words like a verdict. Lin Fan straightened his collar, feigning calm. I'll take cover. Fatty shut down the mech's engine. They scrambled to press themselves against rocks blackened with moss, peering cautiously over the ledge toward the chasm below. A moment later, every breath in the group froze. Good heavens. Wang Pang's eyes widened, the dinosaur bone he held nearly slipping from his fingers. Is this a Hollywood blockbuster? Beneath the cliff lay a narrow beach black as ink. That supposed silence had been broken. Now it had become a slaughter arena for 2 iron fortresses. On the left was the black contingent, hundreds of figures in tight black diving suits and Banruo masks moving among the rocks like ants. 2 small submarines bearing a black Inhua emblem floated on the surface, their decks bristling with alchemical turrets that looked plucked from science fiction. In the midst of those ninjas sat a thing that made the skin crawl. He was perched atop a throne assembled from countless severed limbs, his bare torso stitched together with seams. His left arm was a hulking mechanical prosthesis, his right had been grafted with the scaled claw of some crawling creature. Leader of the Guatian group of the Inhua Nation, codename Kuile Shi, Heichio. He held a scalpel over a still-twitching Shenny corpse, his eyes alight with a fanaticism that treated the spectacle as sacred art. Perfect texture. Such a pity, still too fragile. Heikia's voice was hoarse and grating like rusty metal scraping metal. If only I could capture a few Daxia geniuses for material, I could stitch together something far more exquisite, don't you think? On the right rose a white sea. The Shengdian knights far outnumbered Jeek's squad tenfold at least. Hundreds of heavy armored knights formed a phalanx. Brilliant holy light coalesced into a vast luminous curtain that barred the purple mist from encroaching. Floating at the center of that curtain was an elder in a scarlet robe. He cradled a heavy gilded scripture, his face the picture of pious pity, yet beneath his feet lay a mound of Guatian ninja corpses. Those bodies burned in white holy flame with a hissing sound. Western Church, redrobed Archbishop, codename Hongyue. Ogasiding. The Lord said, "Let there be light." Ogasiding closed his eyes. A crocodile tear glittered at the corner. Lost Lamb's death is not punishment but purification. As his prayer fell, the corpses turned to ash in an instant. Even their souls seemed to be burned clean. Xiaya on the cliff inhaled sharply, clutching her chest, face drained of color. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked. Too strong. Xiaya's voice trembled. Those two leaders, their spiritual power is like two mountains. The corpse-tinkering pervert is cold and venomous as a snake, that robed old man. His holy light reeks of blood. Fifth tier. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. His omniscient vision returned a crimson warning. Fifth tier. Haoyue realm, a strategic-level existence capable of calling forth celestial phenomena and reducing an army to ruin alone. So Li Gui's intelligence was half-lies. Lin Fan ground his teeth. These are no mere smuggling rats. They are two leviathans. The Guatian group and the church's main forces were all present. They had not yet launched a full assault because they were waiting for what? At that moment, the great whirlpool at the center of the opposing fleets suddenly ceased turning. A sound like an ancient whale's lament rose, cutting through the water and piercing the clouds. The sea parted as if driven by a dreadful force, revealing upon the seabed a towering white bone spire. It gleamed pure and jade-like under the sun, not a blemish upon its surface. But a closer look betrayed the truth. The spire was not jade at all, but woven from countless enormous ribs. A nausea-inducing pressure radiated from the white bone spire, spreading outward like poison. Shunjijiu, the place Jack had spoken of, the burial site of a god's left arm. It's opened. The bronze compass in Lin Fan's arms burned like a branding iron. His genetic locks trembled violently. The third chain showed cracks visible to the naked eye. It was the summons of a high concentration of divine essence. Is this the scent of a god's blood? Hachio dropped his scalpel. His mechanical arm clicked as it flexed, his eyes glinting with ravenous hunger. If I inject it into my body, I will complete my final evolution. Desecration. Ogasiding opened his eyes, an icy killing intent flashing in their depths. That is a relic of the Lord. How dare you filthy half-beasts lay hands on it? Without any further warning, two gargantuan auras collided in midair with a violence that stole breath. Slaughter them all. Bring the corpses back for my experiments. Hachio barked, and the submarine turrets behind him vomited tongues of flame. Purge the heresy. Leave not one alive. Ogusiding's scripture flipped. Countless blades of holy light fell like rain. War erupted. Blood dyed the black beach crimson in an instant. Fourth-tier masters roared, third-tier cannon fodder screamed. Before such a grinder of war, life was cheap as roadside weeds. It's over, it's over. Wang Pangpang cowered behind a rock as his mech shuddered. We'd be walking into certain death if we went down there. Brother Lin, let's retreat. Retreat. Lin Fan stared at the white bone spire spouting red radiance. A dark gleam grew brighter in his eyes. This was his chance to advance to the fourth tier, and perhaps the key to unraveling the mystery of his parents' disappearance. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Fan licked his dry, cracked lips. Besides, who said we have to charge in Hedon? He turned to the students behind him. Young men and women in Daxia school uniforms burdened with Shangdian armor. Listen to orders. Lin Fan's voice was cold and decisive. Put on all those armors. Fatty, repaint your mech matte black and tack on some skulls. The deputy stammered. Why wear those? Aren't we Daxia students? From now on we are not. Lin Fan produced a Banruo mask, twirled it in his hand, and slipped it over his face. Look down there, left is black, right is white. We will become gray. Wear Shangdian armor, don Guatian masks, and wield Daxia blades. Lin Fan pointed to the chaos below. When we charge, if you encounter Guatian people, shout, Hallelujah. Oh, if you see church forces, shout, Bagayalu. If anyone blocks your path, tell them we are. He paused, searching for a suitably resounding name for his hastily patched-together crew. We are Shinming Chaiqian Ban. A muffled snort escaped Yi, usually composed, at which Xiaya rolled her eyes so hard they almost left her face. Lin Fan, can you be serious? People will die. Precisely because people will die, we must be slightly mad. Lin Fan drew his Tang Dao, inhaled deeply, and fought to keep his knees from trembling. The oppressive might of fifth-tier masters was no joke. On my command, target the entrance of the Bone Spire. All charge. At his cry, the most absurd and grotesque squad in history, half a dozen students in mismatched armor, masks, and school uniforms, howled like madmen and flung themselves off the cliff into the grinder of war below. On a distant mountaintop, Li Gue watched the scene through a telescope. His coffee cup hung suspended in the air. The man, usually so elegant and serene, showed for the first time a look of real bewilderment. That kid. Is he trying to anger both great powers at once? In the Godfall Grand Canyon on the southeastern cliff. Listen to my command. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the cliff, taking a deep breath, trying to suppress the cramping in his calves caused by the fifth-level pressure. He turned his head, looking at the group behind him, clad in the armor of the Holy Temple Knights, wearing Prajna masks and holding an assortment of bizarre weapons, even a folding stool like a bunch of laborers. The scene was so beautiful that even he couldn't bear to look at it. But this was also the only way to survive. Target the entrance of the Bone Spire. Remember our slogan, shout hallelujah when you see black and shout Bakayalu when you see white. If both sides attack us at once, shout, this is a misunderstanding. Everyone, charge. With Lin Fan's command, this historically chaotic godly demolition team charged down the cliff, shouting like a bunch of lunatics escaping from a mental hospital. For the points, Wang Pangpang piloted his T-600 mech painted charcoal black, leading the charge. Under the effect of gravitational acceleration, he crashed into the battlefield below like a black meteor, creating a thunderous roar. At this moment, the battle on the Black Beach had already reached a fever pitch. The shadow ninjas of the Ghost God group, like a festering sore, utilized the cover of the purple mist to continually reap the lives of the outer Holy Temple Knights. Meanwhile, the Night Brigade formed a turtle shell-like circular formation, pouring out holy light as if it were free, sizzling the purple mist. Both sides were bloodthirsty, eager to dig up each other's ancestral graves. Just then, boom! A massive dark steel object fell from the sky, crashing heavily in the middle of the battlefield. The enormous shockwave toppled several unfortunate souls engaged in knife fights. As the smoke cleared, Wang Pangpang's mech adorned with a skull slowly stood up, raising the dinosaur leg bone in his hand, letting out a pig-like roar. This road is mine. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of my way. Whoa, Mom, save me, there are too many people here. The entire scene fell silent for a second. Before the commanders of both sides could react to where this fool came from, the Frankenstein army rushed in. Hallelujah! The vice squad leader closed his eyes, swinging the heavy sword in his hand, striking down on a Ghost God group ninja who was preparing to form seals. That ninja, seeing the silver-white knight armor, instinctively thought it was a master from the church. Just as he was about to use a substitution technique, he saw the fearsome Prajna mask on his opponent's face and froze for 0.1 seconds. In that 0.1 second, the heavy sword came crashing down. Baka! On the other side, Lin Fan kicked a Holy Temple Knight away. The knight looked at the demon mask on Lin Fan's face, just about to angrily denounce him as a heretic, but upon sensing the pure Shea simulated version, holy light aura emanating from Lin Fan, his mind instantly crashed. Is he an ally? Wait, why does the ally look like a demon? Chaos. Utter chaos. Although Lin Fan's double disguise looked foolish, it proved to be remarkably effective on this highly tense battlefield where instinctual reactions were the only means of survival. Because neither the church nor the Ghost God group had ever encountered such a monster wearing the enemy's clothes but possessing its own face. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Lin Fan led his team like a stirring stick in a pot of dung, forcibly tearing a hole in the impenetrable front line. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Don't get entangled in battle. Lin Fan commanded while running. Pang, don't pick up that ninja's knife. It's junk from the street market. There's better ahead. Shea, give a noise blast to that cardinal in red, who is about to amplify his attack. Yes, the one who sings the highest notes. Yi Zi. Where's Yi Zi? Lin Fan turned back and found that the space behind him was empty. In the next second, a shadow beside him suddenly twisted. Yi Zi appeared expressionlessly, lightly slicing the throat of a ninja, preparing to ambush Lin Fan with her dagger. In your shadow, the girl said coldly. Also, you ran too fast just now, your pants ripped. Lin Fan. He instinctively reached back to touch his rear, and the expression on his face that had been full of strategic planning instantly crumbled. That's a ventilation hole. Do you understand tactical design? Although the process was quite embarrassing, this bizarre team indeed managed to advance to less than 200 meters from the Bone Spire. However, their performance finally attracted the attention of the real big shots. On the left side of the battlefield, on the throne made of severed limbs, the leader of the Ghost God group, the puppet master Heichio, was idly playing with a scalpel in his hand. He didn't even glance at the subordinates who had died around him, until Lin Fan's team appeared. Heichio's right eye, implanted with the vertical pupil of a crawling creature, suddenly contracted. He looked at the boy in ill-fitting armor directing the battle while covering his rear, glanced at the elusive girl in black, and then at the fat mech who was both crying and smashing things. A perverse excitement slowly crept across his stitched face. An interesting combination. Heichio's voice was hoarse and piercing like two rusty metal sheets scraping against each other. Clearly different materials, yet sewn together so perfectly. The mind of that commander must have many strange circuits, right? It would be beautiful to peel it open and take a look. That invisible girl, her Achilles tendon and optic nerve are simply works of art. And that fat guy. Oh, the fat on him would make excellent stuffing for a meat shield puppet. The elasticity must be fantastic. Heichio slowly stood up. With his movement, the enormous mechanical left arm produced a painful clicking sound. I originally thought they were just boring insects, but unexpectedly a few rare butterflies came. Heichio extended his crimson tongue, licking the stitching on the corner of his mouth. Don't kill them. Capture them alive. I want to make them my 108th collectible. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Fan had just dazzled a third-level knight's eyes with a sneaky lime throw, and was preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Suddenly a chilling sensation surged straight to the top of his head. It felt like being tightly coiled by a cold poisonous snake freezing his very blood. Stop! Lin Fan suddenly halted his all-knowing vision, alarmed wildly. Warning. High-risk energy reaction. Source 9 o'clock direction. Type biological puppet poisonous. Pang. Full left rudder. Defensive posture. Boom. Almost at the instant Lin Fan shouted, the previously flat, black beach exploded. 3 dark shadows burst from the ground, blocking their path. They were not human. They were 3 monsters formed by forcibly stitching together various biological limbs, each over 3 meters tall. The first monster had 4 arms, each wielding a toxic serrated knife. The second monster had an enormous belly churning with green acidic liquid. The third monster had no head with a massive mouth full of sharp teeth where its neck should be. Behind them, countless thin chakra threads connected to the throne in the distance. What the hell is this thing? The vice squad leader trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. This is unscientific. Welcome to my art exhibition. A chilling voice echoed through the speakers on those monsters. I am Hyo. Hello children of Dacia, are you interested in becoming a part of my art? For example, you. The massive belly monster raised its hand, pointing at Lin Fan. I think the shape of your skull is perfect, suitable for use as my wine cup. Lin Fan looked at the 3 puppets exuding early 4th level energy. His throat felt dry. He was targeted, and it was the most perverse guy targeting him. A wine cup. Lin Fan forcibly suppressed the fear rising in his heart, forcing a strained smile. Sorry uncle, I have severe osteoporosis. Using me for a cup would leak wine. No problem. Hyo's voice was laced with mockery. I'll help you reinforce it. Before the words fell, whoosh, the 4-armed puppet launched an attack. Its speed was astonishing, the 4 serrated knives creating a storm of death instantly enveloping Lin Fan. Too fast. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. This purely physical puppet had no heartbeat, no thoughts, and even lacked the capacity for pain. His all-knowing vision could only see its structure but could not predict its intent. Command slow. Lin Fan shouted loudly. But this puppet was controlled by the chakra threads of a 5th-level powerhouse. Lin Fan's divine words were like an ant trying to shake a tree, merely slowing the blade for a split second. Lin Fan rolled on the ground awkwardly. Although he avoided a fatal wound, the knight armor on his back was still slashed open and blood instantly soaked his clothes. Lin Fan! Shea exclaimed. Don't worry about me. Pang, hold off that fat one. It's going to spray acid. Lin Fan covered his wound and climbed up, his face pale. Is this the pressure of a 5th-level powerhouse? Just a few remotely controlled toys had forced them into a corner. Yeezy, cut the control line. I tried. Yeezy's figure appeared beside Lin Fan, her face also looking grim, her dagger dulled. That's a nanoalloy wire. It can't be cut. Despair. 3 4th-level puppets blocked their way, and in the distance was a 5th-level pervert watching the show. Looks like we can only play dirty. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, reaching into his pocket and pulling out the still warm blood-seeking compass. So you want to catch me as a collectible, Hyo? Lin Fan suddenly lifted the compass high, aiming it at the other side of the battlefield at the redrobed Cardinal Augustine, who was floating in midair with a compassionate expression, drawing in a deep breath and shouting with all his might, red-haired old monster. I've got the thing. The Ghost God group wants to keep the divine blood for themselves. These 3 monsters are evidence. If you don't take action soon, it'll be the Japaneses. With this shout, Lin Fan utilized divine words amplification. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly echoing throughout the canyon. Augustine, who had been entangled with several Ghost God group experts, suddenly paused his movements. He turned his head and 2 rays of light shot from his murky old eyes, fixating on the compass in Lin Fan's hand, as well as the 3 puppets blocking Lin Fan's path. Divine blood. A glimmer of fervor flashed in Augustine's eyes. Heretic. You will not touch the sacred artifact. Boom. The scripture in Augustine's hand suddenly flipped open. Divine art sword of heavenly punishment. In the sky, the clouds parted. A giant sword of light 50 meters long with devastating power was not descending from the heavens, but was hurled by Augustine like a javelin aimed directly at the 3 blocking puppets. Damn priest! Hyo's expression changed from a distance. He never expected this little bug would dare to play the game of using a knife to kill someone at such a moment. You want to destroy my creation? In your dreams. Hyo flicked his finger sharply and thousands of chakra threads tightened instantly, trying to pull back the 3 puppets. But the sword of light was too fast. That was a furious strike from a 5th-level powerhouse. Boom! The blinding white light engulfed a 100-meter radius.